The resurgence of spiritual energy heralds the awakening of extraordinary powers. Mountains, rivers, and lakes, along with glaciers and snowstorms, witness the evolution of ferocious beasts and flora into transcendent beings endowed with formidable strength. In a bid to resist the invasion of these extraordinary entities, humanity on Blue Star embarks on the path of supernatural awakening. Tsuyu begins his journey by consuming a potent superhuman serum, awakening as a dual-element superhuman. He wields the ability to traverse the void as a spatial manipulator and possesses the mightiest thunder element of the nature category. What? Humans can awaken a maximum of 5 abilities? Pardon my exuberance, but my awakened powers are rather potent and numerous. I can scarcely count them on one hand. What? The lair of the extraordinary beings is teeming with resources? Enough chatter. Follow me as we traverse the void. All the resources from the lair of the extraordinary beings shall be ours. Chapter 1. The Energy Tower. Hua Nation. Star City. Ding. The Energy Tower has arrived. Passengers disembarking are requested to exit from the rear door. Tsuyu was jolted awake by the sudden announcement. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, realizing the environment was somewhat unfamiliar. He found himself seated on a bus, with the other passengers scrutinizing him. "Young man, we've arrived at the Energy Tower," the driver from the front seat prompted. "Energy Tower?" Tsuyu replied in confusion. "How much do I owe you, driver?" He stepped forward, ready to retrieve his fare. "You've already paid the fare, 1-star coin." The driver was taken aback by Tsuyu's inquiry. Did this lad not pay before boarding? He distinctly remembered that the youth had indeed paid. Realizing he had already settled the fare, Tsuyu exited through the back door. Watching the bus drive away, Tsuyu felt a sense of bewilderment. Everything around him was both strangely unfamiliar and eerily familiar. The strangeness lay in the surroundings and buildings he had never encountered, while the familiarity resided in the architectural style reminiscent of his previous world. No longer were the streets and shops he knew. The only familiar aspect was the passers-by. At that moment, a sharp pain surged through his mind, accompanied by a torrent of memories flooding in. At 18 years of age, Tsuyu, having been an orphan, completed his compulsory education with the assistance of the government. However, during the pivotal moment of his life, he faltered. Indeed, that misstep was failing the college entrance examination. After his failure, he became profoundly lost, uncertain of what to pursue next, until he stumbled upon a news segment on television. Superhumans successfully resist the invasion of extraordinary beings. Though brief, this news ignited a spark of hope within him. There were alternative paths to changing one's fate beyond the college entrance examination, such as becoming a superhuman. This world is fraught with danger. On Blue Star, where supernatural phenomena are reviving, both flora and fauna continue to evolve, manifesting powerful, extraordinary abilities. Mountains, lakes, and snowstorms can all evolve into living entities. These extraordinary beings wield immense power and relentlessly invade human habitats. Through prolonged conflict with these beings, humanity ultimately discovered methods to vanquish them. Humanity learned that slaying extraordinary beings yields super energy stones. The liquid derived from refining these stones, when consumed, awakens elemental abilities. Those endowed with elemental powers are referred to as superhumans. Superhumans possess the ability to command nature and can transform into formidable forces, endowed with capabilities beyond those of ordinary humans. It is this very power that empowers humanity to confront the extraordinary beings without fear. Once he becomes a superhuman, his social standing would ascend dramatically. His purpose today is to visit the energy building to purchase a superhuman serum for his awakening. Transcended, have I? After a lengthy process of memory assimilation, Tsuyu realizes he has indeed transcended. He was once an office worker, leading an exceedingly mundane life as a cog in the corporate machine. After work, he planned to visit the supermarket to procure some snacks, intending to return home to watch the League of Legends match, a delightful pastime following his daily toil. Little did he know that on his way back, a speeding car would abruptly plunge him into darkness, transporting him to this new world. If I have transcended, then so be it, Tsuyu chuckled softly. After all, he had previously been just an ordinary worker without any significant accomplishments. Starting anew in this life post-transcendence is not an unwelcome prospect. Superhumans, extraordinary beings. Tsuyu pondered for a moment, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. In his memories, he possessed scant recollections of extraordinary beings. However, he held vivid memories of superhumans, akin to the Spider-Man and Hulk from the films of his past life, endowed with remarkable powers. Yet, in his former world, such phenomena were merely fictional constructs, whereas in this realm, they truly exist. Moreover, an instinct within him suggests that he shall soon acquire such powers. Since I have traversed into this world, I must experience its uniqueness, Tsuyu declared as he made his way towards the energy building. The energy building, the largest structure in Star City, serves as a shopping haven for superhumans and a site for ordinary citizens to awaken their abilities. Before long, Suyu arrived at the energy building, where an array of luxury sports cars lined the entrance. Indeed, in any world, sports cars are the ultimate desire of men. Not that I could ever afford one, Suyu mused, feeling the few coins in his pocket and lamenting how wonderful it is to be wealthy. Approaching the entrance of the building, he took a closer look at himself. The young man stood around 175 centimeters tall with a head of short brown hair. He was attired in a brown shirt and a pair of sleek jeans, complemented by white sneakers, all of which beautifully reflected his slender physique in the glass facade. Hey, not bad looking, Suyu remarked as he examined his reflection, gently caressing his cheek. He possessed well-defined features and a strikingly handsome visage. Had he seen this face in his previous world, it would have undoubtedly earned the label pretty boy. However, there was no time for admiration. He stepped into the building, for his visit was not merely to admire his handsome face, but to attend to more pressing matters. His charming visage could be admired at any time. Awakening was not something one could simply wish for, and he was aware of the importance of prioritizing his objectives. Good day. Welcome to the energy building. How may I assist you today? As Suyu entered the building, a strikingly beautiful female attendant in a black uniform approached him. Suyu turned upon hearing her voice. This uniformed lady was exceptionally lovely, her voice melodious. If she were in his previous world, she would surely be a star. Yet, it was not merely one stunning attendant. He noticed a long line of equally beautiful attendants behind her, all diligently attending to customers. Naturally, there were also male attendants catering to female patrons, their appearances equally commendable. Is this the privilege of superhumans? In his memory, only superhumans frequently frequented the energy building. Ahem, may I inquire where the superhuman serum is located? Suyu asked in a youthful tone. The superhuman serum is in the eastern section. Please follow me, the attendant replied, leading Suyu toward the designated area. Suyu trailed behind her, meticulously observing the opulent interior of the building, which was nothing short of magnificent, with a colossal crystal chandelier suspended in the center. The chandeliers sparkled incessantly. With each flicker, Suyu's heart would beat in tandem, and his previously restless spirit suddenly found solace. Chapter 2. The Superpower Elixirs. Before long, the waitress guided Suyu through a door formed by enigmatic energy. As he passed through this threshold, a momentary disorientation enveloped him, and he was transported to his destination. The eastern portal led directly to the realm of superpower elixirs. Noticing Suyu's dazed expression after crossing the portal, the waitress elucidated. The area of superpower elixirs is vast, and at the forefront lies a colossal circular chamber, surrounded by a throng of people. Adjacent to the portal stood an imposing counter, behind which several attendants diligently catered to the customers. Behind the counter, numerous glass cabinets displayed an array of bottles and jars. May I venture inside to take a look? Suyu inquired, pointing at a row of glass cabinets. Certainly, the waitress replied with a smile, and the two entered this ocean of superpower elixirs. The prices for the elixirs were astonishing. Ordinary superpower elixirs cost 1 star coin. Intermediate ones were priced at 1 million star coins. And advanced elixirs commanded a staggering 5 million star coins. As Suyu perused the cabinets and noted the exorbitant prices, he inwardly gasped. How can these elixirs be so costly? A container no larger than a can of soda demanded such a steep price. It was utterly outrageous. He was particularly astonished by the stark contrast in price between ordinary and intermediate elixirs. The waitress, accustomed to the incredulity of customers, explained. Superpower elixirs are derived from super energy stones. Naturally, those refined from higher-grade stones will be more expensive. Ordinary elixirs are produced from common super energy stones, which are easily obtained. However, their awakening probability is a meager 5. These elixirs, while affordable, are filled with an element of chance. The awakening probabilities of other elixirs are several times greater. For instance, intermediate elixirs have 3 times the awakening chance of ordinary ones, while advanced elixirs possess 6 times the probability. According to the protagonist's memories, a typical person could only consume a superpower elixir once. Should they fail, any subsequent attempts would yield significantly diminished effects. The already slim 5 chance of awakening would be drastically reduced further, making it abundantly clear that one would be destined to remain a mere mortal. After absorbing the waitress's explanation, Suyu felt a flicker of desire for the advanced elixirs. Who wouldn't he wish for a greater chance at awakening? Yet, he was acutely aware of his financial limitations. With a clear understanding of his own meager resources, he pointed to a white canister of ordinary elixir located at the bottom corner of one of the cabinets. I'll take one of those ordinary elixirs, please. Of course, the waitress replied, her demeanor untainted by any disdain for his choice. Instead, she smiled as she opened the cabinet to retrieve the selected ordinary elixir. Having worked there for an extended period, she recognized that most patrons were in pursuit of the ordinary elixirs. The affluent clientele was indeed a rarity. It was only natural that a student like Su Yu would not opt for the exorbitantly priced elixirs. Every individual who purchased an elixir held the potential to become a superpower wielder, and none should be underestimated. Soon, she handed the elixir to Su Yu, who grasped it in his hand, weighing it thoughtfully. It felt merely the size of soda can. In his former world, if someone claimed that the soda in his hand could grant him the chance to become a superhuman, he would have dismissed it as absurd. Yet in this realm, the narrative was starkly different. There were indeed individuals who had transformed into superhumans after consuming superpower elixirs. With the elixir in hand, Su Yu approached the counter to settle the payment. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice interrupted him. Isn't that our class S lonely little prince? Do you really believe you can become a superhuman? Su Yu turned, his brow furrowing at the sight of a girl clad in a crop top, her long hair cascading down, teasing him while she clung to a boy of similar height. They were Wang Yuanhui and Wang Xueqing. It was an unfortunate encounter with classmates, truly a case of enemies crossing paths. Wang Yuanhui, of average appearance, yet hailing from a family with considerable wealth in Star City, was known for his arrogance and idleness at school. Wang Xueqing, on the other hand, was exceptionally proud and held little regard for her peers. Both held elixirs. Wang Yuanhui clutched a red one, while Wang Xueqing displayed a blue elixir. Clearly both were there for the awakening. Su Yu was taken aback to see the haughty Wang Xueqing paired with Wang Yuanhui. It was a surprising alliance. He had no particular feelings for her, having previously assessed her as someone who lacked the grace of a princess, yet suffered from the affliction of princess syndrome. Su Yu, I never imagined you would also seek an awakening, said Wang Xueqing, loosening her grip on Wang Yuanhui's arm as she flicked her hair aside. She was indeed a beauty, with striking features. Why shouldn't I be here? Su Yu retorted, glancing at her ordinary superpower elixir, before she flashed her own elixir enticingly. The chances of awakening with an ordinary elixir are exceedingly low. Why not ask Wang Gu to buy you an intermediate elixir instead? She was aware of Su Yu's status as an orphan, lacking the star coins to procure a higher grade elixir. Even she herself could not afford one without resorting to Wang Yuanhui's financial support, a situation which required her to become his girlfriend. Though initially reluctant, she felt compelled to make such sacrifices in pursuit of becoming a superhuman. Wang Yuanhui stood proudly beside her, his head held high. Although ordinary elixirs only offer a 5 chance, there is still a possibility, is there not? Su Yu stati nonchalantly. He would never beg Wang Yuanhui. He had never sought help in his life. He was well aware of the dismal probability associated with the ordinary elixir. Yet the scant funds in his pocket made purchasing an intermediate elixir a distant dream. The idea of working to amass 1 million star coins for an elixir was utterly implausible. Wang Xueqing, oblivious to the realities of life outside academia, continued to chatter on. Let us hurry up and get to the awakening. Wang Yuanhui stepped forward, casually wrapping his arm around Wang Xueqing's waist, inadvertently revealing his red advanced superpower elixir. At the moment of contact, she displayed a flicker of distaste, which Su Yu keenly observed. How could someone so proud choose Wang Yuanhui as her partner? It seemed entirely plausible that she might be exploiting him. Do you truly believe you are destined for greatness? You think that with an ordinary elixir you can awaken? Wang Yuanhui sneered upon seeing Su Yu's elixir. Wang Xueqing chuckled mockingly in agreement. The two then proceeded towards the awakening area. What if I really do awaken? Su Yu mused, gazing at their retreating figures before shifting his focus back to the ordinary elixir in his hand, his eyes filled with determination. Chapter 3. Nature and Animal Affinities. The Energy Tower provides awakening services. After purchasing an elixir, one may directly proceed to the awakening area for their transformation, or opt to take it home for private consumption. However, it is rumored among the citizens of Star City that awakening in the Energy Tower's awakening chamber can enhance one's chances, though the truth of this claim remains elusive. The circular chamber at the forefront of this area is designated as the awakening zone. Upon entering, Su Yu noticed the chamber surrounded by a crowd, his thoughts consumed by the superpower serum, causing him to forego an exploration of the awakening area. Initially, he had intended to awaken alone at home, but the mockery from his 2 old classmates prompted a change of heart. He resolved to awaken right there, daring to gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Much to their astonishment, after paying the necessary star coins, Suyu proceeded to the awakening area with the serum in hand. Beneath the massive circular energy chamber stood a console, where a young staff member was stationed. The area around the console was crowded with citizens, including those awaiting their awakening and others merely there to spectate. Awakening failed. The console boldly displayed these 4 words. The staff member opened the chamber door, and amidst a billow of mist, a young boy staggered out, his complexion ashen. He found it difficult to accept the disheartening outcome. His parents had invested their entire savings in a canister of intermediate serum, hoping their child would become a renowned superhuman. Yet, the reality fell short of their hopes. He had failed. While quality serums could indeed enhance the chances of a successful awakening, ultimately, one's fate remained a matter of chance. As the old saying goes, what is meant to be will come to pass. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. The boy's parents, witnessing their child's failure, were engulfed in despair as they held him close, offering words of comfort. Next, the staff member called out, signaling the conclusion of the boy's awakening and the arrival of the next participant. Soon, a beautiful girl, trembling and clutching a canister of intermediate serum, stepped into the awakening chamber. The earlier failure of the boy weighed heavily on her heart, intensifying her anxiety. The chamber door sealed shut. Moments later. The console illuminated with the message, awakening successful. Nature system, water. As the mist dissipated, the girl emerged radiant, playfully manipulating a sphere of water in her hands. The water ball morphed effortlessly, dancing at her command. Congratulations! You have awakened as a superhuman. The staff member beamed as he recorded her information. The onlookers, envious of her playful display, were captivated. The girl's fate had irrevocably changed. Her awakening sparked a flurry of discussions, but soon the crowd quieted, refocusing on the upcoming awakenings. Next, Wang Yuanhui, Suyu, arriving just in time, recognized the name of his old classmate. Surely, he must extend his heartfelt congratulations. Wang Yuanhui approached, clutching a red serum. The audience gasped at the sight of the esteemed potion. It was a luxury few families could afford, signaling his privileged background. Wang Yuanhui soon entered the awakening chamber, and after a brief wait, the console flashed. Awakening successful. Animal system, wolf. The chamber door opened to reveal Wang Yuanhui, whose demeanor starkly contrasted that of the girl before him. His expression was fierce and intimidating. Sharp claws had sprouted from his forearms, and his muscles had noticeably expanded, exuding raw power. The audience's reaction was not one of envy, but rather a mix of disappointment and fear. They seemed to dread the prospect of awakening as an animal-type superhuman. As he exited the chamber, the staff member, still smiling, congratulated him on his new status. So you couldn't help but draw a comparison to the Wolverine from the science fiction films of his past. This transformation was astonishing. Is this really how it is? Suyu thought, intrigued by the prospect of becoming Spider-Man himself, swinging through the skyscrapers. Nearby, a youth whispered to his peers, questioning the prowess of animal-type superhumans. While they were indeed superhumans, they were often regarded as the weakest among their kind. This perception stemmed from a significant drawback. Animal-type superhumans were prone to violence and emotional instability. Although some could maintain control, they were exceedingly rare. The murmurs reached Suyu's ears, and his interest in the animal type waned. Are these individuals not born to be criminals? Can they truly awaken? He pondered. To awaken on the first day, only to be arrested for losing control the next. What a tragic fate. Wang Yuanhui soon descended, and the crowd parted for him as he approached Wang Shiweqing. Shiweqing, I succeeded, he exclaimed, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Spotting Suyu in the distance, his expression darkened. Suyu, I didn't expect you to dare show up. His emotions flared due to his recent awakening as an animal-type superhuman. Suyu retorted without hesitation. Why would I come? Is this your family's domain? Just because you've awakened as a superhuman doesn't mean you can act as you please. I'll go wherever I want. Who are you to stop me? You. Wang Yuanhui's claws, which had retracted, now extended ominously, his eyes burning with rage as if he wished to tear Suyu apart. Suyu felt a twinge of apprehension at the sight of those sharp claws, but remained skeptical of Wang Yuanhui's willingness to resort to violence in such a public setting. The surrounding spectators, witnessing the transformation of his claws, began to retreat, sensing the signs of emotional turmoil. The animal type was indeed fearsome. Next, Wang Xueqing. A calm voice broke through the tension. To ordinary ears, this voice might hold little significance, but it brought clarity to Wang Yuanhui, causing his claws to retract once more. He huffed in frustration, understanding the need for restraint in this location. In another context, he might have acted differently, but here he knew better. Su Yu sighed in relief, realizing he had been correct in his assumption. In the energy tower, even if Wang Yuanhui had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to stir trouble. Chapter 4. Nature System, Thunder. Next up was Wang Xueqing. With an intermediate serum in hand, she entered the chamber, her heart racing just like the previous awakeners. Moments latte. The console proclaimed, awakening successful. Nature System, Earth. As she emerged, her face radiated joy. Her efforts had not been in vain, and the outcome was immensely satisfying. Wang Xueqing descended, and the surrounding crowd gazed upon her with envy. The natural abilities seemed far more admirable compared to her previous animal traits. Xueqing, you have truly succeeded, Wang Yuanhui exclaimed with a smile, making an attempt to embrace her. However, Wang Xueqing displayed a hint of disdain, deftly evading his arm. Wang Xueqing, what do you mean by that? Wang Yuanhui's anger began to simmer as he observed her reaction. It seemed that she had once been compliant to his every whim before her awakening, but now, as a superpowered individual, she regarded him with contempt. Wang Xueqing cast a scornful glance in his direction. I will repay you for the star coins I borrowed. There is no possibility for us. She had never harbored any affection for Wang Yuanhui. Her proximity to him had merely been a means to exploit his resources to procure intermediate potions for her awakening. Very well, you are indeed remarkable. Wang Yuanhui's fury ignited instantly. The realization that Wang Xueqing had never cared for him and had merely used him for her own gain struck like a thunderbolt. Why did she not voice this sentiment before her awakening? Now, to declare that there was no future between them felt like mockery. The blades within his arms extended once more, his muscles swelling with rage, his countenance dark and foreboding. Wang Xueqing remained unperturbed by his transformation. Now that she too was a superpowered being, she had no reason to fear Wang Yuanhui, who had only just awakened. She had no affection for him, having merely needed his star coins to facilitate her awakening. With her new powers, there was no longer a need to placate him, especially considering his animal abilities paled in comparison to her natural prowess. With her hands clasped before her chest, she spread them apart, conjuring a brownish conical structure aimed directly at Wang Yuanhui. The onlookers, including Su Yu, were left in stunned silence at their confrontation. My goodness, Wang Yuanhui is indeed a love-struck fool. In the end, he will be left with nothing, discarded once he has served her purpose. Are they truly about to fight here? This is the Energy Building, the most renowned location in Star City. I have never heard of anyone daring to engage in combat here. The staff controlling the console interjected. It would be wise for both of you to retract your abilities. The consequences of disrupting the awakening order will be yours to bear. Upon hearing the staff's warning, both Wang Yuanhui and Wang Xueqing hastily withdrew their powers, glaring at one another. The repercussions of a clash in this place would undoubtedly be severe, and they were not inclined to discover just how severe. Next, Su Yu. The audience watching the spectacle was taken aback, for it was now his turn. Despite having arrived late, complying with the summons, he took the potion and stepped into the energy chamber. Observers noted his ordinary potion with skepticism, anticipating failure. No way. This guy is bound to fail. I've been here for a month, and not a single person has awakened successfully with an ordinary potion. How bored must you be to watch for a whole month? Do you not understand that experimentation is the only true measure of probability? So you could not deny his envy of the abilities Wang Yuanhui and Wang Xueqing had displayed. Who would not wish for such powers? As his turn approached, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The chamber's doors sealed shut, enveloping him in a confined space. Please open the superpower potion and consume it. Close your eyes and focus. A countdown commenced, 10 minutes. In the darkness, a message appeared before him, prompting immediate action. He opened a vial of white liquid and drank it down, experiencing a sweet and sour sensation reminiscent of lemon juice from a past life. As the potion coursed through him, he closed his eyes and sat in meditation, attuning to his own essence. Almost immediately, a thick fog enveloped him. With time's passage, he sensed a peculiar energy coalescing in his dantian, rising to settle within his mind. This energy gradually formed into a small, ethereal purple star. The appearance of this star signified his successful awakening. The chamber door opened slowly. As Suyu's tightly shut eyes perceived the light, he stood and gradually opened them. Feeling the changes within, he mentally summoned the purple star, gathering a surge of thunderous energy into his palm. He had succeeded. The violent force of lightning surged through his hand, ready to unleash at his command. Awakening accomplished. The console displayed 4 prominent characters alongside the category of awakening. Emerging from the chamber, Suyu was enveloped in mist, radiant with newfound power. Lightning, goodness. The most ferocious element of the natural system. Unbelievable. Someone has awakened the lightning element. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How could this be? An ordinary potion leading to such an awakening? This is a joke. A 5% chance of awakening is one thing, but lightning? Have we lost all sense of fairness? The audience buzzed with envy, lamenting that they were not the ones to have awakened the lightning ability. Wang Yuanhui, still seething over Wang Xueqing's dismissal, was momentarily stunned by the console's announcement of Su Yu's success and the revelation that he had awakened the strongest natural element. Could it be that he is truly favored by fate? An ordinary potion resulting in the awakening of the most formidable lightning ability was a combination too powerful to comprehend. Wang Xueqing, equally dumbfounded, had not anticipated Su Yu's success, let alone his awakening of the rare lightning element. Having invested heavily in an intermediate potion to awaken her earth abilities, the disparity weighed heavily on her. As Su Yu reveled in the crackling energy dancing in his hands, he felt elated. From this moment on, I am the god of thunder. The staff member at the console smiled and congratulated him. Congratulations on becoming a superpowered individual. With a beaming smile, Su Yu exited the energy chamber to join the crowd below. The onlookers gazed at the lightning in his hands with envy. As he walked, he showcased his newfound powers, the electricity crackling audibly. Approaching Wang Yuanhui, he triumphantly displayed his lightning. Wang Yuanhui, come take a look at what I possess. I too am a superpowered being now. Wang Yuanhui glanced over, snorting disdainfully, his face darkening as he made his way toward the teleportation portal, eager to leave this place behind. Wang Xueqing noticed Su Yu approaching, so she took the initiative to draw closer to him, eager to enhance their relationship. After all, she was also an extraordinary individual, and fostering a friendship with someone wielding lightning abilities undoubtedly promised numerous advantages. Currently, she was entangled with Wang Yuanhui, perhaps with Su Yu's assistance. She could divert Wang Yuanhui's attention onto him. However, as Wang Xueqing sought to get close, Su Yu deftly sidestepped her advance. He had no desire to associate himself with a woman willing to barter her body for Wang Yuanhui's riches. The complications surrounding Wang Xueqing and Wang Yuanhui were matters he preferred to remain uninvolved in. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Wang Yuanhui, who was consumed with rage. Having already made a fool of himself that day, influenced by his animalistic emotions, he vowed to eliminate both of his former classmates who had humiliated him. Chapter 5. Dual Systems Under the Guidance of a Waiter. So you learned that extraordinary individuals were categorized into 3 primary types: animal, nature, and darkness. Each category's abilities were ranked by strength as follows: S, rare, and offensive; B, supportive and speed-oriented; C, controlling and defensive. Levels were classified as initial, intermediate, and advanced, with each level requiring the accumulation of 7 stars for ascension. It is noteworthy that while initial and intermediate levels could compensate for differences in star ratings, they could not bridge gaps in class. Su Yu had awakened to the lightning aspect of the nature category, boasting an S-level ability, currently at initial stage with 0 stars. The rarity of lightning powers within the nature category contributed to its remarkably low awakening probability. Moreover, he had awakened his lightning abilities using a standard potion, rendering him an exceptionally fortunate individual. The audience's gaze, filled with envy upon witnessing his rare awakening, was palpable. With the admiration of the crowd, Su Yu departed from that area. Guided by the waiter, he explored other sections, gathering further information about extraordinary individuals. He discovered that extraordinary weapons and stones capable of enhancing one's stellar energy commenced at prices ranging from thousands to tens of thousands of star coins. The meager coins in his pocket were insufficient even to purchase a basic extraordinary stone. Realizing there was little left to captivate him at the energy tower. He prepared to leave. Having just awakened as an extraordinary individual, he was not yet adept in wielding his abilities and needed to return home for solidification of his skills. It was imperative for him to maintain a low profile. However, upon exiting the energy tower, news of his awakening as a lightning extraordinary had already spread, rendering his efforts to remain inconspicuous futile. In a rental apartment located in the outskirts of Star City, a simple one-bedroom with a bathroom awaited him. Eager to delve into the purple star residing within his mind, Suyu wasted no time. As he focused his thoughts, the purple star flickered gently, and a tingling sensation coursed through his palm. Aiming at the wall before him, he exerted force, unleashing a torrent of thunderous energy that surged forth like a speeding bullet. Crack! The sound of thunder resonated as the wall's surface darkened slightly from the impact, while a crackling sound emanated from the center where the thunder energy resided. The exhilaration was overwhelming. With a casual flick of his hand, he noticed that the distant wall bore the charred marks of his thunderous strike. He was astounded by the sheer power of the lightning energy. This was merely a casual release. The thought of concentrating all his remaining thunder energy into a single, instantaneous burst was beyond imagination. Soon, the wall before him was marked with multiple charred circles, remnants of his thunder energy. After several attempts, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and he found himself gasping for breath. Indeed, the thunder energy could not be unleashed indefinitely. When he attempted to gather the lightning once more, he could only muster a minuscule bolt. The power of this tiny bolt was akin to a mere firecracker, impressive in appearance, but lacking in utility. At this point, the once ethereal purple star in his mind had dimmed considerably. It had completely waned, leaving nothing behind. Suyu gazed at his hands, unable to summon even a trace of lightning energy. Currently, he could manage perhaps a dozen releases at most. Thus, he decided to conclude his practice. Further exertion would yield little benefit. Feeling a bit parched from his efforts, he drank a cup of water he had prepared on the table and lay down on his bed, ready for a refreshing sleep. Time passed, and suddenly, a searing pain tore through Suyu's head as he slept. He jolted awake, springing from his bed, hands clutching his head as he buried himself beneath the covers, emitting cries of anguish. It felt as if a powerful force was tearing his mind apart, the intensity of the pain rendering him unconscious. After an indeterminate period, the agony gradually subsided, and Suyu slowly opened his eyes, exhausted. He propped himself up with his hands, scanning his surroundings to find that nothing had changed. The wall bore the marks of his earlier thunderstrikes. Approaching the table, he caught a glimpse of his disheveled reflection in the mirror. His short brown hair was tousled, his eye sockets reddened, and he appeared utterly drained. The situation was truly incomprehensible. He touched his head, recalling what he had done before the pain struck. After exhausting his stellar energy, he had drunk some water and gone to sleep. Wait, stellar energy. He hastily closed his eyes, eager to sense whether the star still lingered within him. He harbored serious doubts that the earlier headache stemmed from overexertion of his stellar energy. To his relief, the purple star remained, granting him a sigh of relief. He feared losing his abilities, for without the thunder energy, he could no longer be deemed an extraordinary individual. Wait, what was this? How could there be two? Indeed, within his mind, there now resided two stars, quietly floating, one purple and one white, the latter appearing more ethereal than the former. He quickly focused his mental energy on the white star. Upon reopening his eyes, he found everything around him appeared sharper. Even objects behind him became perceptible. He felt an uncanny ability to levitate them without physical contact. Lift. He fixated on the mirror before him, mentally commanding it. Miraculously, the mirror began to levitate. What is this ability? Telekinesis? The mirror seemed to float toward him as if gripped by invisible hands. Suyu was elated. He adored this newfound ability, completely forgetting the previous headache. With two stars now at his disposal, it implied he possessed dual systems. The first, the purple star, represented the lightning system, while the second, the white star, though still uncertain in classification, could manipulate objects from a distance, tentatively identifying it as a spatial system. Through repeated testing, he found that this spatial star could control objects within a range of approximately 10 meters. Therefore, he could manipulate any item within that vicinity. However, exerting control over objects consumed stellar energy, while mere observation did not. The power he could wield matched his own physical strength. if he could not lift an object, he could not manipulate it either. The frequency of control was akin to that of the previous starry celestial bodies. After a mere dozen attempts, the power of the stars began to wane. Through rigorous training, he had begun to grasp the capabilities of these two celestial bodies. But soon the stellar energy was nearly depleted. As dusk descended, the following dawn found Suyu rising early, hastily completing his morning ablutions before venturing out towards the bustling urban center of Star City. The area was thriving, with the throngs of people and vehicles rivaling those of the grand metropolises of his past life. It was not long before Suyu stumbled upon a notice board, where a particular message caught his eye. It announced the urgent need for fire and lightning-type superpowered individuals to transport special materials to Qinghai City, with the salary to be discussed at the Peace Bank in Star City. After awakening the previous day, he learned that to elevate his celestial rank, he could either meditate diligently or consume superpowered stones. Given that he was endowed with two elemental types, the prospect of meditative training seemed like a far-off dream. Thus, he found himself in dire need of star coins to procure superpowered stones to enhance his abilities, necessitating the search for employment. While he possessed extraordinary powers, he could not resort to theft or robbery. The thought of becoming a fugitive was far from appealing. Superpowered individuals were bound by regulations. Otherwise, how could they coexist with ordinary citizens? As long as one adhered to the rules, safety was assured. Chapter 6. The Superpowered Association. Suyu swiftly navigated to the Peace Bank, guided by the directions. Outside the bank, a few black armored vehicles were stationed, and several individuals were engaged in conversation beside them. Observing this, Suyu approached and inquired, "Excuse me, is there an opening for superpowered individuals here?" One of the men, a burly figure clad in a black trench coat with rugged features and a cigarette dangling from his lips, introduced himself as Zhao Kai. He recalled the escort mission announced by the association 2 days prior and was surprised that someone had already arrived. "Indeed. What is your name and what type of superpower do you possess?" "Suyu, lightning-type, superpowered individual." "What? Your name is Suyu?" "Zo, ki edlimet." Nearly dropping his cigarette in astonishment, the two individuals beside him cast surprised glances at Suyu. His name had echoed within the association just the day before, not due to his prowess, but because he had awakened as a rare lightning-type, superpowered individual at the energy tower. "Yes, what's the matter?" Suyu asked, puzzled by their reaction as if they were meeting him for the first time. "You're quite renowned now." "Renowned?" "Indeed. The escort mission announced yesterday sought a fire-type individual. But unexpectedly, the most talked-about lightning type has come to us instead." Zhao Kai extinguished his cigarette and continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Kai, the captain of Team 7 of the Superpowered Association. Would you be interested in joining us?" The Superpowered Association, as Suyu recalled, played a role akin to that of law enforcement within the realm of superpowered individuals, maintaining the safety of the city. Joining our association grants you an 80% discount on purchases at the energy tower, along with a decent monthly remuneration. Of course, you will also be required to fulfill tasks assigned by the association each month. Zhao Kai elaborated on the benefits and responsibilities of joining the Superpowered Association. Suyu gestured toward the black armored vehicles nearby. "Tasks, such as escort missions?" "Indeed," Zhao Kai nodded. "So what do you think?" "It sounds appealing. I am willing to join." After weighing his options, Suyu concluded that joining the Superpowered Association was indeed advantageous. It would provide him with structure, preventing him from aimlessly wandering around Star City like a headless chicken in search of ways to earn star coins. Furthermore, the prospect of a decent monthly salary combined with discounts at the energy tower made it a favorable arrangement. "Excellent. Zo, Kibamed. Let me introduce you to the members of Team 7. This is Bai Xia, a wood-type superpowered individual, and the other is Wang Daba, a soil-type superpowered individual. I'm a fire-type. There was another member absent today, whom he would introduce when the next mission arose." Suyu nodded, taking a moment to assess the two. Bai Xia had short black hair, a slender build, and was dressed in a black suit, complete with glasses, exuding an air of refined elegance. In contrast, Wang Daba was somewhat portly, with a round face, clad in brown work attire, and sporting a black headband. As Suyu scrutinized them, they in turn regarded him with curiosity. Bai Xia remained composed, displaying little excitement, while Wang Daba's gaze was intense, almost fervent. The trio exchanged awkward smiles before diverting their attention. "Cool, me. I will take you to the association to sign the membership agreement. Before Su Yu could react, Zhao Kai ushered him towards the black armored vehicle. You too. Organize your gear and head back to rest. Return tomorrow, Zhao Kai instructed as he closed the vehicle door with a resounding thud and accelerated towards the superpowered association. Su Yu is quite handsome. Your position as the most attractive in the team is in jeopardy, Wang Daba teased, nudging Bai Xia, who was deep in thought. How dull? Bai Xia replied nonchalantly, turning to tidy his equipment. Hey, wait for me. As they sped toward the superpowered association, the black armored vehicle raced along the road. Su Yu clung tightly to the handrail inside, fearful of being thrown from the vehicle. Don't be nervous. We will arrive shortly, Zhao Kai reassured him. Noticing Su Yu's grip on the handrail since they boarded, he slightly reduced the speed of the vehicle. Even as the pace slowed, Su Yu continued to hold on firmly. Zhao Kai skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the Superpowered Association building. The structure itself was modest in height, consisting of only 2 stories, and lacked the grandeur of the energy tower. A few black armored vehicles were parked outside, and the entrance was flanked by a ring of greenery, giving it a simple yet unassuming appearance. Su Yu disembarked and followed Zhao Kai inside. The architectural style of the Superpowered Association leaned towards the classical, with a grand chandelier hanging in the center of the first floor. A large counter stood before them, stocked with various beverages, while twin spiral staircases led to the upper level on either side. 2 colossal screens adorned the walls, one displaying a myriad of tasks, while the other showcased portraits of various individuals, each accompanied by a notation of star coins. At the counter, a woman dressed in a flowing white gown polished a wine glass, while a gramophone played classical music in the background. Zhao Kai led Su Yu to the counter, and upon seeing the woman up close, Su Yu was utterly captivated by her beauty. She was stunning with long, lustrous black hair elegantly pinned up and secured with a pristine white hairpin, appearing to be in her late 20s. Her features were strikingly refined, exuding an air of noble elegance, and her white dress accentuated her graceful neck and alluring curves. Have you had your fill of staring, little brother? Li Huahua set down the glass and smiled at Su Yu. Snapped back to reality, Su Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Her beauty was indeed striking, and given his youthful exuberance, it was only natural to be entranced. Ahem, the new member needs to fill out a membership agreement, Zhao Kai interjected. Noticing that Su Yu was momentarily mesmerized by Li Huahua, it was not surprising to her. After all, every newcomer who had previously joined the association had their heart stolen by her. When he first encountered her, he too had been captivated by her beauty, but upon learning of her formidable abilities, he could only harbor admiration. What is the newcomer's name? Li Huahua's voice was gentle and melodious, akin to the chime of wind bells. Su Yu, Zhao Kai replied, and Li Huahua, somewhat taken aback, remarked, Su Yu, the one who awakened the lightning element yesterday? Zhao Kai nodded, while Su Yu remained silent. You've managed to secure a good deal. Had the other teams discovered him earlier, he would have been snatched away. As she spoke, Li Huahua retrieved a membership agreement for the Supernatural Association from beneath the counter. She handed the document to Zhao Kai, who then flipped to the last page and gestured for Su Yu to place his handprint. Following the instructions, Su Yu pressed his hand onto the designated spot. Congratulations. You are now a member of the Supernatural Association. Li Huahua presented him with a small booklet, saying, This is the handbook for the Supernatural Association. Make sure to study it diligently. Su Yu accepted the booklet and departed alongside Zhao Kai. Chapter 7. Escort Mission at the Xingqing Peace Bank. Su Yu arrived early to check in, as this was his inaugural mission. Perhaps due to his early arrival, he only encountered Zhao Kai and Wang Dabo. Bai Xiao, who had been with them the previous day, was conspicuously absent. Zhao Kai, while organizing his equipment, noticed Su Yu sporting 2 pronounced dark circles under his eyes and curiously inquired, You seem to have had a rough night, didn't you? Su Yu rubbed his eyes and replied, I was studying late into the night. After practicing his skills, he had idly perused the association's handbook, initially intending to skim through it. However, he soon found himself engrossed in the numerous regulations imposed on supernatural beings, compelling him to take it seriously. Studying, is it? Wang Dabo interjected, wearing a knowing expression. The association's handbook, Su Yu replied with a look of exasperation. Upon hearing the mention of the handbook, Wang Dabo became serious. You must study it well. The contents are quite significant. I remember being penalized for violating one of its stipulations. Here, This is your equipment, Zhao Kai said, rummaging through an equipment box to retrieve 2 items for Suyu, a black smartwatch and a pair of black handcuffs with accompanying keys. What are these? Suyu Wayith. Zhao Kai explained the functions of each piece of equipment. Every member of the Supernatural Association receives this smartwatch. It allows for communication and connects to 2 displays within the association headquarters. It also functions as a debit card. Your future remuneration will be deposited onto it. He continued, these handcuffs are crafted from a special type of supernatural stone. They can restrict a supernatural being's abilities. Suyu's eyes brightened. This was indeed a remarkable item. Wasn't this watch akin to a smartphone from his past life? With this device, he could make calls, make payments, and accept missions seamlessly. After donning the watch on his wrist, he pondered the purpose of the handcuffs. Upon hearing Zhao Kai's description of their ability to limit supernatural powers, he decided to conduct a test. He cuffed one hand and was astonished to find the connection to the 2 stars in his mind had become somewhat hazy. If both hands were restrained, would he not completely lose his connection to the stars in his mind? The realization shocked him. He then cuffed his other hand, only to discover he could no longer sense the stars at all. If he couldn't sense the stars, how could he wield his powers? In a panic, he used the key to free himself from the cuffs, muttering to himself, these are not to be worn. For a supernatural being, lacking ability was profoundly unsettling. The 2 onlookers burst into laughter at the sight of Suyu handcuffed. They reminisced about their own curiosity when they first joined the Supernatural Association. Zhao Kai turned to Wang Dabo and asked, haven't Bai Xiao and Su Lin arrived yet? Wang Dabo glanced at the time and replied, they should be here soon. No sooner had he spoken than a black armored vehicle appeared at the bank entrance. They're here, Wang Dabo remarked, recognizing the vehicle as a sign of their arrival. The door swung open, revealing a woman with twin ponytails, wearing a black tennis cap and sunglasses. She was dressed in a white crop top that showcased her toned midriff, paired with black shorts that revealed her long, fair legs, exuding youthful vitality, complemented by white sneakers. Bai Xiao followed closely behind in a black suit. Upon seeing them, Zhao Kai, with a serious expression, admonished Su Lin, Bai Xiao, you're late. Su Lin removed her sunglasses, feigning innocence as she replied, I know, boss. It won't happen again. Bai Xiao rolled her eyes, accustomed to this routine of tardiness. The 2 approached the group, and Zhao Kai gestured toward Su Lin, introducing her. I didn't introduce you yesterday. This is Su Lin, a water element supernatural being. Su Lin, with curiosity, remarked, and this is the new lightning element supernatural being, I presume? Having been briefed on Su Yu's integration into their team during the journey, she continued, little brother from now on call me Sister Lin. And don't be like those rough fellows. She circled around Su Yu, assessing him closely. You're rather handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Su Yu awkwardly smiled. Up close. Su Lin possessed a beautifully delicate oval face, bright, sparkling eyes. She embodied the allure of a lowly with the poise of a mature woman. Su Lin, enough of that. Zhao Kai interjected, his tone firm. He needed to rein her in before things escalated. Although she was the only female in the team and often indulged, Su Yu had just joined, and he did not want to frighten him away. Oh, Su Lin replied, immediately adopting a more serious demeanor upon Zhao Kai's intervention. With everyone gathered, Zhao Kai commenced the briefing for the mission. Let us discuss today's task. We are to escort supplies from the Peace Bank to the Peace Bank branch in Qinghai City, a journey expected to take 2 days. As for the nature of the supplies, I am unable to disclose that. Our duty is solely to ensure security along the way. Is that clear? Understood, came a collective response. As the convoy progressed along the route from Xingqing to Qinghai City, a vehicle moved slowly ahead. Suyu, since this is your first mission, try to relax, Zhao Kai suggested, observing through the rearview mirror that Suyu sat rigidly. I understand, Suyu thought, but he found it difficult to relax. Especially with Su Lin, who possessed strikingly long, fair legs, seated beside him. In his past life, he had never experienced such a situation. Those alluring legs were enough to daze anyone. Before departure, the team arranged for 2 armored vehicles, one leading and one trailing, with several supply vehicles in between. As it was Su Yu's first mission, he was assigned to travel with Zhao Kai in the front vehicle, while the others took the second vehicle. Unexpectedly, Su Lin squeezed her way into their vehicle, asserting, "Don't worry, Captain. I'm here." She subtly edged closer to Su Yu. Zhao Kai rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "It is precisely because of your presence that one cannot feel at ease." He was somewhat curious about what had gotten into Su Lin today, as she never usually shared a vehicle with him. Yet today, she insisted on riding in the same armed vehicle. As the captain, he found it utterly perplexing. With a resigned shake of his head, he chose to ignore the matter behind him and focused intently on driving. Chapter 8, Blackwater Valley. Su Lin in Guit? Is my sister beautiful? Su Yu, somewhat dazed, nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is beautiful. How beautiful is she? Stunning enough to captivate nations. Such sweet words from my little brother. How old are you this year? 18. Such a long age. No, dear brother, I'm going to say my legs are quite long. Aren't they? Su Lin slightly raised her long, fair legs, gently tracing her right index finger from top to bottom. Would you like to touch them? Su Lin leaned in, her face dangerously alluring as she asked. Su Yu, seated in the back of the vehicle, had initially enjoyed ample space, but now found himself unable to turn his head. Su Lin had persistently pushed him into a corner, and the moment he turned, he was met with her enchanting visage. At this moment, Su Yu felt a rush of blood to his head. Unable to withstand the temptation, he inexplicably turned and replied, I want to. Such beautiful thoughts. Su Lin teased, swiftly retreating to her seat, a smile dancing on her lips as she observed Su Yu, whose face was now flushed crimson. Realizing he had just been teased, Su Yu felt a surge of indignation. As a man, he could not remain so passive. He inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with a fragrant aroma. Then, he turned to Su Lin and whispered, How delightful! Your scent is truly unique, Linjia. Su Lin, who had been smiling at him, momentarily froze at his words, her cheeks flushing as she silently chastised, You little rascal, daring to provoke your elder sister with such audacity. No one in the team had ever dared to tease her. Bai Xiao and Wang Daba were utterly subdued by her whims. Today, however, she had indeed encountered a worthy opponent. Su Yu, reveling in her bashful demeanor, felt a sense of triumph. She had provoked him, and now she must face the consequences. Su Lin shot him a fierce glare, to which Su Yu responded with an unrepentant roll of his eyes. Through their interaction, he discerned that Su Lin was merely a paper tiger. When it came to real confrontation, she was far less formidable. Zhao Kai, who was driving, cleared his throat and said, Cough, we're almost at Blackwater Valley. Stay alert. Su Yu and Su Lin's earlier exchange had gone unnoticed by him due to the seating arrangement. He had only observed Su Lin's flushed face as she returned to her seat. Having spent considerable time in the same team with her, he had never witnessed her display such a demeanor. He felt compelled to understand Su Yu better. Upon hearing they were nearing Blackwater Valley, Su Lin immediately adopted a serious demeanor, preparing for the impending challenges and ceasing her playful banter. Blackwater Valley? Su Yu recalled from memory that it was a crucial passageway between Star City and Qinghai City. The valley was vast. If the journey between the two cities typically took 2 days, traversing Blackwater Valley would reduce it to 1 day. The valley was strewn with ruins, chaotic and fraught with danger. This was precisely why the Peace Bank had sought out superpowered individuals for protection. Understanding the peril that Blackwater Valley posed, Su Yu likewise steeled himself, quietly unleashing his spatial abilities. His eyes sharpened, rendering the surroundings crystal clear. He could perceive every object within a 10-meter radius, all within his control. As long as he refrained from manipulating the objects with his spatial powers, he would not deplete his star energy, which was also a facet of spatial abilities. Meanwhile, in the last armed vehicle of the convoy, Wang Daba was at the wheel, steering with concentration. What do you think of this newcomer? His strength is uncertain, but being lightning type is sufficient, Bai Xiao replied calmly. He then added, Focus on driving and refrain from idle chatter. We are approaching the valley, so be cautious. Wang Daba fell silent, his gaze fixed ahead as he began to drive with utmost seriousness, well aware of the treacherous nature of Blackwater Valley. In the Blackwater Valley, atop a crumbling cliff, several burly men were engaged in hushed conspiracies. The leader, named Li Biao, was a towering figure with a menacing scar across his face, adorned with a scruffy beard, while the others bore various scars as well. They were the bandits of the Blackwater Valley, who, emboldened by their awakening of superpowers, flouted the order established by the superpowered individuals, robbing and terrorizing ordinary folk. Boss, today the Black Alliance informed us that a supply vehicle will pass through the valley. Should we seize it? A supply vehicle? Li Biao's eyes brightened at the prospect. Is this information reliable? We haven't had meat in days. If provisions are being delivered to our doorstep, I must confirm it. Yes, the Black Alliance also mentioned that there will be members of the Superpowered Association escorting it. So we should be cautious, one of the subordinates reported. The Superpowered Association? That complicates matters, Li Biao mused, stroking his rugged beard. The presence of Superpowered Association members indicated that the supplies would be valuable, yet it also meant that seizing them would be significantly more challenging. Members of the Superpowered Association were superpowered individuals themselves, making it difficult to predict the outcome of any confrontation. If the escort had been an ordinary security team, they could have effortlessly taken the supplies. However, the involvement of superpowered individuals required careful consideration. Winning the fight might secure the goods, but if they lost and were captured, the consequences would be dire. Boss, the brothers have been suffering too much lately. How can we let this opportunity slip away? So what if they are superpowered? We are superpowered too, and it's uncertain who would emerge victorious in a fight. Several of his subordinates urged him on. Exactly, boss. Lately, when we go out looking for fun, we've been scraping the bottom of the barrel, another added. Let us do it. Encouraged by his subordinates, Li Biao ultimately decided to seize the supplies. After all, having spent months lurking in this desolate valley, encountering a merchant convoy was a stroke of fortune. In the past, merchant convoys had been more frequent, but perhaps due to their rampant robberies, the traffic had dwindled. The subsequent merchant convoys involved superpowered individuals, leaving them starving for half a year. Once, due to sheer desperation, they attempted to rob a convoy escorted by superpowered individuals, only to be defeated and humiliated. Since then, they had been wary of any convoy with superpowered escorts. Hearing that their boss was willing to take action, his subordinates were filled with excitement, envisioning a future of indulgence and revelry. Let me make this clear. When dealing with superpowered individuals, do not kill them. Just incapacitate them or render them immobile. We must in their lives. Our goal is the supplies, and I have no desire to end up on the Superpowered Association S-Wanted list. Do I make myself clear? Li Biao cautioned his subordinates. Those who found themselves on the Superpowered Association's wanted list often met grim fates. Understood. His subordinates nodded in agreement. Go prepare. Tell He Xiong to gather some large stones. None of those small pebbles like last time. Have him use his powers to lift some big ones. We will be in the shadows while they are in the light. Let us set an ambush and aim for a single, successful strike. Yes. Chapter 9. The Ambush. The convoy soon entered the Blackwater Valley. The vast and desolate expanse of the valley instilled a sense of lurking peril at every turn. Seated within the vehicle, Suyu quietly unleashed his spatial insight ability. The ground of Blackwater Valley was strewn with numerous stones of varying sizes, and the rugged terrain vividly manifested in his mind's eye. Beside him, Su Lin, noticing Suyu with his eyes closed in tranquil contemplation, felt a twinge of curiosity. Did he not wish to behold the valley's visage? Unbeknownst to her, Suyu had already mastered the topography of the surrounding 10 meters. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his gaze suffused with a crimson hue, and shouted to the driver, Zhao Kai, quick dodge. A boulder is falling. Zhao Kai's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Without waiting to ascertain the veracity of Suyu's warning, he instinctively swerved the steering wheel. The vehicle veered sharply to the right and came to an abrupt halt. Just as they stopped, Zhao Kai's watch emitted the simultaneous voices of Bai Xiao and Wang Daba. Captain, quick move. A boulder is falling. As their words echoed, a resounding crash reverberated as a massive rock struck the very spot they had just vacated. Zhao Kai, still shaken, realized that had it not been for Suyu's timely warning, he might have reacted too late to avoid the boulder. Though the armored vehicle might have mitigated severe injuries, light wounds would have been unavoidable. The deafening noise jolted everyone awake. This is bad. We are ambushed, Zhao Kai shouted, sensing the precariousness of their situation, and hurriedly exited the vehicle. The security personnel in the vehicle behind them, startled by the boulder, swiftly armed themselves and disembarked in a defensive stance. Hey lady, could you please move? The weapon is pressing against me. Suyu, caught off guard by the vehicle's sudden turn, found himself unceremoniously wedged against the door by Su Lin. Who are you calling lady? I'm only a few years older than you. Su Lin's face flushed, and she quickly realized their position was rather undignified. Hastily rising to exit the vehicle. If such a hefty weapon isn't a lady, then what should I call it, a miss? Suyu muttered under his breath, then opened the door and promptly stood up to prepare for any impending confrontation. Once outside, Bai Xiao and Wang Daba, who had just arrived, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing everyone unharmed. Zhao Kai, seeing the two approach safely, immediately inquired, "Were the supplies unharmed?" Bai Xiao adjusted his glasses and replied, "All is well. The vehicles are intact and have not been attacked." "Wait a minute. Why was only our vehicle targeted? This doesn't add up," Zhao Kai said, perplexed. Logically, if they had been ambushed, all vehicles should have experienced the attack, yet only theirs have been singled out. "Let us remain vigilant and survey the surroundings before we proceed," Zhao Kai insisted, feeling that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The others nodded in agreement and began to scout the area. Meanwhile, above the valley, on a craggy ledge, a figure named Biao kicked one of his subordinates. "I told you to block their path. Look at the mess you created." Black Bear, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Boss, I aimed to throw in front of them. Who knew they were driving so fast that it would hit them?" Following his boss's orders, he had indeed cast the boulder forward, never anticipating it would strike true. Now Evie alerted them. "Hurry and instruct the others to block both their front and rear routes with boulders. We shall capture them like fish in a barrel." Li Biao commanded, realizing there was no turning back. "Don't let there be any more mistakes, understood?" Black Bear solemnly pledged, "Yes, boss. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." "Then hurry up and get going," Li Biao urged, and Black Bear scurried off. At that moment, Wang Daba, the geomancer, recognized it was time for him to take action. He crouched down, pressing his hands against the ground, activating his earth manipulation ability, and quickly discerned something unusual. He realized that aside from their group, there were others hidden on the cliffs above the valley. "This is bad." He snapped back to reality and promptly communicated his findings through his watch. Meanwhile, Suyu continued to release his spatial abilities, observing the surroundings without detecting anything amiss. Perhaps the current range of his spatial insight was insufficient for the vastness of the valley. Suddenly, a notification chimed from his watch, a message from Wang Daba. "There are ambushers on the cliff." "What?" The group immediately looked up in alarm as several boulders plummeted from the cliffside. "Quick!" They instinctively dove for cover. Boom! Boom! The boulders did not target them directly, but instead obstructed their paths ahead and behind. Soon after, a deluge of smoke grenades descended from above, enveloping the area in a thick shroud. Roar! The sound of a lion's roar echoed, accompanied by the thud of something hitting the ground. Before Su Yu and the others could react, they found themselves engulfed in smoke, their visibility drastically reduced. "Everyone, be cautious. We may be under attack by superpowered individuals," Zhao Kai quickly relayed through his watch. The sheer size of the boulders could not be moved by ordinary people. It was evident that only superpowered beings could accomplish such feats. Instantly, the group heightened their defenses, each exhibiting their unique abilities. Suyu swiftly connected with the two stars in his mind, employing his spatial abilities to scout for enemies while gathering violent lightning energy at the ready. Zhao Kai's hands ignited with fierce flames, showcasing his formidable fire abilities. Su Lin conjured several water spears behind her, surveying her surroundings and preparing to launch them at a moment's notice. Bai Xiao, a wood elemental, felt massive vines sprouting beneath him, lifting him into the air until he reached the top of the smoke cloud. Wang Daba, utilizing his earth manipulation skills, gathered intelligence from the terrain. Suddenly, he shouted, "Suyu, Su Lin, there are people ahead of you, and, Captain, to your left." He did not rely on his watch for communication, as the transmission was too slow. In this critical moment, verbal communication was essential. Upon hearing Wang Daba's warning, the group immediately unleashed their powers. Zhao Kai spun around, launching his flaming fist towards the left with great force, only to strike nothing but air. Furrowing his brow, he thought, "Wang Daba wouldn't deceive me. Clearly, the enemies must have evaded upon hearing his shout." On the opposite side, Su Lin's water spear also pierced the air, a waste of her stellar energy. However, Suyu remained calm, refraining from unleashing his lightning attack just yet. His spatial reconnaissance revealed no presence ahead, suggesting that the adversaries might be beyond his detection range. He opted for caution, as his stellar energy was a precious resource. Missing his target would be a costly misstep. His instinct proved correct when he heard the sound of Su Lin's water spear striking against the rock face not far away. Chapter 10. Fierce Battle. First, take care of that fatso and those without superpowers. Li Biao, having caught wind of Wang Dabo's warning, quickly recognized the portly figure's potential for reconnaissance and mobilized his subordinates to deal with him. As the boss, he asserted, and the surrounding minions echoed their agreement. Li Biao activated his animal-based supernatural ability and inhaled deeply, honing in on his target. As the leader, his foremost adversary among this group was undoubtedly Zhao Kai, the strongest of them all. Dabo, where are you? Zhao Kai inquired urgently upon realizing that the group's focus was on Dabo and the unpowered guards, eager to provide assistance. From the distance, Wang Dabo's voice resonated. Boss, I'm fine. I can handle it. Hearing this, Zhao Kai hastened towards the source of the voice. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, a shadow loomed before him, declaring, Where do you think you're going? It's better for you to stay put. The shadow gradually became clearer, revealing a burly man with a scar across his face. His muscles were engorged, his fingers adorned with sharp claws, and fierce fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth, a spectral lion subtly manifesting behind him. This was Li Biao, wielding his animal ability. Zhao Kai's vigilance heightened. This individual was undoubtedly his equal in strength. The opponent's animal-based powers had evidently reached the intermediate stage, allowing for the projection of animal phantoms. Each supernatural ability is categorized into 3 levels: initial, intermediate, and advanced. The distinction between the initial and intermediate stages of animal abilities lies in the latter's capacity to summon animal apparitions, significantly enhancing one's strength, while the initial stage merely amplifies one's physical prowess. The same principle applies to nature-based abilities, with the initial stage representing a mere release of power, while the intermediate stage involves the application and augmentation of that power. Clearly, this scar giant was an intermediate-level animal-based superpower user, compelling Zhao Kai to treat him with utmost seriousness. Wang Dabo, facing his encirclement, managed a wry smile and said, Brothers, have you mistaken me for someone else? Mistaken you? You're the fattest one here, exuding an oily aroma. Who else could it be? Replied one of the assailants, a cheetah superpower user whose lean physique belied powerful leg muscles. Another companion interjected, Kai Bao, why waste words on him? The boss has given the order. Let's swiftly deal with him and provide support. Kai Bao, displaying impatience, waved dismissively. I know, and unsheathed his claws, lunging fiercely at Wang Dabo. Meanwhile, Suyu remained alert, having overheard the earlier command from the assailant's leader. Wang Dabo was in peril. He knew he had to support Dabo. If Dabo fell, they would be at a severe disadvantage. Yet before he could assist, he needed to resolve the immediate threat, as Dabo had previously warned him of an impending attack. However, the adversaries had yet to act, so he cautiously advanced towards Dabo's location. Suddenly, within his spatial awareness, Suyu detected a massive rock hurtling towards him. Not good. His expression shifted as he hastily dodged. Bang! The boulder struck the ground nearby. Not bad. Your reflexes are quite commendable. A short, dark-skinned but robust man emerged from the smoke. Suyu scrutinized him carefully. The ability to lift such a heavy stone and hurl it indicated immense strength. The imposing black bear boasted, Kid, if you're smart, hand over the supplies behind you, and I'll let you go. Supplies? Suyu was taken aback, realizing he had indeed approached the supply vehicle. Unflinchingly, he retorted, If you want the supplies, come and take them yourself. Their mission was to escort this batch of supplies. There was no way they would relinquish it so easily. Seeking death. The black bear's eyes turned crimson, nostrils flaring as his muscles swelled with power. Suyu immediately grew cautious. He recognized this transformation mirrored that of Wang Yuanhui when he first awakened his animal abilities. He knew the opponent had activated his animal powers, so he unleashed the accumulated power of lightning in his hands towards the black bear. The violent surge of lightning rapidly approached. Boom! It struck true. A plume of black smoke billowed from where the energy had hit. Suyu realized he had successfully landed a blow. However, he was stunned to witness the black bear withstand the lightning attack. Damn it, you're actually a lightning user. Fortunately, I awakened as an animal-type bear, otherwise, you might have actually harmed me. The black bear shook his arms, still tingling from the residual electricity. Suyu frowned slightly. The opponent's defense was formidable, otherwise, his strike would not have been so easily absorbed. TSK, 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 a lightning user. I'll be damned if I don't take your head to the Black Alliance. Brothers, our future feasts will be assured. The black bear's eyes gleamed greedily as he sized up Suyu, akin to gazing upon a mountain of gold. Initially, they had planned to loot the supplies, But now that they knew a lightning user was present, the supplies were no longer the priority. A hearty meal was a clear distinction. Capturing this individual S-head would guarantee plentiful sustenance. Suyu's expression turned serious upon hearing this. The adversary intended to kill him for a bounty. Here he comes. The black bear lunged greedily forward, his size rendering him somewhat slow and clumsy. Yet Suyu understood that once the bear closed the distance, he would be in grave danger. As an animal-type bear, the brute's strength was formidable. A strike from him would be perilous for Suyu's smaller frame. Chapter 11. Effortlessly Dominating. Seeing the charge, Suyu swiftly gathered energy in both hands, then spread them apart to conjure a spear of lightning before him. He aimed it at the black bear's head and hurled it forward. The lightning spear, a technique he had mastered through extensive practice at the initial stage, was approximately 1 meter long, composed entirely of crackling electricity. Its power was undoubtedly greater than his previous casual strike, though he was uncertain of its effect against the bear. The black bear, witnessing Suyu's renewed lightning assault, smirked slightly, thinking, a mere spar cannot deter me. Drawing upon his earlier experience of blocking an electric attack, he raised his muscular arms defensively, bracing himself for impact. How reckless! His pride as an animal-type bear fueled his confidence in his defense. However, as the lightning spear drew near, he realized something was amiss. This was not the same as before. The lightning had coalesced into a slender spear, radiating a terrifying power far surpassing its previous form. The black bear, sensing the peril, attempted to evade, but it was far too late. The electric spear struck with precision, piercing through his arm and embedding itself deep within his flesh. A scream of agony escaped the bear as the excruciating pain coursed through him, rendering the struck arm devoid of sensation. A tingling numbness spread from his arm throughout his entire body. Observing this, Suyu was filled with delight. The effectiveness of the electric spear was evident, a testament to his rigorous training. Indeed, he had underestimated the might of the lightning element. Its power was astonishingly overwhelming. The black bear gazed at his left arm, now punctured and pale, resembling a limb drained of blood, yet no crimson flowed forth. He extended his other hand in an attempt to remove the spear, but upon contact, a wave of tingling sensation surged through him, spreading throughout his body. Suyu, witnessing the bear's futile attempt to extract the electric spear, kindly warned him, "Do not waste your effort. It will not come out easily." The black bear, realizing the futility of his attempts, felt the prickling sensation each time he touched the spear, causing him considerable discomfort. He understood that when the energy was depleted, the spear would simply vanish. He had encountered nature element users before, and their abilities had a finite duration, dissipating into the air once their time was up. As the wielder, Suyu was acutely aware of this fact. Thus he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. With the bear incapacitated in one arm, he sought to defeat him rapidly. What if another spear were to be summoned? A sudden inspiration struck Suyu. If one was insufficient, then he would conjure another, as the star energy was ample enough for several more. The black bear's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing Suyu conjure yet another spear identical to the first. After experiencing the devastating impact of the initial spear, he could not afford to be struck again. He immediately attempted to evade, but as he lifted his legs, he felt a sudden clumsiness, an unexpected anomaly that left him in shock. The spear swiftly found its mark, embedding itself in his thigh. A howl of pain escaped the black bear once more. Did he think he could dodge? Evading was no longer an option. Suyu smirked coldly. At the moment the bear had attempted to dodge, he had employed his spatial abilities to briefly hinder the bear's legs, allowing the electric spear to strike true. Without that moment of spatial control, the bear might have indeed escaped. Something feels amiss. Could it be that this young man wields a psychic weapon? The black bear's face contorted in pain. His immediate thought was that Suyu possessed a psychic weapon. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to evade the strike. Psychic weapon? Suyu discerned the bear's confusion, realizing that he had mistaken his spatial abilities for a psychic weapon. Indeed, it is a psychic weapon, Suyu acknowledged candidly. Oomph. The black bear scoffed, his demeanor turning serious upon Suyu's admission. With both his left arm and right leg incapacitated, close combat was no longer viable. He had to devise a means to attack from a distance. Scanning his surroundings, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Suyu, bewildered by the bear's distracted demeanor, wondered if the shock had rendered him dazed. Regardless, he decided to pierce all of the bear's limbs with electric spears to ensure his immobility. However, just as he began to gather lightning in his hands, he halted abruptly. A fissure in the ground suddenly surged forth. Suyu swiftly dodged to the side, utilizing his spatial abilities to sense the impending danger and easily evade the attack. The black bear, realizing his surprise attack had missed, felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had leveraged his only functioning leg to stomp forcefully on the ground, aiming to catch Suyu off guard with the fissure. Yet he had not anticipated Suyu's effortless evasion. Attempting a sneak attack, do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Suyu swiftly conjured 2 electric spears, aiming them at the bear's remaining limbs. The black bear was taken aback. Had it not been a single spear at a time? Why the sudden increase to 2? Where was the fairness in that? The 2 spears shot towards him with a speed that seemed to tear through the air. The black bear, realizing his predicament, felt utterly helpless, as if the heavens had turned against him. Resigned, he could only watch as the spears pierced his limbs. It hurts. The pain is unbearable. At this moment, he could only move his mouth. Suyu approached the immobilized bear and delivered a resounding slap. Weren't you quite arrogant? Did you not wish to claim my head for a reward? Next time, be more cautious when you venture out. The bear's face was now bruised and battered. His glare at Suyu filled with venom. If looks could kill, Suyu would have perished 100 times over. The spears embedded in the bear's limbs began to dim, crackling with diminishing energy, as if signaling to Suyu that the power of the lightning was waning. Noticing this, Suyu promptly retrieved the weapon bestowed upon him by the captain. Yes, the psychic handcuffs. Now is the moment for this weapon to shine. What is this? The black bear, witnessing the diminishing lightning force in his limbs, felt a surge of hope for vengeance until he caught sight of the black handcuffs in Suyu's grasp. His realization struck him with dread. Were those not psychic handcuffs? If he were to be restrained, it would be the end. With a click, the handcuffs clamped around the black bear's hands. At that instant, the electric spear's power was entirely expended, dissipating into thin air. The once powerful and muscular black bear was instantly deflated, transforming into an average-sized individual. His limbs, once bulging with muscle, returned to a normal state. Quite the impressive handcuffs, Suyu remarked with satisfaction, clearly pleased with the situation. The black bear, now able to move his limbs, attempted to rise and resist. Though his hands were shackled, his legs remained free. If he could just manage to seize the key from Suyu, he believed he could easily subdue him. Based on his years of experience as a psychic, he knew that nature element users had a limited capacity for releasing their abilities, unlike animal element users who could unleash them without restriction. Suyu had already expended a significant amount of star energy. He was bound to be running low. All he needed was to unlock the handcuffs, and without star energy, Suyu would be as easy to crush as an ant. Oh, is it time to stretch after such a long period of inactivity? Suyu observed the black bear's attempt to resist and summoned a slender needle of lightning. Although the lightning needle is not particularly large, it suffices for its purpose. Do not be deceived by its slender form. It is forged from the very essence of thunder, making it a formidable weapon against an ordinary individual devoid of any superhuman abilities. The black bear, bound by the superhuman handcuffs, is now reduced to just such a mundane state. Upon seeing the delicate needle coalesce in Suyu's hand, the black bear's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly attempted to plead for mercy. Yet, it was too late. The needle had already penetrated his posterior. The power of thunder surged through him, causing his entire body to convulse as he curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Take heed in the future. Refrain from any furtive actions. Understood? Suyu laughed heartily, snapping his fingers, which caused the lightning needle to dissipate. Lead the way. Earlier, during the skirmish, Suyu had heard sounds of a struggle not far off, and he resolved to investigate. Yes. The black bear nodded weakly, his pallid visage reflecting the reality of his dampened trousers, a stark reminder of his current predicament. Within the mist-laden valley, a piercing sound erupted as a water spear struck the stone wall with precision. Little sister, spend a night with your elder brother, and I shall ensure your aim is true, a voice taunted. Ha! How dare you presume? Su Lin spat defiantly, her demeanor a stark departure from her usual demure self. She watched in frustration as her water spears once again struck the surrounding walls, her teeth grinding in vexation. The opponent's speed was simply too rapid. She had missed multiple attempts to land a hit. TSK, TSK, what a splendid physique and visage. A tall, slender man emerged gracefully from the smoke, sizing up Su Lin with an appraising gaze. Known by the alias Spirit Cat, he was a superhuman of the feline persuasion. His limbs were long, and his fingers were adorned with sharp, elongated claws. He licked his arm with a flick of his tongue, casting a mischievous glance toward Su Lin. The woman before him was the epitome of beauty and allure, and today he was determined to claim her and relish the experience. Su Lin felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she registered the lascivious gaze directed at her. The tension between them was palpable. Suddenly, the Spirit Cat lunged toward her at breakneck speed. Reacting swiftly, Su Lin launched several water spears from behind her. However, the opponent deftly dodged between them with ease. This is not good. Su Lin's complexion turned ashen as the sharp claws of her adversary came rushing at her. She instinctively leaned back to evade the lethal strike. But the claws were soon upon her again. In a moment of desperation, she conjured a water ball to counter the attack. With a resounding crash, they both staggered backward. Su Lin's palm marked with several distinct claw marks, while the Spirit Cat merely flicked his claws, appearing unperturbed. Su Lin furrowed her brow. The opponent's claws were alarmingly sharp, having penetrated her water ball to inflict real damage. This revelation compelled her to adopt a more serious demeanor. If the water spears are ineffective, then I must change my strategy. Wrapping her hands in water to mitigate the pain, she then pressed her palms together before pulling them apart, summoning a vast influx of water from her hands. With a decisive motion, she slammed her palms against the ground, causing the water to spread around her. Curiously, the water did not seep into the earth, but rather floated atop the surface. Seeing Su Lin activate her water-based superpower, the Spirit Cat charged once more. As a superhuman of the animal type, he thrived in close combat. Standing within her created water domain, Su Lin could distinctly sense his next moves. With the aid of this water realm, she was no longer on the back foot. Her speed matched that of her opponent. Each time she bent to evade, the water beneath her provided a propelling force, allowing her to deftly sidestep his attacks. The Spirit Cat, realizing his repeated assaults were futile and that Su Lin was capitalizing on his vulnerabilities, sensed something was amiss. This water domain was peculiar. He felt heavy-footed, stripped of his usual agility since entering it. Recognizing the oddity of the water domain, he resolved to retreat, no longer willing to squander his energy in a losing battle. As he swiftly withdrew, he cast a sly grin back at Su Lin. "Little sister, your water domain is quite impressive. I wonder how long it can endure?" He understood that within the confines of her domain, he had no hope of swiftly subduing her and would have to bide his time until its energy waned. Su Lin, relieved by his retreat, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as a natural-type superhuman, engaging in close combat with an animal type was exceedingly perilous. As a novice in the water category, her offensive capabilities were significantly lacking. In her memory, only by advancing her water abilities to an intermediate level would she gain substantial power. Currently, as a novice, she was hardly equipped for battle. She had developed this water domain skill precisely to avoid close-quarters combat, and to her surprise, it was proving effective. However, upon hearing the Spirit Cat's words, her brow knitted in concern. Utilizing this water domain had consumed a considerable portion of her stellar energy, and now that he recognized its peculiarities, he was opting not to engage her further. This posed quite a dilemma. Just as she was racking her brain for a solution, a familiar voice broke through the tension. "Ahem, I hope I'm not too late." Chapter 13, Spirit Cat. "Spirit Cat, save me." The black bear's tears flowed uncontrollably upon seeing his companion. His savior had finally arrived. He could at last escape the torment inflicted by this young man. "Is that you, Black Bear?" The Spirit Cat hesitated, eyeing the bruised and battered figure before him. "It is I, Black Bear. Please, save me, Spirit Cat." The slender man opposite Su Lin was known as the Spirit Cat, a feline superhuman. "Be quiet. I haven't finished catching up with Sister Lin yet. And here you are interrupting." Suyu delivered a sharp slap across the black bear's face. The bear, stung and silenced, dared not utter another sound, his eyes pleadingly fixed on the Spirit Cat. "Stop it." The Spirit Cat's anger flared upon witnessing his companion being struck. He shared a deep bond with Black Bear. They had previously divided the spoils of plundering merchant caravans and often sought out companionship together to alleviate the shortcomings of their animal powers. During this mission, they had separated, only for Black Bear to fall prey to this seemingly youthful upstart. Su Yu, seemingly unfazed, turned to Su Lin with a playful smile. "Sister Lin, did you miss me?" Su Lin, overjoyed at Su Yu's arrival, felt a surge of confidence. With his lightning abilities on her side, dealing with the spirit cat would be a breeze. "Stop your banter. Do you not see the enemy still stand before us?" Su Lin retorted, exasperated by Su Yu's frivolity in such a dire moment. "Release Black Bear at once, or I shall show you my claws." The spirit cat threatened, displaying his sharp talons. "And if I refuse?" Su Yu countered, summoning a lightning needle aimed at the Black Bear. "Please no." The Black Bear's terror was palpable as he beheld the lightning needle, akin to a specter from the underworld. He trembled at the thought of enduring another jolt of electricity. Just moments ago, he had suffered greatly for ignoring Su Yu's warnings, and now, the threat of the lightning needle loomed once again. "You are threatened by the spirit cat, yet it is I who bears the brunt of the injury, not him." The Black Bear trembles violently from the electric shocks coursing through its body, intermittently emitting sounds of pleading. "Thunder element?" The spirit cat furrowed its brow upon noticing the lightning spear in Su Yu's hand, realizing that the opponent was of the thunder element, which explained the Black Bear's capture. Rather than acting immediately, it paused to contemplate how best to rescue the Black Bear. However, as the bear quivered helplessly until it lost consciousness, he recognized the urgency of the situation. Rage surged within him, propelling him towards Su Yu with the intent to tear him apart. In the distance, Su Lin, witnessing this, hastily conjured a water spear to intercept his assault, thereby interrupting his momentum. "Be cautious, his speed is formidable." Su Lin shouted a warning. As Su Yu observed the rapid approach of his adversary, he promptly discarded the unconscious Black Bear and hastened to Su Lin's side. Noticing Su Yu's abandonment of the Black Bear, the spirit cat refrained from pursuing further, instead checking on the bear's condition. Upon discovering that he was merely unconscious and not gravely harmed, it breathed a sigh of relief. Su Lin rushed over, incredulous, and asked, "Why did you release him so easily?" She found it hard to believe that Su Yu would willingly hand over the Black Bear, knowing that once the adversary regained consciousness, it could lead to unnecessary complications. "Released? Hardly. Look at what he wears on his hands," Su Yu retorted, producing the key to the psychic handcuffs and spinning it on his finger. Realization dawned on Su Lin as she beheld the key in Su Yu's possession, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "You clever boy, well done." With the psychic handcuffs in place, even the mightiest abilities would be rendered useless, alleviating her concerns about potential trouble from the adversary's awakening. Just then, the spirit cat's ominous voice rang out. "Hand over the key." It glared at Su Yu, who was still fiddling with the key. Having checked the Black Bear's condition, it recognized the dire implications of the psychic handcuffs. Being restrained by them meant that the Black Bear could not lend any assistance in the impending battle. Attempting to use brute strength to free himself from the handcuffs proved futile, as their durability exceeded his expectations. "Hope your claws aren't damaged," Su Yu teased, eliciting laughter from Su Lin. He had witnessed the spirit cat futilely assaulting the handcuffs moments earlier, and now he relished in its frustration. "Oomph." The spirit cat scoffed, noticing the two reveling in its misfortune, and lunged at them with extended claws. Since the adversary was unwilling to relinquish the key willingly, the only recourse was to seize it by force. Su Yu and Su Lin swiftly summoned their stellar abilities, releasing their powers as the spirit cat charged towards them. Su Lin's water domain still persisted, allowing her to maintain its effect for a while longer. As she activated the water domain, Su Yu became aware of its peculiar properties. Upon entering, he had initially overlooked its distinctiveness, assuming it was merely a water skill from Su Lin's previous battle with the spirit cat. However, as she now channeled its power, he noticed a significant change. His legs felt remarkably light, and his speed had noticeably increased. "What kind of ability is this?" Su Yu inquired, intrigued by this newfound agility. Su Lin, noticing his confusion, replied, "There's no time for explanations. Just know that you will move faster within the water domain." Su Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It can be utilized in such a manner? He surveyed the expansive water domain, realizing it exceeded even the range of his spatial abilities. Upon returning, he would certainly seek Su Lin's guidance on mastering it. As the spirit cat drew near, he cast aside his contemplations and summoned a lightning spear, preparing to launch it. However, before he could release it, Su Lin interrupted, "It's futile. His speed is too great." you won't hit him. Su Lin's admonition stemmed from her awareness that while the spirit cat's speed would be diminished within the water domain, its reflexes remained unaffected. Otherwise, she would have already struck it with her water spear in their previous standoff. Then what should I do? This is my only tactic. Sujulementif. Scratching his head in frustration. You say this is your sole tactic? Su Lin exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Sujunadif. Having recently awakened his powers and developed the lightning spear as a means of energy release from his exploration of thunder abilities. His technique had proven effective against the black bear, though it had relied slightly on his spatial strength, which he was reluctant to disclose to Su Lin, as it was his trump card. Su Lin, recognizing his honesty, felt a mix of exasperation and understanding. How about we give it a try? Chapter 14, Cooperation. With the lightning spear fully formed, now is not the time to hesitate. Su Yu aimed at the advancing spirit cat, exerting all his strength to hurl the electrified spear forward. The spirit cat, noticing the spear hurtling towards it, smirked. Is that all you've got? If you hit me, I'll call you father. As the spear approached its shoulder, the spirit cat swiftly sidestepped, knowing that a slight adjustment in its shoulder's position would render the lightning spear off target. Yet, as it prepared to move, it suddenly felt an inexplicable force restraining its shoulder, preventing it from evading in time. How is this possible? The spirit cat realized something was amiss, but it was too late. Su Yu's heart soared as he saw his spear strike true. A smile creeping onto his lips as he mused. Was my lightning spear so easily dodged? In the instant of launching the spear, he had unleashed his spatial abilities, manipulating the spirit cat's shoulder to inhibit its movement, allowing the spear to hit its mark with precision. Is this really happening? Su Lin stood agape, witnessing the spectacle. She had tried numerous times before, but had never managed to land a hit. Could it be that thunder abilities were inherently swifter? She pondered this possibility, as she had no first-hand experience with the speed of the lightning spear. With a resounding thud, the lightning spear pierced the spirit cat's shoulder, unleashing a torrent of violent thunder energy that coursed through its body, rendering it utterly powerless. With a crash, the spirit cat fell to its knees. From a distance, Su Yu was momentarily taken aback by the spirit cat's intense reaction. Previously, when he had struck the black bear with the lightning spear, the response had been far less dramatic, merely incapacitating an arm. Now, witnessing the spirit cat's reaction, he grasped the true extent of his spear's devastating power. Su Lin, equally astonished, marveled, is this the might of the thunder element? Truly, it is the strongest among the natural elements. Her own water spear paled in comparison to the thunder spear's might. Observing the spirit cat on its knees, Su Yu urged Su Lin, Sister Lin, strike him quickly. My lightning spear's effect won't last long. The latest launch of the thunder spear diverges significantly from its predecessors. Although its power remains consistent, its duration is considerably diminished. Upon hearing Su Yu's warning, Su Lin hastily unleashed several water spears towards the spirit cat. Struck by the thunder spear, the spirit cat remained in a paralyzed state, utterly unable to evade the incoming projectiles, which all found their mark. With a resounding thud, the spirit cat was sent crashing against a distant wall before tumbling to the ground. At that moment, the energy of the thunder spear gradually dissipated, allowing the spirit cat to regain consciousness from its stupor. In truth, it had awakened the instant the water spear made contact. However, since it was already struck, it could do little but endure the ensuing damage. Fortunately, the water spears were not particularly potent, thus their impact on its physique was minimal, allowing it to continue the fight. Slowly, the spirit cat rose from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth, and rubbed its shoulder, which tingled uncomfortably. Such formidable lightning prowess, it mused, recalling the disorienting sensation following the thunder spear's impact, a memory that now filled it with trepidation. Having witnessed the power of the lightning element, it refrained from recklessly attacking again, instead adopting a vigilant stance as it observed Su Yu and Su Lin. Su Yu, astonished that the spirit cat had managed to stand unscathed, thought to himself, it didn't even lose consciousness? If I had unleashed several thunder spears on it, I would hardly believe it could rise so easily. Casting a peculiar glance at Su Lin, he seemed to convey, haven't you eaten? Can't you apply more force? Su Lin felt her cheeks flush under his scrutiny, retorting, that was my most powerful technique. She was incredulous, thinking, am I not a water element user? Where's the lethality in that? I'm still at the initial stage, only capable of these two techniques, Unless I reach the intermediate stage and learn water tornado, my damage output will hardly improve. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she added, it's a beast type, so its physical attributes are naturally enhanced, allowing it to withstand my water spears. The subtext was clear. She had truly exerted herself, yet the spirit cat's resilience was formidable. So you appeared speechless, wondering, how was I to know it was a beast type? Its claws are right there. Isn't that indicative of its nature? With renewed confidence, Su Lin declared, no worries. If we cooperate and launch several more attacks, I refuse to believe it can remain standing. Although her water spears lacked potency. As the saying goes, constant dripping wears away a stone. She was determined that with repeated strikes, the spirit cat would not continue to endure so effortlessly. Suyu, however, responded seriously. No, we can't. Why not? Su Lin shot back. A man should never declare impossibility. I'm out of energy, he replied, leaving her momentarily bewildered. What do you mean? You're out? She asked, struggling to comprehend his words. I mean my stellar energy is depleted, he clarified, realizing the gravity of their predicament. Su Lin understood that without the thunder spear to restrain the spirit cat, no amount of water spears would suffice to hit their target. Why are you so lacking in stamina? She thought, wishing she could kick Suyu aside. I don't want this either, but I genuinely have nothing left, he lamented, exasperated. As he spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, he had already expended a significant amount of energy dealing with the black bear, leaving him with little to spare. The thunder spear he had just launched was the last remnant of his power. Now, it was utterly impossible for him to conjure another lightning spear. He wanted to inquire why she had so much energy left. Su Lin rubbed her forehead, relieved that the situation was not utterly dire. She still possessed a fair amount of stellar energy, enough to put up a fight. She vowed that once this mission was over, she would ensure Su Yu absorbed more super energy stones to enhance his endurance. Originally, their team lacked offensive capabilities, and with the sudden arrival of a thunderous powerhouse, she had hoped their strength would multiply, only to discover that the powerhouse lacked sustainability. Su Yu sensed that a fierce battle loomed ahead, yet he remained untroubled. For he had a spatial ability at his disposal. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from deploying it prematurely. Ahem, actually, I can still squeeze out a bit, he said, his eyes brightening at the sight of the water below, as an idea formed in his mind. What do you mean? Speak quickly. Su Lin's mood darkened, regretting that she had squandered most of her earnings on designer bags and clothing rather than investing in her own strength. Had she done otherwise, she would not be in such a predicament today, wishing for a water tornado to teach the spirit cat a lesson. Approaching Su Lin, Suyu whispered his plan into her ear. Upon hearing it, a flush crept onto her cheeks. Are you certain this method will work? Of course, just trust me, he replied with conviction. Seeing his confidence, Su Lin nodded. Given the circumstances, they had little choice but to try this approach. Better to attempt something than to continue in futility. As a beast-type superhuman, the spirit cat's hearing heightened upon using its powers, and it overheard Su Yu and Su Lin's conversation at this close range. So, he has no stellar energy left, it thought, elated. No wonder the two had not pressed their advantage when it saw them wounded. Being a beast type certainly had its perks. The absence of energy allowed it to endure as long as it wished. However, the spirit cat also pondered the drawbacks of being a beast type, namely that it often inherited certain animalistic flaws, which could be quite troublesome. For instance, some beast types were notoriously lecherous, others excessively violent, or even boorish. No matter, I must address the immediate threat first. It resolved, now emboldened to launch an attack, unencumbered by the peculiar thunder spear. With its speed and agility, it easily evaded Su Lin's water spears, no longer hesitating as it had before. Su Lin noticed the spirit cat charging toward them again and quickly tapped Su Yu's shoulder, urging him, hurry, it's coming. Hold on. Wait until it enters the water. He instructed, quietly gathering the remaining energy from the thunder into his hands, biding his time. What he had meant by running out of energy was that he could no longer conjure the thunder spear, but utilizing a small amount of thunder power was still feasible. Now, as the spirit cat stepped into Su Lin's watery domain, Su Yu swiftly channeled the gathered thunder energy into the water. He glanced at Su Lin, giving her a look that seemed to say, you know what to do. Su Lin, blushing slightly, leaped gently into Su Yu's arms. He bent down and caught her in a princess carry, cradling her against his chest. From a distance, the spirit cat was momentarily taken aback, thinking, what are they doing? We're supposed to be fighting, and they're over there embracing each other. What gives? just as it mentally scoffed at the scene. An unexpected surge of thunder energy coursed through its body from beneath its feet. It suddenly realized that something was amiss. This kid is playing dirty. At that moment, Su Lin's water domain transformed from a mere watery expanse into a veritable thunder pool, a fusion of thunderous power and water. The spirit cat found that each step it took within this thunder pool was exceedingly arduous, more so than before in the water, as it felt as though it were walking through molasses. Occasionally, tingling sensations radiated through its feet, and over time, it became numb to its own limbs. Success, Suyu thought triumphantly, observing how the spirit cat struggled to move within the thunder pool, fully aware that his plan had come to fruition. Upon witnessing the expanse of water on the surface, he speculated whether the amalgamation of his lightning power with the aquatic realm might yield extraordinary results. To his astonishment, the outcome was indeed remarkable. The water had transformed into a tempestuous pool of lightning. "Sister Lin, do engage him," he urged. So you glanced down at Su Lin, who shyly buried her head amidst her impressive bosom, her arms entwined around herself. Although Su Lin's legs were remarkably fair and smooth to the touch, this was not the moment for indulgence. They had to confront the adversary before them first. Hearing Su Yu's words, Su Lin bit her lip and responded bashfully, yes. I will attack him." Su Lin, oh Su Lin, how utterly embarrassing. It was merely a matter of being embraced by a man. How could she allow such a significant detail to slip her mind? Internally, she berated herself. Just moments ago, Su Yu had shared his plan regarding the lightning pool, which she found quite reasonable, albeit requiring her cooperation, namely, being held close. Initially, she intended to refuse, but given Su Yu's concern that his lightning might harm her, she acquiesced to his wishes. Although she had steeled herself for the embrace, the actual moment left her flustered, akin to a startled fawn. Throughout her life, apart from her father, no other boy had ever held her, yet here she was, cradled by Su Yu. Regaining her composure, she hastily summoned her water-based abilities, conjuring several water spears behind them, aimed at the spirit cat. Having learned from her previous failure, where the spirit cat evaded capture due to the spear's insufficient power, she was determined to inflict severe damage this time. "What? You claim my water spears lack power? Very well. I shall compensate with sheer numbers." Su Yu, witnessing the multitude of water spears forming like a rain of blades behind them, swallowed hard, casting a sympathetic glance at the distant spirit cat. "Brother, may you seek mercy for yourself," he thought. Whoosh! The water spears shot forth towards the spirit cat, which was struggling in the lightning pool. Upon seeing the swarm of spears approaching, the spirit cat's heart raced with panic, cold sweat beading on its brow, and goosebumps prickling its skin. Thud! 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 The spears struck true. As the spirit cat succumbed to unconsciousness within the water, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. He retracted his lightning power and turned to Su Lin, still in his embrace, saying, "Sister Lin, if you do not release me soon, I may falter." With that, he feigned a struggle. Embarrassed, Su Lin jumped down from his grasp, but as she did, a sharp pain shot through her calf. After landing, she glared fiercely at Su Yu, who felt a twinge of guilt. Hadn't she been teasing him earlier? Suddenly, a delicate hand seized his ear. "You little rascal. How dare you take advantage of your sister Lin? How does it feel? Is it slippery? Is it tender? Is it comfortable?" Su Yu instinctively nodded, then shook his head in a plea for mercy. "It hurts, Sister Lin, I was wrong." Enduring the pain, he pointed at the spirit cat lying in the distance. "He hasn't been shackled yet." Su Lin then realized and released her grip, tossing her psychic handcuffs to Su Yu, followed by a kick to signal him to proceed with binding the spirit cat. Rubbing his ear, he hurriedly approached and secured the handcuffs on the spirit cat. Click! The sound of the lock echoed, and the spirit cat's state transformed into that of an ordinary person devoid of special abilities. Task accomplished. Su Yu dragged the unconscious spirit cat beside the similarly incapacitated black bear and returned to Su Lin, inquiring, "Sister Lin, what shall we do next? Should we?" He mimicked a gesture across his throat. Earlier, when he had captured the black bear, he had contemplated eliminating it on the spot, yet hesitated, opting instead to bring it along to support their allies, perhaps leveraging it to undermine the enemy, an approach that had proven fruitful as the spirit cat was visibly agitated. In the presence of an elder, it was prudent to heed their guidance, especially considering her formidable nature. Chapter 16. Reunion. Su Lin shook her head. I will retract the water domain and escort these two to assist the others. Keeping them as hostages might prove advantageous. Upon concluding her statement, she began to withdraw the energy from her water domain, only to discover with puzzlement that a significant portion of the energy had inexplicably dissipated. Though the water domain's energy would naturally wane over time, it had barely been a moment. How could so much energy have vanished in such a short duration? Su-yu, come here. Su-lin suddenly recalled something and called him over. He promptly approached her. What is it? Check if your lightning star energy has recovered, she instructed. Su-yu was bewildered. What do you mean? Restoring star energy required meditation, and given that his lightning energy was nearly depleted, it was improbable that it could replenish without meditation. Yet, since Su-lin had requested it, he complied, shutting his eyes to introspect. Soon, he beheld two stars within his mind. The white star, belonging to the space system, retained ample energy due to minimal use, while the purple star brimmed with energy as if it had never been expended today. Su-yu's eyes widened in realization as he exclaimed, I'm back in action. Su-lin, upon seeing his expression, inferred that his lightning star energy had indeed been restored. Frustration bubbled within her. That little rascal, not only does he take advantage of me, but he also spares no energy. She forced a smile. It's good that you're restored. Make sure to put in your utmost effort and do not falter at a critical moment. Understood? Su-yu felt an unsettling chill from her smile, but nodded obediently. However, he soon deduced the reason behind the restoration of his lightning energy. Su-lin had been retracting her water domain, and there must have been an issue with it, prompting her inquiry. It was likely that when he retracted his lightning, he inadvertently siphoned a portion of the water domain's energy. Did this mean her water domain was akin to his power bank? The thought exhilarated him. Teaming up with her could lead to unfettered energy usage. With such a substantial power bank, how could he fear running low on energy? Su-lin, observing Su-yu's foolish grin, rolled her eyes in exasperation, unaware that he was concocting plans for himself. Go rouse those two and bring them along to support the others. Understood. Su-yu snapped back to reality. Approaching the two unconscious figures, producing his lightning needle, he aimed it at them, carefully controlling the energy to awaken them without causing harm. As they were currently shackled with psychic handcuffs and thus considered ordinary individuals. As the lightning needle pierced, both awoke with a jolt, convulsing slightly. The black bear, upon opening its eyes, saw the spirit cat before it but no sign of Su-yu. Excitedly, it reached out with both hands. Spirit cat, hurry, set me free. I knew you could handle them. The spirit cat, upon hearing this, twitched its mouth in exasperation and reluctantly extended its hands. Upon seeing the handcuffs on the spirit cat's wrists, the black bear's face fell in despair. It was over. The spirit cat had also been captured. At that moment, an unwelcome voice echoed from behind him, a sound he wished never to hear again. Oh, who are you planning to dispose of? Should I eliminate you first? Su-yu mocked, brandishing the lightning spear in his hand. The black bear trembled at the sound of Su-yu's voice, his face paling as he immediately begged for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't stab me. Enough with the nonsense. You two, get up and get moving. Sudyukemandith. The black bear promptly rose to his feet, followed closely by the spirit cat. Naturally, they complied with the orders. For one must bow their head under the eaves. Su-yu and Su-lin led their two captives through the mist in search of their teammates. Soon, they heard the sounds of a struggle not far ahead and made their way towards it. It was by Xiao and Wang Daba. Upon recognizing who was engaged in combat, Su-yu and Su-lin felt a surge of hope. Wang Daba and Bai Xiao, embroiled in a fight with Kai Bao and his companions, exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Su-yu and Su-lin approach. Su-lin, you've come just in time. Let us capture them together. With the assistance of the two, Kai Bao and his associates had no choice but to surrender. Kai Bao, taken aback by the sudden arrival of Su-yu and Su-lin, was astonished that their comrades had arrived so swiftly, prompting him to signal his brothers to cease their actions. However, his astonishment deepened when he noticed the black bear and spirit cat behind them, leaving him in disbelief. Spirit cat, black bear? In the distance, the white cat and black bear, upon hearing Kai Bao call out to them, forced a smile and nodded. This time, the black bear had learned his lesson and refrained from shouting, fearful of being jabbed by Su-yu's lightning spear. This is impossible, Kai Bao thought, struggling to comprehend the situation where his opponents seemed too intimidated to speak. Sensing the tension, he immediately warned his companions. Things are not right. We should retreat. With the spirit cat and black bear subdued, facing off against 4 adversaries was utterly futile. Fleeing was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. With a fierce roar, Kai Bao shouted to his surroundings before swiftly turning to escape. As Su Yu and the others prepared to act, they were taken aback to witness Kai Bao and his crew retreating. What is going on? They're running? They had no intention of pursuing, as the surrounding fog made it difficult to chase, and their energy reserves were running low. Aside from Su Yu, the others had expended a considerable amount of their stellar energy. The black bear and spirit cat, however, remained remarkably composed, as if they were accustomed to betrayal from their teammates. Are you both all right? Su Lin inquired, approaching them, concerned since they had only just emerged from battle. I'm fine. My skin is thick enough to withstand it, Wang Daba replied nonchalantly, glancing at the claw marks left by Kai Bao. Bai Xiao adjusted his glasses and brushed off the dust from his clothes, stating, I'm all right. Wang Daba then curiously asked about the spirit cat and black bear. How did you manage to bring back 2 captives? Bai Xiao shared his interest in the matter as well. Su Lin and Su Yu recounted the general process of subduing the spirit cat and black bear, omitting some details. Impressive. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Su Yu, Wang Daba remarked, viewing him in a new light. A newcomer who had only recently awakened his abilities had managed to engage in combat and capture an enemy so swiftly. If word of this achievement reached the association, it would undoubtedly spark much discussion. Su Yu chuckled. It's all thanks to Sister Lin. Without her, I might not have been able to capture them. In truth, part of his success in capturing the black bear was due to the latter's lack of speed, as he belonged to a more cumbersome category of animal abilities. Otherwise, Su Yu's lightning spear might not have struck so easily. Additionally, he had leveraged the assistance of space abilities to secure the capture, while the spirit cat was subdued through a collaborative effort with Su Lin. As for her, with her limited combat prowess, she would struggle even if she stood still, only capable of providing support. Wang Daba, clearly aware of Su Lin's combat capabilities, understood that without Su Yu's lightning abilities, she alone, as a water type, would have no hope of defeating the two. Bai Xiao evidently concurred with Wang Daba's assessment. Wang Daba, are you trying to court death? Su Lin retorted, biting her lip and balling her fists as she gestured at him, then shot a glare at Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, whose team are you on? Wang Daba quickly apologized with a smirk. Sister Lin, don't be mad. I was just joking. Bai Xiao, seeing Su Lin being teased by Wang Daba, immediately defended her. Who was it that kept begging for mercy before I arrived? When the mist had first begun to swirl, Bai Xiao had used his wood-based vines to elevate himself into the air, enabling him to locate Wang Daba based on the latter's earlier sounds, which led him to witness Wang Daba being relentlessly attacked by Kai Bao after deploying his earth shield. Don't expose my shortcomings like that. Wang Daba's face darkened. Well done, Bai Xiao, the chapter concluded. After a brief gathering, aided by Wang Daba's earth-based skill, Earth Vision, they located Zhao Kai and approached with their 2 captives. Zhao Kai and Li Biao, having just endured a fierce battle, were now cautiously observing each other's next moves, refraining from any rash actions. Zhao Kai was enveloped in flames, his fists transformed into blazing fire fists, while Li Biao stood opposite him, a lion's phantom looming behind him, exuding an equally formidable presence. Both bore visible wounds. Zhao Kai bore several prominent claw marks, while Li Biao displayed bruises from Zhao Kai as fiery punches. Li Biao never anticipated that this fire-type superpowered individual would prove so challenging. His martial arts skills were not inferior to his own. Logically, as an animal-type superpowered individual, he should have held the advantage in close combat against a nature type. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself unable to gain any upper hand in their skirmish. Meanwhile, Zhao Kai's eyes were sharp and vigilant as he scrutinized his opponent. After battling for so long, his fire-type stellar energy was running low. Although he had elevated his fire abilities to an intermediate level, increasing his stellar energy, even the greatest reserves could not sustain continuous expenditure. Prolonging the struggle would only place him at a severe disadvantage. Without the augmentation of fire energy, he would certainly falter against Li Biao. Now, both were exceedingly cautious, wary of any sudden attacks from the other. Li Biao eyed the flame-enshrouded Zhao Kai and inquired, how much longer can your stellar energy last? Having been a superpowered individual for many years, he understood that utilizing nature-type abilities required stellar energy. Given the duration of their confrontation, it was evident that Zhao Kai's energy reserves must be dwindling. Zhao Kai retorted without hesitation. And what price can you afford to pay? Knowing his own stellar energy was running low was one thing. Could Li Biao easily mitigate the long-term costs of prolonged animal-type usage? Li Biao furrowed his brow. Although animal-type abilities could be utilized freely without the concept of a blue bar, extended usage amplified the side effects significantly, making post-battle recovery a considerable headache. As a mid-level animal-type lion, his drawback was that after using his abilities, he entered a period of fatigue, and only after overcoming this phase could he continue using his powers. The longer he employed his abilities, the longer his fatigue phase would last. Similarly, initial-level animal-type users like the spirit cat and black bear also had to find ways to manage the adverse effects of their powers after usage. This also delineates the distinction between the primary and intermediate levels of the animal system. In essence, when the nature system encounters the animal system, the nature user must either utilize the existing stellar energy to vanquish the opponent or resign themselves to the inexorable demise wrought by the animal system's immense backlash. Just as the tension escalated unbeknownst to both parties, Su Yu and his companions fortuitously arrived at the scene. Captain Boss. Familiar voices resonated in Zhao Kai's ears. Upon hearing them, his previously furrowed brows relaxed, and a smile crept onto his lips. You should be more concerned about yourself, he replied. Li Biao, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Su Yu's group, realized the failure of his subordinates. No wonder he had heard the call of the Kaibao earlier. He had initially dismissed it, unaware it was a signal for retreat. The sight of the spirit cat and the black bear bearing such woeful expressions further confirmed his suspicions. Two useless fools, Li Biao muttered darkly, cursing the spirit cat and the black bear inwardly. The duo, upon noticing their leader's gaze, lowered their heads in shame. Unable to meet his eyes, Li Biao, pointing at Su Yu and his confident companions, scoffed. What is there for me to worry about? Do you think these few can take me down? Let us see them try. Zhao Kai, sensing Li Biao's audacity, resolved to teach him a lesson. Su Yu and his companions regarded Li Biao with solemn expressions. They understood that this individual possessed formidable strength, or else he would not have lasted this long against their captain. In unison, they unleashed their abilities. What the hell, there is also a lightning system, Li Biao thought, feeling a wave of dread wash over him as the realization struck. Especially upon witnessing Su Yu's lightning abilities, thoughts of retreat flooded his mind. The current situation suggested that he might genuinely be at risk of defeat. Had it only been fire abilities, he might have dared to confront them, as the output from the other systems would likely have been insufficient to breach his defenses. However, the inclusion of a lightning user shifted the balance significantly. 2 points of output could potentially overwhelm him. This predicament underscored why Zhao Kai's team needed to recruit another fire or lightning user. 1 output point was simply inadequate. Although the prospect of claiming Su Yu's head for a reward was tempting, he was not willing to gamble his life for it. Li Biao snurta disdainfully, releasing his own abilities before swiftly retreating. Su Yu and the others stood bewildered. The black bear and spirit cat, witnessing their leader's unhesitating flight, felt a tumult of emotions. They could only blame themselves for their inadequacy. Had they performed better, they would have secured the supplies. However, upon remembering that Su Yu was a lightning user, their mood lightened somewhat. After all, it was sheer fortune that they encountered such a rare lightning user. Their loss was not entirely unjustifiable. Seeing Li Biao retreat without hesitation, they had no intention of pursuing him further. Captain, are you all right? They inquired, approaching Zhao Kai to assess his injuries. The visible bloodstains on his body were quite alarming, and Su Yu had noticed them from afar. Mifine. Curiously, Su Lin asked, Captain, who was that person? He seemed to be your equal. They were well aware of their captain's prowess as a mid-tier fire ability user, not someone to be trifled with by just any animal system user. For instance, the spirit cat would have been defeated by Zhao Kai within a few exchanges. That individual is named Li Biao, codename Mad Lion, a mid-tier animal system superhuman with considerable strength. Zhao Kai explained, glancing at his injuries and recalling the battle against Li Biao. Upon hearing of Li Biao's capabilities, the group exchanged glances, realizing that perhaps they would only qualify to battle him once they reached the intermediate level themselves. All right, everyone, take a moment to regroup and check if any other members of the escort team are still alive. Zhao Kai surveyed the surrounding wreckage, hoping for the survival of additional team members. Otherwise, the 5 of them would struggle to transport the supplies to Qinghai City. Soon, they dispersed to search for other escort team members. Under Wang Debao's auditory and visual skills, they quickly located the remaining survivors. Unfortunately, the number of living escort members was less than half of the original count. As ordinary individuals, they had been utterly helpless in this conflict. Thankfully, the supplies remained intact and had not been pilfered, or else their journey would have been in vain. Once everyone was accounted for, Zhao Kai approached a large boulder and, with a swift activation of his fire abilities, shattered the obstruction with a single punch. After regrouping, they prepared to escort 2 prisoners to Qinghai City. Chapter 18. Qinghai City Prison. On the road to Qinghai City, Su Lin remarked, "Captain, you really made the right call this time. Did you see Su Yu using lightning?" Su Yu sat alongside Su Lin and Zhao Kai in an armored vehicle. During the journey, Su Lin continuously praised Su Yu's performance in the recent battle, causing him to grow shy. Noticing Su Yu's flushed cheeks, Su Lin thought, "So, you're not immune to flattery after all. I've found your weakness." If Su Yu were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond, "Please, keep targeting my weakness. I rather enjoy it." Did you single-handedly defeat a superhuman? Zhao Kai found it hard to believe after hearing Su Lin's account. Su Yu had only recently awakened his abilities, and such strength was truly unexpected. "By the way, Captain, do you know the Black Alliance?" Su Yu inquired. During his battle with the Black Bear, it had attempted to claim his head for a reward from the Black Alliance, and he wondered why he had become a target when he had not provoked them. The Black Alliance? Hearing the term, Zhao Kai's body tensed up, and Su Lin fell silent. "Where did you hear that?" "I was fighting the Black Bear when it mentioned bringing my head to the Black Alliance for a reward," Su Yu explained. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he elaborated, "The Black Alliance, like the Superhuman Association, is composed of superhumans. However, unlike the Superhuman Association, the Black Alliance does not abide by any rules. They exploit their extraordinary abilities to commit heinous acts, murder, arson, and theft, showing utter disregard for ordinary people and possessing no moral boundaries." After hearing this explanation, Su Yu felt even more convinced that joining the Superhuman Association was the right choice. After all, bullying the weak was something he could never condone. This was also why, upon awakening his powers, he sought a job that belonged to superhumans, rather than using his abilities to disrupt societal stability for personal gain. The reason the Black Alliance seeks to kill you is that you are a lightning superhuman. They would not wish for the Superhuman Association to gain a rare nature-type superhuman who would want an exceptional talent on the opposing side. Would you? Su Yu shook his head. Naturally, he did not want his enemies to be stronger than himself. Primarily, he was a lightning user. Had he been an uncommon nature type, he likely would not have drawn their ire. He needed to become stronger, otherwise, he could find himself in danger from the Black Alliance one day. Don't worry too much. With the Superhuman Association around, the Black Alliance cannot act too brazenly. Exactly, what is the purpose of the Superhuman Association if we are not here to stand against the Black Alliance? Joining the association of superpowered individuals inherently places one in opposition to the Dark Alliance. What is there to fear? When they come, let them come, 1 to slay, 2 to vanquish, and should 3 appear, simply retreat. If I cannot prevail, I am certainly capable of fleeing. Subsequently, Su Yu inquired about various aspects of cultivation. Zhao Kai and Su Lin provided him with thorough explanations regarding his uncertainties. He finally grasped the reason for the disparity in their stellar energy. His own was considerably less than Su Lin's due to the low rank of his recently awakened star. Naturally, the energy is scant, and only by elevating the star's rank can he augment its energy. With each ascension, a star will manifest around the celestial body, thus incrementally increasing the stellar energy. The appearance of 7 stars signifies the potential for a mid-tier upgrade, while 14 indicates a chance for a high-tier upgrade. However, it is imperative to note that such upgrades are not guaranteed. Some individuals, leveraging their considerable financial resources, force their stars from 1 to 7 only to discover that no amount of superpowered stones can further enhance them thereafter. 7 stars represent a threshold that some may never surpass, while others may transcend it with a single superpowered stone. Upon understanding the nuances of stellar upgrades, he glanced at the 2 stars within his mind, finding their surroundings barren, lacking even a single star. Su Yu resolved that upon receiving his compensation, he would acquire several superpowered stones to test the waters and elevate his stars. This would ensure longevity and allow him to unleash his thunder spears more frequently. As time progressed, the convoys swiftly arrived at Qinghai City. This city, a subordinate of Star City, was naturally less affluent. Upon entering Qinghai City, they reached their destination and, after unloading the supplies, Su Yu and his companions completed their mission. The subsequent rewards would be dispensed once they returned to Star City. Aside from delivering the supplies, another matter required resolution: the fates of Ling Miao and He Xiong. Upon discovering that He Xiong was affiliated with the Dark Alliance, Su Yu's group contemplated eliminating the two on the spot. However, at the critical moment, He Xiong claimed he was not part of the Dark Alliance. He merely procured information there and was merely a bandit from the mountains, having never harmed a superpowered individual. This revelation spared their lives. Following this, Su Yu and Zhao Kai transported the duo to the Qinghai City prison, while the others enjoyed a brief holiday to explore the city. Although Su Yu could have taken a break, Zhao Kai deemed it necessary to show him around as a newcomer, thus canceling his time off. Su Yu felt a tinge of disappointment at the loss of his holiday. The Qinghai City prison was a facility for detaining superpowered individuals, housing those who, believing themselves capable, had flouted the rules governing superpowered beings. They were shackled with superpowered handcuffs, indistinguishable from ordinary people, making their management simple. A handful of superpowered individuals sufficed to oversee the inmates. The warden of this prison, Su Chongwei, was a mid-tier fire-type superpowered individual. Upon noticing the arrival of an armed vehicle from the Superpowered Association at the prison entrance, he hastily stepped out to greet them. As Zhao Kai and Su Yu disembarked, they spotted Su Chongwei approaching them. He was a middle-aged man of slender build, a cigarette dangling from his lips, draped in a trench coat. "Captain Zhao, it's been a while," Su Chongwei exclaimed warmly upon recognizing his acquaintance. As the warden of a superpowered prison, familiarity with the leaders of various superpowered teams was essential. After all, where would his inmates come from otherwise? Zhao Kai gestured towards the armed vehicle behind him, saying, "Long time no see, Warden Su. Today, we bring you a special delivery." Su Chongwei responded with a knowing glance, understanding that visitors to the prison seldom arrived without purpose. Noticing Su Yu, a face he did not recognize, he inquired, "Ah, a new face. Who might this be?" A newly recruited team member, Su Yu, Zhao Kai introduced. "Su Yu?" Su Chongwei repeated thoughtfully, scratching his head. Why does that name sound so familiar? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he looked at Su Yu in astonishment. Isn't this the lightning-type, superpowered individual who just awakened at the energy tower a few days ago? My goodness. Brother, you are incredibly fortunate to have been recruited. Zhao Kai nodded with pride, feeling a sense of honor in bringing Su Yu along. After years as a captain in the Superpowered Association, he had only garnered slight recognition, while Su Yu, having merely awakened, had already surpassed him in fame. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. Su Yu awkwardly nodded. He now regretted his public awakening at the energy tower, for fame was not always a blessing. Chapter 19. Consumption. After delivering the prisoners to Su Chongwei, the two reminisced for a while before departing with Su Yu. They returned to the temporary apartment rented by their team in Qinghai City. Exhausted, but finally back, Su Lin declared, returning from shopping and lazily tossing her shoes aside as she collapsed onto the sofa. Behind her, Wang Daba and Bai Xiao, burdened with numerous bags of food, wore expressions of discontent. It was they who had carried everything, yet it was Su Lin who claimed fatigue. The two set the bags down on the living room table and began to organize the items. Su Yu, seated on the sofa engrossed in the television, was suddenly startled by a pair of snow-white long legs that swung towards him, prompting him to quickly dodge. "My legs are sore from walking all day. Come give your sister a leg massage." Su Lin lazily beckoned with her hand. Su Yu froze, momentarily doubting his ears. What was happening? Was this a reward? Previously, when he had attempted to pinch her calf, it had not gone well. Now, she was requesting a massage. Something felt off. There had to be a catch. Noticing Su Yu's inaction, Su Lin turned to Bai Xiao and said, "What is the matter? Not interested? Fine then, Bai Xiao. How could I not be? Sister Lin, let me handle all the labor from now on, whether it's dirty work, clean work, or hard labor," Bai Xiao eagerly interjected. As a newcomer, how could he allow a senior to do such arduous tasks? Su Yu quickly interrupted Su Lin's next words, mentally cursing himself for not seizing the opportunity. How could this be a trap? Sister Lin was too beautiful to deceive him. Surely, this was a genuine reward. That's more like it. Su Lin smirked. Suyu rubbed his hands together, eyeing the pristine expanse before him, uncertain of how to proceed. Clad in shorts, Su Lin's legs displayed a perfect curve as she lay down, slender and graceful, with her calves resembling tender lotus roots. Of course, her delicate and fair feet were equally striking. As Su Lin lay on the sofa, noticing that her legs remained unmoved, she turned to check on Suyu. To her surprise, she found him staring intently at her calves. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and start," Su Lin exclaimed, her face flushing crimson. "Oh." Suyu snapped back to reality, using his rough hands to begin the massage. At that moment, his thoughts were solely consumed by sensations of silkiness, delicacy, and pleasure. Meanwhile, Wang Daba and Bai Xiao, busy organizing the food, overheard their conversation. Wang Daba picked a lemon from one of the bags and offered it to Bai Xiao, saying, "Try this. Is it sour?" Bai Xiao took a big bite of the lemon and grimaced, "Sour." Hearing the commotion outside, Zhao Kai emerged from his room, his upper body wrapped in bandages. By chance, Su Lin was seen exerting pressure on Su Yu as she kneaded his legs, prompting the remark, "Su Lin, are you bullying the newcomer again?" Previously, she had tormented Bai Xiao in Su Yu's absence, and now, with Su Yu present, she had taken to harassing him instead. Upon hearing the captain's voice, Su Lin promptly snapped out of her enjoyment. "Captain, I am not bullying him. Just ask Su Yu if I have bullied him." She turned to glare fiercely at Su Yu, her eyes seemingly conveying a warning. If he dared to say she was bullying him, he could expect a beating. Su Yu, with righteous indignation, replied, "No, Captain, Sister Lin has not bullied me. How could this be considered bullying? It is clearly a reward." Zhao Kai witnessing Su Yu's response, chose not to pursue the matter further and made his way to the living room to grab a bite. Su Lin, pleased with Su Yu's perceptiveness, nodded in satisfaction. "Need well." Naturally, Su Yu would have done so without her prompting. The following morning, the group arose early, packed their belongings, and set off back to Star City. They passed through the Blackwater Valley once again, but this time they were not ambushed. In a cave within the valley, Li Biao lay wrapped in a blanket, shivering, while his companions were not faring much better, their bodies exceedingly weak. "Boss, that convoy from the day before yesterday has returned," one of his subordinates reported. Li Biao's heart raced at the news. "What? They are back. Surely, they do not intend to come after us." His grip on the blanket trembled. If they discovered his location, he would surely be doomed. They were all in a weakened state, and being captured would mean certain death. "Order everyone to remain inside the cave. No one is to venture out." "Yes." Thus, Su Yu and his companions returned to Star City with ease. Upon their arrival, Zhao Kai granted everyone a few days off to relax. In their rented accommodation, the sudden chime of Su Yu's watch startled him from his slumber. He quickly checked his watch. 100,000 star coins have been credited. Initially, he thought he had misread and rubbed his eyes to confirm the astonishing figure. Elation washed over him. The long-awaited star coins had finally arrived, and to his surprise, there were 100,000, far exceeding his expectations. He had anticipated around 12,000 star coins. So this was indeed a windfall. Damn it, being a superpower user is lucrative. In less than 2 days, he had earned 100,000, and this was while still relatively weak. Had he been stronger, the rewards from tasks would surely have been even greater. However, he calmed himself and pondered. Although the rewards were substantial, the tasks often came with inherent dangers. For instance, he had been fortunate to defeat his enemies this time. Had he failed, he would not have survived. With the star coins in hand, the next step was of course expenditure. So Yu promptly set out for the energy tower. Having learned from his previous experience, he navigated the building with ease. A female attendant clad in a sleek black business suit approached him. "Welcome to the energy tower. How may I assist you, sir?" "I wish to purchase super energy stones," Su Yu stated directly. The attendant, upon hearing his request, responded, "Please, follow me." She led him to the super energy stone section. Through a portal, they entered a vast area filled with an array of super energy stones, devoid of any awakening chambers. Approaching the counter, the attendant conveyed Su Yu's needs to the staff, who then presented a selection of energy stones at various price points. How exorbitant! Su Yu gasped at the prices. During his last visit, he had merely glanced, but now he was taken aback. A standard super energy stone cost 5,000 star coins, while a mid-level stone commanded an astounding 100,000 star coins. the disparity was almost unfathomable. The prices for high-level stones were even more prohibitive. The levels of the energy stones corresponded to the levels of stars. Initial stage absorbed the ordinary, intermediate stage absorbed the mid-level, and mixing them would yield no results and could even have adverse effects. After careful consideration, Suyu decided to purchase 10 ordinary super energy stones, reserving the remainder of his funds to explore the super weapon section in hopes of acquiring a suitable weapon. He was well aware of the potency of super energy handcuffs, and he surmised that other super weapons would likely be impressive as well. Chapter 20. A sugar daddy? Suyu completed his transaction at the counter, receiving a safe filled with super energy stones. He glanced at his account balance, which still held 60,000 star coins, presenting his super energy watch. The staff automatically applied a 20 discount. Thankfully, his membership in the Superpower Association afforded him this privilege at the Energy Tower. Otherwise, he would have lost a significant sum. The purchase of 10 ordinary super energy stones cost him 40,000 star coins. Then, he followed the attendant to the super weapon area. Faced with a dazzling array of weapons, Suyu could only think 3 words. I want them all. However, upon seeing the prices, 3 more words echoed in his mind. Cannot afford it. Of course, not all were beyond his means. A few were indeed within reach. Elemental bow and arrow, water type 50,000. Description: enhances water-based attack power. Water source ring, 50,000. Description: enhances water type skill power. Thick earth belt, 50,000. Description: enhances earth type defense. Beast necklace. Description: enhances personal attack power. Most super weapons were designed to amplify one's skill damage, with the extent of enhancement dependent on the super energy stone used in their creation. After much contemplation, Suyu finally found a weapon that suited his needs. The Thundercloud ring, priced at 50,000. Description: crafted from ordinary super energy stone, enhances thunder type skill power. This ring was ideal for Suyu, being both affordable and effective. Given his already formidable thunder capabilities, this ring would only serve to augment his prowess. The attendant retrieved the Thundercloud ring and handed it to Suyu, who slipped it onto his index finger and immediately felt a connection with the ring. Not bad. A fine item, he mused, sensing that the ring acted as an accelerator for his star energy. Whenever he unleashed his skills, the star energy would be augmented through the ring before being released. After finalizing his payment at the counter, he left the energy tower with his safe in hand. Now, he was left with merely 20,000 star coins, which he intended to use to rent a place in the city center. Since joining the Superpower Association, each mission required him to travel to the city, and the previous suburban residence was too far, wasting valuable time. Therefore, he resolved to rent an apartment in the city to save time. Sister Lin, are you busy? Suyu sent a message to Su Lin via his super energy watch. It was best to seek assistance from someone familiar regarding the rental process, and Su Lin was undoubtedly the person he knew best in the team, having fought alongside her. He was confident she would be willing to lend a hand with this small favor. Before long, his watch chimed with a response from Su Lin. Speak. Renting a house. Where are you? I'll come and pick you up. Soon after, Suyu sent his location to Su Lin. Before long, a red sports car arrived. Get in. Su Lin waved to Suyu, who was standing by the roadside. Today, she was clad in a casual white outfit, topped with a tennis cap that accentuated her youthful exuberance. Suyu was taken aback to see Su Lin driving a sports car. It turned out that a wealthy lady had always been by his side. Such a young and beautiful heiress was someone he needed to seize the opportunity with. Noticing Suyu's hesitation, Su Lin hurriedly urged, "What are you dawdling for? Get in." All right. Suyu snapped back to reality and quickly entered the car. Once inside, Su Lin noticed that Suyu was holding a safe and asked, "Did you go to buy super energy stones?" As a superpower user, she frequently purchased items at the energy building and immediately recognized the safe in Suyu's hand. Suyu nodded while fastening his seatbelt and replied, "Yes, I bought a few super energy stones with the reward from this mission." There was no need to conceal this matter from her. That's good. It's wise to enhance oneself, especially knowing you lack endurance. Su Lin regarded Suyu with an approving gaze, fully aware of his low star level and his urgent need for super energy stones to elevate it. However, Suyu sensed an odd undertone in her words, though he couldn't pinpoint why. Su Lin then retrieved a safe identical to Suyu's from behind her seat and handed it to him. "This is for you. Open it and take a look. Suyu accepted the safe and opened it, discovering 10 ordinary super energy stones nestled inside. What does this mean? Are you trying to support me? If she intended to support him, did she really need to offer gifts? A simple declaration would suffice. Su Lin, observing Su Yu's incredulous expression, explained, I noticed you struggled during the last battle. I want you to enhance your strength quickly. I'm considering the team. Is that really the reason? Su Yu felt a tinge of disbelief. Do you want them or not? If not, just give them back to me. Su Lin shot him a fierce glare. Of course I want them. Who would refuse such a gift? Su Yu chuckled, thinking it foolish to turn down a free offer. He closed the safe filled with super energy stones and inquired, where are we headed? To my house. Su Yu replied earnestly, if you want to support me, you could just say so. No need for such sweet tactics. Hearing this, Su Lin nearly stumbled, almost stalling the newly started engine. Go to hell. Su Lin then drove Su Yu to her home, a high-end villa district in Star City. Su Yu surveyed his surroundings. The roads, greenery, and architecture were all exquisitely beautiful, each plant meticulously trimmed. The decor of Su Lin's home exuded a youthful charm, adorned in shades of pink with lavish furniture throughout. My house has 3 floors. The basement is for training, and I usually stay on the second floor. The first floor is unoccupied, so you can move in with me. Rent? You don't need to worry about that. Just help clean the room and take out the trash. Su Lin introduced her home to Su Yu. Sister Lin, I can't repay you for this. Just say what you want me to do. Su Yu decided to take a bold step, even if it meant putting his charm on the line. Su Lin shot him a fierce look, saying, I'm going upstairs to rest. Feel free to look around. With that, she ascended to the second floor, only to turn back and add, you're not allowed to come up. Is that all? Su Yu thought to himself. I was ready to offer myself. Chapter 21. Increased Endurance. Back in her room, Su Lin lay on her soft, pink bed and reached for a photo frame on her bedside. As she gazed at the picture, tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. It was a family portrait of Su Lin with her parents, but the girl in the photo looked quite different from the present. She was once a sweet and adorable child, now transformed into a young woman. Her parents, too, were strikingly handsome. The reason she helped Su Yu so much was that she saw her former self in him. After Su Yu joined her team, she investigated his background and discovered that he had been an orphan since childhood, much like her own past, though she had once known the warmth of parental love. During her high school years, her family had gone on a vacation when they encountered a city attacked by superpower users. For the sake of plundering wealth, these ruthless individuals harmed innocents, and it was during this chaos that Su Lin's parents were killed while protecting her. From that moment on, she vowed to become a superpower user to avenge her parents, a goal she ultimately achieved, confronting and eliminating the perpetrator responsible for her parents' deaths. Everything she possessed today was earned through her relentless effort as a superpower user. Upon learning of Su Yu's plight, she felt a deep connection and thus took it upon herself to care for him, truly regarding him as a younger brother. However, the memory of Su Yu's mischievous expression lightened her heavy heart. After Su Lin returned to her room, Su Yu took the safe and headed to the basement of the villa. According to Su Lin's earlier description, this basement was designated for training, and, upon entering, he found it indeed fit that purpose. The space was entirely enclosed, providing excellent sound insulation. Once inside, Su Yu closed the basement door and shouted, Su Lin has a big chest. There was no response from outside. Had the sound insulation not been effective, Su Lin would surely have stormed in to give Su Yu a good thrashing. He opened both safes, revealing a total of 20 super energy stones, their surfaces radiating a green glow and each roughly the size of an egg. Holding one in each hand, he inspected them closely but found nothing extraordinary aside from their luminous appearance. From what he learned from Su Lin and Zhao Kai, absorbing these stones involved channeling his star energy. He summoned his thunder-type star energy, and in an instant, the power of thunder enveloped the 2 super energy stones. Miraculously, they melted away as if ice met fire, transforming into an enigmatic energy that vanished from Su Yu's grasp. Gone? Just like that. He quickly checked his mind to find no stars orbiting his purple star, indicating he had not leveled up. Damn, I just lost 10,000 yuan. Su Yu's heart ached. He picked up 2 more super energy stones, determined to absorb them. As he grumbled, finally, a star appeared around his purple star in his mind. He had leveled up from a 0-star thunder-type superpower user to a 1-star thunder-type superpower user. Seeing that star, tears of joy welled up in Su Yu's eyes. Finally, after waiting so long. Otherwise, he would have thought he purchased counterfeit super energy stones. Subsequently, Suyu absorbed all the remaining 4 stones from the safe. Upon introspecting within his mind, he discovered that 2 resplendent stars circled around the purple celestial body. This signified that he had now attained the rank of a 2-star lightning-type superhuman. Suyu initially intended to absorb the remaining 10 orbs into the lightning element. However, he noticed the solitary white star beside the purple star, flickering with a sense of forlornness. Consequently, he resolved to bestow all 10 orbs upon the space element. As a superhuman, one must ensure equitable distribution, lest the space element become displeased. He retracted the lightning abilities and unleashed the powers of the space element. In withdrawing the lightning, he felt a lingering sensation, as if it were left unsated. Yet, he was unconcerned about the lightning's hunger, for he was acutely aware that the space element was indeed famished and in dire need of his nourishment. Soon, the 10 super energy stones were consumed entirely by the space system. The 2 brilliant stars continuously circled around the white celestial body, intermittently flickering, as if to boast to the purple star that it too had acquired 2 companions. Suyu felt a surge of excitement witnessing both of his elements ascend to 2 stars. It was time to ascertain the differences brought about by this upgrade. Surely, they must possess greater endurance now, he conjectured boldly. Should they fail to demonstrate enhanced durability, he resolved to impose a fast upon the 2 stars, depriving them of delectable super energy stones, forcing them to subsist solely on the meager energy he gleaned through meditation. The 2 stars seemed to sense Suyu's intentions of imposing a fast and promptly sprang into action. He first tested the lightning element. In an instant, 2 bolts of lightning manifested in his palms, followed by a surge of violent thunderous power, which he directed towards the wall ahead. Boom! The wall was struck, leaving behind a substantial black mark. Suyu gazed at the wall, satisfied with the results of his lightning strike, remarking, "Not bad. The power has increased somewhat, though not dramatically. The damage radius has certainly expanded, yet the enhancement lacks a qualitative leap. Perhaps the star level remains too feeble." Next, he conjured a lightning spear, another of his formidable skills. This time, the surrounding lightning energy coalesced more densely, and the spear itself became more solidified. With great force, Suyu hurled it forth. Thunder roared. The spear plunged into the wall, creating ripples, with lightning continuing to emanate from its surroundings. Excellent. Suyu felt a slight impact beneath his feet, though minor. It was perceptible upon closer inspection. He was thoroughly pleased with the power of the upgraded lightning spear. If he were to encounter the black bear again, he was confident that a single strike from the lightning spear would easily incapacitate it. Ding! Just as Suyu reveled in the augmented power of the lightning spear, a message from Su Lin chimed in on his watch. Su Lin, Suyu, are you planning to demolish the house? Upon reading her message, he realized that Su Lin had sensed the shockwave emanating from the lightning spear. Suyu, I will try to restrain myself. Chapter 22, Growing Stronger. After replying to her message, Su Lin likely refrained from further communication, fearing she would disturb Suyu's training. He continued to concentrate on conjuring lightning spears, this time refraining from launching them, merely focusing on their formation. Soon, 1, 2, 3, and then 10 lightning spears were successfully conjured. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. 10 lightning spears signified that he could now unleash a total of 10 strikes. Upon completing the 10 spears, he still had sufficient celestial energy to execute several more lightning strikes. So he was exceedingly satisfied with this outcome. Next, he released the powers of the space element, bringing everything within his vicinity to the forefront of his mind. 20 meters? The control range of the space element had expanded to 20 meters. Within this realm, he could manipulate any object using his space abilities. Suddenly, a familiar figure entered his sensory range, none other than Su Lin. At that moment, Su Lin sat on the living room sofa, clad in a loose pink nightgown, sipping coffee while watching television. Suyu decided to play a little trick on her. As she lowered her head to sip her coffee, he swiftly manipulated the space to press the remote control button. Unaware of the sudden change, Su Lin noticed the television screen abruptly go dark. Confused, she wondered, is the TV broken? Placing her coffee down, she picked up the remote and pressed a few buttons. The previously darkened screen flickered back to life. Oh, it's not broken, she mused, puzzled by the TV's abrupt shutdown. After a while, she took another sip of her coffee, only to find the television inexplicably darkened again, this time right before her eyes. Furrowing her brow, she slowly rose from the sofa and scanned her surroundings. Something felt amiss, though she couldn't quite place it. The two sudden outages of the TV were certainly not mere coincidence. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Yet, in her line of sight, there appeared to be no one else present. Su Lin murmured, "Could it be Su Yu?" She immediately thought of him, as he was the only other person in the household. But then she reconsidered. It couldn't possibly be him, as he was still training in the basement. Meanwhile, in the basement, Su Yu was chuckling heartily, delighting in teasing Su Lin with his space abilities. "All right, I'll cease the teasing," he decided, promptly retracting the space powers. After all, Su Lin was also a superhuman. If he continued, she might truly sense something amiss. The strength to control objects through the space element matched his own abilities. And after testing it several times, he concluded that there had been no enhancement in that aspect. This meant that the two-star space element merely expanded the control range. Is that all there is to the space element? Su Yu suddenly felt this enhancement was somewhat underwhelming. However, recalling the reconnaissance capabilities of the space element, which did not consume celestial energy, he felt it was indeed quite valuable. Fortunately, he had the lightning element as a powerful offensive tool. Otherwise, relying solely on the space element would render his output somewhat inadequate. After gaining a preliminary understanding of his abilities, he decided to conclude his training for the day. Glancing down at his thoroughly soaked clothes, he noted the time on his watch with a frown. "Oh no, I've trained too long." He had come to Su Lin's house in haste and should have gone out to purchase a few changes of clothing. It was all his fault for being so eager to train that he forgot such an important matter. "Well, it's late now. The stores must be closed. I suppose I'll have to make do for the night." With a sigh, he looked down at himself with a grimace. As he opened the basement door to head to the living room, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, a clean set of clothes neatly placed on a chair by the basement door. How thoughtful of her. He knew that Su Lin must have prepared them for him, having noticed he had been training late and lacked a change of clothes. The guilt from earlier, when he teased her with his space abilities, washed over him. Soon, he changed into the fresh attire, tossed his dirty clothes into the washing machine, and made his way to the living room. At that moment, Su Lin was still seated, sipping coffee and watching television, just as he had observed through the space element earlier. Seated upon the couch, Su Lin was abruptly stirred by a noise emanating from the basement. She hastily rose to her feet and was momentarily captivated by the sight of Su Yu, clad in the attire she had purchased for him. Having prepared several outfits, she had selected a pair of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, placing them at the entrance. Su Lin appraised him from head to toe and inquired, "Do the clothes fit well?" "Quite well. I must say, Sister Lin, your taste is impeccable," Su Yu replied, having donned the garments and noticing how perfectly they suited him, far better than any he had ever purchased himself, which were always either slightly too large or too short. "That's wonderful. By the way, are you aware that the television at home is broken?" Su Lin's keen gaze fixed upon Su Yu, as she sought any sign of inconsistency in his expression. A lingering doubt flickered in her mind. The television's sudden malfunction seemed too coincidental to be unrelated to Su Yu. "The television is broken? When did that happen?" "I've been preoccupied with my training." Su Yu feigned confusion, maintaining a calm demeanor that betrayed no hint of guilt. He then gestured toward the television in the distance, which was currently broadcasting a drama, and retorted, "I senti it working just fine." He was acutely aware that Su Lin had sensed something amiss. Otherwise, she would not have posed such a question. At that moment, he knew he could not afford to reveal even the slightest crack in his facade, lest he be discovered. "Oh, I might have misremembered," Su Lin conceded, noting Su Yu's composure and lack of any guilty demeanor, thus dismissing her suspicions. "By the way, what star level have you reached in your training?" She quickly shifted the topic, inquiring about his progress. As Su Yu sauntered toward the couch, he casually replied, 2 stars. "What? 2 stars?" Su Lin, sipping her coffee, suddenly choked on her drink. "Did you just say you've reached 2 stars in your training?" She set her cup down, emphasizing her disbelief. "Indeed, what of it?" Su Yu was taken aback by her reaction. Had he misjudged the significance of reaching 2 stars? Su Lin, her expression one of astonishment, pressed further. "You upgraded your lightning affinity to 2 stars using 20 super energy stones?" Su Yu nodded in affirmation. He knew he could not divulge that he had only used 10 stones to achieve this level. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly inquire about the whereabouts of the remaining 10 stones. Do you have any idea how many super energy stones I needed to elevate my water affinity to 2 stars? Sulin etlai. I required a full 40 stones to reach that level. Huh? Suyu was momentarily stunned. Was it truly that arduous to attain a new star? He had felt quite capable of progressing. Su Lin pondered aloud. Something seems off. You haven't consumed a plethora of super energy stones previously and deceived me, have you? But wait, you only just awakened your lightning affinity. It's improbable that you absorbed a significant quantity of stones. I assure you, my stamina is quite enduring. Suyu smirked, raising an eyebrow at Su Lin with a mischievous grin. Get lost. Su Lin, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at his brazen demeanor, hurled a cushion from the couch at him. She continued to contemplate why Suyu had managed to ascend to 2 stars so effortlessly, while he was preoccupied with less than honorable thoughts. Chapter 23, The Ancestral Ring. The previous night, the two had engaged in deep conversation until the late hours. The following morning, Suyu groggily opened his eyes, meditated briefly in his room, and prepared to step out. He needed to return to his rental apartment to gather his belongings. Heading out so early? Su Lin's voice called from behind him as he was on the verge of leaving. Just going back home for a bit, Suyu replied, turning his head. To his surprise, he encountered Su Lin descending the stairs from the 2nd floor just as he was about to exit. Today, she wore a white spaghetti strap dress that accentuated her slender waist, the hem revealing her fair, elongated legs, which were strikingly alluring. Her eyes shimmered with a dreamy quality as she descended barefoot. Su Lin lazily tousled her slightly disheveled hair and inquired, "Need any help?" "No, it's fine. I can manage on my own," Suyu said, noting her sleepy appearance and deciding not to disturb her further. Su Lin nodded and proceeded downstairs directly into the living room. "Sister Lin, you look even more beautiful today," Suyu complimented as he was leaving, not bothering to turn back. Hearing his words, Su Lin felt her cheeks flush with warmth, thinking, that little rascal, why is he suddenly so sweet-tongued today? After finishing her water, she realized she had not applied any makeup when meeting Suyu. Reflecting on his earlier compliment, she exclaimed in horror, "Ah!" as her voice echoed through the villa. Upon returning to his rental apartment, Suyu was taken aback by the sight before him. The door to his home had been forcibly removed. Damn, I've been robbed. His first thought was that his home had been burglarized. He rushed inside to assess the situation, only to be met with a scene that left him shocked. The room was in disarray. Furniture lay destroyed. Clothes and bedding were torn asunder, and chaos reigned throughout. Suyu stood frozen for a moment, then furrowed his brows, realizing the situation was not as simple as it appeared. This destruction could not have been the work of a common thief. A burglar would not vandalize his belongings so recklessly, merely rifling through his clothing in search of valuables. Furthermore, having grown up an orphan in poverty, any nearby household was far wealthier than his own, making it unlikely for a thief to target him. He needed to validate his suspicions. Glancing at the broken desk, which he had previously used for storage, he wondered if its contents had vanished, which would suggest a theft. However, if they remained, it would indicate a different cause altogether. Approaching, he opened the desk drawer, discovering valuable items and star coins resting undisturbed within. Suyu recognized that the chaos in his home had not resulted from a thief. Had that been the case, his star coins would have long since disappeared. As he contemplated this, he suddenly noticed unfamiliar claw marks on the wall he frequently struck with his skills. Those marks had not been present when he left. Apart from the blackened impressions left by his lightning strikes, the wall bore no other signs of damage. The claw marks, though subtle beneath the darkened impressions, were evidently distinct. Curiosity piqued, Suyu approached the wall and touched the claw marks, which felt remarkably sharp to the touch, hinting at their dangerous nature. Finally, he understood the reason behind the destruction of his home. Someone had attempted to kill him the previous night. If an assailant had indeed come for him, everything fell into place. Having failed to locate him, they had vented their frustration by wrecking his room, resulting in the utter disarray. Could it be the Black Alliance? Suyu murmured to himself. Aside from them, he believed he had no other enemies. Their desire to eliminate him seemed all too plausible. Fortunately, I was not home last night. Otherwise, I would have faced a fierce battle. Judging by the depth of the claw marks, he surmised that the assailant was formidable. Given that he had not enhanced his own strength recently, he was unsure if he could have defeated them. Is this a narrow escape? Suyu chuckled bitterly. He had returned with the intention of collecting his belongings, only to find everything reduced to rubble. Let us see if there is anything of value left. He gathered the star coins from the desk drawer, totaling around 2,000 coins, and began to rummage through the drawer once more. What is this? Suyu rummaged through the drawer and unearthed a small box, which he carefully extracted. The surface of the box was cloaked in a layer of dust, which he gently brushed away. This square box exuded an air of antiquity. As memories flickered in his mind, albeit somewhat hazy, he finally recalled its significance. He remembered wearing a ring around his neck during his childhood, a cherished trinket that he had ceased to wear in high school due to restrictions on accessories. Consequently, he had placed it within this small box, where it had remained for several years. It was only today, after his journey through time, that Suyu decided to open it. Upon lifting the lid, he discovered the ring, still strung on a cord, nestled within the box, and he exhaled in relief. It was still there. The thought of losing this ring would have pained him immensely, as it had been his companion since his early years, a veritable family heirloom. Occasionally, he pondered his origins, especially in the absence of parents. Perhaps this ring held the answers he sought. Now that he had entered society, it seemed unnecessary to keep the ring hidden away. He would take it with him as he traversed the world. He extracted the ring and forcefully severed the cord that held it, cradling it in the palm of his hand. In his youth, he had been unable to wear the ring, necessitating its suspension from his neck. Now that he had matured, there was no need for such a contraption. The ring appeared remarkably archaic, devoid of any intricate designs, resembling a piece carved from wood. After scrutinizing it for some time, he concluded that it was likely an ordinary ring. Nevertheless, anything that had accompanied him throughout his life, no matter how unremarkable, deserved to be cherished rather than discarded. As he attempted to slide the ancestral ring onto his finger, to his astonishment, it miraculously flew onto his left index finger. What on earth? Had the heirloom ring come alive? Suyu was bewildered. He had worn it for years without incident, and now it had suddenly gained sentience. His left index finger was already adorned with the thundercloud ring he had purchased the previous day from the energy building. Did this ancestral ring desire to usurp its place? Why not settle for his right index finger instead? While he was still in a state of confusion, the ancestral ring expanded, enveloping the thundercloud ring. In an instant, the thundercloud ring vanished, and the ancestral ring returned to its ordinary size, firmly affixed to Suyu's left index finger. The sudden turn of events left him reeling. Had he really lost the thundercloud ring he had purchased for 40,000 star coins just like that? He had not even had the chance to utilize it before it was gone. Realizing the peculiarity of the situation, he hastily attempted to remove the ancestral ring. Yet, no matter how forcefully he pulled, it remained steadfast, as if welded to his finger. The more resistant it was to removal, the more he sensed its strangeness. What kind of ring could only be worn and never taken off? Chapter 24. Wang Xueqing is murdered. He understood that continuing to struggle with the ring was futile, so he decided to let it be. The fact that the thundercloud ring had been consumed was now a reality he had to accept. After all, it was merely 40,000 star coins. He could always earn more and purchase another. Besides, as a superpowered individual, acquiring star coins would be effortless. Turning his gaze toward his shabby little abode, now in disarray, he was nonetheless filled with nostalgia. If the memories were beautiful, he would allow them to remain so. He resolved to leave the place as it was, not intending to repair it. After all, who would choose to reside in such a dilapidated space when he had a grand villa to return to? The true reason for his reluctance to make repairs was twofold. He feared that those who sought to assassinate him might discover he had been there, and the reality was that this rundown rental was far less comfortable than a luxurious villa. Moreover, the villa housed a beautiful woman. Upon returning to the villa, Suyu found Su Lin seated cross-legged on the sofa, deep in meditation. Dressed in casual attire, she turned to him as she sensed his presence and inquired, "You're back. Did you bring much luggage?" After a moment of reflection, Suyu replied, "Yes, quite a bit. Enough for one hand to manage." "That's odd," Su Lin remarked, noticing his empty hands. "Where's your luggage?" "This is it," he said, executing a full spin in front of her, gesturing to himself as the luggage. Su Lin chuckled softly at his antics. Perhaps it's best to forego that luggage. Suyu settled onto the sofa, took a sip of water, and recounted the state of his home to Su Lin, deliberately omitting the incident with the ring. After listening, she furrowed her brow slightly. "It seems that allowing you to stay here has indeed provided you with protection." She had noticed Suyu's intention to rent a place the previous day, and, recognizing that her home's first floor was unoccupied, had invited him to move in. Little did she know that this seemingly casual act had saved him. So you nodded gravely. His expression, one of feigned vulnerability. I guess I'll have to rely on you, Sister Lin. You and T want me to be homeless, would you? With one hand propping up her chin, Su Lin blinked playfully. Sister 1T let you be homeless. However, until you finish cleaning up, I might just let you experience that. Understanding her implication, Su Yu quickly grasped that it was merely a matter of tidying up, an easy task. Su Lin's lips curled into a subtle smile at his response. As evening descended, Su Yu collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted from a day of chores. Feeling more drained than after battling superpowered foes, Su Lin approached with a cup of coffee. Noticing his forlorn demeanor, she stifled a laugh behind her hand. Did you catch the news about superpowered individuals today? No, Sujuri plaid la city. He was too fatigued to care about the news after such a long day. Superpowered news could typically be accessed via the Superpower Watch, but it required manually searching through the dates, as updates were provided daily about events involving superpowered individuals. Su Lin continued. A superpowered corpse was discovered near the Shanghai Bridge in Star City yesterday. Uninterested, Sujuri mandan dispensive. So what? It's just one superpowered individual dead. Star City is vast, and countless superpowered individuals reside here. The death of one person hardly makes a significant impact. Su Lin elaborated. The deceased was a female, a soil-based superpowered individual. A female? Su Yu's interest peaked at the mention. While the death of a male superpowered individual might be attributed to a volatile temperament leading to conflict, the demise of a female was far more intriguing. In this day and age, tales of love and betrayal among superpowered individuals were not uncommon. It was not unusual for a woman to awaken her powers, abandon her previous boyfriend for a superpowered partner, only for the spurned ex to awaken his own abilities and seek revenge. Su Lin shot him a disapproving glance. So you're only interested now that it's a woman? Su Yu raised his superpower watch and began flipping through the news. What day was it? Yesterday. Su Lin retorted with playful annoyance, taking a sip of her coffee. You weren't interested just now, so why the sudden enthusiasm? Su Yu hastily searched for the news from the previous day. Before long, he stumbled upon news regarding the Shanghai Bridge. He scrutinized it carefully. The lifeless body of a woman was discovered beneath the bridge, her garments ruthlessly stripped away, her entire form marred by numerous scratches, a tragic sight indeed. Yet, upon glimpsing her visage, Su Yu was taken aback. He abruptly sprang from the sofa, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, a chill coursing through his heart. Wang Xiueqing, the deceased superpowered individual from the Shanghai Bridge, was Wang Xiueqing. Damn, who could have committed this heinous act? He promptly perused the news for any mention of the perpetrator's capture. However, no information regarding the capture of the murderer was disclosed in the article. Beside him, Su Lin noticed Su Yu's sudden rise and sensed something amiss, inquiring, "What's wrong?" Realizing his agitation, Su Yu composed himself and sat back down, asking, "In the news about the Shanghai Bridge, was the murderer apprehended?" "No, I don't know the specifics either," Su Lin explained. "That area isn't under our team's jurisdiction." "What do you mean it isn't under our jurisdiction?" Su Yu asked, perplexed. "Does your team have designated areas of responsibility?" Su Lin, aware that Su Yu had only recently joined the team, elaborated, "Every superpowered association team has its own jurisdiction. If an incident occurs within their designated area, that team has priority in addressing the issue." Su Lin clarified, "This means they can take precedence in accepting the task. If you wish to uncover the murderer, you can either have the captain speak with the leader of that area's team to see if we can take on the task, or we must wait for that team to apprehend the murderer and release the information." Noticing Su Yu's unusual reaction to the news, Su Lin asked, "Were you close to the deceased?" "We were high school classmates," Su Yu replied. "High school classmates? Then you could discuss it with the captain to see if the task can be transferred to us," Su Lin said, her surprise evident upon learning they had been classmates. "Never mind, I'm not that familiar with her." Su Yu dismissed the idea, unwilling to jeopardize himself unnecessarily. His curiosity was piqued, however, regarding the identity of Wang Xiueqing's killer. Su Lin shot him a skeptical glance. "You're not that familiar with a high school classmate?" "Realizing her misunderstanding, Su Yu clarified. "I was quite reclusive in high school. We merely knew each other." After hearing his explanation and reflecting on his experiences, Su Lin began to comprehend why he felt distance from his classmates. Chapter 25. The Function of the Ancestral Ring. That night, Su Yu lay in bed, unable to find sleep, as thoughts of Wang Xueqing's murder plagued him. The circumstances felt exceedingly suspicious. As a soil-based, superpowered individual, it was inconceivable for an ordinary person to bring about her demise. Thus, only another superpowered individual could have done so. She had only recently awakened her powers, and logically, she should not have had any enemies among superpowered individuals, suggesting her life should have been rather comfortable. So why had she suddenly perished? Wait, a thought struck him. Could it be that Wang Yuanhui was responsible for Wang Xueqing's death? This notion sent chills down his spine as he recalled the conflict between Wang Xueqing and Wang Yuanhui on the day of their awakening, sending a shiver down his back. Wang Xueqing had pretended to be Wang Yuanhui's girlfriend to borrow star coins for potions, only to heartlessly abandon him after successfully awakening. Was this the catalyst for Wang Yuanhui's vengeance? Damn, Wang Yuanhui could be so ruthless? In Su Yu's memories, Wang Yuanhui was a wealthy second generation, though he hadn't delved deeply into his family's business. He only knew that his family owned numerous enterprises in Xingqing and was fairly affluent, exhibiting a flamboyant demeanor. But he had never perceived him as particularly cruel. Perhaps his awakening of animalistic powers had awakened a darker side? That was not entirely out of the question. Suddenly, he recalled the claw marks on Wang Xueqing's corpse bore a striking resemblance to those on the wall of his own home. Could it be that the marks on his wall were not left by members of the Black Alliance, but rather by Wang Yuanhui? On the day of their awakening, Wang Yuanhui had manifested as a wolf-type, superpowered individual, and the claw marks on his wall were indeed left by a superpowered being. As this realization dawned upon him, goosebumps erupted across his skin. He had been present on the day of awakening, and at that moment, he hadn't treated Wang Yuanhui kindly. In fact, he had flaunted his own abilities in front of him. Damn it! Wang Yuanhui must have intended to kill me that night. It had to be him. Su Yu sat up abruptly, gasping for breath. All these conjectures linked back to Wang Yuanhui. He could hardly believe how cruel Wang Yuanhui had turned out to be, even targeting a high school classmate. After a moment, Su Yu managed to steady his emotions, realizing that these were merely hypotheses that required validation. Now that he was wary of Wang Yuanhui, he would have to exercise utmost caution around him. Presently, he was also a 2-star lightning-type superpowered individual and possessed spatial abilities as a foundation. Thus, it would not be an easy task for Wang Yuanhui to eliminate him. However, the thought of Wang Yuanhui being a wealthy second-generation heir was disconcerting, as his wealth could allow him to rapidly enhance his own strength. Who knew when Wang Yuanhui might come seeking him? Meanwhile, Su Yu was short on funds and lacked superpowered stones, hindering his progress. Fortunately, Wang Yuanhui had no knowledge of his whereabouts, making it difficult for him to find him. Time was of the essence. He needed to devise a plan to quickly bolster his strength. The following morning, Su Yu struggled to open his eyes, rubbing his head. The events concerning Wang Xueqing had drained his mental faculties, causing him to sleep late into the night. Once he got up, he entered a meditative state, driven by an urgent desire to enhance his abilities. Meditation could elevate his star level, though the effects were rather marginal. A day of meditation might yield less advancement than a single superpowered stone. Nevertheless, even the smallest gains were valuable. Without superpowered stones, he had no choice but to rely on meditation to improve his strength. Time passed, and suddenly a faint burning sensation radiated from the index finger of his left hand. Su Yu jolted awake from his meditation and glanced at his left hand. The source of the burning sensation was the ancestral ring. After swallowing the thundercloud ring the previous day, this ancestral ring had remained silent, leading him to believe it would remain dormant for a while. To his surprise, it began to act up today. Damn, what a troublesome object. Su Yu cursed internally, regretting having provoked the ring. He feared that it might manifest some bizarre phenomenon. Just as he was lost in frustration, a surge of pure energy flooded into his mind, swiftly dividing into 2 portions that entered 2 stars within him. Buzz. The 2 portions of energy caused the stars to flicker intensely, and soon, each star was accompanied by a new star orbiting it. In an instant, the previously burning sensation from the ring subsided into tranquility. This sudden change left Su Yu momentarily bewildered. He quickly inspected the 2 stars in his mind, now flanked by 3 stars, each revolving around them. This indicated that Su Yu had ascended to the rank of a 3-star superpowered individual. Su Yu murmured in disbelief. Did I just level up? So effortlessly? As stars progressed in rank, the energy required for advancement increased exponentially, Logically, transitioning from 2 stars to 3 stars would necessitate double the superpowered stones. He had never anticipated that after just ascending to 2 stars yesterday, he would effortlessly rise to 3 stars today without having done anything significant. However, he did engage in meditation today, yet he was certain that the meager energy derived from that practice could not possibly account for his advancement to 3 stars. Was it the ring's doing? He found it hard to believe as he stared blankly at the ring adorning his finger. Just moments ago, after experiencing a burning sensation from the ring, his star level had increased. It seemed there was no other explanation. Suddenly, Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he lifted his hand, planting a fervent kiss on the ring. "My precious, oh how precious you are." It was only now that he realized the extraordinary nature of this ring. It was indeed a divine artifact, capable of propelling him to rapid advancement. Reflecting on how he had just berated the ring moments ago, he felt a pang of regret. Upon further contemplation, he recalled that the ring had undergone a transformation only after consuming the thundercloud ring. Perhaps other items could also trigger such changes. His eyes gleamed with inspiration as he swiftly made his way to the living room. It was already midday. Su Lin, donning a blue and pink apron over a white short-sleeve shirt and black skinny jeans, was busy cooking in the kitchen. Ever since losing her parents, she had been living independently, and her culinary skills were quite adept. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air as the door swung open. Suyu hurried into the living room, only to find Su Lin absent. He scanned the area and finally spotted her familiar silhouette in the kitchen. Hearing the commotion from outside, Su Lin, without pausing to set down her spatula, rushed out to investigate. Upon seeing Su Yu's eager expression, she asked, "What is the matter? Have you never seen someone cook before?" Su Yu looked at the spatula in her hand, perplexed. "You can cook?" "Of course. Cooking is not as simple as it seems." Su Lin replied with confidence, gesturing towards the dishes on the table. "Would you like a try?" "Sure." Su Yu was keen to assess her culinary prowess. Just as he sat down, about to reach for his chopsticks, he remembered he had come to discuss something important with Su Lin. "By the way, do you have any spare super energy stones?" "Super energy stones? I do have a few that I don't need." Su Lin pondered for a moment before responding. "Could you bring me one?" Su Yu asked. If his ring could absorb weapons made from super energy stones, perhaps it could absorb the stones themselves as well. "All right, wait a moment. I'll go get one," Su Lin said, placing her spatula down and heading to her room to retrieve the stones. Before long, Su Lin returned, holding a bag containing the super energy stones. "So how does it taste? Delicious, right?" "Absolutely delectable." Su Yu earnestly praised her cooking. It was indeed quite impressive. "Weren't you just promoted to 2 stars yesterday?" Su Lin handed him the bag filled with super energy stones. "After just leveling up, it's best not to absorb too many at once, as it can lead to instability. It's advisable to adapt for a few days before absorbing more," she cautioned. Understood. He accepted the bag and opened it, discovering 5 super energy stones inside, which astonished him. "This is too much. I only need one." He simply wanted to experiment with whether the ring could absorb super energy stones, and there was no need for excess. "One? Take them all. There is plenty left after my upgrade, and I want TB using them," Su Lin generously insisted, having already upgraded her water abilities to 6 stars. She knew it would take a while to reach 7 stars. Since Su Yu needed them, she felt it was better to give them to him. For her, the 4 stones wouldn't offer significant aid, whereas they would greatly benefit Su Yu, whose lower level would see more noticeable improvements from their use. "Well, I won't be polite then." Su Yu smirked, his brows raised in delight. "Don't be polite. Just take them." Su Lin waved her hand dismissively. "All right then." With the bag of super energy stones in hand, Su Yu hurriedly dashed back to his room. Su Lin, seeing his haste, could only shake her head in bemusement, wondering what could be so urgent. Once in his room, Su Yu locked the door. He took out 1 super energy stone, cradling it in his left hand, and suddenly felt the stone transform into a surge of energy that the ring absorbed. It could absorb them. The stone was not consumed by his stars, but rather by the ring, indicating that this ring had the capacity to absorb super energy stones. Soon after, a burning sensation emanated from the ring, and a pure energy coursed into his mind, subsequently absorbed by the thunder element star. This time, the energy did not elevate Su Yu's level, which he had anticipated. If absorbing 1 super energy stone guaranteed a star upgrade, that ring would be utterly overpowered. He proceeded to conduct another experiment with 2 more super energy stones, discovering that the ring possessed the ability to purify the energy, rendering it more potent. The energy absorbed through the ring was far superior to that which was not. This meant that he could achieve rapid advancements using fewer super energy stones, while others would require a substantial quantity to level up. Understanding the ring's capabilities filled Su Yu with elation. He recalled how he had felt distressed about the ring absorbing the thundercloud ring earlier. Now, having grasped its potential, he wished he could acquire another thundercloud ring to feed to it. From his deductions, he surmised that the thundercloud ring contained a significant amount of energy, resulting in a slower purification process, while super energy stones, having less energy, could be refined more quickly. After consuming the stones, he sensed a faint inclination towards breaking through to 4 stars in the thunder element, yet he still fell short. He wondered if an excessive intake of energy refined through the ring would affect future advancements. After pondering for a while, he decided to set that concern aside. After all, he still had a long journey ahead before reaching the mid-tier of 7 stars. Just then, a rumble from his stomach interrupted his thoughts. He slapped his forehead, realizing, is there anything more important than eating right now? Seeing Su Yu emerge from his room, Su Lin, who was dining in the living room, inquired curiously, "Did you level up?" "Not yet." Su Yu shook his head. Su Lin smiled with satisfaction. Leveling up requires a steady approach. One must not rush. She had already guessed that Su Yu had not succeeded in leveling up, for she herself had consumed quite a few super energy stones to progress from 2 to 3 stars. How could he expect to advance with merely 4? Indeed, you speak wisely, Miss Su. Su Yu wholeheartedly agreed. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yu had already ascended to 3 stars. She remained anchored to the information he had shared yesterday. After finishing their meal, Su Yu once again entered a meditative state. With their holiday drawing to a close the following day, he decided it was best to dedicate this remaining time to training. While he was immersed in meditation, an explosion suddenly reverberated from afar. Curiosity piqued. He stepped out of his room, just as Su Lin descended from upstairs. "Did you hear that explosion?" Su Lin asked upon seeing Su Yu emerge. "Yes," Su Yu nodded. He had indeed heard the explosion, albeit faintly. While they exchanged their curiosity, both of their super energy watches buzzed simultaneously with a message from Zhao Kai. An explosion has occurred at the Star City Textile Factory. Rapid support required. Upon receiving the message, they exchanged glances, understanding that they were about to embark on a mission. "Wait for me. I need to change clothes," Su Lin said, quickly turning and dashing upstairs to change. As Su Yu beheld her clad in a white camisole dress, he could only shake his head in resignation. Who would have thought that a mission would arise at such a late hour? Shortly thereafter, Su Lin hurried down the stairs, adorned in a white t-shirt paired with a blue denim jacket and black casual trousers. "Let us go." At that moment, a fierce inferno engulfed the entire textile factory, punctuated by intermittent explosions from within. The nature of textile production rendered the flames relentless, prompting local authorities to seek assistance from the Superpower Association as their attempts to extinguish the blaze proved futile. This area fell under the jurisdiction of Zhao Kai. In no time, Su Yu and Su Lin arrived at the scene, met with a wave of intense heat. Su Yu gazed at the sea of flames before him, deeply unsettled. "Captain," the two of them noticed Zhao Kai standing not far off, prompting them to rush over. "Everyone's here. Let us assign tasks," Zhao Kai stated, foregoing an explanation as he promptly issued commands. "As you can see, there may still be survivors trapped inside the factory, so our priority is to rescue them. As for extinguishing the fire, the likelihood is quite low. Thus, our focus must remain on saving lives." He continued, outlining team assignments. "Su Yu and Su Lin will work together, Wang Debao and Bai Xiao will form another team, while I will operate independently." Zhao Kai surveyed the group, dividing them based on their respective abilities. The situation demanded urgency, and the teams dispersed to execute their missions. Chapter 27. Search and Rescue. In a grand villa within the Star City district, Wang Yuanhui reclined on the living room sofa. He rose to sip from a glass of red wine, feeling an unusual sense of contentment wash over him. It had been a long time since he felt this relaxed, for he was aware that his objective had been achieved. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the living room, bowing his head upon witnessing the scene, and respectfully murmured, "Young master, the Superpower Association has intervened." "Yes, I am aware," Wang Yuanhui replied, downing the rest of his wine. "It is entirely expected for the Superpower Association to meddle. There is no need for alarm. Dispatch a few capable individuals to create some chaos, Do not allow them to rescue the victims effortlessly. Wang Yuanhui contemplated before speaking again. The fire at the textile factory was orchestrated by him. The factory's owner had been foolish enough to refuse his acquisition, prompting him to ignite the blaze. He intended to escalate the situation, thereby facilitating the factory's absorption into his holdings. The more casualties there were, the larger the incident would become. Understood, young master. The middle-aged man replied softly before departing. Once alone, Wang Yuanhui glanced at his hands, sharp claws sprouting from his fingertips. He realized that since becoming a superpower user, he had grown increasingly brutal, savage, and consumed by desire. The death of Wang Xueqing was entirely his doing. She had deceived him, treating him like a fool, and thus she bore the brunt of his wrath. Retracting his claws, he approached the window, gazing at the distant plume of black smoke rising far from the villa, a sinister and cold smile creeping across his face. Superpower Association, I hope you do not disappoint me. At the periphery of the textile factory, dawn broke. Su Yu surveyed the raging inferno before him, a sense of frustration welling within. How on earth can we enter to rescue anyone with a fire this fierce? Isn't it akin to courting death? He gestured towards the flames. Sister Lin, how do we get in? His lightning abilities offered no solutions. They would have to rely on Su Lin's water powers. Su Lin furrowed her brow at the sight of the flames, then waved her hand, conjuring a cerulean water ring that enveloped both of them. This water ring will shield us from the flames, she assured him. Su Yu's eyes widened at the unexpected effect. A refreshing coolness washed over him, banishing the earlier heat. With this protection, he felt emboldened. Su Lin explained the water ring's properties. It will continuously deplete my energy, so you must not stray too far. Otherwise, it will dissipate. Stay close once we go in. Su Yu nodded in agreement. All right, I'll lead the way, and you follow behind. With this water ring, we're good to go. Thus, the two of them ventured into the heart of the inferno, encased in their protective water ring. Inside the textile factory, faint explosions and the sounds of debris crashing filled the air, intermingled with the cries of the elderly and children. Upon entering, they found the interior reduced to mere charred remnants. The flames within were far less intense than those outside. Su Yu sighed upon witnessing the heaps of charcoal, pondering the fate of any remaining survivors. Clearly, hope was dim. Su Lin, observing the scene, shook her head. Let us move on to the next location. Based on the floor plan Zhao Kai had shared via the Superpower Watch, they realized they were at the factory's perimeter, still a distance from their intended destination. Zhao Kai had assigned distinct rescue locations. Su Yu and Su Lin were tasked with the dormitory area, while Wang Debao and Bai Xiao were directed to the power zone. And Zhao Kai himself would head to the production area. They made their way to the dormitory building, during which Su Yu employed his spatial reconnaissance abilities. Finding no survivors, only charred remains and blackened smoke. The flames near the dormitory had long since extinguished, and the temperature was now manageable, prompting Su Lin to dissolve the water rings. The walls of the dormitory were scorched black, clearly one of the initial sites of combustion. Su Lin proposed, let us split up. You search the rear dormitories while I check the front ones. Understood, Su Yu affirmed with a nod. With the flames quelled, he no longer needed Su Lin's protective ring, allowing for a more efficient search. He swiftly approached the rear dormitories, selecting one at random to enter. Activating his spatial detection, he meticulously searched the building within a 30-meter radius. Nothing, he murmured, shaking his head in frustration as he closed his eyes. Under his spatial abilities, he discerned no survivors within the building. It was likely that, upon the fire's outbreak, everyone had fled, leaving no one behind. He proceeded to another building, just as he was about to step inside, when he suddenly spotted a target in the second-floor tea room. Swiftly climbing the stairs, he kicked open the charred doorframe. Clearing away the dust that had settled, he looked down to find a young woman of average height unconscious behind the tea machine. Her clothing lay in tatters, and her skin bore burns. In her hand, she clutched a towel, presumably used to cover her mouth and nose during the blaze. He rushed over to assist her, examining her features. Though her face was obscured by soot, her overall appearance suggested she was quite attractive. Su Yu extended a finger to check for breath, detecting a faint, fragile exhalation. He immediately contacted Su Lin through his superpower watch to relay the specific location of the building. Upon receiving a message from Su Yu, Su Lin hurriedly rushed to the scene. She found a woman lying unconscious on the ground and promptly employed her water manipulation skills, conjuring a ring of water around her. The water ring rippled continuously, gradually restoring the woman's breathing to a normal state, though she remained unresponsive. Su Lin sighed in relief, stating her condition has stabilized. However, the water ring lacked healing properties. It merely prevented her from slipping away. Chapter 28, The Arsonist. Let us go. I've searched the other areas of this building, and there is no one else but her. Suyu informed Su Lin about the state of the building. Together, they carefully assisted the unconscious woman downstairs. Suyu pointed to the woman leaning against the wall and said, "You stay here to watch over her while I continue the search." After a moment's contemplation, Su Lin nodded, recognizing that the woman, having just stabilized, indeed required protection. "All right, but be careful," she cautioned. Suyu nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to search the other buildings. For him, investigating a building was a swift endeavor, thanks to his spatial abilities that allowed for easy reconnaissance. He swiftly navigated through the back rows of buildings and discovered several survivors hiding in the break rooms. He quickly gathered them, noting that their conditions were relatively stable, albeit unconscious. One by one, he assisted them down and grouped them together. Next, utilizing his spatial reconnaissance ability, he located a cargo transport flatbed and placed all the survivors onto it. Meanwhile, Su Lin was guarding the unconscious woman when she suddenly spotted Suyu approaching her. Pushing a flatbed. So soon? It's only been 10 minutes, she thought, puzzled as to whether Suyu had truly found any survivors. Upon seeing the flatbed filled with people, her eyes widened in shock, and her mouth fell agape as she beheld the astonishing sight of multiple survivors lying on the flatbed. Suyu quickly arrived with the flatbed brimming with survivors, noticing Su Lin staring at him in disbelief. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and help unload them," he urged. Su Lin snapped back to reality and hurriedly assisted each survivor down, leaning them against the wall. "How did you find so many survivors?" she asked, counting a total of 10, all of whom Suyu had single-handedly discovered. "Just luck. There was one survivor in every building, all in the break rooms," Suyu explained. Although this reasoning might seem a bit far-fetched, he was confident Su Lin wouldn't scrutinize it too closely. "Is that so?" Su Lin regarded him skeptically. Seeing Suyu nod affirmatively, she chose not to press further. After all, the first woman had also been found in a break room, making his claim plausible. "Take care of them. I'll check ahead," Suyu said, pushing the flatbed toward the rows of buildings that Su Lin had not yet finished searching, leaving her momentarily in a daze. As he navigated the front rows, he activated his spatial ability for rapid reconnaissance. He placed the survivors from each corresponding floor in a hallway, intending to transport them all upstairs once the search was complete. Before long, he had thoroughly examined the previous rows Su Lin had searched. He then pushed the flatbed back toward her. Su Lin was still pondering how Suyu managed to gather the survivors so swiftly when the flatbed approached her once more. Seeing Suyu waving at her from behind, she found it hard to believe. Could it be true that there was a survivor in every break room? Su Lin began to reconsider Suyu's earlier words. Why had she doubted him? After all, there had been no survivors in the break room of the building she had searched. Quickly, Suyu reached her and said, "Wait a moment, I'll find another flatbed." He left the current one filled with survivors and dashed back into the building. Su Lin, at a loss for words, was overwhelmed by the astonishing number of survivors, over 20, surrounding her. Moments later, Suyu returned, pushing another flatbed. "What's wrong? Am I that handsome?" he teased, noticing the peculiar way Su Lin was staring at him. Her eyes were filled with confusion, shock, and disbelief. "Handsome my foot. Hurry and get them onto the flatbed." Su Lin sensed he had an uncanny ability to pinpoint the locations of survivors and flatbeds, yet she questioned the validity of her own thoughts. How could he possibly know their exact locations? Unable to fathom it, she chose to trust Suyu's earlier assertion. There was indeed a survivor in every break room. "Let us get these survivors out of here," she urged. Suyu counted and realized he had found more than 20 survivors, which was quite a lot, and thus suggested, "Perhaps we should send them out now." Su Lin nodded in agreement, strongly supporting his suggestion. Together, they each pushed a flatbed, transporting the unconscious survivors toward the exit. Just as they were about to leave the dormitory area, Suyu suddenly detected, within the range of his spatial ability, 2 individuals leaping on the rooftop, heading toward them. Furrowing his brow, he turned to look at the rooftop, and Su Lin, noticing his abrupt halt, was about to inquire when Suyu unexpectedly pushed her forcefully in the chest. Su Lin's eyes widened in shock, thinking, has he lost his mind? How dare he push me? and right in the chest. Caught completely off guard, she stumbled backward several meters while Suyu took the opportunity to retreat a few steps. "Are you crazy, Suyu?" Su Lin shouted angrily from the ground. Just then, a fireball plummeted exactly where they had been standing moments before. Boom! The fireball struck the ground, and the shock wave sent the survivors on the flatbeds tumbling in disarray. Su Lin and Suyu quickly realized that Suyu had just saved her life. Had he not pushed her, she might have taken a fireball head-on. Instantly, she turned her gaze toward the rooftop, recalling the trajectory of the fireball. On the rooftop stood two figures. One was a male, approximately 6 meters tall, with a somewhat youthful face, a slender build, clad in a red jacket and black shorts, sporting fiery red hair, and playing with two small fireballs. His name was Hong Haier. The other stood around 8 meters tall, with a robust physique, wearing a wrestling mask and outfit that obscured his features. His name was Enyo. Only Ye, dissatisfied that his fireballs had been so easily evaded, remarked, "I didn't expect you two to react so quickly." Enyo stood silently beside him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Suyu, observing the situation, furrowed his brow and, with a serious expression, instructed Su Lin, "You need to get the survivors out of here. I'll hold them off." It was evident these two were not here for benevolent reasons. They would not impede their rescue efforts otherwise. Fortunately, he had detected their presence in advance. Otherwise, they would have succeeded in their malicious intent. The foremost task now was to ensure the safe exit of these ordinary people. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Su Lin understood the impending threat posed by the two individuals and recognized that this was not the moment to debate with Su Yu about who should stay behind. It is imperative to evacuate these survivors. They must not perish here in vain. She swiftly lifted the scattered survivors onto the stretcher. On the rooftop, standing behind Red Boy, Enyo contemplated intervening to stop Su Lin. After all, their mission was to ensure that the Super Ability Association rescued fewer individuals. Red Boy raised his hand to restrain the fidgeting Enyo and remarked, with a look of disdain, "Let her go. I shall see what audacity this little one possesses to speak so boldly. How dare he attempt to impede us?" Chapter 29, Red Boy and Enyo. Su Lin hurriedly assisted the survivors scattered on the ground onto the stretcher, aligning two stretchers together before pushing them away from the dormitory area. As she departed, she glanced back and said, "Suyu, hold on. I will return shortly." On the rooftop, Red Boy grew irritated by Su Lin's lingering indecisiveness and hurled a fireball in her direction. "Hurry up and leave. We've already allowed you to escape. Yet you still dawdle." Upon seeing the approaching fireball, Suyu immediately connected with the thunder elemental force, condensing a similarly sized sphere of lightning in his palm and flinging it back. Bang! The two spheres collided, with the lightning element clearly prevailing, instantly dispersing the fireball and sending residual bolts towards Red Boy on the rooftop. Red Boy was taken aback that his fireball had been shattered. Such an occurrence was indeed rare. He had never encountered a situation where his fireball was dismantled. Typically, it would either neutralize or collide with others. Just as he was still in shock, a slender bolt of lightning shot towards him. "Oh no!" Red Boy panicked, realizing that the remnants of his fireball were now directed at him. Enyo, observing the lightning sphere's trajectory, calmly extended his palm before Red Boy, effortlessly intercepting it. Bang! The lightning sphere was extinguished by Enyo's grasp. Relieved by Enyo's intervention, Red Boy's expression darkened as he muttered, "This kid is a lightning elemental. No wonder my fireball was ineffective against him. Lightning possesses the highest offensive capability among elemental types, naturally overpowering my fire." Enyo examined his palm after catching the lightning sphere and was astonished to find a small charred mark. After successfully deflecting the fireball, Suyu felt a sense of relief upon seeing Su Lin safely escorting the survivors out of the dormitory area. His decision to remain was not born of bravado, but rather necessity. The perimeter of the textile factory was still ablaze, making it impossible for him to guide the survivors through the flames, whereas Su Lin could. It was essential for someone to remain to confront the two on the rooftop, which justified his choice to stay. On the rooftop, Red Boy instructed Enyo, "Descend and confront this lightning elemental." Enyo nodded blankly, then hoisted Red Boy onto his shoulder before leaping forward. Below, Suyu watched in confusion as the two prepared to jump, contemplating, are they truly going to leap off this height? Surviving such a fall would be miraculous. They might end up with broken legs. Why not just concede? Thud! The ground resonated with a thump, sending up a cloud of dust. Anyo emerged slowly from the haze, dusting off Red Boy, who coughed and remarked, "Next time." "Anyo, could you avoid landing in the sand?" Anyo scratched his head in thought. "It's not like you were the one jumping. Why complain? The sand is no softer than concrete. It's not me who's injured. I'm still feeling the sting in my feet." From a distance, Suyu observed Anyo and Red Boy emerging from the dust and mused. Are they attempting to appear impressive? Nevertheless, he remained cautious, aware that such a leap from that height indicated their exceptional physical prowess. He surmised that Anyo was undoubtedly a beast-type elemental. If he were to leap from such a height, he would surely either break his legs or meet a dire fate. He was not a beast-type after all. His physical capabilities could not compare. Red Boy leapt down from Anyo's shoulder and scrutinized Suyu for a moment before exclaiming, "So, it's you?" Suyu, upon hearing this, felt inclined to retort, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" but chose to remain silent. Red Boy, noticing Suyu's bewilderment, continued, "It's understandable you don't recognize me. As a fire elemental, I'm not as renowned as your lightning type. Your name has circulated widely in the super ability circles of Star City. I wondered who this sudden lightning elemental was. Turns out it's you." Suyu, hearing this, could only smile ruefully. The notoriety of a lightning elemental had spread. There was no concealing it unless he changed his appearance entirely. Why not cultivate your powers quietly, without provoking those you shouldn't? Red Boy waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Anyo's eyes sparkled with excitement, understanding that this mission would surely yield substantial rewards. Suyu, taken aback, pondered, what prominent figures have I provoked? I've been quite discreet in the Super Ability Association. I've never even killed a single superpowered individual. The Dark Alliance would not brazenly attempt to eliminate him. He had not caused them significant losses. In their eyes, he was merely a target for elimination, and it was unlikely that he was the only lightning elemental. They wouldn't be targeting him specifically. Moreover, it was evident that these two were not there solely for him, as they had not even recognized him at first glance. "Prepare to meet your end," Red Boy declared, no longer inclined to engage in idle chatter, as he conjured two fireballs in his hands, ready to launch them. Anyo, beside him, released his abilities, his already formidable physique growing even more robust. "Anyo, go!" Red Boy shouted fiercely. Anyo, responding to his command, felt his eyes blaze crimson, filled with a murderous intent. From a distance, Suyu perceived the unfolding scene and immediately unleashed his dual elemental powers. He gathered lightning in his hands, bringing his palms together to form a spear of lightning. As Anyo charged at him, he swiftly hurled the spear, aiming to impede Anyo's advance. Simultaneously, he utilized his spatial abilities to track the trajectory of the two fireballs, dodging them with a series of deft movements. Anyo, undeterred by the approaching lightning spear, displayed no fear. His face flushed, and steam billowed from his nostrils. His physique suddenly expanded, growing even larger than before. As the lightning spear soared towards him, he reached out, grasping the middle of the spear, attempting to halt its progress. However, the lightning spear was not so easily subdued. The rampant electrical energy surged through his hands, coursing through his body. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he tried to shake off the lightning spear. But no matter how hard he struggled, it seemed to cling to his grasp. The violent bolts of electricity contorted his features in agony, forcing him to retreat until he finally came to a stop several meters back. At this point, the lightning spear had lost its initial momentum, leaving only the residual electrical energy. Anyo successfully halted its advance. With a sudden exertion, he opened his hands, causing the now inert lightning spear to fall to the ground. He gasped for breath, his body still trembling. Red Boy, witnessing this, was equally astonished. Anyo had been forced back. Moreover, his fireballs had been evaded effortlessly. This individual was indeed formidable. Red Boy inquired, "Anyo, are you all right?" He noticed that Anyo appeared somewhat uncharacteristically fatigued, as if he had been burdened with an immense weight. This was the first time he had seen Anyo in such a state. Previously, Anyo had withstood his fireballs without showing any sign of exhaustion. Anyo shook his head, panting heavily as he exclaimed, "This kid's lightning spear is rather sinister. We must avoid being struck at all costs." Chapter 30. The Great Battle Against the Red Boy and Anyo. How could this be? The Red Boy never anticipated that Anyo would be repelled. Suyu had just awakened his lightning powers, Yet he wielded them with such remarkable proficiency, and the might of his lightning abilities was truly monstrous. Ainyo's lightning prowess was formidable. The red boy glanced at Ainyo, bewildered. After several rounds of confrontation, he began to feel as though the two of them might not be able to overcome Suyu. What are we afraid of? Can't the two of us take him on? Both of them were superpowered beings, and he refused to believe they couldn't defeat Suyu. The red boy nodded. Becoming serious, he had underestimated Suyu earlier and had not taken him seriously. As Suyu noticed the two charging at him once more, he quickly conjured a lightning spear and aimed it at the incoming Ainyo. Unwilling to change his offensive strategy, he anticipated that his lightning spear would catch them off guard. Ainyo, seeing the lightning spear heading his way, felt a wave of tension wash over him. He had witnessed the spear's power firsthand and had no desire to be electrocuted again. He immediately halted his advance, meticulously observing the spear's trajectory before deftly dodging to the side, allowing the spear to zoom past and embed itself into the ground. Seeing Ainyo evade the lightning spear with ease, the red boy's face lit up with joy. Well done, Ainyo. Aware that Ainyo had created an opportunity for attack, he unleashed his fire abilities, fiery eruption. With his palms pressed together, he aimed at Suyu in the distance and unleashed a column of flame. Knowing his fireball had little chance of hitting its mark, and thus opting for a different approach, the searing flames surged forward, and Suyu, caught off guard, quickly concentrated his lightning energy in his palms before releasing it. If he was going to engage in a direct confrontation, he was determined to believe his lightning would prevail over fire. Ainyo, having evaded the lightning spear, charged forward once more. As a beast-type superpower user, he needed to engage Suyu in close combat to unleash his full potential. Suyu, fully aware of Ainyo's intentions to close the distance, would not permit him to do so. One hand resisted the flames while the other clenched tightly. Boom! Suyu shouted. Suddenly, the lightning spear lodged in the ground erupted in an explosion. Ainyo, having easily dodged the spear, was utterly unprepared for its subsequent detonation. Realizing the situation, he attempted to evade, but the blast radius was far too extensive to escape. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to withstand the explosion, which merely disrupted his advance and forced him to stagger back several steps, unable to close in. Frustrated by the repeated thwarting of his attacks, Ainyo roared in anger. Unable to close the distance, he felt utterly impotent. The red boy, witnessing Ainyo being pushed back again, was equally exasperated. He had intended for the fiery eruption to create an opening for Ainyo, but it had backfired. Initially believing his flames would pose a challenge, he was taken aback when Ainyo effortlessly countered them. He promptly retracted his flames, realizing they were ineffective and unnecessary to expend energy on. Indeed, it became evident that the two of them had no effective means against Suyu. One could not approach him, and the other had abilities that paled in comparison. What did they do? Seeing both of them cease their assault, Suyu recognized that his opportunity had arrived. He could no longer remain passive. He had to take the initiative, or else they might discover a way to counter his lightning spears. He swiftly conjured 2 lightning spears and directed them toward the red boy, deliberately choosing not to target Ainyo, as his previous attack had proven ineffective. The lightning spears shot forth in an instant. Not good. The red boy's face turned pale. He had not expected Suyu's focus to be on him, and the 2 spears came at him in a pincer maneuver, leaving him no time to evade. Boom! Suyu shouted in fury. He did not intend for the lightning spears to strike their target directly, but rather to detonate near him. The force of the explosion sent shockwaves that hurled the red boy against the wall behind him. Kid, are you all right? Ainyo rushed over to help him up. The red boy struggled to stand. I'm fine. However, a stream of crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he raised a hand to wipe it away. The sudden explosion had caught him off guard, leaving him unprepared. Seeing his companion severely injured, Ainyo's expression darkened, his gaze burning with fury directed at Suyu. As a beast-type user, he possessed immense strength, yet without the ability to close in, he felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, he glanced at a nearby high-rise, and an idea sparked in his mind. He approached the base of the towering structure and, extending his arms, pressed firmly against the wall. Instantly, his physique doubled in size, his muscles swelling with newfound power. The mask on his face turned a vivid red, and an invisible force coursed throughout his body. With a mighty roar, he uprooted the entire building. The red boy, witnessing this, was not surprised. He had anticipated Ainyo's intentions and, with great effort, staggered to join him. Suyu, observing this scene from a distance, stood in stunned disbelief. Wow, is this something a human can do? Lifting a skyscraper? Suyu's face turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down his back as he swallowed hard. He quickly gathered multiple lightning spears, releasing all his lightning energy without reserve. A colossal structure was hurtling toward him, and he had no means to evade it. His only option was to blast a path through it with his skills. He aimed at a specific point on the building and unleashed a barrage of lightning spears, hoping to carve out a sliver of salvation. Boom! The building crashed down with a thunderous roar. Exhausted, Ainyo collapsed to the ground, his body reverting to its original form. Uprooting the skyscraper had taken a significant toll on him. His wrestling mask, an extraordinary weapon, had granted him the power to lift the structure momentarily. Did we succeed? He weakly asked, as the red boy helped him up. Uncertain. You should be dead, right? Chapter Bamumut, Sulin the textile factory, dormitory area. Amid the rubble, Suyu struggled to rise, violently coughing up blood. Thankfully, he had reacted quickly. Reflecting on the earlier events filled him with trepidation. When the building had fallen, he had exhausted his lightning energy, continuously striking at a point on the wall until he broke through. This had allowed him to survive. Otherwise, that skyscraper would have turned him into a mere pulp. Though he had survived, the shockwave from the collapse had inflicted considerable damage. Debris struck him relentlessly, leaving him covered in dust and bruises. He aimed a kick at a piece of rubble pressing down on him, sending it flying, and painstakingly crawled out from beneath the wreckage of the building. From a distance, the red boy, supporting Ainyo, gazed silently at the desolate scene. Just as the two assumed, Suyu had perished. Suddenly, a fragment of stone crumbled from the ruins, and Suyu emerged from beneath the debris. How is it possible that he is not dead? Hong Haier and Ainyo stared at him in disbelief, their faces a portrait of incredulity. Good heavens, is this some kind of joke? Did that not crush him? As Suyu climbed atop the rubble, he gazed at the distant Hong Haier and Ainyo, declaring, I regret to inform you, but I am still alive. To kill him, how could it be so effortlessly achieved? Upon hearing Suyu's words, both Hong Haier and Ainyo's expressions froze in shock. They truly had not anticipated Suyu's survival. Hong Haier glanced at Ainyo, whom he was supporting, realizing that Ainyo's condition rendered him incapable of continuing the fight. He would have to rely solely on himself from this point forward. Suyu's thunder spear explosion had inflicted some injuries upon him, yet he was still capable of wielding his fire abilities. He propped the weakened Ainyo against a nearby wall, and then turned his gaze towards the distant Suyu, questioning, I wonder how much energy your lightning powers have left. He doubted that Suyu possessed a significant amount of energy to command. Since Suyu had managed to walk out of the building's ruins, he must have expended a great deal of lightning energy to survive. It won't require much energy to defeat you. Although his lightning powers had been depleted while resisting the building's collapse, he still had his spatial abilities, leaving him unperturbed. Did you ignite the fire here? Given Hong Haier's fire abilities, along with his aggressive approach, Suyu surmised that the textile factory's fire had been deliberately set by them. Hong Haier casually responded, take the money and do the work. Indeed, the flames of the textile factory were ignited by both him and Ainyo, but they were merely fulfilling a paid task. Who would turn down money? Moreover, as superpowered beings, they needed funds to upgrade and grow stronger. Setting the textile factory ablaze was a simple task for them, and the prospect of earning a substantial sum of star coins was too enticing to resist. After Hong Haier finished speaking, he unleashed his fire abilities, unwilling to engage in further conversation. He knew that if he delayed, his teammates would arrive, complicating matters for him. Observing the adversary's actions, Suyu no longer held back, instantly unleashing his spatial powers, creating a 30-meter radius that encompassed both opponents. The rubble beneath him began to stir. He resolved to manipulate the stones to shield himself from the incoming fireballs. Just as the stones were about to rise, he suddenly sensed two water spears flying towards him within the range of his spatial powers. He realized that Su Lin had returned. A faint smile graced his lips, knowing he could refrain from revealing his spatial abilities. He promptly relinquished control over the stones beneath him and stood still, adopting a calm demeanor to welcome the fireballs. From a distance, Hong Haier observed Suyu standing atop the ruins, seemingly unperturbed by his fireballs, and was taken aback. Could it be that he had exhausted his energy? Had this been before, Su would undoubtedly have hurled several lightning balls to counter his fireballs. It was inconceivable that he would do nothing. Just as the fireballs were mere meters away from Su, two water spears suddenly soared from behind him, colliding with the approaching fireballs. Bang! The two fireballs erupted before Su, and almost immediately, a familiar voice rang out. Su, are you all right? Upon hearing the voice, Su turned to see Su Lin beneath the rubble, her expression filled with concern. If you hadn't come soon, I would have perished. Su Lin, seeing his battered form, could only manage a wry smile. Apologies for the delay. She had successfully evacuated the survivors, and upon hearing a loud explosion on her way back, she hurried over, intercepting the two fireballs aimed at Su. She noted Su's confusion as he stood amidst the ruins, pondering what had transpired in her absence. Why was the area so devastated? Ascending the ruins to Su's side, her eyes widened in shock as she surveyed the scene. Suddenly, she noticed that a row of buildings, which should have been neatly aligned, was missing one, and combined with the debris at her feet, a startling realization struck her. Pointing at the rubble beneath her, she asked incredulously, "Who did this?" Su gestured toward the distant Hong Haier and Nyo, replying, "Those two did it." Following his gesture, she saw Nyo leaning against a wall, utterly exhausted, while Hong Haier cautiously observed the two of them, appearing far from well himself. Considering their condition, combined with Su's earlier declaration that he would have died without her, she suddenly felt that it was they who were on the brink of death. Even if she hadn't arrived, Su could have dealt with them both. Curious, Su Lin inquired, "How did you survive?" Her mind was reeling at the thought that the opponent had utilized an entire building as a weapon, and most crucially, Su had emerged from being crushed by the building, now standing before her in full vigor. If she had been struck by that building, she doubted she could have bounced back as he had. Su replied earnestly, "It is, of course, the charm of the protagonist." Su Lin's expression turned one of exasperation. Who would believe such a statement? Su's demeanor became serious as he stated, "Now is not the time for explanations. We must deal with those two first." Nodding in agreement, Su Lin refrained from pressing further and turned her attention back to Hong Haier and Nyo. Faced with the arrival of Su Lin, Hong Haier and Nyo's faces turned pale. They understood that their fate was sealed. Even at their peak, they had been unable to defeat Su, let alone with Su Lin joining the fray. Defeating Su was a distant hope. All that awaited them was death. "Linjia, charge me up." Su suddenly remembered that he had a power bank nearby. Su Lin stared at him in confusion. "My lightning energy is depleted. Use your water domain to recharge me." Noticing that Su Lin had not grasped his intent, he clarified. Su Lin rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "Did I come here just to recharge you?" Chapter 32, The Wrestling Mask. Su Lin, upon hearing Su's request, naturally could not refuse. "Let's move down. It's not conducive to use the water domain atop the ruins." The rubble was too high, and releasing the water domain would cause it to seep into the ground below, rendering it ineffective. Su nodded in agreement, and the two leaped down from the ruins. Once on the ground, Su Lin swiftly activated her water ability, Water Domain. She brought her palms together and then apart, summoning a vast circle of water. With a decisive motion, she struck the ground, causing the water to spread outward. Observing her water domain in action, Su quickly plunged his hands into the flowing water, feeling a surge of immense energy coursing through him. In no time, his lightning energy was fully restored. He withdrew his hands from the water, a tempestuous power of lightning gathering in his palms. Having a power bank nearby was indeed delightful. Su rejoiced at his restored energy. Su Lin, witnessing his exhilaration, pursed her lips. After all, this was all her energy. Once Su had replenished his energy, she retracted her water domain, for it continuously consumed energy as long as it was active. However, as she did so, she sensed something amiss. The 6 stars surrounding her water-type star in her mind had dimmed by 3. This meant Su had siphoned off energy equivalent to 3 of her stars. Su Lin was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he only a 2-star lightning user? He should not have been able to absorb more than 2 stars worth of energy. Upon discovering something amiss, Su Lin immediately tentatively inquired of Su, "When did your lightning affinity reach 3 stars?" "How do you know my lightning affinity is 3 stars?" Sujuritotith, seemingly unaware that he had ever disclosed this information to Su Lin. "Your lightning affinity has truly reached 3 stars. Su Lin et Gerlim," her mouth agape in astonishment as she gazed at him. Only upon hearing Su Yu's explanation did she dare to confirm the upgrade. No wonder he had extracted 3-star energy from her water domain. Noticing her astonished expression, Su Yu nodded slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the reason for his unintentional revelation. He had absorbed an excessive amount of energy, which had undoubtedly aroused her suspicion. "I'll deal with you later." Su Lin shot him a fierce glance, vexed that he had concealed such matters from her. Reflecting on her previous assertion that cultivation required a steady, gradual approach, she felt a wave of shame wash over her. It turned out that he had already upgraded his affinity. "Let's first resolve those two." Su Yu gestured towards the duo in front of him, Red Boy and his companion. Observing the actions of the two and the sudden manifestation of lightning in Su Yu's hand, Red Boy realized that Su Yu's lightning energy had been restored. They stood no chance of victory. Even had he attempted to strike earlier, it would have made little difference, as his own energy reserves were nearly depleted. "We concede," Red Boy declared. Beside him, the weakened Nyo sighed and lowered his head in resignation. The two truly found themselves at a loss. Had he thought to employ the wrestling mask to topple a building on Su Yu earlier, perhaps their predicament would not have been so dire. They had underestimated him, failing to anticipate that Su Yu's skills would keep them at bay, rendering their 2-on-1 situation effectively a solitary confrontation. Concede? Su Yu scratched his head. Since they had surrendered, there was no need for him to unleash his lightning spear upon them. Had they refused to yield, he would have shown them no mercy, especially now that he had a power bank by his side, allowing him to unleash his skills recklessly. "Lin Jia, pass me your handcuffs," Su Yu asked Su Lin, who, though puzzled, promptly handed over the superpowered handcuffs affixed to her waist. Taking the handcuffs, he produced his own and tossed them towards Red Boy and Nyo, instructing, "Put them on." He certainly wouldn't approach them to assist. He feared they might have a change of heart and retaliate. "Red Boy, Nyo, you're far too cautious, treating them as less than human. Forcing superhumans to don superhuman handcuffs is tantamount to self-mutilation. What's the reluctance?" Su Yu, noticing their hesitance, quickly summoned lightning energy into his hands. "If you prefer, I can simply knock you out and apply them myself." "Are you joking? Just conceding isn't enough? I feel rather insecure without those handcuffs." Red Boy and Nyo, seeing the lightning in Su Yu's hands, felt utterly resigned and complied, retrieving the handcuffs from the ground and fastening them around their wrists. With a couple of clicks, they secured their hands, and instantly their powers vanished. Observing this, Su Yu confidently approached them. Wearing the superpowered handcuffs rendered them akin to ordinary individuals, thus alleviating his concerns. As a superhuman, dealing with two regular folks was a trivial task. He approached Nyo and inquired, "How did you manage to lift that building earlier?" Nyo hesitated, struggling to articulate a response, reluctant to reveal his secret. Refusing to answer? Su Yu's irritation flared at Nyo's silence. He still harbored a grudge over having been struck with a building earlier and was not above delivering a shock as retribution. Red Boy, sensing Su Yu's intent, quickly urged, "Nyo, just tell him." With no choice, Nyo admitted, "My mask is a power-enhancing superweapon that can instantly amplify my strength." Upon hearing this, Su Yu's eyes lit up with excitement, realizing that his own ring had just acquired a valuable asset. He promptly reached for Nyo's mask. Nyo, alarmed, recoiled. "I never removed my mask. Do you not grasp your current predicament?" Su Yu snapped, exasperated. It was absurd that he still maintained such bravado while reduced to a captive. Moments later, Su Yu, toying with the wrestling mask, approached Su Lin. "Lin Jia, this mask seems ill-suited for you. Shall I take it off your hands?" Su Lin, understanding from Su Yu's explanation that the mask was a superweapon, felt it unsuitable for herself as a girl, especially since it had been taken from someone else. Disgusted by the thought of the sweat from its previous owner, she waved her hand dismissively. "Take it away." Quickly, seeing Su Lin so readily acquiesce, Su Yu tucked the mask into his pocket. While she may have found it repulsive, to him, it was a treasure. According to Nyo's prior explanation, the mask could exponentially increase the wearer's strength for a short duration, though it could not be used consecutively and would leave the user exhausted. Su Yu, of course, would not choose to wear it himself, but the heirloom ring he possessed truly needed such an item. Chapter 33. Nonchalance? In a corner, Nyo crouched with his head buried in his knees, weeping bitterly over Su Yu's forceful removal of his beloved mask. Su Yu chuckled, "You're quite handsome. There's no need for a mask, truly." He acknowledged the insincerity of his words, for Nyo possessed a rather distinctive appearance. Tiny eyes, a nose the size of a thumb, and a petite mouth. From a distance, one might struggle to discern his facial features. This peculiar visage combined with his towering physique rendered him somewhat comical. Really? Nyo lifted his head, seeking affirmation. Suppressing laughter, Suyuri played. Indeed. You lie. Nyo's hope was dashed as he noticed Suyu's suppressed amusement and once again lowered his head. Red Boy, observing the exchange, felt a twinge of sympathy. As Nyo's teammate, he was well aware of Nyo's insecurities stemming from his appearance. Having long hidden behind a mask, he had only become teammates with Red Boy after awakening his powers during a mission. Suyu quickly shifted his tone, adopting a colder demeanor. Who sent you? Red Boy and Nyo fell silent at Suyu's inquiry. Refusing to speak? Noticing Suyu's growing displeasure, Red Boy answered, We don't know who that person is. He wore a mask, obscuring his features, but promised us a reward upon completion. Seeing the reward was substantial, Suyu furrowed his brows, kicking Nyo lightly. Is this true? Nyo nodded in agreement. What was your mission? Suyu pressed further. Start a fire, create chaos. And the reward? A total of 200,000 star coins. What the hell? Suyu exclaimed, astonished at the figure. Here I am, completing a bodyguard mission for a mere 100,000. While you two use your powers to cause destruction and receive 200,000. While a twinge of envy stirred within him, he remained resolute, no matter the reward. He could never bring himself to partake in such morally reprehensible acts. Suyu, filled with curiosity, inquired, Given your abilities, why have you not joined the Superpower Association? Observing the considerable strength of the two individuals, he believed their achievements would not be lacking if they became members. The Superpower Association is bound by too many rules. Lacking in freedom, Red Boy elucidated. When he initially awakened his powers, he also contemplated joining the association, but upon encountering its myriad regulations, he promptly abandoned the idea. Having already become a superpowered individual, he felt no need to be constrained. He preferred to live life on his own terms. How carefree indeed, setting fires whenever it pleases you, isn't it? Suyu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at them. Red Boy fell silent, recognizing that his current predicament was a consequence of his own inadequacy. Had his strength been sufficient, he could have continued his carefree existence. Enjoy your freedom in prison then, Suyu remarked, unable to extract further elucidation from them, and proceeded to lift the two individuals. Members of the Superpower Association have the option to eliminate criminals during missions. Yet he refrained, as capturing a superpowered criminal would yield a financial reward. The bounty from their last capture had already been included in their previous remuneration, and this time, the prospect of another lucrative reward was enticing. The rationale for sparing lives stemmed from the considerable value superpowered individuals held in this world. If it could be avoided, killing was not an option unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Suyu and Su Lin escorted the two out of the textile factory. The fire surrounding the factory had diminished significantly, leaving chaos in its wake. This is the consequence of your actions, Suyu remarked as he surveyed the scene. Both Red Boy and Nyo hung their heads in shame. Soon, Zhao Kai and others emerged from within the factory, their clothing dusted with debris and their faces smudged with soot. Zhao Kai approached, noticing the unfamiliarity of the two behind Suyu and Su Lin. Who are these two? He inquired. Suyu explained they were responsible for the fire. Zhao Kai's eyes brightened at this revelation. In addition to rescuing individuals, their mission also included identifying the arsonists. He had been troubled about locating the fire starters, and now, Suyu had conveniently delivered them to him. Impressive. You've only just joined the team a few days ago and already captured 4 criminals, Zhao Kai commended. His initial judgment in allowing Suyu to join the team proved to be one of the wisest decisions of his life. Captain, you may not be aware, but Suyu has already reached the level of 3-star thunder element. Su Lin interjected, her lips curling in a smirk. She was determined to reveal his prowess to the entire team. What? Zhao Kai was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Wang Daba and Bai Xiao were equally shocked to learn of Suyu's rapid ascension to 3 stars. Red Boy and Nyo, despite being handcuffed, were equally dumbfounded upon hearing his teammate's declaration. No wonder his stellar energy was comparable to theirs. You've advanced to 3-star thunder element so swiftly, Zhao Kai remarked, impressed. He had assumed that the rewards from their last mission would merely allow for an upgrade to 1 or 2 stars. he never anticipated Su Yu would achieve 3 stars. Upon their return, he would need to consider undertaking some challenging missions. Each star upgrade represented an increase in stellar energy, enhancing sustained combat capabilities and amplifying the potency of skills. With Su Yu as a 3-star thunder element, their team's overall strength would significantly increase, allowing them to tackle slightly more challenging tasks. Su Yu could only smile wryly, thinking, Lin Jie is truly unkind, revealing my strength so soon. However, he reasoned it was also beneficial for his teammates to be aware of his capabilities. In truth, even if Su Lin had not mentioned it, he would have sought an opportunity to disclose his prowess, as understanding one's strength facilitates better teamwork. Upon returning, he intended to allow the ring to absorb the wrestling mask, potentially further enhancing his abilities, leaving everyone astounded once more. By the way, how many people did you manage to rescue? Zhao Kai, shaking off his astonishment, turned to the others. Su Lin replied, we managed to rescue a total of 20 survivors from the dormitory area, as she had personally transported the survivors. She was well aware of the details. After rescuing them, she had called an ambulance to take them to the hospital. 20? Zhao Kai expressed surprise. Having scoured the production area without encountering a single soul, it was all fire and destruction. Perhaps the intensity of the flames in the production area had driven everyone away or led to their demise. Wang Daba and Bai Xiao shrugged, indicating they had found no one. In the power area, they had encountered nothing at all. The equipment had exploded upon contact with the flames, and had it not been for their defensive abilities, their escape might have been far more precarious. Zhao Kai dusted off his clothes, stating, well, we did our best, so whatever we managed to save is commendable. By the time they arrived, the fire had already raged for quite some time, and it was likely that anyone inside had either fled or perished. Leave these two to me, Zhao Kai said. You all should return and rest. He took it upon himself to ensure the two were delivered to the superpower prison in Star City, acknowledging the arduous nature of their mission. In a luxurious villa in Star City, Wang Yuanhui reclined on a leather sofa, sipping red wine, attended by 2 maids. Young master, the 2 superpowered individuals we dispatched have not returned, a middle-aged man reported quietly as he entered the living room. Not returned? Wang Yuanhui furrowed his brow. Were they not simply sent to create a diversion? How could they fail to return? What is the status of the situation? Wang Yuanhui inquired. The textile factory has been reduced to ashes, and the 2 individuals dispatched are unaccounted for, the man responded. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yuanhui remarked, the Superpower Association possesses some capabilities. Since the task has been accomplished, it matters little whether the dispatched individuals return. By the way, have someone investigate my high school classmate, Su Yu, to ascertain his current residence. He had attempted to eliminate Su Yu a few days prior, but discovered that the young man was not home. Subsequent visits revealed that Su Yu had seemingly not returned home since his awakening. Otherwise, he would not have witnessed the destruction of his house without any concern. Su Yu? Understood, young master, the middle-aged man replied, contemplating before exiting the living room. You two may continue. Wang Yuanhui instructed the maids beside him. Chapter 34. Absorption. After handing over the 2 individuals to Zhao Kai, Su Yu prepared to return with Su Lin. Zhao Kai would handle the remaining cleanup and subsequent handover, relieving them of any burden. Wang Daba waved at Su Yu, asking, do you need a ride? Recalling that Su Yu's home was not in the city center, he offered to take him along. Su Lin opened the car door and interjected, no need, Daba. He is currently staying at my place. I'll take him home. Staying at your place? Wang Daba's face lit up with a mischievous grin. Things are getting interesting. No wonder Su Yu and Su Lin arrived together at the textile factory. They've been living together all along. Realizing Wang Daba's misunderstanding from his playful expression, Su Yu quickly clarified, I was looking for a place to rent in the city, and since no one occupies the first floor of Lin Jie's house, I'm just staying there temporarily. No need to explain. I understand, Wang Daba replied, wearing a knowing smile. Su Yu sighed internally, thinking, had I known, I would have bothered to explain. The more I clarify, the worse it gets. Let us go, Su Lin urged from the car. Su Yu opened the door to Su Lin's sports car and climbed in, replying, see you on the next mission. Wang Daba looked at the retreating figures of the 2 and remarked with a click of his tongue, there's definitely something going on. He turned to Bai Xiao, who was about to get into his sports car, and said, what are you doing getting in? We're not heading the same way. Bai Xiao replied, I took a taxi here. Faced with this, Wang Daba had no choice but to give him a ride. After they got in, he suddenly asked, Why don't you stay at my place? It seems I have an empty room. Get lost. All right, all right. In Star City, in an upscale villa district, Suyu sat on the sofa, feeling somewhat intimidated by the stunning beauty before him. Su Lin leaned in closer, glaring at Suyu fiercely, and demanded, "So, what did you upgrade to 3 stars? You mean that time when I asked for the super energy stone?" Suyu replied with a wry smile. "Oh really? That day I asked if you had upgraded, and you told me you hadn't. So you were lying to me back then." Su Lin huffed, then playfully tugged at Suyu's ear, scolding, "Humph, you ungrateful little thing. I provide you with free food and lodging, and you still deceive me." Suyu quickly grabbed her delicate hand and pleaded, "Sister Lin, I was wrong. I promise I won't lie to you again." As Su Lin felt her hand being held, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly withdrew her hand, saying, "Just this once. If you deceive me again, humph." She made a gesture with her tiny fist. Suyu nodded repeatedly, and as she calmed down, he rushed behind her to massage her shoulders. Su Lin pouted, "That's more like it. All right, I'm going upstairs to rest." Suyu let out a sigh of relief as he watched her ascend the stairs. Finally, he had sent this little heiress off. He stretched and then looked at his ring with gleaming eyes. Next, it was time to attend to the little ancestor of the ring. He swiftly returned to his bedroom and locked the door. He then took out the wrestling mask he had snatched from Yo. Gazing at the mask, he sighed, "Sister Lin really cares about me." This mask, known only to him and Su Lin, remained in his possession, suggesting that Su Lin was still keen on keeping it a secret from Zhao Kai. If Zhao Kai were to learn about it, the mask might be confiscated, resulting in compensation in star coins, or it could remain with him. This was why he chose not to inform Zhao Kai about the mask. Surrendering it would mean a significant loss for him. Hopefully, this mask would surprise me. With that thought, Suyu pressed the wrestling mask against the ring. Instantly, he felt a slight burning sensation on his index finger, and the ring emitted a strange glow as the mask vanished in an instant. Gone? That absorbed rather quickly. He shrugged it off, deciding that since it had been absorbed, he would just wait for the results tomorrow. He suspected that the ring might need time to purify the mask, not unlike the time it took for the Thundercloud ring. After some meditation, he fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Suyu woke up to find Su Lin already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. He walked over, eager to sample her culinary skills. Upon seeing him approach, Su Lin said, "You're up? There's porridge on the table. Drink it while it's hot." "Sure thing." Suyu, without hesitation, sat down and drank the porridge, quickly finishing it off and commenting, "Sister Lin, not only are you beautiful, but your cooking is exquisite too." "You flatter her." Su Lin smiled at his compliment. Ever since Suyu moved in, she found herself happier each day, free from the loneliness she once felt. Suyu smiled back, thinking, how could I not employ a bit of flattery to enjoy such luxurious hospitality? Su Lin then asked, "By the way, the payment from yesterday has arrived. A total of 100,000 star coins. Did you receive it? Did it come in?" Suyu quickly checked, realizing that perhaps he had been too deep in sleep to hear the alert from his super energy watch. Indeed, his account had increased by 100,000 star coins, totaling about 120,000 when combined with the previous balance. He had to admit that becoming a superpowered individual made earning money quite swift. Suyu raised an eyebrow at Su Lin and said, "Shall we go shopping after breakfast?" "Sure." With the payment received, the next step was, of course, spending to enhance their abilities. After finishing their breakfast, the two headed to the energy building to purchase super energy stones. Suyu spent all his remaining star coins on super energy stones, acquiring 30 at a discounted rate. Su Lin also used her 100,000 star coins to buy super energy stones. They returned home carrying the safety deposit box from the energy building. Su Lin suggested, "You go ahead and absorb the super energy stones in the basement first." She decided to wait until Suyu was finished before absorbing hers. She wasn't in a rush. After all, she was already at 6 stars, and these 20-odd super energy stones wouldn't be sufficient for her to reach 7 stars. However, if Suyu was just a few stones short of upgrading, she might lend him a hand. All right. Suyu nodded and walked straight to the basement. He closed the basement door and opened the safety deposit box, which contained 30 neatly arranged super energy stones. Suyu felt a twinge of concern. Since the ring had absorbed the mask yesterday, he had yet to receive any feedback. He wondered how long it would take to receive energy from absorbing these 30 stones. Forget it. It's not worth worrying over, he decided, opting to absorb them all at once. At worst, he would just have to wait a bit longer. He placed the super energy stones one by one onto the ring, and before long, the ring had absorbed them all. He then casually exited the basement. Chapter 35, Upgrade. That was fast. Su Lin, sitting on the sofa watching television, was surprised to see Su Yu emerge from the basement so quickly. She recalled that he had bought 30 super energy stones. How could he have finished absorbing them all so soon? Curious, she asked, "Did you upgrade?" Su Yu shook his head and replied, "Not yet, but I'm close." He was unsure how to explain, since the ring had absorbed the stones. He hadn't received any energy feedback yet, hence he hadn't upgraded. Close? Su Lin's eyes lit up. "How much more do you need? Would you like to absorb my super energy stones?" She herself needed more stones to reach 7 stars. However, if Su Yu was just a few stones away from upgrading, she wouldn't mind lending him some to hasten his progress. A slight increase in his strength would greatly benefit the team. "No need. I can meditate for a few days, and that should be enough. You should keep your stones for your own upgrade." Su Yu was taken aback by Su Lin's offer and quickly declined. Though he desired the super energy stones, he couldn't keep taking from Su Lin. After all, she needed to upgrade as well, and he didn't want to hinder her progress. "All right then, I'll go train," Su Lin said, and with that, she carried the box full of super energy stones into the basement to cultivate. Su Yu shook his head in resignation as he watched her leave, thinking, at this rate, I might really have to repay her kindness. After Su Lin departed, Su Yu returned to his bedroom to begin meditating. Currently, both of his abilities were at 3 stars, and his lightning ability was only a fraction away from reaching 4 stars. If the ring successfully provided feedback, he could instantly elevate his lightning ability to 4 stars. Time passed as he meditated, and suddenly he felt a slight burning sensation on his index finger. Su Yu jolted awake, his heart leaping with joy. It's here. The energy he had long awaited had finally arrived. A formidable surge of energy emanated from the ring, coursing into his mind. This energy was remarkably pure. Just as Su Yu believed it would be divided between the 2 celestial bodies, it unexpectedly paused, suspended between them, awaiting a decision. Observing this, Su Yu felt a surge of curiosity. This time, the energy did not automatically gravitate towards the stars, but instead lingered outside, poised for his command. The 2 celestial bodies, sensing this exquisite energy, flickered incessantly, attempting to allure it towards themselves. A faint smile curled at the corners of Su Yu's mouth as he mused. Have you 2 misjudged your target? He vividly recalled the last instance when these 2 stars had divided energy and was taken aback that despite their dazzling displays, this energy remained unmoved. Excellent. He was immensely pleased, for this granted him control over the celestial upgrades, preventing any undue suspicion from others due to rapid advancements. The previous star-swift ascensions could be attributed to their absorption of numerous super energy stones. However, if the subsequent stars were to upgrade too quickly, it would inevitably arouse curiosity, as the energy requirements for the latter stars were exponentially greater than those for the former. He first allocated a portion of the pure energy to the thunderstar. Upon absorption, it merely flickered around, failing to manifest a star. Not enough. Su Yu furrowed his brow. It seemed he must allocate additional energy, so he dispensed another portion of the pure energy to the thunderstar. After this infusion, a star materialized around the thunderstar, which was now encircled by 4 stars in a continuous orbit. The space star, witnessing the thunderstar's 4 companions, became visibly displeased and began to flicker, eager to attract the remaining vast energy. Su Yu, witnessing the thunderstar's successful upgrade, could not help but smile. Since the thunderstar had already ascended, there was no need to further enhance it. 4 stars sufficed. Any further advancement would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention. Thus, he resolved to channel the remaining energy entirely into the space star. Observing the space star's desperate flickering to entice the energy, he thought, "Fear not, dear one. It is all yours." Under Su Yu's command, the remaining vast energy surged towards the space star. With a hum, upon absorbing the energy, the space star trembled, and stars began to emerge around it. 1, 2, 3. Goodness, 6 stars already? Su Yu was taken aback by the sudden appearance of 3 stars. He had not anticipated that this energy would propel the space star from 3 to 6 stars. It was astonishing. He understood that the higher the star, the greater the energy required. Thus he had presumed the energy would elevate the space star to a maximum of 5 stars. To his astonishment, it had forcibly ascended to 6. Ha ha ha! Su Yu was overjoyed. If he could generate 1 more star for the space star, it would advance to the intermediate level, resulting in a substantial increase in his power. The thought of an intermediate space star made Suyu salivate in anticipation. The thunderstar in his mind, upon witnessing the 6 stars surrounding the space star, abruptly ceased its rapid orbit of 4 stars in protest. It was indignant, questioning why it had only 4 stars while the other had 6. How unfair. Suyu found himself at a loss. After all, the thunderstar was in the spotlight, while the space star operated from the shadows. Should he elevate the thunderstar to 6 stars, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Currently, the 4-star thunderstar was already quite outrageous. An upgrade to 6 would likely draw unwanted scrutiny. Next, he was eager to test the enhancements of the 6-star space star. Of course, being a low-level 6-star, it still remained in the initial stage. The skills would not differ fundamentally, only expanding in range and energy. He unleashed the space star's abilities, and an invisible force radiated outward, instantly revealing all objects within a 60-meter radius in his mind's eye, as if a 3D map had materialized. With the space star's range extending to 60 meters, it meant he could manipulate anything within that sphere. Ecstatic, Suju laughed heartily. Suddenly, within the detection range of a space star, he spotted Su Lin. Intrigued, he thought, with the space star's detection range now at 60 meters, the entire villa lay within his grasp. Let me see what she's up to. He beheld Su Lin enveloped in mist, evoking a sense of ethereality, followed by the sound of trickling water. Soon after, a figure of exquisite beauty emerged in Su Yu's mind, her smooth, white skin resembling jade, crowned by 2 magnificent peaks. Oh my! Avert your gaze. At this sight, Su Yu hastily shut down his space star-S abilities, staring blankly at the wall ahead. His handsome face flushed crimson, and a warm flow trickled from his nose. He thought, this is not something one ought to behold. After absorbing the super energy stones, Su Lin, feeling stifled in the basement, had worked up a bit of sweat and decided to ascend for a hot shower. She emerged down the stairs clad in a white dress, towel in hand, dried her damp hair. As she reached the bottom, she spotted Su Yu hastily exiting the restroom. Noticing his rush, Su Lin inquired, Su Yu, what happened? Su Yu, caught off guard by her voice, froze. What a coincidence. He had just experienced a nosebleed due to his earlier indiscretion and hurried to the restroom to clean up, only to encounter Su Lin immediately afterward. Turning to face her, he awkwardly smiled. Nothing. Yet, upon seeing Su Lin in her white dress, the earlier vision resurfaced in his mind, causing another warm flow to emerge from his nose. You're bleeding. What happened? Su Lin exclaimed, noticing the crimson trickle. Oh, I am. Su Yu, snapped back to reality by her reminder, quickly dabbed at the blood. He inwardly cursed, it's not my fault. It's because of you. Su Lin, grimacing at the sight of his blood-stained hands, remarked, EW, that's disgusting. Hurry and wash it off. All right, I'll go wash up, Su Yu replied, retreating to the restroom to swiftly cleanse the blood. After washing his face, he looked in the mirror and scolded his reflection. Can you not misbehave? With that, he opened the restroom door. To his surprise, Su Lin stood right outside, arms crossed, accentuating her curves. As Su Yu stepped out, she curiously asked, why did you suddenly have a nosebleed? Just a little heat, Su Yu hastily explained. He longed to mention how her alluring figure had provoked such a reaction, but fearing retribution, he held his tongue. Heat? Su Lin's interest piqued. Given Su Yu's youthful age, it was plausible he'd be experiencing such symptoms. A hint of crimson crept onto her cheeks as she shot him an indignant glare. You ought to refrain from gazing at inappropriate things. With that, she turned and walked towards the sofa in the living room. Su Yu stood frozen, contemplating. How does she know? Could it be that Su Lin realized he had been using his space star to spy on her? Yet, upon observing her retreat towards the sofa, he concluded that she remained oblivious to his earlier actions. She misunderstood, thinking she was gazing at something inappropriate. Clearly, it was quite innocent. Su Yu retorted in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. After cleaning up the bloodstains, he joined the living room where he found Su Lin reclining on the sofa, her legs elegantly crossed, engrossed in the television. Her fair and delicate legs sparked a flurry of thoughts within him. A warm rush surged through him once more, and he hastily inhaled deeply, drawing the blood into his mouth, as a metallic tang flooded his senses. He could not allow any more blood to spill. Such an embarrassment would be intolerable. Noticing Su Yu's pallor, Su Lin inquired, is something the matter? Su Yu quickly grabbed a glass of water from the coffee table, took a sip to compose himself, and replied, it's nothing. By the way, I've reached 4 stars in the lightning affinity. Su Lin expressed her astonishment. So soon? Weren't you just a bit short? I upgraded while absorbing the energy stones, Su Yu explained. Upon hearing this, Su Lin's eyes lit up with realization. No wonder he didn't require her energy stones. He had indeed been so close. By the way, should we inform the captain about your newfound strength? She asked. Su Yu nodded. Yes, it's best to let them know of my current capabilities early on for better coordination in future tasks. With a smile, Su Lin picked up her energy watch and sent a message to Zhao Kai about Su Yu's 4-star lightning status. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Kai was equally surprised. Had the upgrade truly come so swiftly? However, considering the earnings from the last 2 missions had all been spent on energy stones, it was not entirely implausible for such an elevation to occur. Since Su Yu has reached 4 stars, we'll be heading to the frigid lands in a few days. Zhao Kai sent as a follow-up message. Su Lin's smile faded instantly as she read Zhao Kai's message. Noticing her sudden change in demeanor, Su Yu approached and asked, "What's wrong? You were just smiling. Why the sudden silence?" Seeing Su Lin's pensive silence, he glanced at her energy watch to read Zhao Kai's message. The frigid lands? Su Yu queried, perplexed. The environment there is extremely harsh and fraught with danger. Just imagine how cold it must be, Su Lin explained with a serious tone. So perilous. Should we inform the captain that we won't be going? Su Yu felt a wave of reluctance wash over him upon hearing Su Lin's explanation. He had only just awakened and was not ready to face such a treacherous place. He hadn't even begun to enjoy his new abilities. No, since the captain has already made the decision, we must go. It is our duty as superhumans, Su Lin asserted. Duty? Su Yu echoed, passive. Wasn't the responsibility of superhumans to maintain societal stability and apprehend those who misuse their powers? Surely you don't believe that our role is merely to catch a few miscreants? Su Lin seemed to read his thoughts. Su Yu nodded, isn't it? After all, he had been engaged in such tasks recently. Capturing criminals is merely the task of low-tier superhumans. As we elevate our abilities, the energy stones required for advancement cannot simply be acquired through a few minor apprehensions. Ultimately, our duty is to hunt down extraordinary creatures to prevent their invasion, Su Lin explained patiently, recognizing that he had just awakened and was unfamiliar with these nuances. In Blue Star, not only can humans awaken, but even flora and fauna, mountains, lakes, and snow can achieve extraordinary status. These beings are ambitious, constantly encroaching upon areas inhabited by humans, seeking to seize our territory. It is the responsibility of superhumans to eradicate these beings and protect human habitats. There are 4 regions inhabited by extraordinary creatures: the frigid lands to the north, the endless ocean to the east, the boundless desert to the west, and the misty forest to the south. The frigid lands fall under the jurisdiction of our nation, while the others do not. The energy stones we need to upgrade are obtained by slaying these extraordinary creatures. Different levels of creatures yield different levels of energy stones. Hence, as one ascends in rank, hunting extraordinary beings becomes essential, as mere tasks will not suffice. She continued, in the territories of extraordinary beings, there are no rules to abide by. One must not only guard against these beings, but also be wary of other superhumans. Do you now comprehend the level of danger involved? Su Lin shared all the information she possessed. Having visited the frigid lands only a few times herself, she recounted her trepidation upon returning each time. Su Yu absorbed this information, finally grasping the nature of this world. Previously, he had been an ordinary human, utterly disconnected from such realities. Superhumans would not allow such information to seep into the civilian populace to prevent panic. Is it possible to acquire a substantial amount of energy stones in the frigid lands? Su Yu's eyes brightened. Was this not precisely what he lacked? If he could slay extraordinary creatures there, he could surely obtain energy stones. Indeed, Su Lin responded, casting him a bemused glance. She had divulged so much to convey the dangers of the frigid lands, yet he appeared preoccupied solely with the prospect of energy stones. However, the precondition for acquiring a multitude of energy stones was to eliminate numerous extraordinary creatures while remaining vigilant against fellow superhumans. Su Lin articulated the challenges that lay ahead. Noticing her serious demeanor, Su Yu flashed a cheeky grin and said, "Don't worry, Sister Lin. I'm a lightning user. Extraordinary creatures? I'll take down a few with ease." Su Lin couldn't help but chuckle at his words, thinking that perhaps the captain had decided to send him to the frigid lands precisely because he was a lightning user. Chapter 37. Preparing supplies. Su Lin recalled her first experience venturing to the frigid lands with her teammate Zhao Kai. At that time, she too was filled with fervor, eager to hunt extraordinary beings, to acquire energy stones and enhance her abilities, only to find the outcome disappointing. Not only did she fail to secure any energy stones, but she also nearly lost her life in the frigid lands. With a serious expression, Su Lin cautioned, Su Yu, you must remember that the most dangerous threat in the frigid lands is not the extraordinary beings, but rather the other superhumans. Su Yu nodded gravely at her warning. Having been to the frigid lands, Su Lin was aware of the inherent dangers, and her counsel was wise to heed. All right, I'm feeling a bit fatigued tonight. I will head upstairs to rest, Su Lin said, rubbing her forehead. That night, Su Yu lay in bed, unable to sleep as thoughts of the frigid lands flooded his mind. He was currently troubled by a lack of energy stones, and now Zhao Kai had suddenly informed him that he would be taken to a place where he could acquire a substantial quantity. How could he possibly sleep? After listening to Su Lin's account, he felt a surge of anticipation for the frigid lands. The following morning, Su Lin rose early and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She found Su Yu at the dining table, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Did he not sleep well last night? She smiled. Su Yu nodded, then silently picked up the porridge on the table and drowsily drank it. He had dreamt of slaying extraordinary beings in the frigid lands, counting energy stones until his hands grew weary, and his excitement had caused him to wake multiple times throughout the night. After we finish breakfast, let's visit the supermarket to gather some supplies. This journey will take quite a while, so we need to be well prepared, Su Lin stated. Upon hearing about the expenses, Su Yu hesitated. Sister Lin, could you lend me some money? He had already spent all his star coins on energy stones, leaving nothing behind. Had he known they would be going to the frigid lands, he certainly would have refrained from exhausting his funds. Do we really need to speak of borrowing between us? Su Lin replied, slightly annoyed at his request for money. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Yu realized he had misspoken and hurriedly offered his apologies. I beg your pardon. Ling Yi, from now on, what is mine shall be yours, and what is yours shall remain yours. No, wait. What is yours shall indeed be yours. Hearing this, Su Lin pursed her lips slightly and remarked, now that's more like it. After finishing their breakfast, they set off to the largest supermarket nearby, with Su Lin at the wheel. Given the frigid conditions of the extreme cold region, they needed to procure several down jackets. Gloves, however, were deemed unnecessary, as wearing them would hinder the release of skills. Additionally, they planned to acquire some compressed food, as they would be staying there for an extended period. Su Yu, laden with numerous bags, followed closely behind Su Lin, who was explaining the essential items for their journey to the extreme cold region. It was at this moment he finally comprehended the struggles faced by Wang Daba and by Xiao during their shopping excursions with Su Lin in Shanghai City. Women, he mused, never seem to tire of shopping. If they find something they fancy, they simply purchase it, indulging whims as they roam the aisles of the supermarket. The most critical aspect was that he was the one burdened with the bags, while Su Lin carried none. Yet considering she was the one footing the bill, Su Yu felt that a little fatigue was a small price to pay. Fortunately, being a young man, he found the task manageable. Isn't that our high school classmate? Su Yu? One of his former classmates remarked quietly, recognizing him as they observed him carrying an array of items. Indeed it is. But wait, that woman beside him is stunning. Has he struck gold and encountered a young, wealthy lady? As Su Yu and Su Lin shopped, two of his old classmates began to discuss him in hushed tones. What do you mean by striking gold? I always thought this kid would amount to something during high school. With that handsome face, he is bound to make a name for himself in society. You didn't believe me back then, did you? Look where he is now. Another replied, a hint of envy in his tone. I'm not unattractive either. Why hasn't he, a wealthy woman, taken an interest in me? With that physique, cover your head, and I'd demistake you for a woman. Even if you were female, I would look your way. You scrawny fool, you're no one to talk. Unbeknownst to Su Yu, his former classmates were engaged in this lively discussion about him. All he wanted was to check out quickly and leave. Let us go, Su Lin said, having completed her final purchase. Su Yu sighed in relief, as he was already burdened with an abundance of shopping bags. A few more items would surely have overwhelmed him. After Su Lin settled the bill, he hastily tossed the items into the trunk of the car. This time, given the need for ample supplies, they did not take Su Lin's sports car, but opted for a more spacious vehicle. He then plopped into the passenger seat, leaning back in the seat, yearning for rest and uttering not a word. Noticing Su Yu's exhausted demeanor, Su Lin, seated in the driver's seat, curiously inquired, "Are you that tired?" She felt no fatigue herself, and was, in fact, rather animated. Su Yu forced a weary smile, replying, "Not at all." He thought to himself, "Of course you're not tired. I'm the one carrying everything." He vowed never to accompany Su Lin on shopping trips again. After returning home and gathering their thoughts through meditation and preparation for their journey to the extreme cold region, Su Yu diligently honed his mastery over his lightning and spatial abilities. Soon, the day arrived for their expedition to the extreme cold region. Ding! Ensure you have your gear. The Super Ability Association is gathering. The notification from his super ability watch jolted Su Yu from his meditation. Upon checking the message, he quickly stepped outside to find Su Lin already waiting for him in the living room. "Let us go." The duo equipped themselves with the supplies they had prepared and drove to the Super Ability Association building. Once they arrived, they noticed Zhao Kai and others waiting for them not far away. "Su Yu!" Wang Daba exclaimed, waving as he spotted Su Yu stepping out of the car. "Daba, is it true you've reached 4 stars in lightning?" Wang Daba saw confirmation, while Bai Xiao, standing beside him, also expressed curiosity about Su Yu's newfound prowess. Just a few nights prior, Zhao Kai had informed them of Su Yu's 4-star status, and both had been incredulous, thinking, wasn't he just 3 stars? How could he possibly advance so quickly? Given that they themselves were only at 5 stars, it seemed absurd that this freshly awakened newcomer was nearing their level. Su Yu nodded and raised his hand, revealing a miniature purple star at the center of his palm, encircled by 4 smaller stars. Wang Daba gasped in astonishment, while Bai Xiao excitedly rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The sight reassured them. With Su Yu's 4-star lightning ability, their expedition to the extreme cold region would be far less daunting than before. Initially, both had felt trepidation at the thought of returning to the treacherous conditions of the extreme cold region, especially after their previous failure had left a lingering shadow of doubt. That earlier setback had been due to insufficient output, rendering their team nearly immobile in the extreme cold region. With Su Yu now among them, their chances of survival had significantly improved. "Are you two feeling more at ease now? This time, we shall return triumphant," Zhao Kai confidently declared to the group. He had been troubled by their last defeat, but with Su Yu's addition, he was certain they could return from the extreme cold region laden with success. After organizing their gear, the group entered the association building. Su Yu, though somewhat perplexed as to why they needed to bring their equipment inside, followed suit. At the central counter, Li Weihua was still there, polishing glasses, dressed in a stunning crimson gown that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. She exuded an air of elegance and nobility. The arrival of the group, laden with equipment, caught her attention. Approaching the counter, Zhao Kai spoke up, "Sister Yuehua, we're heading to the extreme cold region." "Oh, is it because of him?" Li Yuehua leisurely placed the glass down, her gaze sweeping over Su Yu. Zhao Kai, aware of whom she referred to, replied, "Su Yu has reached 4-star lightning. I believe we stand a good chance this time." "For stars?" A flicker of surprise crossed Li Yuehua's face upon hearing Su Yu's achievement, though it quickly dissipated. "If he has indeed reached 4 stars, then you may venture into the extreme cold region. Best of luck. May you all return victorious." Li Weihua smiled at the group. Nodding, Zhao Kai led everyone up to the 2nd floor. "What are you staring at? Hurry up." Su Lin noticed Su Yu was momentarily entranced by Li Yuehua's beauty and nudged him with her foot. "Ah, right," Su Yu replied, snapping back to reality with an awkward smile as he followed the group upstairs. He had been captivated by Li Yuehua's beauty, which was of a different ilk than Su Lin's. While Su Lin radiated a vibrant and cheerful charm, Li Weihua embodied a more regal and graceful allure. Once the group departed, the corners of Li Yuehua's mouth lifted slightly as she resumed polishing a glass, murmuring to herself, "The lightning ability has its merits." As the group ascended the spiral staircase to the 2nd floor, Su Yu found himself puzzled. "Aren't we supposed to be heading to the extreme cold region? Why are we going to the 2nd floor of the association building?" The 2nd floor houses the teleportation chamber that will directly transport us to the extreme cold region, came the clarifying response. Zhao Kai and his companions were momentarily taken aback by Su Yu's question. "A teleportation chamber? What on earth is that?" Su Yu was instantly bewildered. "There's a teleportation chamber on the 2nd floor? Indeed. You were unaware? Su Lin, did you not inform him?" Zhao Kai inquired, looking quizzically at Su Lin. Su Lin suddenly felt a bit awkward, she had indeed failed to explain to Su Yu how to reach the frigid lands, only providing him with a general overview of the region. Su Yu stared blankly at Su Lin, silently contemplating such vital information. And yet you chose not to share it with me? He had assumed that reaching the frigid lands would require a lengthy drive, never suspecting that there was a teleportation chamber for direct access. Sensing Su Yu's penetrating gaze, Su Lin felt a twinge of guilt and said, I simply hadn't had the chance to explain it to you yet. Zhao Kai, noticing Su Yu's confusion, elaborated, the frigid lands is the northernmost region of Blue Star. Driving there would take an eternity. Thus, we must utilize the teleportation chamber. Each city's supernatural association possesses a teleportation chamber that leads to the frigid lands. Only members of the supernatural association can use it free of charge, facilitating ease of travel for our members. As they conversed, they ascended to the second floor. Zhao Kai pushed open the door, revealing a vast and open space. In the center stood an enormous circular chamber. Su Yu pointed at the circular chamber and asked, Is this the teleportation chamber? Zhao Kai nodded. Do you see the indicator lights atop the chamber? Red means it is operational and cannot be used, while green indicates it is available. At that moment, the indicator light on the circular chamber glowed red, signifying that it was in operation. Suddenly, with a click, the teleportation chamber opened, and a group of individuals emerged, their faces pale and supporting one another as they exited the portal. The leader, upon recognizing Zhao Kai, approached him and said, Captain Zhao, are you preparing to head to the frigid lands? Zhao Kai nodded, noticing the grim condition of the group. He furrowed his brow and asked, Captain Zhang, what has transpired? The individual was Zhang Qiming, the leader of Team 5 from the Star City Supernatural Association, with whom Zhao Kai shared a close rapport. Oh, don't even mention it. On our return from the frigid lands, we were ambushed. Our team fought valiantly to escape. Zhang Qiming lamented. The team members behind him appeared dejected, although they had initially gained some spoils from their expedition. Having slain numerous extraordinary creatures and collected a wealth of supernatural stones, they had unexpectedly encountered a group of assailants on their way back to the base, resulting in severe injuries. Ultimately, they had to barter their supernatural stones to save their lives. Otherwise, they would have been lost forever. Hearing this, Zhao Kai and the others were filled with indignation, yet the thought of the frigid lands quickly quelled their anger. Su Yu pondered, so they were robbed? Is it common to be robbed in the frigid lands without fear of retribution? Zhao Kai, incensed, queried, Do you know what they look like? Zhang Qiming nodded wearily. What does knowing their appearance matter? Who knows which city they hailed from? We can only consider ourselves unfortunate. Zhao Kai sighed. Indeed, even if they recognized the culprits, there were countless cities on Blue Star and innumerable supernatural beings journeying to the frigid lands. Ultimately, it boiled down to one's own abilities. Being robbed could simply be attributed to insufficient skill. Captain Zhao, do exercise caution on your journey to the frigid lands. I wish you a triumphant return, Zhang Qiming said, aware that his team members were in dire need of immediate medical attention, and thus bid farewell to Zhao Kai and his party. After hearing of Team Zhang's ordeal, Zhao Kai and the others recognized the peril that lay ahead. Let us go. Despite the sorrow they felt for Captain Zhang's team, it did not deter their determination to venture into the frigid lands. With solemn expressions, they stepped into the teleportation chamber. The chamber doors closed, and the teleportation process commenced. A striking beam of light shot up from above the Supernatural Association building. Suddenly, as Su Yu stood within the teleportation chamber, he felt a slight pressure enveloping him. The interior of the chamber felt reminiscent of a awakening chamber, devoid of any peculiarities. However, the atmosphere within the teleportation chamber was rather oppressive, with silence reigning, likely due to the weight of Captain Zhang's recent experiences. Su Yu, do you think Li Huahua is more beautiful than me? Su Lin suddenly posed a question to Su Yu, winking at him playfully. Zhao Kai and Wang Debo's gazes immediately shifted to Su Yu, wondering what is going on between these two. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny, Su Yu thought, Sister Lin, what are you doing? Am I supposed to answer such a question? He then noticed Su Lin's persistent winking and swiftly comprehended her intentions. She must have sensed the heavy atmosphere and sought to lighten it with conversation. Given her earnest effort, Su Yu felt compelled to respond thoughtfully. Under Su Lin's hopeful gaze, Su Yu replied, Li Huahua is indeed beautiful. He was genuinely taken aback by Li Huahua's beauty, though he acknowledged that Su Lin was not lacking either. He simply wished to tease her a little. Upon hearing his words, Su Lin's teeth gnashed in irritation as she thought, "You little rascal, I've wasted my efforts on you. I had hoped for a compliment, but instead, I've been made a fool. Bai Xiao, who do you think is beautiful?" Su Lin then directed her question to the usually silent Bai Xiao. "Huh? Are you asking me?" Bai Xiao finally responded, somewhat startled. "You are beautiful." Upon receiving Bai Xiao's compliment, Su Lin's spirits brightened instantly. Love-struck fool, Wang Dabo remarked, rolling his eyes at Bai Xiao. "Isn't that just flattery? Clearly, Li Weihua is the more beautiful one. What are you saying, Dabo? Looking for a fight?" Although Wang Dabo spoke softly, his words were crystal clear in the confined space. Su Lin immediately raised her small fist and gestured at Wang Dabo. Su Lin is the most beautiful. Su Lin is the most beautiful woman in the world," Wang Dabo exclaimed, raising a banner of praise. His reaction brought laughter from the others. After this brief interlude, the previously stifling atmosphere lightened considerably. Time passed, and eventually the indicator light above the teleportation chamber turned green. The frigid lands have arrived. Chapter 39. The Frigid Fortress. The frigid lands are located at the northernmost point of Blue Star, characterized by a harsh environment and extreme cold, perpetually blanketed in ice and snow. Consequently, the supernatural beings of Huagua established a formidable fortress to withstand the extraordinary creatures of this region, aptly named the Frigid Fortress. The destination of Su Yu and his companions' teleportation was the headquarters of the Supernatural Association within the Frigid Fortress. As they emerged from the teleportation chamber, a wave of frigid air greeted them. "Brrr, it's freezing," Su Yu exclaimed, inhaling sharply as he wrapped his clothing tighter around himself. Before them lay a grand hall adorned with numerous teleportation chambers, each staffed by a worker. "Welcome to the headquarters of the Frigid Fortress Supernatural Association. Please register here." The staff member outside the teleportation chamber greeted them with a smile. Zhao Kai nodded and stepped forward to complete the registration for the Star City Supernatural Association. Su Yu observed his surroundings, noting that the architectural style mirrored that of the Star City Supernatural Association, albeit on a larger scale. Supernatural beings frequently emerged from the various teleportation chambers, while two large screens flanked the hall, displaying information akin to that found in the Star City Supernatural Association. After Zhao Kai finished the registration, he led the group towards the exterior of the association building. "This is our headquarters in the Frigid Lands. Everyone who steps out from here is a member of our Huagua Association. We are currently situated in the fortress established by Huagua in the Frigid Lands, known as the Frigid Fortress," Zhao Kai explained as they walked. The Frigid Fortress? Su Yu was initially quite unfamiliar with the concept of the extreme cold fortress. One could liken it to a bastion erected by humanity in a frigid landscape, designed to fend off the incursions of extraordinary beings. Here, it essentially functions as a city fortified with formidable defenses, where the use of abilities by superpowered individuals is strictly prohibited. Any transgressors would be apprehended by the enforcement team. Members of our superpowered association lack the authority to enforce laws in this domain. Hence, it is imperative to maintain a low profile. Zhao Kai patiently elucidated this to Su Yu as they exited the headquarters of the Superpowered Association. Upon stepping outside, Su Yu was immediately struck by the biting cold. The weather was rather gloomy, with snowflakes intermittently descending from the overcast sky. He raised his gaze and beheld a colossal city gate in the distance, guarded by several superpowered individuals. Flanking the gate were towering walls, several meters high, patrolled by teams of superpowered guardians. As he looked upwards along the walls, he noticed a yellow energy shield enveloping the entire fortress. Outside the gate, a blizzard raged, while inside, tranquility prevailed, creating a stark contrast. Explained, beyond this gate lies the true realm of extreme cold. The energy shield above was crafted by powerful superpowered beings to mitigate the harsh external conditions affecting the fortress. He continued, "Exercise caution around other superpowered individuals here. Apart from our association members, various superpowered organizations from across Huagua also inhabit this place. One must tread carefully, as once targeted, they may trouble you beyond the fortress. The world outside is lawless, quite unlike the sanctuary within, and I trust you comprehend the gravity of that." Su Yu nodded, gaining a preliminary understanding from Zhao Kai's insights. Zhao Kai suggested, "Let us first find an apartment to settle in. We shall venture out tomorrow." There's no need to hastily explore the extreme cold realm on our first day here. Thus, the group set off in search of accommodation. As they navigated the surroundings, Suyu observed that the attire of the people around him was rather peculiar. In such frigid weather, shouldn't they be clad in thicker garments? He was already shivering in his down jacket, yet some individuals were bare-chested while others, particularly women, donned elegant dresses. Did they not feel the cold? Curiously, Suyu inquired of Su Lin, Sister Lin, aren't they cold? Su Lin, understanding his implication, explained those burly individuals without tops are likely animal-type superpowered beings. Their physical resilience renders them impervious to the cold. The individuals in lighter clothing may be equipped with superpowered gear that protects against the chill. Superpowered gear to combat the cold? Suyu's eyes brightened at the thought. Such a marvelous invention. There was no need for cumbersome down jackets. He must acquire such protective gear. Su Lin, discerning his eager expression, bluntly remarked, do not entertain such thoughts. A piece of cold-resistant superpowered gear costs 500,000 star coins. Far beyond our means. 500,000? Suyu was taken aback by the exorbitant price of the cold-resistant gear. So costly. Suddenly, he found his down jacket to be quite satisfactory, affordable, effective, and undeniably practical. I believe our current attire suffices. We need not invest in such gear, he remarked with a pout. There were indeed individuals clad in thick clothing among the crowd, and they far outnumbered those in lighter attire. Su Lin chuckled at his comment, playfully stating, if we were to frequent this place often, it might warrant the purchase of cold-resistant gear, but since our visits will be infrequent, it's unnecessary to make such an investment. Their team was still somewhat lacking in strength, making regular trips to the extreme cold realm improbable. Hence, spending a fortune on cold-resistant superpowered gear was unwarranted. It would be wiser to enhance one's abilities instead, unless, of course, one were extravagantly wealthy. Suyu nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Su Lin's reasoning. As they conversed, the group swiftly located an apartment. However, upon inquiring about the price, Suyu was utterly astonished. 1 ordinary superpowered stone per night. Perhaps it was due to the congregation of superpowered individuals from all over Huagua that there was never a shortage of tenants. In essence, if one chose not to rent, there were plenty of others willing to do so, resulting in exorbitant rates. Ultimately, Suyu and his companions decided to take the plunge. Originally, Suyu had hoped to seize the opportunity to explore the local culture and ambience, but he was firmly prohibited from venturing outside by team leader Zhao Kai. His rationale was, if you're not afraid of being targeted, then feel free to roam. Upon hearing this, Suyu promptly abandoned any thoughts of going out. With his strikingly handsome visage, should he attract the attention of the wrong sort, he could very well find himself in dire circumstances outside the extreme cold fortress. The group unpacked their gear, redistributing the equipment among themselves. Wang Daba, being the most robust, was assigned to carry the tent, while the others managed food and water supplies. Due to Suyu's inclusion in their team, this expedition would last longer than previous excursions into the extreme cold realm. They needed to prepare thoroughly for the myriad possibilities that could arise in such a hostile environment. Chapter 40. Entering the extreme cold realm the following morning. Suyu and his companions rose early to organize their gear and assemble for their expedition into the extreme cold realm. Upon arriving at the city gate of the extreme cold fortress, they discovered a considerable number of superpowered individuals already gathered, awaiting the gates to open. It seemed everyone shared the same sentiment. The morning's light snow made it the optimal time to enter the frigid domain. Zhao Kai observed the throng surrounding them. Has the gate not opened yet? Su Lin asked, standing on her toes to glimpse the closed gates in the distance. Wang Daba glanced at his wristwatch, noting, there's still a bit of time left. Is there a set schedule for when the gates open and close? Suyu inquired, his curiosity piqued, as he was unfamiliar with the customs here. Zhao Kai explained, the opening and closing of the gates do not adhere to a strict timetable. The guarding superpowered beings determine this based on the severity of the external weather. However, the gates must open every morning at 6 a.m. Why is that? Suyu probed further. This ensures that superpowered individuals wishing to venture out and those returning know that the gates will open at this specific time, preventing unnecessary trips. If a superpowered individual from the extreme cold realm returns and finds themselves unable to enter the fortress, they will be left to endure the freezing conditions unnecessarily. Boom! Just as the two were conversing, the gates began to creak open. The gates are open. Let us go. Someone shouted excitedly. This time, I shall conquer all. Ladies, do avoid crossing paths with me, or else. Ha ha ha. As the gates opened, the air filled with the raucous proclamations of the superpowered individuals eager to venture forth. Meanwhile, those preparing to return to the extreme cold fortress appeared tense and vigilant, carefully observing their surroundings in fear of an unexpected attack. Without entry into the extreme cold fortress, there existed no regulations. Should someone choose to act against them, they could only lament their ill fortune. Nonetheless, most individuals remained cautious, refraining from unnecessary altercations. The fact that they had returned alive suggested they had garnered some measure of success. A failed attempt at theft would yield dire consequences. As the gates swung fully open, the assembled crowd outside collectively exhaled in relief. With the gates now ajar, conflict was prohibited in the vicinity, alleviating their fears of being robbed. In an instant, the two groups began to flow in and out of the gates in a lively exchange. The passage for the two groups is distinctly separate. Those departing take the left path while those arriving enter from the right, ensuring no conflict arises between them. Soon, Suyu joined the main contingent as they ventured through the city gates into the realm of extreme cold. BRR, it's freezing. Upon exiting the gates, Suyu inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the biting chill that was exponentially colder than within the confines of the Arctic fortress. He observed enviously the figures around him clad in thin attire, marveling at their comfort. Possessing extraordinary weapons surely had its perks, as they seemed unfazed by the frigid air. As everyone gathered outside, Zhao Kai urged, "Let us go, everyone put on your goggles." The morning blizzard in the extreme cold was relatively mild, yet for the sake of caution, they donned the pre-prepared goggles to shield their vision from the swirling snow. After securing his goggles, Suyu surveyed his surroundings. An endless expanse of snow lay before him, with a cluster of snow pines in the distance marking their destination. Zhao Kai explained that there were no extraordinary beings surrounding the Arctic fortress, thus they would need to delve deeper to encounter them. Under Zhao Kai's guidance, they stepped onto the snow-covered terrain. Remember, the extraordinary wristwatch can pinpoint the location of the Arctic fortress. Do not lose it in this frigid expanse. It is the sole tool to guide us. Should you lose your way here, your end may be near, Zhao Kai cautioned solemnly. Suyu raised his wrist to check the watch, tapping its surface. Indeed, 5 red dots appeared clearly on the display alongside a larger red dot. The large dot indicated the position of the Arctic fortress, while the 5 smaller dots represented their group's locations. With this device, he felt reassured about not losing his way in the snow. He gazed up at the snow pines ahead and sighed. I wonder how much longer we have to walk. Although the grove of pines appeared close, they were still some distance from the Arctic fortress. He had previously inquired of Zhao Kai why they weren't using snowmobiles, to which the response was that one would become a target of disdain among the group by doing so. Without absolute strength, it was wiser to remain inconspicuous. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally reached the grove of snow pines. Noticing the fatigue among the group, Zhao Kai instructed, "Let us take a moment." Suyu leaned against a snow pine, having activated his spatial reconnaissance ability since exiting the city. Initially, he detected several small teams trailing not far behind, but they had gradually dispersed. Now, within the 60-meter radius of his spatial awareness, he sensed no one. What was happening? Su Lin offered him a biscuit and a bottle of water. Suyu smiled as he accepted her provisions. "I'm quite curious. It's my first time here." Su Lin remarked, "Once you step out of the city gates, every step must be taken with utmost caution. You never know when you might encounter extraordinary beings or unfamiliar superhumans. Confronting extraordinary beings is manageable as we can fight them together. But one must be exceedingly careful when dealing with other superhumans, who can often be more troublesome than the extraordinary creatures themselves." Suyu nodded. While he had yet to encounter extraordinary beings, he had faced superhumans several times and found them indeed quite formidable. In this lawless realm of extreme cold, the darker aspects of human nature could be unleashed, and one could never predict what those superhumans might do. "By the way, Sister Lin, how many times have you been to the realm of extreme cold?" Suyu suddenly inquired. "Me? Including this time, it's my 3rd visit," Su Lin replied. 3 times? Suyu was taken aback, not expecting that Su Lin had only visited thrice. He had assumed she had been there multiple times. "Well, our team's overall strength is still rather weak, which is why our visits have been infrequent. If not for your joining us, it might have been a long while before we returned to the realm of extreme cold," Su Lin explained. Am I really that significant? Suyu asked, pointing to himself. Yes, you are quite important. Your presence elevates our entire team to a new level. In our previous excursions to the realm of extreme cold to hunt extraordinary beings, we relied heavily on the captain's mid-level fire abilities. While we could manage to hunt lower-level extraordinary beings, encountering higher-level ones became quite taxing for us initial-level fighters. Your addition allows our team to be more versatile and not solely dependent on the captain's damage output, Su Lin affirmed with conviction. I will do my utmost. Su Yu. He was surprised to learn of his importance within the team. His lightning abilities provided them a greater assurance in navigating the realm of extreme cold. Oh, don't worry too much. Our captain is a mid-level fire user, and even if we face formidable extraordinary beings, with all of us together, we can defeat them, Su Lin said with a reassuring smile. Yet, despite her words, she harbored her own uncertainties. Their previous defeat stemmed from encountering a particularly powerful extraordinary being, which had severely injured them, forcing a disbanded retreat, and their survival had relied on the extraordinary wristwatch. The failure to vanquish it was due to their team's output being solely dependent on Zhao Kai. The initial level skills of the others failed to breach the extraordinary being's defenses, leading to their ultimate defeat. Chapter 41. The Snowfield Wolf. Within a grove of snow pines in the realm of extreme cold, Suyu leaned against a tree, engaging in light conversation with Su Lin. Suddenly, a peculiar creature appeared within the range of his spatial reconnaissance, drawing closer to them. Sister Lin, do you think there exists a creature about 2 meters long, 1 meter tall, covered in long white fur with icy blue fur on its limbs? Suyu described the being detected by his spatial ability. Indeed, the Snowfield Wolf in the realm of extreme cold fits your description perfectly, Su Lin replied. How do you know the characteristics of the Snowfield Wolf? Su Lin, having realized the inconsistency, questioned Suyu, who had claimed to be unfamiliar with the realm of extreme cold. The Snowfield Wolf? Suyu inquired with a hint of confusion. The name matched the creature he had detected, resembling a wolf. Yes, the Snowfield Wolf is the most common extraordinary being in the realm of extreme cold. By the way, you still haven't told me how you know about the Snowfield Wolf, Su Lin asked, her curiosity piqued. Why don't you check behind you to see if that's a Snowfield Wolf? Suyu pointed toward the creature lurking behind her. Behind me? Su Lin turned around to find a Snowfield Wolf glaring hungrily at them, exhaling hot breath. Su Lin gasped, startled by the silent emergence of the Snowfield Wolf. Letting out a cry, the others, resting nearby, were jolted awake by Su Lin's alarmed voice. What is happening? Zhao Kai and the others inquired. The Snowfield Wolf, Su Lin stammered, pointing shakily at the creature not far away. The Snowfield Wolf? Upon hearing the name, Zhao Kai and the others turned to the direction she indicated. At that moment, the Snowfield Wolf, drooling, fixed its fierce gaze upon them, licking its front paw as if regarding them as prey to be hunted. Prepare for battle, Zhao Kai shouted, alerting everyone to the impending confrontation. Instantly, tension gripped the group as they braced themselves for the forthcoming struggle. Is this truly an extraordinary being? Aside from its imposing size, it appeared quite similar to the wolves from his previous life. Suyu mused, contemplating the situation. Suddenly, the snow wolf that had been standing still and staring at the crowd sprang into action, lunging towards Su Lin. It had perceived fear in her eyes, prompting it to choose her as its target. Witnessing this, the onlookers immediately unleashed their skills. Vines ensnared it. Bai Xiao, upon seeing this, swiftly activated his control skill. As the snow wolf charged forward, several vines emerged from the icy ground, binding its limbs and restricting its movement. His vine-binding skill could immobilize a target within his visible range. Earth Shield, Wang Debao exclaimed, forming a brown energy shield of soil in front of Su Lin, protecting her. Do not be afraid. It is merely a novice snow wolf, Zhao Kai reassured the group, having quickly assessed the creature's size and determined its rank. Hearing it was a novice eased everyone's tension, though they remained vigilant. The once leaping snow wolf, now bound by vines, became irate, emitting a low growl before lowering its head to gnaw at the vines restraining it. Observing the trapped snow wolf struggle, Su Lin hurriedly unleashed a water spear to attack, only to be intercepted by Suyu. Sister Lin, leave it to me. Does it think it can bite you? It should know its own weight, he said, as a lightning spear coalesced in his palm, radiating a formidable aura of thunder. Without waiting for Su Lin's response, he aimed and launched it at the snow wolf. Uncertain of the snow wolf's toughness, he poured all his strength into this lightning spear, making it his most powerful strike. If it missed, so be it. But if it connected, it would surely astonish. The lightning spear tore through the air with a resounding crack, instantly piercing the snow wolf's body. Bound and unable to move, the snow wolf was helpless against the onslaught. With a pained howl, the creature was overtaken by a tingling sensation that rendered it weak. Collapsing onto the ground, its once proud stature diminished. Explosion. Suyu shouted, and the lightning spear embedded in the snow wolf detonated, unleashing a terrifying surge of thunder. With a deafening roar, the explosive energy sent snow flying, revealing the bare ground beneath. The once mighty snow wolf vanished, leaving behind 5 stones of extraordinary energy. Is that it? Suyu scoffed, gazing at the spot where the body had been, surprised it had proven so feeble, unable to withstand even a single blow. Wow! It was so fierce that it even obliterated its own corpse. Wang Debao stared in awe at Suyu's devastating power. This level of damage was unattainable for him as a novice earth mage. Zhao Kai's eyes lit up at the scene. He could have struck the snow wolf down when it was bound, but he had chosen to observe Suyu's prowess. The outcome far surpassed his expectations. To be precise, Suyu exceeded all that he had imagined, dispatching the novice snow wolf in a single blow. Bai Xiao adjusted his black-framed glasses, equally astonished. While others might not fully grasp the extent of Suyu's skill, he had felt its true power firsthand, as the vines binding the snow wolf had disintegrated into energy amidst the explosion. Su Lin, shielded by the earth barrier, stared in disbelief at the colossal snow wolf that had just vanished, gazing at Suyu beside her. So powerful? Is this really the Suyu I know? Who lacks endurance? In just a few days, he has become so formidable. Had she attacked the snow wolf, she would have eventually killed it. But it would have taken her longer. She could not have dispatched it with such swiftness as Suyu. What's wrong? Suyu asked, feeling somewhat self-conscious under the collective gaze. Had I known the snow wolf was so weak, I would have unleashed such a powerful lightning spear. I could have done it with half the energy, he mused. It's just that we are astonished by the power of your skill, Zhao Kai admitted, genuinely impressed by the might of the lightning strike, recalling that during his own novice fire mage days, he had never dispatched a snow wolf with a single blow. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions mirroring Zhao Kai's sentiments. Feeling awkward, Suyu scratched his head. That strike was my strongest. I wanted to test the strength of extraordinary creatures, but I didn't expect it to be so. We understand, Wang Debao thought to himself, wondering if Suyu was merely putting on an act. Chapter 42. Need a boost? By the way, Suyu, you should take the 5 extraordinary stones dropped by the snow wolf. It was your kill, so they rightfully belong to you. Zhao Kai indicated towards the extraordinary stones lying in a large pit nearby. Observing no objections from the others, Suyu placed the 5 extraordinary stones into his backpack. In truth, the slaying of the snow wolf was not solely his achievement. Bai Xiao, who had remained silent, had played a crucial role with his control skills. Captain, does a novice extraordinary creature drop 5 ordinary extraordinary stones upon being defeated? If so, that is quite delightful. To gain 5 stones from a single blow is far more gratifying than undertaking tasks in Star City, Suyu inquired. A novice extraordinary creature can drop up to 5 ordinary extraordinary stones, while a mid-tier can drop a maximum of 3 intermediate extraordinary stones. We were fortunate this time. It is rare to obtain 5 stones, as most drops are typically 3 or 4, Zhao Kai elucidated. Following a brief respite, the group resumed their journey deeper into the frigid expanse. As they progressed, Suyu lingered at the rear, and, when the others were not watching, he slipped his ringed hand into the backpack containing the extraordinary stones. In no time, the stones were absorbed by the ring. Suyu, were you sneaking around at the back? Su Lin questioned, noticing his covert actions. I'm not sneaking. Don't falsely accuse me, Suyu replied, hastily rejoining the main group. You clearly were, she retorted. Enough of this nonsense, Zhao Kai interrupted, turning to Wang Debao. Debao, use your earth sight to check for any extraordinary creatures nearby. They could not continue aimlessly, aside from the earlier encounter with the snow wolf. They had seen no sign of any extraordinary beings. Su Lin glared at Suyu after hearing the captain's words. Suyu paid her no mind, scratching his head and glancing around. Within his spatial detection, he found nothing within a 60-meter radius. All right, boss, Wang Dabeo crouched down, placing his hands in the icy ground before activating his earth sight. This novice earth skill was used to detect the presence of any beings within a 500-meter radius. However, this probing skill had its limitations. The target must be moving on the ground. If it was airborne or stationary, it could not be detected. In contrast, Suyu's spatial abilities had no such restrictions. As long as a target appeared within range, he could sense it immediately. Captain, there are several footsteps about 400 meters to our left, and at the extreme right of our detection range, there are around a dozen footsteps, Wang Dabeo reported, having closed his eyes to listen to the vibrations transmitted through the ground. Beside him, Suyu was taken aback by the results of the detection. It was astonishing how far it could reach. No wonder there was no one within his reconnaissance range. They were all beyond it. Zhao Kai furrowed his brow and inquired, "Can you determine whether they are humans or extraordinary creatures?" "Unfortunately not, Captain," Wang Daba replied with a hint of exasperation. "My detection skill can only ascertain the number of moving targets. It cannot discern whether they are human or extraordinary beings." His skill relied on the feedback waves from the ground, and if the target remained stationary, it would be undetectable. Upon hearing Daba's explanation, Zhao Kai had no choice but to suggest, "In that case, let's observe the direction for which the footsteps are coming and decide where to go." Wang Daba nodded and diligently scanned the surroundings once more. Soon, he reported, "There are more footsteps to the right. Let us proceed to the right and investigate." Zhao Kai commanded, and the group altered their course under Wang Daba's guidance. "Daba, does your earth sight consume energy?" Suyu queried, intrigued by Wang Daba's skill. "Of course it consumes energy, and quite a bit at that." "Really?" Suju exclaimed, astonished. He had assumed that Daba's earth sight, like his own spatial abilities, was energy efficient. What is so surprising about that? "If it didn't consume energy, I could detect every few steps," Wang Daba replied, looking somewhat incredulous. "Precisely because it consumes energy that I asked him to detect now. Otherwise, I would have had him do it much earlier," Zhao Kai interjected, having overheard their conversation. "That makes sense," Suyu nodded, realizing that his spatial abilities, while limited in range, were advantageous due to their lack of energy consumption. "Let us go." Daba mentioned there are numerous footsteps. "Perhaps we will make a significant discovery this time," Su Lin encouraged, patting Suyu on the shoulder. "All right." As they followed the direction indicated by Daba, Suyu's spatial reconnaissance gradually revealed silhouettes within his range. Upon further investigation, he abruptly halted, gazing at a distant grove of snow-covered pines, his heart racing as he swallowed hard. "My goodness, so many. Wang Daba, are you trying to lead us to our doom?" "What is wrong, Suyu? Why have you stopped?" Su Lin inquired, noticing his sudden halt. "Is something the matter, Suyu?" Zhao Kai also asked, while Wang Daba and Bai Xiao looked on with curiosity. "Could we take a moment to rest?" "I'm feeling a bit fatigued," Suyu stammered after a lengthy pause, concocting an excuse. "Tired?" Zhao Kai and the others exchanged puzzled glances. "How could you suddenly be tired?" "All right, since Suyu suggested a break, let us take a moment." "We're not in a hurry," Zhao Kai agreed, observing the surrounding grove of snow pines and noting that there seemed to be no immediate danger. The group settled down to rest. "You, of all people, how could you suddenly feel tired?" Su Lin approached Suyu and playfully pinched him. "Ouch, that hurts. Please stop, sister," Suyu pleaded. Su Lin looked at him with bemusement. "Haven't we just rested? Why do you need another break?" In truth, Suyu desperately wanted to inform her about the pack of snow wolves lurking ahead. Within his reconnaissance range were no fewer than 20, and he suspected there were many more just beyond his reach. Yet, he hesitated to voice this to Su Lin. "Just a short rest, my dear sister." "Itroli Suim von playfully. It seems I'll have to give you a proper meal when we return," Su Lin retorted, recalling an embarrassing incident from a few days prior that had left him with a nosebleed before striding away to lean against a snow pine for rest. Suyu felt a twinge of annoyance at her remark. Did he really need to be refueled? But he let it go. Now he needed to find a way to warn everyone about the gathering of snow wolves not far from their position. Approaching Wang Daba, who was sitting on the ground, he initiated a conversation. "Daba, we've been walking for quite some time, yet we haven't encountered any extraordinary creatures. Is it possible your earth sight miscalculated? Perhaps you should scan again." Wang Daba, taken aback by Suyu's stream of questions, replied, "Scan again?" Suyu calmly nodded. We followed her lead. "Yet we haven't spotted any extraordinary beings. Is it possible they've already moved on?" He needed to persuade Wang Daba to scan again without revealing the existence of the wolves. Wang Daba pondered for a moment, conceding that Su Yu's reasoning held merit. They had followed his directions without encountering any extraordinary creatures. Thus, Su Yu's hypothesis could very well be valid. Fine, I'll check again, Wang Daba relented. Though using Earth Sight consumed energy, he didn't want them to make a fruitless journey. He pressed his palms firmly against the ground and activated his Earth Sight. The feedback from the ground within a 500-meter radius flooded into his mind. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he opened his eyes wide, staring in shock at Su Yu. Mouth agape. Su Yu knew that Wang Daba must have detected the pack of snow wolves, which explained his astonishment. Why are you staring at me? Did you find something? Have the extraordinary creatures indeed moved on? Su Yu asked calmly. Wang Daba, still in shock, shook his head in disbelief. The Haven Tea moved? That's impossible. If they Haven Tea, why are there no extraordinary beings in this vicinity? Su Yu pretended to ponder aloud. Wang Daba suddenly leaped to his feet. Fear etched across his face as he shouted to Zhao Kai, Captain, approximately 100 meters ahead in the snow pine grove, there's a pack of footsteps. What? Zhao Kai exclaimed, springing up from his position. Su Lin and Bai Xiao exchanged astonished glances with Wang Daba. Su Yu feigned surprise as well. After all, one must commit fully to the act. A pack? How many? Zhao Kai inquired urgently. If the number of extraordinary beings was substantial, advancing recklessly could lead to disaster. There should be at least 100 extraordinary creatures, Wang Daba recalled, considering the frequency of the footsteps detected earlier. 100? Su Yu was genuinely stunned. His spatial abilities had only registered around 20. It seemed there was a whole pack beyond his range. Wang Daba, do you truly wish for our demise? Leading us into a veritable inferno? 100 extraordinary beings? Zhao Kai was equally astonished, relieved they hadn't proceeded blindly. Su Lin and Bai Xiao, hearing the staggering count, were left speechless, asking in unison, are you certain? Wang Daba nodded firmly. He was confident this time, as the frequency of the detected movements was alarmingly high. Captain, what should we do? Wang Daba asked, panic rising in his voice. The pack was merely 100 meters away, and thankfully, the snow pine grove concealed them. Otherwise, they would have been spotted. Su Lin and the others turned their gaze to Zhao Kai, awaiting his command, for he was their leader, experienced and wise. What now? Zhao Kai mused, his brow furrowed. A pack of extraordinary beings would mean certain death if they approached. Just as they pondered their next move, a howl from the snow wolves echoed in the distance. Run, Zhao, Kaiskotet. What a jest. This group of extraordinary creatures turns out to be snowfield wolves. And whenever they gather, there is bound to be a wolf king among them. The strength of the wolf king is comparable, if not superior, to that of this mid-tier fire elemental adept. At this juncture, should they not flee, are they simply awaiting their demise? The few of them stood no chance against a horde of snowfield wolves. Run? The moment they heard this, they were momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly regain their senses and promptly grab their gear, retreating in the opposite direction. The swiftest among them was undoubtedly Su Yu, for he had already been prepared to flee even before Zhao Kai had spoken. This was due to his spatial reconnaissance, revealing that the pack of snowfield wolves was hastening towards them. Su Yu, aren't you exhausted? Why are you running so fast? Wang Daba, trailing closely behind, gasped in astonishment at Su Yu's pace. The others, including Zhao Kai, wore expressions of curiosity, having recalled that he was the first to declare fatigue. Su Yu thought to himself, do you truly believe I am fatigued? Were it not to alert you all of the approaching pack, I wouldn't be exhausted at all. I can't keep going. Su Lin gasped after running for a short while, struggling to catch her breath. Her physical constitution was not particularly robust, and the snow-laden ground made running all the more arduous. Noticing that Su Lin, who brought up the rear, was lagging, Su Yu promptly halted, shouldering her backpack. Sister Lin, allow me to carry this for you. Just hold on a little longer. His youth and vitality rendered the weight negligible. Su Lin, seeing this, did not hesitate to accept his help. Nodding, sister, your kindness is not in vain. She handed her backpack to Su Yu and resumed her flight. The others, witnessing this exchange, said nothing. It was a relief to see Su Yu using his strength to assist a teammate. Even had he chosen not to help Su Lin, others would have willingly stepped in, for they were a cohesive team. However, two legs could not outrun four, and, after a brief distance, the pack of snowfield wolves appeared hot on their heels. A chilling howl erupted from behind. Bai Xiao, use your skills to impede them. Zhou, Ki Barkid. Prompting Bai Xiao to nod and halt. He turned to face the oncoming wolves, his palms glowing with verdant energy, and thrust them forward, summoning a wall of vines that erupted from the ground. Upon completing his skill, Bai Xiao turned to rejoin the group in their flight. This was an application of his initial wood elemental control ability, designed to ensnare foes within a tangle of vines. As anticipated, the snowfield wolves that ventured into this entrapment were momentarily ensnared. Yet, it was not long before the wolves, utilizing their razor-sharp teeth, shredded the vines that bound them. What the hell? Why are they suddenly so fast? Wang Daba exclaimed, startled by the wolves' newfound speed. Bai Xiao, did you administer some sort of stimulant to them? The enraged wolves, now free from their restraints, surged forward with an even greater ferocity, their speed doubling. Bai Xiao shot Wang Daba an exasperated glance. Who could have predicted that his vines would not only fail to restrain them, but incite their wrath? Realizing that continued flight would be futile, as these wolves were hell-bent on devouring them, Zhao Kai halted his retreat. No more running. We shall confront them head-on. The Wolf King is mine. You handle the rest of the snowfield wolves. With that declaration, flames ignited around him as he fixed his gaze upon the Wolf King lurking at the rear of the pack. Upon receiving their leader's command, the group halted, preparing for battle. As Su Yu and the others braced themselves, the wolf pack also came to a standstill, their eyes fixated on the group with predatory intent. With a low growl, the wolves parted to reveal a colossal Wolf King, measuring 5 meters in length and 2 meters in height, striding forth from the throng. It advanced to the forefront, glaring menacingly at Su Yu and his companions. What in the world? How could it be so massive? Su Yu was taken aback by the sheer size of the Wolf King. What do you consume to grow to such proportions? Its fangs were nearly as thick as his thighs. As both sides faced off, the Wolf King suddenly lifted its head and emitted a fearsome howl. As the echoes of its roar faded, the pack surged forward in a frenzied attack. The Wolf King is mine. Deal with the others. Zhao Kai, ablaze with determination, charged at the Wolf King, his fists radiating intense fire energy. The surrounding snowfield wolves, sensing the heat, hesitated to approach him, instead barreling towards the rest of the group. Are they dismissing us? Su Yu felt a pang of annoyance at the wolves' disregard for their presence. Afraid of fire, but not of lightning. Are we? Very well. I shall electrocute you. Su Lin, stationed at the back, called out, Leave this to me. As Su Yu's fighting spirit ignited, he gathered a tempestuous force of thunder within his palms, eager to exact a price from the oncoming wolves. Behind him, Su Lin felt a surge of reassurance. Grateful for her brother's protection, yet apprehensive, she contemplated using her skills, only to be interrupted by Su Yu. Sister Lin, you need not expend your energy. Leave this to me. These wolves are mere minions. All right, if you are so confident, I shall watch your performance, Su Lin acquiesced, stepping back to observe him. Just watch closely. In an instant, Su Yu conjured dozens of lightning spears, angered by the wolves' audacity. As one snowfield wolf lunged at him, he swiftly unleashed a spear of electricity. In that moment, he also activated his spatial abilities, ensuring perfect accuracy. The lightning spear pierced the wolf's body with the speed of a shooting star, and with a roar, he commanded, Explode. Boom! The tremendous explosion obliterated the wolf, leaving only a scattering of elemental stones behind. Hobari! Su Lin cheered, akin to a cheerleader rallying behind him. There are even more spectacular displays to come. Behold. Boom! 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 Su Yu transformed into a veritable fighter jet amidst a cosmic battle, relentlessly launching lightning spears that detonated upon impact, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks. As wolves fell before him, Su Lin, watching in awe, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Words could scarcely capture her astonishment. The sight of wolves transforming into elemental stones filled her with profound amazement. The cacophony of explosions naturally drew the attention of Wang Daba and Bai Xiao, who were entangled in their battle with the snowfield wolves nearby. Is this really possible? Wang Daba marveled as he observed Su Yu reveling in his own game, dispatching one wolf after another. After laboring tirelessly to fell just a few, the sheer efficiency with which Su Yu eliminated dozens in mere moments was nothing short of absurd. People are infuriating. No, wait, elemental abilities are infuriating. In the distance, Zhao Kai, locked in combat with the Wolf King, also heard the thunderous explosions. Turning his gaze, he witnessed the transformation of countless snowfield wolves into elemental stones, and a wave of elation surged within him. He was well aware that there was no need to worry about the other team members being unable to contend with the pack of snow wolves. Initially, he harbored some concerns that Wang Debao and his companions might struggle against such a multitude of snow wolves, but witnessing Su Yu's prowess, he realized his apprehensions were unfounded. With Su Yu present, he could focus entirely on confronting the formidable Wolf King before him. The Wolf King, enraged by the disappearance of its subordinates one by one, found itself powerless, for it had a fiery adversary to contend with. As more and more snow wolves perished, Su Yu's supply of lightning spears began to dwindle. Noticing that his gathered lightning spears were nearly depleted, Su Yu turned anxiously and exclaimed, "Sister Lin, quick, charge me up." His reckless bombardment was made possible by the substantial power bank behind him. Su Lin had yet to recover from her astonishment. "Let me absorb energy." Absorb energy? Su Lin suddenly realized that this impudent brat had been keeping her sheltered behind him to utilize her celestial energy. "Hurry, Sister Lin, let me absorb." With the lightning spears running low and a significant number of snow wolves still charging towards them, Su Lin shot him a fierce glare before unleashing her water domain. Upon witnessing this, Su Yu eagerly absorbed the energy from her water domain into his own body. The sensation was exquisite. Watching as his 4 dim stars regained their luster filled him with an indescribable exhilaration. "Come at me again, if you dare." He once more concentrated the energy into several lightning spears, unleashing them at the oncoming snow wolves. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions reverberated once more. Standing behind Su Yu, Su Lin cast him a resentful glance, thinking to herself, "You may be reveling in this, but I have been drained dry." She had done nothing, yet her own celestial energy was depleted. The relentless bombardment that lasted for several minutes made Wang Debao and Bai Xiao, still engaged in their own fierce battle, question their existence. How could Su Yu's energy be so enduring? Initially, they had worried that Su Yu's reckless use of skills would leave him energy-starved, only to have their faces slapped hard with the reality that he had an inexhaustible supply. Unbeknownst to them, Su Yu's abundant energy stemmed from nearly draining Su Lin dry. Otherwise, he would have exhausted his reserves after just a few rounds of explosions. Thus, the number of snow wolves before Su Yu dwindled increasingly. Eventually, the remaining few snow wolves gazed at him with fear, slowly retreating and daring not to advance further. It was simply too intimidating. Their comrades had been reduced to ash before even reaching him. Who could withstand such terror? "Are you scared? It's too late for that. Where were you when I was wreaking havoc? Anyone who dares to challenge me will be obliterated." Seeing the remaining snow wolves attempting to flee, Su Yu could not allow that to happen. They must all be taken down. "Sister Lin, keep charging." Upon hearing the command to charge, Su Lin immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over her, as if her body had been drained. "Su Yu, I beg you, just one last time, okay? I can't take any more." Su Yu, feeling a twinge of guilt, realized he had gotten a bit carried away. The celestial energy seemed to flow endlessly as he continuously bombarded the foes. He turned to see Su Lin's mournful gaze and shyly replied, "Just one last time." "Sister Lin, all right." Ultimately, Su Lin silently released the last remnants of her celestial energy for him to absorb. Now, she truly had nothing left. In this battle, she had done nothing, yet her energy had been completely depleted. There was no helping it. Su Yu's accomplishments were indeed remarkable. And looking at the ground strewn with super energy stones, she thought, "I've never witnessed such a scene. If I must be drained, so be it." As Su Yu regained energy, he effortlessly dispatched the remaining snow wolves. "Is this it? The low-tier snow wolves are truly no match for me," he mused, reveling in the spoils of victory. At that moment, Su Lin pinched him playfully at the waist. "Aren't you going to help Debao and the others?" Gasping at the sudden pain, Su Yu snapped back to reality. They had only dealt with a portion of the snow wolves. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao were still engaged in battle with another group, and Captain Zhao Kai was still confronting the Wolf King. He understood that now was not the time for celebration. "Debao, I'm here to assist you." Wang Debao and Bai Xiao were currently embroiled in a fierce struggle against the snow wolves. Upon hearing Su Yu's voice, they turned to see that he and Su Lin had annihilated the pack surrounding them, shock evident on their faces. "Is it really over that quickly? Are you kidding?" They marveled at the power of the lightning system. Su Yu, wielding his lightning spear, swiftly joined them, with Su Lin closely trailing behind. Having been drained of her energy and needing to stay close to avoid danger, Su Yu aimed his lightning spear at the snow wolf battling with his friends, and with tremendous force, he sent it flying several meters before it exploded amidst the pack. The violent explosion sent the surrounding snow wolves trembling in fear. They had witnessed their comrades being annihilated by Su Yu, and now, faced with this malevolent force, they hesitated to charge again. Wow, this lightning spear is incredible, Wang Debao exclaimed as he witnessed the power firsthand. Having been engaged in battle, he was astonished when the lightning spear zipped past him, sending the snow wolf before him flying and then exploding instantaneously. Bai Xiao, wide-eyed, nudged his own brow, feigning calmness while internally echoing, wow. The sheer might of the lightning that had brushed past him was nothing short of shocking, coupled with the quaking of the snow wolf's limbs. It was hard to fathom the extent of its power. Perhaps only Captain Zhao Kai's mid-tier fire skills could rival it. Su Yu smiled slightly. Stay low-key, stay low-key. He had nearly grown accustomed to their astonished expressions. After all, who wouldn't he be taken aback by the formidable power of his lightning system? Observing the shivering snow wolves in the distance, Su Yu felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Just moments ago, they had been so arrogant. Now, they trembled in fear. The sheer number of wolves was nothing to boast about. His lightning system was not to be trifled with. With Su Yu, the powerhouse of the team, joining forces with their control skills, they dispatched the remaining snow wolves without expending much energy. Boom! As the last snow wolf fell, everyone sighed in relief. Is this really it? They're all dead? The group gazed in disbelief at the ground littered with super energy stones, never expecting such an outcome. Had they known, they would not have wasted their stamina fleeing earlier. Thank goodness for Su Yu. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it through so easily, Wang Debao remarked. Without Su Yu's explosive lightning capabilities, they would have struggled to defeat the pack of snow wolves. They would have had to wait for Captain Zhao Kai to vanquish the Wolf King before offering assistance. Had Zhao Kai failed, their fate would have mirrored that of their previous expedition to the extreme cold territory, wounded and fleeing for their lives, or perhaps even facing death right there. This time has indeed yielded a bountiful harvest. Never before have they experienced such affluence. The group gazed in awe at the plethora of super energy stones scattered across the ground, realizing that their journey had not been in vain. Suddenly, from a distance, the Wolf King, still battling Zhao Kai, erupted in fury. Its once white fur transformed into a brilliant blue, and it lunged ferociously at Zhao Kai. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Kai instinctively responded with a fire punch, having successfully defended against the Wolf King's previous assaults with the same technique. However, he was utterly unprepared for the sheer magnitude of power behind this particular attack, which was several times greater than before. Recognizing that he had no time for further reaction and could only brace himself for the impending blow, the impact was tremendous, propelling him several meters away. Gasping for breath upon hitting the ground, Zhao Kai raised his gaze to the formidable Wolf King. How had it suddenly gained such strength? Just moments ago, he had been able to withstand its claw strikes with his fire punch. What had changed? Captain, are you all right? In the distance, Su Yu and the others, having dispatched the pack of snowfield wolves, rushed to assist him after witnessing his abrupt flight. What are you doing here? Zhao Kai asked anxiously, puzzled as to why they had abandoned their battle with the snowfield wolves. Captain, we finished off the snowfield wolves. Finished them off? Zhao Kai was momentarily taken aback. How could that be? He looked around, only to discover that the area once occupied by the snowfield wolves was now entirely strewn with super energy stones. They truly had eradicated them. He stared in astonishment at his comrades, having only focused on Su Yu's battle before turning his attention to the Wolf King, unaware of their victorious skirmish. No wonder the Wolf King had suddenly become so powerful. It was enraged by the loss of its kin. All right then, let us together vanquish this Wolf King, Zhao Kai exclaimed, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of their immense spoils. The group nodded, fully aware that they were about to face a fierce battle. The Wolf King would not be as easily subdued as the previous snowfield wolves. With its blood-red eyes fixed menacingly upon them, the Wolf King vowed to exact revenge for its fallen kin. It suddenly sprang forward, its speed astonishing, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Before they could react, the Wolf King was upon them. Get back, Zhao, immediately unleashing his fire punch to counter the onslaught. The collision of fire and claw was deafening. The Wolf King's might was so overwhelming that Zhao Kai's legs sank into the ground, barely managing to hold his ground. Fortunately, his fire punch provided the much-needed distraction for Su Yu and the others to evade the Wolf King's colossal claws. Once they had escaped, Zhao Kai, fueled by a surge of strength, forcefully pushed the Wolf King's claws upward, seizing the fleeting opportunity to roll aside. Chapter 46. A Gruesome Struggle. The group, their expressions resolute, swiftly unleashed their skills against the Wolf King. Su Yu, taking the lead, summoned a lightning spear, for aside from Zhao Kai, he was the most formidable in terms of output. The terrifying electrical energy swiftly coalesced into the shape of a spear, which he hurled at the Wolf King with precision. Simultaneously, Wang Daba and Bai Xiao unleashed their own attacks. Wang Daba conjured a soil spike aimed directly at the beast, while Bai Xiao employed his initial wood-based offensive skill, the Vine Blade, which sprouted rapidly before slicing toward the Wolf King with deadly intent. The impact was resounding. Given the Wolf King's considerable size, their attacks landed with ease. What? How is this possible? The group gasped in disbelief as their efforts seemed utterly futile. Though their strikes had connected, aside from Su Yu's lightning spear, which charred the Wolf King's blue fur, none had managed to inflict any substantial damage. The Wolf King cast a scornful glance at them, thinking, "Is that all you've got?" From a distance, Zhao Kai was not taken aback. He understood that this was a mid-tier, extraordinary creature, and inflicting damage would require at least mid-tier skills. He was, however, surprised by the effectiveness of Su Yu's lightning spear, which had indeed managed to singe the Wolf King's fur. Realizing he must act, Zhao Kai called forth his power. Meteor Fire Rain, a mid-tier fire attack. He unleashed a torrent of fiery energy into the sky, and in an instant, a barrage of flames rained down upon the Wolf King. Each fiery projectile bore the capacity to burn, striking the Wolf King with unerring accuracy. The Wolf King's once derisive expression contorted into one of agony as it let out a tortured howl, its fur ablaze. Wow, that skill is incredible. Su Yu marveled at its destructive potential, clearly recognizing that Zhao Kai's ability surpassed his lightning spear by several magnitudes. Had Zhao Kai employed Meteor Fire Rain against the Snowfield Wolves, it could have easily decimated a whole pack. Indeed, the captain is a mid-tier fire user. Naturally, his skills are formidable, Su Lin remarked from behind him. Su Yu pondered this, acknowledging that as an initial tier lightning user, his power could not compete. Brilliant, Captain! Wang Daba cheered as the Wolf King writhed in torment. Bai Xiao, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile at the spectacle. Yet, despite Zhao Kai's formidable meteor fire rain, the Snowfield Wolf King was not so easily defeated. With a low growl, its eyes shifted from blood red to a chilling ice blue. Its fur transformed into an icy hue. Extreme Cold Domain. As a mid-tier Snowfield wolf, it undoubtedly possessed formidable abilities. The Wolf King unleashed its Extreme Cold Domain, causing the temperature to plummet. The rain of fire that had rained upon it was swiftly diminished by the frigid air, rendering it ineffective. Slowly, the Wolf King rose from the ground and let out a thunderous roar. Is this even possible? Su Yu and the others were left in stunned silence. Such a powerful skill had failed to vanquish the beast. Do you feel that chill? Su Lin suddenly remarked, pulling her cloak tighter around her. The group, upon hearing her, sensed the encroaching cold. The Snowfield Wolf King could wield magical attacks? Su Yu quickly deduced that this unnatural chill was undoubtedly a manifestation of the Wolf King's power. The already frigid environment turned even more brutal, leaving them shivering uncontrollably. From a distance, Zhao Kai, noticing the diminished effectiveness of his meteor fire rain, felt a chill run down his spine. Just as they were processing this turn of events, the Snowfield Wolf King opened its maw and tilted its head back, a surge of icy blue energy emanating from deep within its throat. It then unleashed a ferocious blast of icy breath aimed directly at Su Yu and the others. Get out of the way, Zhao Kai shouted, realizing the imminent danger as the icy blast targeted them. Damn it! Su Yu and the others cursed under their breath, swiftly diving aside to evade the incoming onslaught. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Wang Daba swiftly summoned his defensive skill, the Earth Shield, while Bai Xiao conjured his Vine Wall. Boom! As a mid-tier Wolf King, its ice explosion was undeniably formidable. The mere initial defensive skill proved utterly ineffective. The instantaneous explosion left Su Lin, and the others with no chance to evade. A colossal shockwave propelled them several meters away. Damn! Zhao Kai, seeing his comrades grievously injured, felt a surge of fury rise within him, igniting a fierce flame that enveloped him. With renewed determination, he unleashed his fire fist, opting for a different offensive strategy. He roared, launching a massive, energy-laden fire fist directly at the Wolf King. Thud! The Wolf King let out a pained howl, its body being forced back several meters. A charred imprint of a fist searing its fur. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, Su struggled to rise from the ground, his visage as pale as a ghost. Blood surged within him, and he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of crimson. Thankfully, he had managed to create a spatial support for himself, or his injuries would have been far worse. Su Lin and the others, also sent flying, lay unconscious, their conditions dire. With great effort, Su approached Su Lin's side, gently shaking her. Sister Lin, wake up. Weak and disoriented, Su Lin opened her eyes slightly. Su, am I still alive? The overwhelming force of the ice explosion had rendered her unconscious, and she feared she had perished. Of course you're alive. How could someone as beautiful as you possibly be dead? A faint smile graced Su Lin's lips at his compliment, even in such dire circumstances. Upon seeing her regain consciousness, Su supported her against a nearby cedar tree. I'll go fetch Daba and Bai Xiao. Wait here. All right. With great difficulty, Su dragged both Daba and Bai Xiao over, shaking them awake. Rest here. I'll assist the captain. Their injuries were severe, but he still had the strength to fight. Now he must aid Zhao Kai. Betkade Fulsu. Su Lin Gao Dion. Understood. Apart from Su Yu and his companions, none had the capacity to continue fighting. Approaching would only lead to certain death. They could only pray that Su Yu and the captain could slay the Wolf King, or else they would surely perish. Captain, Su gasped as he approached. Su, are you all right? Zhao Kai had witnessed the devastating ice explosion and could hardly believe Su Yu and the others had managed to stand. We're fine, though our injuries are quite severe. That is good to hear, Zhao Kai replied, relief flooding his heart. The Wolf King's fur has turned blue. Its defense has weakened. He promptly relayed his discovery to Su Yu. Just moments ago, his fire fist had pushed the Wolf King back several meters and inflicted significant harm. This indicated that the Wolf King's defenses were indeed low. Otherwise, his fiery attack would not have been so potent. Chapter 47, The Clash. The defense is weakened? Su Yu's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Previously, his skills could barely graze its fur. Now, with his defenses compromised, his abilities could indeed inflict damage. Enraged by being repelled, the Wolf King unleashed another ice explosion, targeting Zhao Kai and Su Yu. Watch out, Zhao Kai exclaimed, instantly launching his fire fist. The massive fire fist collided with the ice explosion, creating a powerful shockwave that rippled outward. Su Yu barely managed to brace himself against the force of the collision. Remarkable. Truly, it is a mid-tier, extraordinary creature. The impact of the skill almost knocked him off his feet. Su Yu, let us attack it together. Agreed. Su Yu nodded, seizing the moment as the Wolf King unleashed its skill and quickly released his own. The lightning spear shot forth, while Zhao Kai hurled his fire fist. The duo's skills struck the Wolf King simultaneously, who, due to its size, was unable to evade in time. Oh, the Wolf King howled in agony. It's effective. Su Yu rejoiced as he observed the explosion from his lightning spear leave a black mark on the Wolf King's body. Previously, his attacks had merely singed its fur without harming its form. This time, however, he had indeed injured it, indicating that the Wolf King's defenses had significantly diminished. Though not as damaging as Zhao Kai's fire fist, it sufficed. As long as they could injure its body, they had a chance to defeat it. Continue. Don't give a moment to breathe, Zhao Kai urged, seeing the miraculous efficacy of Su Yu's attack. They had to keep the pressure on before the Wolf King could retaliate with another ice explosion. Once more, they unleashed their skills. Just as Su Yu prepared to launch his lightning spear at the Wolf King, a brilliant idea struck him. This time, rather than targeting its body, he aimed for its eye. He intended to blind the Wolf King. If his attacks could harm its body, then its relatively vulnerable eyeball would surely be susceptible as well. Whoosh! The slender lightning spear pierced the Wolf King's eye, and in that instant, a spray of crimson fluid erupted. Su Yu refrained from allowing the spear to explode. Instead, he let it continuously emit electricity, tormenting the Wolf King. Roar! Upon being struck, the Wolf King threw its head back, emitting a pained wail, shaking its head in agony. Having already been battered by the powerful fire fist, the sudden piercing pain in its eye was overwhelming. It hurts. So much. After shaking its head and realizing it could not dislodge the spear from its eye, the Wolf King lowered its head, attempting to claw the offending object away. Yet, in comparison to its massive size, Suyu's lightning spear was as thin as a needle, utterly unreachable. No matter how it scratched at its eye, the pain persisted. Zhao Kai, astonished by the Wolf King's desperate movements, stared at Suyu in disbelief. How did you do that? Earlier, his fire fist had not elicited such extreme agony from the beast. He was convinced that this torment was not the result of his fiery attack. I blinded its eye. Is that even possible? Zhao Kai realized a light dawning in his mind. No wonder the Wolf King was in such distress. Losing its eyesight would indeed be painful. Why hadn't he thought of attacking its eye? Then again, his skills were far too large and obvious, unlike Suyu's slender lightning spear, which was difficult to detect. It's still as when I left. Why not stab it again? Zhao Kai suggested, recognizing the merit in Suyu's tactic, eager to blind the last remaining eye. All right. Suyu nodded, resolute in his intention to blind the Wolf King's final eye, regardless of Zhao Kai's prodding. Who caused the Wolf King such torment? The more it suffered, the more evident it became that its point of attack was indeed its most vulnerable spot. Captain, provide me with some cover, he urged, fearing that the Snowfield Wolf King might be on guard this time. Zhao Kai swiftly unleashed his fiery fist, while Suyu seized the opportunity to release his lightning spear. Although the Wolf King writhed in agony, it instinctively raised its massive claws to fend off Zhao Kai's fiery assault. It could not simply allow itself to be struck without retaliation. However, the moment its claws lifted, Suyu's lightning spear plunged into one of its eyes. The searing pain surged once more. How? These two humans are utterly shameless. The Snowfield Wolf King roared, never expecting to be rendered blind so swiftly. Brilliant! Zhao Kai exclaimed, exhilarated as he witnessed Suyu's spear successfully pierce the Wolf King's eye. With both of its eyes now blinded, the ensuing battle would undoubtedly be far less daunting. One could hardly imagine the threat posed by a sightless Snowfield Wolf King. Infuriated by their relentless onslaught, the Wolf King seethed. Dare to strike my eyes, will you? Just wait. It prepared to retaliate with fervor, opening its gaping maw as an even more potent azure energy coalesced within. It then inhaled sharply, pinpointing Suyu and Zhao Kai's positions, before unleashing a frigid blast in their direction. Though I am blind, my sense of smell is still acute. Prepare to perish. By the heavens! Suyu gasped, momentarily stunned by the accuracy of the icy blast aimed at them. How can it be so precise despite its blindness? Just moments ago, he had reveled in the Wolf King's newfound disability, only to be swiftly reminded of its capabilities. Zhao Kai, seeing the incoming icy blast, hesitated for a moment before immediately executing his attack. Meteor fire rain. In an instant, a torrential downpour of fire rained down from above, colliding with the advancing icy blast. Boom! The formidable icy blast was swiftly diminished by the fiery barrage, ultimately vanishing entirely. Damn! How can this Wolf King be so accurate even without its eyes? Suyu sighed in relief as the icy attack was neutralized by the fire. Zhao Kai, however, furrowed his brow and remarked, Suyu, my energy reserves are dwindling. His earlier combat with the Wolf King had drained a significant amount of energy, compounded by the use of several intermediate-tier attacks. Now, his star energy was running low. Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. He too had little star energy left. They needed to devise a swift solution to eliminate the Snowfield Wolf King, or they would surely be the ones to perish. Chapter 48, Slaying the Wolf King. I understand how it discerned our locations, Suyu suddenly realized, almost having overlooked its keen sense of smell. Its nose? Indeed, just before it launched its attack, the Wolf King sniffed vigorously. Its nose is remarkably sensitive. Let me see if I can pierce it, Suyu declared resolutely. Having identified the source of the problem, he conjured another lightning spear, aiming it directly at the Wolf King's nose. This time, he required no assistance from Zhao Kai, for the Wolf King's blindness allowed him to launch his attack without restraint. He had complete faith that the Wolf King could not detect the position of his lightning spear. The spear struck the Wolf King's nose with ease. How? The Wolf King emitted a tormented roar, realizing that its last means of locating its foes had been thwarted. With no options left, the furious Wolf King prepared another icy blast to unleash. However, Su Yu and Zhao Kai had already repositioned themselves to evade a counterattack, anticipating the Wolf King's next move. As expected, the Wolf King retaliated against their previous location, only to strike nothing but air. "Captain, it's all up to you now," Su Yu said. Recognizing that his own skills lacked the potency to inflict substantial damage, the final blow relied on Zhao Kai's intermediate-tier abilities. "Don't worry, I've got this," Zhao Kai replied, excitement coursing through him as he perceived the Wolf King as a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Blazing Fire Fist. He propelled his flaming fist towards the Wolf King, targeting its head for a decisive blow. Previously, striking the Wolf King's head had been a formidable challenge due to its keen vision. Now, however, with its sight gone, it was an opportunity to strike with precision. Thud! The colossal fire fist propelled the Wolf King back several meters. Su Yu was not idle either. He wielded his lightning spear once more, delivering another severe blow to the Wolf King's injuries. Howl! The snowfield Wolf King weakly struggled to rise, its head battered and blood oozing from its eyes and nose. Yet before it could regain its footing, another force struck, sending it reeling once again. Zhao Kai continued to unleash a flurry of fire fists against the Wolf King's head until it collapsed, unable to rise. The Wolf King, increasingly weakened, succumbed to the relentless assault of Zhao Kai's fiery blows, ultimately losing consciousness. Seeing that the Wolf King had not transformed into energy stones, Zhao Kai expended the last of his star energy to unleash a continuous meteor fire rain, which accurately rained down upon the massive Wolf King. Ultimately, the colossal creature was reduced to 2 azure energy stones. Phew, it's finally over. Zhao Kai breathed heavily, his heart racing with exhilaration. They had successfully slain the intermediate-tier Wolf King, marking his first triumph over such a formidable foe, and it was also their squad's inaugural victory. "Captain, are you all right?" Su Lin, Wang Debo, and the others approached, supporting one another as they drew near. "The Wolf King is dead?" Upon seeing no sign of the creature, they quickly deduced its fate, their astonishment evident as they gazed at Zhao Kai and Su Yu. "Yes, the Wolf King has perished," Su Yu replied calmly. "No way. Is this for real?" "Indeed." Wang Debo felt as though he were in a dream, pinching his own cheek in disbelief. This was no illusion. The Wolf King truly lay defeated. Su Lin and Bai Xiao exchanged incredulous glances, having prepared themselves for the worst after regaining their composure, only to be met with the shocking revelation of the Wolf King's demise. "We owe our survival to Su Yu. Otherwise, we would have been utterly vanquished," Zhao Kai remarked, patting Su Yu on the shoulder. "It was the captain's merit. I merely assisted," Su Yu humbly replied. "Enough with the modesty. Everyone knows how vital you were." "Zo, que retortet surpriset bisu ius humiliti." Su Lin and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that without Su Yu's intervention, they would have surely perished against the snowfield wolf pack. "All right, everyone, quickly gather the energy stones scattered on the ground," Zhao Kai instructed, prompting the team to disperse and collect the fallen energy stones. "Debo, use your earth sight to check for any nearby threats," Zhao Kai added, as the team had nearly finished gathering the stones, ensuring that no other superhumans were approaching. Once other superpowered individuals approach, they must retreat immediately. Upon hearing this, Wang Debeos swiftly activated his Earth-based skill, Earth Sight, and meticulously scanned the surroundings within a 500-meter radius. "Captain, there is no one nearby for the time being." Upon receiving Debeos' report, the group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. At present, they were either severely injured or completely depleted of energy. Should anyone approach, they would be left with no choice but to wait for their inevitable demise. If they were fortunate enough to encounter benevolent souls, they might only lose their super energy stones, but if they were to cross paths with a malevolent being, their fate could be dire. This place is unsuitable for prolonged stay. Let us first seek a safe refuge. The commotion they had caused would undoubtedly attract others, making it imperative to leave for their own safety. Thus, the group hastily donned their backpacks filled with super energy stones and departed. As they traversed the terrain, Zhao Kai instructed Wang Debeos to utilize Earthsight every few hundred meters to detect any nearby individuals. Upon discovering any presence, they would take a detour to avoid confrontation. They needed to find a secluded location to recuperate, restoring their energy and healing their wounds. Soon, they stumbled upon a desolate cedar forest where they took shelter. Zhao Kai glanced up at the dimming sky. It's getting late. Let us rest here. The nights in the frigid lands are perilous, not only due to the presence of extraordinary creatures, but also the onslaught of fierce winds and blizzards. Hence, once night falls, all superpowered beings in the snowfields seek refuge in the cedar groves, which effectively shield them from the howling gales and relentless snow. The group busied themselves setting up their tents, and once camp was established, everyone except Wang Debeos promptly entered their tents to meditate and restore their stellar energy. Their primary objective was to recover their energy swiftly. Only then could they face the uncertainties that lay ahead. As the sole member of the team possessing a detection skill, Wang Debeos could not afford to be idle. He periodically employed Earthsight to survey the surroundings, ensuring he could alert the team should anyone approach. Chapter 49. Distribution. The night in the frigid land was enveloped in darkness, with the stars above emitting a faint glow, and the surrounding area occasionally swept by fierce winds and snowstorms. Within the cedar grove, Suyu emerged from the tent after restoring his stellar energy. Debeos, go meditate and recover your energy. I'll handle things here. Debeos, you've recovered your stellar energy so quickly? Suyu remarked. Yes, my lightning affinity is not a high tier, so my energy recovery is swift. His lightning element, being only at 4 stars, allowed him to recuperate faster than the others. Wang Debeos, realizing this, responded, Then I shall go recover my energy. I entrust this to you. Remember to inform everyone immediately should you notice anything unusual. Having utilized his earth sight continuously, his energy reserves were nearly depleted. Now that Suyu had recovered, he could safely delegate the scouting task to him. Rest assured, with me here, there will be no surprises. Once Wang Debeos departed, Suyu activated his spatial powers. Any anomalies within the scope of his spatial detection would be immediately apparent to him. He was confident that a 60-meter radius would suffice to relay any information back to the captain and the others. Sitting cross-legged by the campfire outside the tent, Suyu reached for his backpack and, upon seeing it brimming with super energy stones, could not help but salivate. He yearned to absorb these energy stones immediately. With such a bounty, along with the refining capabilities of his ring, he felt that breaking through to 7 stars in his spatial powers was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, he ultimately restrained himself. After all, this was a collective effort. Moreover, 2 intermediate energy stones were still in Zhao Kai's possession, so they needed to wait for everyone to recover before discussing the distribution of the energy stones. I better not look anymore. I might not be able to resist, Suyu thought, tossing his backpack aside to keep it out of sight. After a while, Su Lin and Bai Xiao emerged from their tents, having fully restored their stellar energy. Noticing Suyu sitting alone by the campfire, they approached him. Suyu, you're not secretly absorbing energy stones, are you? Su Lin teased with a smile. Linjia, how could you think that of me? Suyu turned to see Su Lin and Bai Xiao approaching. Giving her a pitiful look, Su Lin rolled her eyes at him before sitting by the fire, warming her hands. In truth, even if Suyu had absorbed some, they would not have said anything, as his contributions had been substantial. Without him, they might not have gathered so many energy stones. Shortly after, Zhao Kai also emerged from the tent, stretching his limbs. Upon seeing Suyu and the others around the campfire, he joined them. Let us gather all the super energy stones we've collected and distribute them, Zhao Kai suggested. The others complied and brought forth their amassed energy stones. So many, the sheer number of energy stones left them in awe. They had never encountered such a vast quantity before. This trip to the frigid land had indeed been fruitful. Upon counting, they discovered over 300 ordinary energy stones, alongside 2 intermediate ones. They had struck gold this time. As a mid-tier fire user, I want to partake in the distribution of the ordinary energy stones. You 4 may divide them among yourselves. I'll take one of the intermediate stones, and we can exchange the remaining 1 for star coins upon our return, which we will then split among the 5 of us. Zhao Kai laid out his plan for distribution. The others had no objections, as apart from the captain, everyone else was a novice and would not benefit from the intermediate stones. They placed Wang Debo's share of energy stones outside his tent. Subsequently, everyone took their allotted energy stones and sought a suitable spot to absorb them, though they could also opt not to absorb and save them for star coins. However, everyone chose to absorb them. After all, carrying over 70 energy stones in their backpacks would prove cumbersome on the journey. Suyu found a cedar tree, ensuring his teammates were not nearby before inserting his hand, adorned with the ring, into his backpack. In no time, his once full backpack became noticeably deflated as the energy stones were completely absorbed by the ring. This infusion of over 70 energy stones would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. Exhaling a sigh of relief after the absorption, he waited a moment before returning to the campsite with his now empty backpack. Back so soon? Zhou, who had already absorbed the intermediate energy stone, was surprised to see Su Yu returning swiftly with his deflated backpack. Did you finish absorbing over 70 energy stones that quickly? Su Yu was taken aback, wishing he had lingered a bit longer. After last time, when he absorbed energy stones at Su Lin's place too hastily and learned his lesson. He had intended to wait a while this time, but ended up finishing just as quickly. Have you leveled up your lightning affinity? Zhao Kai inquired curiously about whether Su Yu had advanced after absorbing so many energy stones. He could understand the rapid leveling at the initial stars. But if the later stars also proved so easily upgradable, it would be quite peculiar. No, it's impossible to level up that quickly. I still have a long way to go from 4 stars to 5. Su Yu casually fabricated a reason and spoke. Zhao Kai nodded, confirming his initial suspicion that Su Yu had indeed not leveled up. Captain, have you upgraded? Su Yu countered, taken aback. Zhao Kai wondered why this young man was inquiring about him, but as captain he naturally would not conceal his prowess from his team and replied, after absorbing a mid-level psychic stone, my fire attribute has reached 10 stars. Wow, 10 stars? Su Yu counted. Above 7 stars denotes the intermediate level, and above 14 stars signifies the advanced level. Now, with the captain at 10 stars, he was merely 4 stars away from the advanced tier. Zhao, I lingered at 9 stars for quite some time, and this time, absorbing a mid-level psychic stone naturally propelled me to 10 stars. Wow, the captain has reached 10 stars. That's impressive. Just then, Su Lin approached, her mood evidently buoyant as she carried a somewhat deflated backpack. Hey, Sister Lin, you seem to be in good spirits. Have you leveled up as well? Of course. This lady is now at the peak of 6 stars, just a step away from 7 stars. Su Lin arrogantly lifted her fair chin and then handed the somewhat deflated backpack to Su Yu. The remaining psychic stones are yours. Me? But aren't you still a bit away from leveling up? Why give them to me? Su Yu was puzzled as Su Lin handed him the bag containing psychic stones. Once you reach the peak of 6 stars, no matter how many psychic stones you absorb, the final bit of energy can only be attained through meditation, Su Lin clarified. Noticing Su Yu's confusion, turning to Zhao Kai for confirmation, he nodded, indeed, to advance from the peak of 6 stars to 7 stars. The last bit of energy can only be grasped through meditation. Some unfortunate souls may remain stuck here for life. Is that so? Doesn't that work to my advantage? Chapter 50, Intermediate Level. After hearing this, Su Yu decisively accepted Su Lin's backpack, placing the psychic stones into his own bag while saying, I believe that someone as beautiful as you, Sister Lin, can undoubtedly reach 7 stars. He understood the principle of being indebted to others. You little rascal, I didn't pamper you for nothing. Su Lin's face flushed with delight at Su Yu's compliment, her heart brimming with anticipation for achieving 7 stars in the water attribute. Everyone seems so happy. Have you leveled up as well? At that moment, Wang Daba and Bai Xiao approached, their faces radiant with excitement, evidently having just leveled up. Seeing their joyous expressions, Zhao Kai immediately knew they had indeed upgraded. What stars are you both at? Wang Daba patted his belly and declared, Captain, I'm at 6 stars. Bai Xiao chimed in 6 stars. Upon hearing their star levels, Zhao Kai stood up, his expression filled with excitement. You both reached 6 stars? He sought to confirm once more. Wang Daba and Bai Xiao nodded eagerly, extending their palms to reveal 2 stars swirling around 6, shining brightly in their centers. This time, our journey to the extreme cold land has yielded remarkable results. To think that all 3 had reached 6 stars. If even one of them were to break through to 7 stars, their team's strength would experience a qualitative leap. And what about you, Su Yu? Have you leveled up? Wang Daba inquired, glancing at Su Yu, who he knew upgraded quickly and suspected might have leveled up this time as well. I'm still a bit short. Su Yu scratched his head, feeling disheartened that everyone else had leveled up while he had not. That's normal. The higher the star level, the more difficult it becomes to upgrade. They had both lingered at 5 stars for a prolonged period. Had it not been for the immense gains from the extreme cold land, they might not have achieved 6 stars for a long time. However, truth be told, They owed their advancement to Suyu. Without him, they would have long since become prey for the snowfield wolves. So you actually wanted to say, is leveling up really that difficult? I'm already at 6 stars. Perhaps by tomorrow, my spatial attribute will reach 7 stars. But he held his tongue, as the spatial attribute remained his trump card, one he could not afford to reveal unless it was a matter of life and death. The group happily gathered around the campfire, consuming the supplies they had brought. Captain, what will we do next? Wang Daba asked between bites. We will set off back home tomorrow. Back home? The others were taken aback. They had expected to stay longer. Yes, the harvest from this journey to the extreme cold land has been substantial, and you all are still injured. Our team lacks a healing ability, so to be prudent, we should return. Zhao Kai responded with some reluctance. The group fell silent, looking down at themselves. They were bruised and battered, with internal injuries that made it unwise to continue fighting. All right, it's getting late. Everyone rest now. Daba, you'll keep watch for the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half. After finishing their meals, they retreated to their tents for rest. In the middle of the night, Suyu lay peacefully asleep in his tent when suddenly, the ring on his finger emitted a burning sensation. He jolted awake, his heart racing with excitement. The energy from the ring was surging back. Just as he attempted to rise, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body. Wow, the aftereffects are intense. Suyu gritted his teeth and struggled to sit up. He hadn't realized how severe his injuries were before sleeping. Now he found himself unable to get up. Once stabilized, he hurriedly turned his thoughts inward. A vast and pure energy was suspended between 2 stars, awaiting his allocation. He had not expected the purification to complete so swiftly. He had thought it would take until tomorrow. Evidently, the purification speed of the psychic stones surpassed that of psychic weapons. Without hesitation, he channeled this immense energy entirely into his spatial star. With his spatial attribute at 6 stars, he needed to push it to 7 stars. Once the spatial attribute reached 7 stars, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. Previously, the captain had informed him that the peak of 6 stars was the threshold for the initial stage. He wondered if the energy from his ring could help him surpass this boundary. Suyu fervently prayed, 7 stars, 7 stars, 7 stars. Suddenly, a dazzling star appeared around the white star, and the 7 stars transformed into a cycle orbiting the spatial star. It worked, Suyu exclaimed in excitement, hastily covering his mouth with his hand to avoid waking his teammates. At that moment, his heart was filled with exhilaration. His spatial attribute had successfully advanced to the intermediate level. Most astonishingly, the energy from the ring had not been hindered by the threshold of 6 stars. He couldn't help but activate his spatial abilities, eager to discover the enhancements that came with reaching the intermediate level. Instantly, his field of vision expanded. 500 meters. Indeed, the reconnaissance range had increased from 60 meters to 500 meters. Wow! Suyu was taken aback by the expansive range of his intermediate spatial attribute. No way. 60 meters to 500 meters? Is it supposed to be this absurd? The leap from the initial stage to the intermediate level was indeed a profound enhancement. As he continued to explore, he soon realized that the tent space was a bit cramped for him to fully utilize his abilities. He was somewhat troubled, contemplating whether to go out and confront the captain about his inability to sleep and request a shift change, which would also provide an opportunity to test his skills. Just as he was mulling over how to exit, he suddenly found himself 500 meters away. The surroundings transformed abruptly from the cramped confines of a tent into an expansive, boundless snowfield. Fierce winds and blizzards whipped around him, leaving Suyu shivering uncontrollably. What the hell? Suyu was taken aback. Hadn't he just been inside the tent? How did he end up in such a desolate place? Damn it, get me back. I'm freezing to death. As soon as he finished his thought, he instantaneously vanished and reappeared inside the tent. Teleportation? Suyu stood there, astonished. He was back already? He glanced around, and indeed, he had returned to the tent. However, he shook his head. It didn't seem like teleportation. If it were, the tent flap should have shown signs of having been opened. The absence of such traces indicated that it was not teleportation. After several attempts, he ultimately named this skill, Spatial Leap. Within the reconnaissance range of the spatial system, he could leap freely, and this skill consumed an exceedingly low amount of stellar energy. Chapter 51, Spatial Leap. Spatial Leap. Haha, with this skill, no one would dare to kill him. If he encountered someone stronger and couldn't fight back, he could surely escape. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, and he immediately activated Spatial Leap, finding himself in the snowfield 500 meters away. Although the howling winds and blizzards made him tremble, they could not extinguish the fervor igniting within him. He leaped back and forth like a specter, moving freely within that 500-meter range, instantly appearing in one spot and then another. After repeated testing, he discovered that not only could he leap himself, but he could also carry objects with him. However, the objects had to be within his capacity to lift. If they were too heavy for him to move, he could not utilize spatial leap. Through continuous practice, he had definitely mastered the technique of spatial leap. Subsequently, he continued to develop skills within the spatial system. In his view, spatial leap was merely an auxiliary skill, lacking offensive power. He could not believe that the spatial system had no offensive abilities even at the intermediate level. Spatial rupture. Suyu glanced at a robust snow pine tree not far away, then extended his palm toward it, grasping the air. A potent force of rupture surged forth, and in an instant, the sturdy snow pine tree was shredded to pieces by the spatial energy. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed as the entire tree shattered like fragments scattered across the ground. What power is this? He was left dumbfounded by the sheer might of his skill. Oh no, so you thought inwardly. Damn it. Such a loud noise would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the captain and the others. Without taking a moment to examine the aftermath, he swiftly activated spatial leap and returned to the tent. As expected, the loud noise had roused Su Lin and the others from their slumber, and they hurriedly emerged from the tent. "Captain, is there a situation?" they asked, their expressions grave as they looked at Zhao Kai. Such a loud noise was unusual. It was possible that someone nearby was engaged in a battle with extraordinary creatures. Meanwhile, upon returning to the tent, Suyu heard the commotion outside and immediately stepped out to inquire, "Captain, what happened? Why such a loud noise?" Zhao Kai furrowed his brow. He too was at a loss regarding the source of the noise. He had been on guard near the camp without encountering any issues, and this sudden sound had caught him off guard. "Debeo, use your earth sight to investigate the surroundings," Zhao Kai instructed. Upon hearing this, Wang Debeo immediately activated his earth sight skill. After a moment of scanning, he appeared somewhat puzzled. "Captain, there's nothing unusual. No one is around. No unusual activity." The others were taken aback by Wang Debeo's findings. How could there be nothing when such a loud noise occurred? Were they mistaken? It was impossible. Everyone had heard that tremendous sound. Meanwhile, Suyu mused to himself. "Of course, there's nothing unusual. It was I who caused it." Wang Debeo nodded, confirming, "Indeed. There's no sign of anyone nearby." He too was perplexed. He had heard the immense noise, but was receiving results indicating that nothing was amiss. "In that case, Bai Xiao, you remain here while the rest of us go take a look," Zhao Kai decided. He still felt uneasy. After all, Wang Debeo's earth sight had its limits, and it was better for them to check personally. Bai Xiao nodded, and the group set off toward the source of the sound. Before long, they arrived at the location where Su Yu had executed his spatial leap. Who did this? The group stared in shock at the pile of shattered snow pine. Zhao Kai's expression grew serious. Anyone capable of reducing such a massive tree to this state was undoubtedly formidable. Even he could only break it into pieces, not shatter it so thoroughly. He stepped forward and picked up a fragment to examine, noting the smooth and even cutting surface. From this, he deduced that the destruction of the snow pine was indeed human-made. Had it been caused by an extraordinary creature, the cut would not have been so clean. The others followed closely, their expressions grave as they cautiously surveyed the surroundings, wary of the individual responsible for the tree's destruction returning. In contrast, Suyu's demeanor was less solemn. After all, he was the one responsible. Instead, he was somewhat astonished, realizing the extent of his spatial rupture's power. He had been so hurried earlier that he hadn't had time to assess the situation. He was shocked to discover that his spatial rupture had obliterated the tree so completely. Zhao Kai tossed the fragment aside. "This individual is not to be underestimated. They may even surpass my strength." Hearing Zhao Kai's evaluation, Wang Debeo looked at his captain in astonishment. "What? Stronger than you?" Su Lin stared at Zhao Kai, bewildered. Everyone knew the captain's strength as an intermediate fire-type user. Anyone who could surpass him had to be at least an intermediate-level contender. This implied that the person responsible for the devastation of the massive snow pine was an intermediate powerhouse, if not stronger. Suyu felt a bit bashful upon hearing the captain's appraisal and awkwardly scratched his nose. "Ahem, am I really that strong? I wasn't aware." Zhao Kai nodded. "Let's head back." That individual has likely departed. The group, viewing the ruined snow pine, shared an unwillingness to linger any longer, hastily returning to their campsite. So, what did you find? Bai Xiao asked, noticing their somber expressions and sensing that something was amiss. It's almost dawn. Everyone should forego rest. Pack up your gear, and we'll set off for home at first light, Zhao Kai announced, his expression grave as he addressed the group. Bai Xiao stood there, bewildered. What is going on? Why the rush? You all need to tell me what happened. He quickly pulled Wang Debao aside for clarification. Debao, what is going on? Why does everyone seem off after just a short outing? As Debao explained, Bai Xiao's expression grew increasingly serious. A formidable individual, whose prowess rivals that of the captain, just passed by, and the recent thunderous noise was undoubtedly caused by him. It's no wonder everyone has returned with such expressions of distress. No rest. Su Yu, standing beside Su Lin, was momentarily stunned by the news. What on earth? Why are they not resting? He had spent the majority of the night testing his skills and had not slept a wink. Now, with the captain informing him that there would be no rest, who could withstand such a demand? It was all due to his own impulsiveness. Why hadn't he chosen a smaller cedar tree for his experiment? What's wrong? Haven't you had enough sleep? Su Lin poked him gently and inquired. Not all, Su Yu replied, nodding earnestly. He was not merely short on sleep. He had not slept at all. No sleep is not an option. Once we return home, you can sleep as you please, but right now, I need you to organize your equipment immediately. Su Lin snapped with a fierce demeanor. She couldn't believe this impudent boy still had the audacity to think about sleeping, oblivious to the danger surrounding them. If that powerful individual who had damaged the cedar trees returned and discovered them, they would be doomed. Really sleep as I please? Of course, Su Lin retorted, only to notice Su Yu gazing at her with a mischievous expression. Really? A sudden realization struck her, causing her cheeks to flush a rosy hue as she playfully kicked Su Yu and exclaimed, You're being inappropriate. Inappropriate? Is sleeping inappropriate? Su Yu replied with utmost seriousness. And you still have the nerve to argue? Get back to organizing your equipment. Su Lin's teeth clenched in frustration. All right then, Su Yu conceded, seeing everyone else busying themselves with their gear, and he reluctantly joined them. Chapter 52. A chance encounter with a team in the frigid dawn of the extreme cold region. The howling wind and blinding snow had finally ceased. After preparing their equipment, Su Yu and his companions set off on their journey homeward. Guided by the hints from their superpowered watches, they quickly determined the general direction of the fortress of extreme cold. It's freezing. Su Yu shivered as he trudged across the snowy expanse. He felt that being among the cedar trees was far more tolerable than traversing the open snowfield. The latter was simply too frigid. Why don't you stay closer to the captain? His fire abilities would provide ample warmth, Su Lin suggested, noticing his shivering form. Why not you? I'm not cold, she added, wrapping her clothing tighter around herself. Stubborn, Su Yu thought, aware that she was likely too shy to admit her discomfort. So he took a small step toward Zhao Kai. Captain, could you warm me up a bit? He implored, his voice softening as he desperately needed the captain's fire abilities to stave off the cold. Zhao Kai shot him a sideways glance, thinking, damn it, here I am, a mid-tier fire user, and I'm being treated like a furnace. Nevertheless, seeing his companions shivering, he released a small amount of fire energy. Instantly, a gentle flame enveloped his body, providing immense warmth, like a portable furnace. Su Yu felt incredibly fortunate to have the captain with them in this extreme cold. Seeing the captain's fire energy, the others huddled closer. Since the captain has released his energy, we might as well all enjoy it together, they thought, drawing nearer to one another. Zhao Kai, wearing a look of exasperation, realized he had indeed become a human heater. After an indeterminate amount of time, they suddenly heard sounds of struggle not far away. Su Yu's spatial powers quickly assessed the situation. Two burly men and a lean young man were battling a wolf king and dozens of snow wolves. Zhao Kai's expression shifted sharply at the sound of combat. Debao, can you scout and see how many people there are? There are two groups, one with 3 individuals, and the other, a larger group, Wang Debao reported back. 3 individuals and a larger group? Zhao Kai furrowed his brow, quietly contemplating. It seems this must be a team of superpowered individuals encountering a horde of extraordinary beasts. Captain, should we intervene? Su Yu asked. Zhao, gestated. Torn between the urge to help and the caution of potentially being perceived as an enemy. In this lawless extreme cold region, one must tread carefully wary not only of extraordinary beasts, but also of fellow superpowered humans who might strike from behind. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Kai finally decided, let's go take a look. Unless absolutely necessary, we won't engage. So they followed the sounds of battle. Upon arrival, they witnessed a burly man in combat with the Wolf King, while another man and a lean young man fought against the pack of wolves. The man battling the Wolf King, named Zhang Yong, was the captain of the trio. Realizing Su Yu and his companions were approaching, he quickly instructed his teammates, hold on, we have company. His comrades instantly became serious, swiftly dispatching the nearby snow wolves and maintaining their distance from the pack. Zhang Yong himself unleashed a surge of power to push the Wolf King back before retreating. The mid-tier Wolf King, realizing the presence of Su Yu's group, let out a fierce howl, causing the battling wolves to regroup behind it, eyeing the two human teams as potential foes. Thus, a tense standoff ensued among the three factions. Since we are all superpowered individuals, why don't we join forces to eliminate these extraordinary beasts? Zhang Yong tentatively proposed to Zhao Kai's team, needing to discern whether their intent was to collaborate or to contend for spoils. After a moment's thought, Zhao Kai replied, the snow wolves are targeting you, not us. It seems we have no obligation to assist. We can split the super energy stones afterward. Zhang Yong quickly countered, finally hearing what he wanted to hear. Zhao Kai realized that the reason for Zhang Yong's proposal was to secure some super energy stones. If their two teams joined forces to take down the Wolf King, it would be a straightforward task with minimal risk. The prospect of easily acquiring super energy stones was too enticing to dismiss. He turned to his team, asking, what do you all think? Should we cooperate? Su Yu frowned slightly. He had used his spatial powers to gauge the strength of Zhang Yong's team, and concluded that they could handle the extraordinary beasts even without assistance. I'm not sure about cooperating, Wang Dabao expressed hesitantly. Su Lin and Bai Xiao remained silent, deep in thought about whether to join forces. Captain, we need to know their strength before deciding to cooperate, Su Yu insisted gravely. This team isn't weak. It's best to ascertain their capabilities to avoid potential betrayal later. Su Yu is right. Captain, you should inquire about their strength so we can gauge the situation, Su Lin added, with Bai Xiao nodding in agreement. Zhao Kai nodded and turned to Zhang Yong, stating, we need to know your team's strength before considering any cooperation. Zhang Yong's expression soured at the demand. Why don't you reveal your own strength first? It seems you are not fully aware of the current situation. It is you who seeks our collaboration, not the other way around. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai contemplated prying into our intelligence, lost in a dream. Zhang Yong, feeling displeased, thought to himself, even without cooperation, they could easily eliminate the Wolf King and its pack without needing us. His real concern was that Zhao Kai and his group might launch a surprise attack during their assault on the Wolf King, thus forcing them into an alliance. Why the reluctance? If that is the case, then go play with the original wolves yourselves. We are leaving. Zhao Kai, noticing their unwillingness to reveal their strengths, scoffed at the notion of cooperation. Just as he turned to depart, Zhang Yong called out urgently to stop them. What the hell? I haven't even spoken yet. How could he know if they were truly leaving or merely feigning? What they were lying in ambush nearby? The treacherous nature of the extreme cold region made it difficult to gauge one's true intentions. Reluctantly, he divulged the strength of his teammates, realizing they had previously engaged with extraordinary creatures, thus relinquishing the initiative. I have mid-tier wolf abilities, another possesses beginner-level bear abilities, and another is a novice light user. Zhang Yong indicated his teammates in turn. The stout figure belonged to the bear user, while the slender one was the light user. Chapter 53. Light User. Zhao Kai nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Had the other party not revealed their capabilities, they would indeed have refrained from wading into this murky water. Two animal users, one of whom possessed restorative abilities from the natural realm, made for quite a commendable configuration. Captain, they have a light user in their squad? Su Yu's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing this. Yes, there should be a light user. If I'm not mistaken, it's that lean young man, Zhao Kai remarked, noticing the peculiar glint in Su Yu's gaze. What is it? Captain, how about we have their light user heal our injuries? Su Yu proposed impulsively, considering their current state. It would be a shame not to exploit the opportunity presented by encountering a healer. After becoming an extraordinary being, he had researched extensively and was well aware of the healing properties associated with light users. Indeed, Captain, let them treat us, otherwise, we might reconsider our cooperation. Several others chimed in, echoing Su Yu's suggestion. Zhao Kai also found merit in this idea, but was uncertain of the other party's willingness. Thus, he tentatively inquired, "We sustained some minor injuries in our previous battle. Prior to our collaboration, could your light user attend to our wounds?" Zhang Yong's expression darkened instantly. This was excessive. Was there no sense of fairness? No semblance of law? How could such a demand even be uttered? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he disdainfully questioned, "You're injured, yet you still possess combat capability? How absurd. If you are all injured, what is the point of collaborating? We are not afraid of anything while wounded. Hurry and get as far away from us as possible, or we might eliminate you along with the rest." Zhao Kai felt a surge of irritation at this remark. "What do you mean? How dare you question our fighting capacity?" In an instant, he ignited his fire energy, a searing blaze enveloping him, his fists ablaze with fierce flames. Minor injuries? How could he lack combat capability? Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Yong, taken aback by the sight of him ablaze, quickly replied, all right. It's just a matter of treatment. No problem." The flames were evidently formidable. Thank goodness he hadn't outright refused earlier. Provoking them could lead to dire consequences. Oomph. Zhao Kai snorted coldly, then returned to his previous demeanor. "Let us proceed." Thus, they approached Zhang Yong's team. Upon seeing the injuries of everyone aside from Zhao Kai, Zhang Yong was momentarily stunned. Their clothing was tattered, and they limped as they walked. "You call this minor injuries?" An overwhelming sense of being deceived washed over him. "What are you staring at? Hurry and heal them," Zhao Kai urged, noticing Zhang Yong's dazed expression. Snapping back to reality, Zhang Yong quietly instructed his teammate, Shuexiong, "Cast a healing skill for them." "Captain, are we really treating them?" Wang Shuexiong felt a reluctance within. "Of course, we already agreed. Hurry up." Zhang Yong shot him an exasperated glance. Though he did not wish to assist the others, the circumstances left him no choice. Refusing might lead to their downfall should the other party decide to ambush them later. Complying with his captain's command, Wang Shuexiong reluctantly unleashed his light skill. Radiance. 2 dazzling orbs of light formed in his palms. Do not resist. Casting a disdainful glance at Su Yu and the others, he propelled the orbs toward 2 of them. One orb struck Su Yu, who stood still, offering no resistance. The light orb swiftly entered his body. Instantly, a sacred light enveloped him, gradually mending his bruises and erasing his scars. Wow, how miraculous! Su Yu marveled at the vanishing scars on his body, astonished. The other recipient was Bai Shao, who too basked in the sacred light, his injuries healing steadily. Seeing their astonishment, Wang Shuexiong proudly declared, "Now do you understand the prowess of the light user? While their combat abilities may be lacking, their healing capabilities are exceptional. Of course, the light user's healing was not without limitations. It could not restore those who were instantaneously deceased, and the healing process required time. Graver injuries necessitated longer recovery periods." He conjured 2 more light orbs, directing them toward Su Lin and Wang Debo, quickly restoring the group's injuries to their original state. "Sister Lin, if only you could awaken as a light user," Su Yu mused, realizing the immense value of a healer, envisioning them as a nurturing presence. Su Lin shot him a reproachful glance. "If I were a light user, how would I recharge you?" Despite her desire to awaken as a light user, given the absurdity of its healing capabilities, she acknowledged that enduring battles in the extreme cold region inevitably left wounds. Without timely treatment, those wounds could fester and become infected, while medication could slow deterioration. It was far from immediate, often impacting subsequent combat performance. However, should their team possess a light user, their injuries could be swiftly healed, alleviating concerns over future battles. Yet, contrary to her hopes, she awakened with water abilities, now left to anticipate her next chance to awaken as a light user. But that next awakening would require her water abilities to reach a higher tier, a prospect that felt distant indeed. Nevertheless, her water abilities were formidable. Her aqueous domain could enhance her teammate's speed. Due to Su Yu continuously absorbing her stellar energy, she had yet to utilize this ability. If her teammates stood within her water domain, their chances of victory in close combat would significantly increase. That makes sense, Su Yu concluded, recognizing the crucial nature of the water abilities for himself, as they would provide him with sustained energy. As long as he could unleash explosive damage, he would eliminate opponents before sustaining injuries. Furthermore, With his spatial abilities, he felt confident that avoiding harm was entirely within reach. In the distance, Zhang Yong observed as the group finished recovering and pointed toward the Wolf King, which remained vigilant. Let us engage. No problem. We'll tackle the big one while the others handle the smaller threats, Zhao Kai nodded. This encounter with the Wolf King should not prove as arduous as before, considering that the individual beside him was, after all, a mid-tier extraordinary being. Together, they would find it quite effortless to confront the Wolf King. Xuexiong. Lend me a skill, Zhang Yong uttered, and with that, he instantly unleashed his abilities. A spectral wolf emerged behind him, and 3 sharp claws sprouted from his forearm. Upon hearing his captain's command, Wang Xuexiong promptly cast a radiant aura upon him. Su Yu and the others were left astounded by his display. Goodness, is it possible to amplify like this? Activating healing abilities in advance. How outrageous. Observing this, Zhao Kai, naturally, was not one to back down. A searing flame enveloped him, his fists igniting with blazing fire. Thus, one was bathed in holy light, while the other was engulfed in roaring flames as they charged toward the Wolf King. Chapter 54, Cooperation. As the Wolf King noticed the two charging towards it with tremendous momentum, it too did not falter. It let out a furious howl, summoning its underlings to leap into action. Seeing this, Su Yu chose not to immediately employ his lightning abilities. Instead, he preferred to observe the situation. After all, he had easily dealt with over 100 snowfield wolves prior, so this mere 20 or so posed no threat at all. Lin Jia, it's your time to shine, he said. Aren't you going to perform? Su Lin inquired, her face etched with confusion. Earlier, this lad had relished the spotlight. If he were to engage, this small band of snowfield wolves would be no match, swiftly dispatched. No, this time I'll stand behind you and watch your performance. Su Yu encouraged her with a gesture of support. Humph, you better pay attention, Su Lin huffed, deciding that if he would not intervene, she would take the initiative. After all, everyone has their own strength. Conserve your energy. Don't take it too seriously, Su Yu whispered beside her. Su Lin paused, then solemnly nodded. Su Yu was guarding against Zhang Yong and the others, for they were of the animal type and lacked the concept of star energy. They all belonged to the natural system, and excessive energy consumption could render them unable to use skills. Should the situation turn against them, it would be troublesome. He pointed towards the approaching snowfield wolves. Begin. As if you need to tell me, she retorted, clearly seeing the wolves charging. Without hesitation, she summoned her water energy, conjuring several water spears that she launched at the snowfield wolves. Standing behind her, Su Yu rubbed his nose, thinking, I kindly remind you, and yet you still shout at me. Wang Daba and Bai Xiao, witnessing the snowfield wolves charging, also unleashed their skills to counter the onslaught. Meanwhile, Lu Kuan, help me. Wang Xuexiong called to a teammate nearby. As a light type, he lacked the strength to confront the snowfield wolves alone and needed his allies. Lu Kuan, another member of Zhang Yong's team and an animal-type superpower user, robust and imposing, swiftly moved to Wang Xuexiong's side to fend off the attack. Seeing this, Wang Xuexiong immediately gathered light energy and swiftly cast a healing light upon Lu Kuan. Bathed in the healing radiance, Lu Kuan became ferocious, tearing apart the nearest snowfield wolf with his bare hands. There was no choice. After all, the healing light was formidable, enabling him to withstand the onslaught and battle the wolves. Let them bite. I've got a healer behind me. Their cooperation was seamless, with Lu Kuan standing at the forefront, blocking all incoming snowfield wolves. Wang Xuexiong, comfortably positioned behind him, would cast a healing light whenever Lu Kuan sustained injuries, allowing the wounds to gradually mend. Water, earthwood. While hiding behind Lu Kuan, Wang Xuexiong observed the superpowers of Su Yu and the others. Why is that guy standing behind a woman? Is he also a support type? He mused, glancing curiously at Su Yu. At that moment, Su Yu was also scrutinizing him. Their eyes met, creating an awkward pause before they quickly averted their gazes. Wang Xuexiong thought that this guy, standing behind someone else, must be a support-type superpower user like him. Meanwhile, Su Yu contemplated the unconventional combat style. Wow, having a tank in front and continuous healing from behind is quite the strategy. The animal type, without any concerns of energy depletion, possessed boundless capabilities. My word, is this the synergy of animal and light types? While killing snowfield wolves barehanded may be slow, it's sustainable. My lightning strikes are rapid but exhausting. Once the energy is depleted, it's gone. Just then, After dispatching a snowfield wolf, Su Lin turned to Su Yu with pride. So, Su Yu, what do you think of my strength? Lin Jie is not only beautiful, but also remarkably powerful. Su Yu nodded enthusiastically in praise, though internally he was critiquing her performance. It took an average of 4 to 5 water spears to bring down a single snowfield wolf, which was commendable. Had he unleashed 4 or 5 lightning spears, the entire pack would likely have been annihilated. Su Lin, flattered by his compliments, blushed and resumed her battle against the snowfield wolves. Thus, the two teams swiftly eliminated the entire horde of snowfield wolves, leaving a plethora of super energy stones scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhao Kai and Zhang Yong were engaging the Wolf King, pushing it back relentlessly. The Wolf King, enraged by the claw marks and bruises it bore, seethed. Who has the Wolf King here? Me or you? Damn, those claws are more brutal than mine. And that fiery fist, excruciating, it burned my fur right off. Let us finish it, Zhao Kai exclaimed, noticing that Su Yu and the others had concluded their battle. Zhang Yong nodded in agreement, recognizing that their teammates had finished off the snowfield wolves and deemed it unnecessary to prolong the fight. Both men prepared to unleash their ultimate techniques, determined to vanquish the Wolf King. In an instant, Zhao Kai's fist ignited with destructive flames, which he directed forcefully toward the Wolf King. A massive fist, ablaze with intense fire, hurtled towards the beast. Zhang Yong, witnessing the colossal fire punch, felt a chill run down his spine. The power of a nature-type superpower user was indeed formidable, with an astonishing range. He promptly revealed his own abilities. The wolf-like specter behind him shone with red light from its eyes. Instantly, his muscles bulged with power, and sharp wolf claws extended from his forearms. The glint of those claws sent a shiver through Zhao Kai. Rather than rushing in immediately, he chose to wait for Zhao Kai's attack to connect with the Wolf King. With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, he darted to the side of the Wolf King, raising his claws to slash at the creature's body. The Wolf King's flesh succumbed to the sharp claws as if it were soft tofu, easily cleaved apart. How fast! Zhao Kai marveled at his speed, and in an instant, the Wolf King was reduced to 2 mid-level super energy stones, tumbling to the ground. Zhao Kai, enveloped in flames, approached. Not bad. Your strength is impressive. It was primarily your fire punch that created the opportunity. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to finish it off. Zhang Yong picked up the 2 super energy stones from the ground and handed one to Zhao Kai. A fair split, 1 for each. Zhao Kai accepted it and turned away, returning to his team while keeping a vigilant eye on Zhang Yong, wary of a sudden attack. Captain, how strong is that guy? Su Yu inquired as he approached. Still radiating flames. Very strong, comparable to my own strength. Upon hearing Zhao Kai's assessment of Zhang Yong, Su Yu's brow furrowed slightly. In truth, he had previously discerned Zhang Yong's strength through spatial reconnaissance. His ability to contend with the Wolf King alone was indeed formidable. Fortunately, he had not revealed his lightning powers. If the adversaries were to betray them, perhaps they could be caught off guard. Chapter 55, The Outbreak of Conflict. Zhang Yong returned to his team, idly toying with a mid-level super energy stone, shaking his head in regret. Initially, he could have acquired 2 stones, but now he was left with only 1. At that moment, Wang Shuexiong approached and whispered in his ear, Captain, it seems that apart from that fire elemental, the rest of their team consists of support-type nature elements. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong's interest was piqued. Are you certain? Support-type nature elements typically lack significant initial output. Only upon reaching the intermediate or advanced stages does their output markedly improve. Yes, aside from the fire elemental, the others are water, wood, and earth types. There is also one hiding behind the water user who seems too timid to engage the snowfield wolves. There must also be a support-type nature user. Wang Shuexiong detailed the abilities of Su Yu and the others. What about the remaining support-type nature user? Do you know what they are? I'm not sure. They were hiding behind the water user, making it impossible to discern their elemental type, Wang Shuexiong replied, shaking his head. At this moment, Lu Kuan also approached. Captain, are we truly going to split the super energy stones with them? Damn it, we could have taken down the snowfield wolves ourselves, but unexpectedly, an outsider has appeared. Captain, they only have 1 offensive nature user. It seems unnecessary to fear them. Why should we share the super energy stones? Wang Shuexiong felt a twinge of discontent, having been compelled to heal them earlier. Zhang Yong did not respond immediately, but remained silent, contemplating. If they truly only had 1 fire elemental, then the three of them had little to fear. He could occupy the enemy's fire user, and without their offensive capabilities, his teammates would have no reason to fear the remaining support-type nature elements. Do you wish to eliminate them? Zhang Yong inquired, puzzled. The two nodded gravely. They indeed desired to overpower Su Yu and the others. Captain, while the light elemental can temporarily mitigate our shortcomings, that sensation is profoundly uncomfortable. You must also be yearning to unleash the fire within. Am I right? They happen to have a woman among them, and she is exceedingly beautiful. Why not capture her and relieve ourselves? Lu Kuan spoke in a low tone, seeking to stoke the captain's desires. Zhang Yong looked up at him, surprised by his thoughts. Not only did he desire the super energy stones, but he also craved a woman. Indeed, the light elemental's radiance could not only heal, but also temporarily suppress the weaknesses that emerged after utilizing animal abilities. However, prolonged suppression could exacerbate these weaknesses, leading to great discomfort. Having spent many days in this frigid wasteland, the fire within them had only intensified under the light elemental suppression. Now that they had encountered a woman, capturing her for release would allow them to linger in the extreme cold for a few more days. Otherwise, if they let their pent-up desires fester too long, they would have to return to the frozen fortress to find solution. And you? Do you share this sentiment? Zhang Yong turned towards Wang Shuexiong. Wang Shuexiong nodded. Although he was not an animal type, he too felt restless after so many days in this desolate cold and yearned for release. Very well, let us overpower them. But let it be known that the woman is mine first. Seeing that his teammates were in agreement, Zhang Yong felt no need for further hesitation. After all, they were in a lawless land. Even if they were to eliminate their adversaries, it would bear no consequences. The pent-up desires within him had become unbearable, and encountering such a beautiful woman was an opportunity he could not let pass. Previously, they had been restrained by the presence of the snowfield wolves. But with only the two teams remaining on the battlefield, there was a clear opportunity to eliminate the opposing side. We understand, Captain. You go first. Wang Shuexiong and Lu Kuan exchanged knowing smiles, acknowledging the captain's lead, perhaps anticipating an even more pleasurable experience thereafter. Meanwhile, Su Yu and Zhao Kai observed the three of them deep in discussion, their expressions grave. Zabao, you didn't expend much star energy during the battle with the snowfield wolves, did you? I used up a third of my energy, Wang Dabe answered. A third? Half. How did you expend so much? Zhao Kai looked at Su Lin in astonishment. Su Yu was equally taken aback. Didn't Ti tell you to conserve your energy? Why did you use it so quickly? It's all Su Yu's fault. He didn't use any skills, so I had to do all the fighting. My skills have low power, necessitating frequent usage, which led to higher energy consumption, Su Lin said with a helpless shrug. She felt she had been frugal enough. There was little choice. Her skills were weak, and victory could only be achieved through sheer quantity. So you didn't use any skills? Yes. He was afraid of exposing his lightning abilities, hiding behind me while I fought. Su Lin shot Su Yu a fierce glare. So, Su Yu's lightning abilities remain undisclosed? Zhao Kai's eyes brightened at this revelation, realizing that the boy was quite clever. Su Yu nodded and then turned to Su Lin with a smile. I just wanted you to showcase your abilities. If I stepped in, would there still be a part for you? Captain, look at him. Su Lin was incensed by Su Yu's words. How outrageous. What did he mean by saying that if he intervened, there would be no share for her? Despite her water abilities being less powerful, she could still contribute. All right, your water abilities are indeed inferior to his lightning powers. Zhao Kai patted Su Yu on the shoulder, regarding him with admiration. Well hidden. Captain. Su Lin was displeased that the captain was defending Su Yu, glaring at him with a desire for revenge once they returned. Su Yu flashed her a smile, then noticed Zhao Kai's expression had turned serious. Everyone, prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted. What did he mean? Were they truly ready to overturn the table? They had been discussing for so long without any negotiation, so you suspected their adversaries might be having second thoughts. At that moment, Zhang Yang's voice echoed from afar. How shall we divide the super energy stones? Zhao Kai turned to approach calmly, stating, as per our previous agreement, a 50-50 split. 50-50 is acceptable, but we require one of your members to assist us with a task, Zhang Yong said, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Wang Shuexiong and Lu Kuan exchanged lewd glances, their eyes unabashedly roaming over Su Lin, as if eager to strip her bare and ravage her. What task? Zhao Kai's expression darkened. He sensed their intentions were far from benign. standing behind Zhao Kai. Su Lin felt uncomfortable under their unabashed scrutiny and moved closer to Su Yu. "Have your woman come over to relieve our frustrations," Zhang Yong stated bluntly, no longer concealing their motives, while his companions erupted in lewd laughter. Since they planned to eliminate them anyway, it was better to tear the facade away. Su Lin's face turned ashen, her expression grim. In an instant, Su Yu and the others were engulfed in fury, with Zhao Kai furiously declaring, "You must be dreaming." Immediately, a searing heat enveloped him. The audacity of their opponents was staggering. How dare they act so brazenly, showing blatant disregard for them? In Su Yu's heart, he had already regarded the three adversaries as corpses. Their audacity to speak so frivolously to Lin Jie was truly a mark of their ignorance. Chapter 56, Instant Kill. Dreaming? Zhang Yong snorted coldly. Today, this dream was one he was determined to realize. When attacking, remember not to harm that beautiful girl, lest the experience become devoid of sensation later on. Rest assured, Captain, we will not injure her. Wang Xuexiong and Lu Kuan were already impatient to revel in Su Lin's exquisite form. "I will deal with the fireman. I trust the two of you can easily handle the others." With that, Zhang Yong summoned the phantom of a wild wolf behind him, its claws extending from his arms, and then propelled himself swiftly toward Zhao Kai. "No problem. Those few won't even be able to breach Lu Kuan's defenses," Wang Xuexiong confidently asserted. With his brilliance combined with Lu Kuan's defenses, as long as the opponents lacked formidable output skills, the two could entirely ignore their attacks due to their overwhelming defensive capabilities and regenerative prowess. "Lu Kuan, let us show them what we've got." Observing their captain charging into the enemy ranks, they could not afford to lag behind. Lu Kuan nodded in agreement, then roared mightily, his muscles expanding rapidly, his size doubling. His animalistic abilities had reached the pinnacle of 6 stars, merely a step away from the intermediate stage. This was an exceptional opportunity. If he could subdue that woman and release the pin-up desires, coupled with absorbing a few super energy stones, he had a significant chance of advancing to the intermediate stage. Upon witnessing Lu Kuan unleashing his abilities, Wang Xuexiong immediately infused his brilliance into Lu Kuan's body, and together they surged forward to confront the enemy. Zhao Kai, seeing Zhang Yong barreling towards him with breathtaking speed, enveloped himself in flames, refraining from using Fire Fist or Meteor Fire Rain. The opponent's speed was overwhelming, and with Zhang Yong nearly upon him, he could only engage in close combat. Although he was inferior in strength, being bathed in fierce flames enhanced his overall physical attributes. Thus, he was not without the capacity to fight back. "I'll leave those two to you." Zhao Kai uttered this before swiftly intercepting Zhang Yong. Su Lin and the others also unleashed their skills: Water Spear, Earth Spike, Vine Blade. The trio's skills swiftly targeted Lu Kuan and Wang Xuexiong as they advanced. Bang, bang, bang. All skills struck Lu Kuan head-on. "What the hell? This is utterly ineffective." Wang Debao's face expressed shock. Their skills merely forced the opponent back a few steps, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Su Lin and Bai Zhao's expressions grew exceedingly grave. They had not anticipated such formidable defenses from their adversaries, who seemed to dismiss their abilities entirely. "Haha, don't waste your efforts. With your meager damage, you might as well be giving us a light massage," Wang Xuexiong jeered from behind Lu Kuan. As he had surmised, under the enhancement of brilliance, Lu Kuan could entirely ignore their assaults. "Lu Kuan, let us charge together. Once we get close, those little frames are nothing but garbage." Compared to Lu Kuan's imposing physique, Su Yu and the others indeed appeared somewhat feeble. Lu Kuan nodded, then effortlessly hoisted Wang Xuexiong onto his shoulders. Wang Xuexiong naturally did not refuse. After all, in this partnership, his safety was paramount, and being perched atop Lu Kuan's shoulders afforded him the utmost protection. "What the hell, snowman?" Su Yu, who had been observing, was left flabbergasted by their godly maneuver. "Su Yu, why aren't you attacking?" Su Lin, seeing the enemy closing in, anxiously questioned him. Wang Debao's and Bai Xiao also felt urgency. With the enemy approaching, why was Su Yu still holding back? Now is not the time to conceal your power. Let the lightning element shine. Bai Xiao restrained him, leaving the rest to Su Yu. Su Yu had initially refrained from attacking right away, fearing that the adversaries would react prematurely upon recognizing his lightning element. Bai Xiao nodded and unleashed his control skill, Binding Vines. Instantly, green vines erupted from beneath Lu Kuan's feet, ensnaring him. Don't struggle. Just wait here to meet your demise. Wang Shuexiong sneered as he glanced down at the vines, ensnaring Lu Kuan. Such flimsy vines could never contain Lu Kuan. It was a delusion. Huh? Why is that kid emanating purple light? Observing the violet glow emanating from Su Yu's palms, Wang Shuexiong grew curious. What elemental energy is that? An auxiliary-type nature element radiating purple light? Wait, could it be lightning? Purple light, lightning. Wang Shuexiong rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be mistaken. What the hell? This kid is actually a lightning element. Damn it. Hiding behind a woman while pretending to be a harmless fool. Lu Kuan, get out of the way. Wang Shuexiong struck Lu Kuan's head, shouting urgently. Lu Kuan was vexed. He wanted to dodge too. However, he found himself unable to move. Don't let the delicate appearance of the vines fool you. They were remarkably sturdy. He had just managed to break a few, only to find new vines sprouting from the ground, ensnaring him once again. It was impossible to break free in such a short time. It's over. Wang Shuexiong's face turned desperate. As the purple light drew closer, he realized that there was no time left to evade. Explode. As Suyu saw his lightning spear nearing the opponent, he commanded it to detonate. He then pointed towards the void ahead. Space shatter. Utilizing the immense energy from the lightning spear's explosion, Suyu perfectly concealed the traces of the space shattering. Boom! The sound of the explosion resonated. Wang Shuexiong was hurled several meters away by the force of the lightning spear's explosion. Meanwhile, Lu Kuan, struck by the spatial rift, was instantly marred with countless deep gashes, each several centimeters deep. Ah! Lu Kuan let out a horrific scream, his body instantly drenched in blood, rapidly transforming him into a bloodied figure. He had no idea what had just transpired. He had seemingly withstood the explosion of a lightning spear. How could he suddenly be in this state? What had that ripping sensation been? It had even shredded his robust body, enhanced by brilliance. Cough, cough. The blasted Wang Shuexiong struggled to rise from the ground, spitting blood. Fortunately, he had cast brilliance upon himself just before the lightning spear exploded. Otherwise, his injuries would have been grievous. Surviving such a close-range explosion unscathed was a miracle. He looked up at the blood-soaked Lu Kuan from afar, astonished and frozen in place. Is this really Lu Kuan? Staring at the bloodied figure before him, he found it hard to believe. How could an explosion have reduced him to such a ghastly state? His defense was even stronger than my own. I emerged unscathed, so how could he be like this? Is he still alive? The severity of the situation left him incredulous. He refused to believe that Lu Kuan had simply perished. In an instant, he gathered several orbs of light and launched them at the kneeling Lu Kuan. The orbs of light melded into Lu Kuan's body. The blood streaming from Lu Kuan began to reverse, and the deep gashes on his body started to heal, revealing his pale form beneath. The Kuan. The Kuan. Wang Shuexiong screamed desperately. Lu Kuan, head bowed, knelt on the ground, offering no response. He understood that Lu Kuan had truly perished. His brilliance had merely restored Lu Kuan's body to a semblance of normalcy, sparing him from appearing so tragic. But the man was gone. Chapter 57. Mid-level thunder system? Su Yu, how did you accomplish that? Su Lin covered her mouth with her hand, her face ashen. She was utterly astonished by the scene before her. The previously boisterous brute now lay lifeless on his knees, having succumbed to death. Wang Daba and Bai Xiao were equally stunned into silence, having first-hand experience of the man's formidable defenses. They could never have anticipated that Su Yu, without lifting a finger until now, would instantly obliterate him with a single strike. The sight of the man's violent demise had been truly horrifying. Su Yu himself was taken aback by the prowess of his skill. Earlier, he had merely tested it on a pine tree, sensing its formidable power, but now, unleashed against a superhuman, he realized just how terrifying it truly was. He swallowed hard, his chest heaving, his palm trembling slightly. This was his first kill of a superhuman, and he found himself momentarily at a loss. After regaining his composure, he turned to the shocked onlookers and spoke slowly. I truly do not know how I achieved this. Do you believe me? He could not expose his spatial abilities and thus concocted a ruse to deceive them, indifferent to whether they chose to believe it. As long as he did not confess, they would only assume that his thunder system was extraordinarily powerful, never suspecting that he possessed another system. Upon hearing his words, Su Lin and the others shook their heads, then nodded vigorously. Come on. How can you expect anyone to believe that? The man clearly perished after your thunderous explosion. and you claim ignorance? Such deceit is hardly convincing. In the distance, Zhao, Kai, and Zhang Yong, engaged in battle, were drawn by the explosive sound and turned to gaze in that direction. Damn it! Wang Shuexiong, you fool! Is there no damage-dealing system left? You tell me the rest are all support-type natural systems, but what on earth is this thunder system? Zhang Yong was nearly apoplectic. Clearly, there was a devastating thunder-based superhuman among the opposing team, and he was furious that this had not been disclosed sooner. Had he known there was a thunder user on the other side, he would never have dared to engage them. Lu Kuan is dead, as an experienced superhuman. Upon seeing Lu Kuan kneeling and not rising, Zhang Yong knew the situation was dire. How could this be? Even if it were a thunder system, it should not be capable of killing Lu Kuan in a single blow. Lu Kuan is a formidable bear type with exceptional defenses, bolstered by the holy radiance. There is no way he could die so swiftly. Unless the opponent's thunder system is mid-level, such power would be impossible. Mid-level thunder system? A terrifying thought struck Zhang Yong, and his eyes widened, his expression grotesque. Rationality warned him that if the adversary possessed a mid-level thunder system, continuing the battle would mean certain death for them. Zhao Gui, too, was astonished by Su Yuyu. He had indeed exceeded his expectations, and it appeared they were destined to triumph once more. Su Yuyu had already astonished him with his handling of the snowfield wolves, and now he was utterly astounded. Bringing him to the frigid realm had proven to be the wisest decision. Without Su Yuyu, their team would have struggled immensely. Recognizing that Su Yuyu had made significant progress, Zhao Kai resolved not to lag behind. Fiery Fist. A powerful flame enveloped his fists, and he launched himself toward Zhang Yong. Why are they fleeing? Just as Zhao Kai prepared to unleash his fiery attack, he was taken aback by the adversary's sudden retreat. Such speed! He was stunned by their rapid escape and clenched his fiery fists, immediately pursuing them. Think you can run? Not a chance. You were so arrogant before. How about you stand and fight now? Zhang Yong maximized his wolf-type abilities and sprinted to Wang Shuexiong's side, grabbing him and scolding, "You fool. Captain, I never imagined they had a thunder user. He was hiding behind a woman, playing the fool, and now he's killed Lu Kuan. You must avenge Lu Kuan." Wang Shuexiong's face flushed crimson, his eyes bulging with rage as he pointed at Su Yuyu in the distance. It's all his fault. He killed Lu Kuan, and we cannot let him escape. You idiot. You're going to drive me mad. Zhang Yong slapped him. Was he truly unaware of the gravity of the situation? With just the two of them, they could not hope to exact vengeance. It was a foolish dream. In the distance, Su Yuyu and the others tensed as they saw Zhang Yong approaching rapidly. They were relieved to see their captain following closely behind, having feared for a moment that he had been bested. Damn it, that guy runs fast. Zhao Kai, panting and clutching his fiery fist, arrived before the others. What is so amusing? Why are you all laughing? Zhao Kai noticed the group stifling laughter and, puzzled, continued, "By Xiao, restrain those two. We cannot let them escape." It was the first time Su Yuyu and the others had witnessed their captain in such a predicament, and they could hardly suppress their laughter. Bai Xiao nodded in response and swiftly unleashed his binding vine skill. Seeing Zhao Kai arrive, Zhang Yong immediately tugged at Wang Shuexiong. "Quickly, unleash your skills and run." Run? Wang Shuexiong was bewildered. Aren't we going to take revenge? It's just the two of us, and with their thunder user being mid-level, are we to wait for death? Zhang Yong looked at him in disbelief. Is this guy's brain fried from the thunder blast? Mid-level thunder? Impossible. If it were mid-level, I would have already perished. Right? Wang Shuexiong nodded. If it were mid-level, I would not still be alive. I took the brunt of the thunder explosion's damage. With my small stature, if it were mid-level, I would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Now it was Zhang Yong's turn to be flabbergasted. If it isn't mid-level, how could he have instantaneously killed Lu Kuan, who was enveloped in holy radiance? We must flee. Without further ado, he seized Wang Shuexiong and concentrated his strength into his legs, bolting away. At that moment, emerald vines sprouted beneath him, ensnaring his legs tightly. "Quick, unleash your skill. Buy me some time to deal with these vines," Zhang Yong exclaimed, panic rising. Although the vines were of a low level, they were still quite troublesome. If they were ensnared, their situation would become exceedingly perilous. Wang Shuexiong, witnessing this, conjured a sphere of light and hurled it into the air above Su Yuyu and the others. Holy light bomb! Instantly, a blinding beam shot towards Su Yuyu and his companions. A flash bomb? Su Yuyu cursed under his breath, quickly shielding his eyes with his arm. Su Lin and the others followed suit, shielding themselves from the dazzling light. As Zhao Kai prepared to unleash his fiery punch upon seeing the two ensnared, he was momentarily blinded by the brilliance and hastily covered his eyes. Simultaneously, Zhang Yong seized the opportunity to slice through the vines, binding his legs with his sharp claws. Then, clutching Wang Shuexiong, he sprinted away. As the blinding light faded, Zhao Kai, seeing the two attempting to flee, immediately unleashed a meteor shower. A barrage of fiery meteors rained down upon Zhang Yong and Wang Shuexiong. Su Yuyu and the others quickly retaliated with their skills. Boom! Boom! Utilizing his speed advantage, Zhang Yong deftly dodged the onslaught of attacks, his movements remarkably agile. Quick, throw a few more holy light bombs, Zhang Yong urged. If we can launch a few more, we can safely escape from here. Wang Shuexiong, hearing this, unleashed several more holy light bombs. The intense radiance obscured Su Yuyu and the others' vision, making it impossible to determine the direction in which their adversaries had fled. Enough. Everyone, quickly gather the super energy stones scattered on the ground and make haste to leave this place. Zhao Kai sighed, regretting that their adversaries had managed to escape. Observing that the two individuals had already distanced themselves, he resigned himself to the situation. Although they could have pursued them further, it was deemed unnecessary. There were still numerous super energy stones left uncollected, and they could not allow others to benefit from their efforts. The others, seeing the situation, retracted their skills and swiftly began gathering the scattered stones. While everyone was preoccupied with collecting the super energy stones, Su, seizing the moment of distraction, subtly gestured towards the direction in which the two had departed. Chapter 58, Not Dead? Captain, they haven't followed us. I am not blind, Zhang Yong exclaimed, unceremoniously dropping Wang Shuexiong to the ground as he gasped for breath. Although he possessed animal-like abilities, sprinting such a distance while carrying someone had proven quite exhausting. Captain, Lu Kuan is dead, Wang Shuexiong said, his eyes vacant as he stared at Zhang Yong. Whose fault is that? It's all you're doing, Zhang Yong shouted vehemently. If he had known that their opponents possessed lightning abilities, he would never have turned against them. Wang Shuexiong loathed himself. If only he had ascertained their true strength. Lu Kuan might still be alive. Enough. The deed is done. The fact that we are still breathing is fortunate. We should contemplate our next steps, Zhang Yong reassured him. In such a frigid and perilous environment, a moment's carelessness could lead to demise. It was better to focus on what lay ahead than to linger in mourning for Lu Kuan. Wang Shuexiong nodded, although he harbored thoughts of vengeance. Without the strength to act, all was in vain. By the time he gained the power needed for retribution, it was likely that his adversaries would be lost to him. For the vastness of this icy realm made finding a single individual akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Cast a healing spell on me, Zhang Yong said, surveying his body marked with wounds. The residual shock waves from narrowly evading the explosions had inflicted minor injuries upon him. Wang Shuexiong complied, casting a luminous healing spell. Let us find a place to recuperate before we leave, Zhang Yong declared as he turned to depart, with Wang Shuexiong closely following. With the loss of a team member, their continued presence in this treacherous land had become exponentially more perilous. They needed to vacate this site of misfortune swiftly. Are you suggesting that individual was a novice lightning user? Zhang Yong queried with curiosity as he walked ahead. Noticing the lack of response, he pressed further. How could a novice lightning user have eliminated Lu Xiong in an instant? I'm asking you. Zhang Yong, growing impatient with the silence, turned back to see what Wang Shuexiong was doing, wondering why he had not replied. Captain, help me. Zhang Yong turned back, only to find Wang Shuexiong kneeling behind him, drenched in blood, his faint cries for help barely audible. His face turned as pale as a sheet as he shouted, "This is impossible." He rushed to Wang Shuexiong's side to assess his condition. To his horror, Wang Shuexiong's body was riddled with cracks, the edges smooth and oozing blood. The sight was grotesque. Shuexiong, what has happened to you? He asked, his voice hoarse with concern. Before he could finish his plea for help, Wang Shuexiong collapsed into the snow, lifeless. No. Zhang Yong looked on in disbelief at Wang Shuexiong's body lying in the snow. He could hardly fathom that the vibrant Wang Shuexiong had perished so suddenly, just moments ago. He had been healing him. How could he be dead? As despair washed over him, an overwhelming sensation of tearing coursed through his entire being. Rip. The sound of tearing muscle echoed. Cracks suddenly appeared on his body, rapidly multiplying. Zhang Yong screamed as his animal instincts surged forth, his muscles swelling with newfound strength. The spectral form of a wolf materialized behind him, sharp claws extending from his arms. The power was tremendous. Zhang Yong coughed blood, realizing the extent of the torment Wang Shuexiong had endured. This sudden surge of strength had caught him off guard, nearly leading to his demise. Fortunately, he managed to unleash his animal abilities in time to mitigate the severity of the cracks, allowing him to survive. Otherwise, he would meet the same fate as Wang Shuexiong, bleeding out in this desolate place. Who dares to show themselves? Come forth, Zhang Yong bellowed, cautiously scanning his surroundings, yet finding no sign of an assailant. It was utterly perplexing. No one? After a moment of vigilance, he discerned that not even a shadow lingered nearby. He glanced at Wang Shuexiong's body before staggering away. He had initially intended to bury Wang Shuexiong's remains, unwilling to let his corpse be devoured by the wolves of the snow plains. However, upon witnessing his own grievous state, he recognized the futility of that plan. The scent of blood would attract nearby extraordinary creatures. He needed to find a deserted location to recuperate immediately. In his current condition, even a single extraordinary creature in this icy land would pose a significant threat. I will avenge you, he whispered before departing silently. At that moment, elsewhere, Suyu stood still, gazing into the distance, murmuring, "Not dead?" Within his spatial reconnaissance range, he detected that the leader of the opposing team had survived, having avoided death by his spatial shattering attack. Yet, it made sense. He too was a mid-tier animal user, and it was inconceivable that he would succumb to a single blow. "Suyu, what are you staring at?" Su-lin in quit. Noticing Suyu lost in thought as he gazed into the distance. "I'm admiring you," Suyu replied with a smile. "Liar. You were clearly not looking at me just now," Su Lin retorted, skeptical of his words, though she did not press further. She then handed him a bag filled with super energy stones, saying, "Here, this is your share of the super energy stones." "So many?" Suyu exclaimed, surprised at the quantity within the bag. "I included my share too. After all, I have reached the pinnacle of 6 stars and do not require an abundance of super energy stones." "Sister Lin, not only are you beautiful, but your heart is pure as well," Suyu said, gazing at her with wide, innocent eyes. "Enough with the flattery. Let us go. The captain is waiting for us to leave," Su Lin said with a roll of her eyes, bemused by his flowery words. Nevertheless, she acknowledged her own beauty and kindness. The two returned to the group, where Zhao Kai, noticing everyone had gathered, announced, "Let us head out. We should find a place to recuperate before returning to the frigid land." Now that their injuries had healed, there was no rush to return to the frozen fortress. For safety's sake, they would first seek an uninhabited area to restore their stellar energy, and then they could embark on their journey back at a more leisurely pace. Chapter 59, Tracking. It hurts. Suyu, trailing at the back of the group, clutched his abdomen, a pained expression on his face. "Suyu, are you all right?" Su Lin exclaimed, hastening to his side and offering her support with genuine concern. The others at the forefront, hearing his distress, hurried back to inquire. "Suyu, what's wrong? My stomach hurts." Suyu grimaced, struggling to articulate the pain. "A stomachache?" Su Lin and the others were taken aback. "Just a moment ago, everything seemed perfectly fine. How can my stomach suddenly start to ache inexplicably?" The body of a superhuman is akin to one that has been enhanced. Without external injury, a superhuman's body is nearly incapable of experiencing issues on its own. Seeing everyone approaching with genuine concern for Suyu, he awkwardly remarked, "I need to use the restroom." "What the hell, are you serious?" Wang Debao exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at him. Zhao Kai and the others also looked at Suyu with faces contorted in disbelief. "If you need to go, just say so. It's not as if anyone is stopping you. Why put on such a painful facade and make everyone worry unnecessarily?" Shuelin's cheeks flushed crimson with a mix of embarrassment and irritation as she brusquely shook off the arm he was leaning on. "What's wrong with you?" She thought he might be in serious trouble and felt foolish for worrying. "Ahem, I think the spot is quite nice. Let's all take a moment to rest here." Zhao Kai coughed lightly, surveying the surrounding cedar forest, which indeed appeared to be a suitable resting place. I'll just take care of my physiological needs," Suyu said, poking Shuelin beside him. Her face reddened further, and she thought, "If you need to go, then just go. Why tell me? I might be a while, so please inform everyone." "All right, I understand. Hurry up," Lin said, covering her mouth and disdainfully kicking at him to signal him to distance himself. Holding his stomach, Suyu slowly walked behind a cedar tree. Phew! He let out a sigh of relief. Maintaining the pretense of a stomachache had been quite exhausting. Thankfully, they had not discerned anything unusual, which indicated his acting skills were still quite commendable. He didn't genuinely need to relieve himself. Rather, he was intent on murder. Spatial leap. He immediately unleashed his spatial abilities. The scene within a radius of 500 meters unfolded vividly in his mind, and he traversed the distance in instantaneous jumps of 500 meters each. Within mere seconds, he returned to the location where they had clashed with Zhang Yong's team. He glanced into the distance, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you think you can escape? In an instant, he arrived beside Wang Shuexiong's corpse, where several low-level snowfield wolves were currently feasting on his remains. Suyu pointed gently at the wolves gnawing at the carcass. His formidable shattering ability instantly pulverized the wolves into pieces, reducing them to super energy stones scattered across the ground. With a wave of his hand, the stones levitated into the air and floated into his grasp. He then waved again, summoning a blizzard that swiftly enveloped Wang Shuexiong's body. After all, he had previously healed himself and might as well leave him intact. Where do you think you're going? Suyu followed the trail of blood, continuously using spatial leaps. Oh, the blood trail has vanished. Quite clever. Following the path, he leaped repeatedly, only to discover the blood had indeed disappeared. It seemed he would have to search slowly. Suyu sighed, then leaped toward what he estimated to be the likely position. After several attempts without success, he returned and leaped toward a different location, and then back again. He was determined not to relent in his pursuit. After all, the energy consumed by spatial leaps was minuscule, and he had no fear of depleting it. Hiss! Zhang Yong inhaled deeply in the snowfield, the fissures in his body causing immense pain. He had been enduring the agonizing sensation of his skin tearing while maintaining his animal abilities in this frigid environment for quite some time. Without the suppression of light abilities, he dared not retract his animal powers in such extreme cold. He needed to find a safe place to meditate and recuperate, as his abilities could gradually heal his injuries through meditation. This will do. Zhang Yong glanced around to ensure he was alone before stepping into the nearby cedar forest, deciding to recuperate there. Once his wounds healed, he would swiftly depart from this icy wasteland. Remaining in this desolate place for too long was increasingly perilous. Encountering extraordinary creatures was one thing. He could flee if he couldn't defeat them. But if he stumbled upon a group of ruthless individuals like himself, he wouldn't even know how he met his end. He soon found a relatively secluded spot and began to meditate. At this moment, Suyu had already made 5 or 6 unsuccessful leaps in search of Zhang Yong. Damn it, he really can run. Suyu cursed under his breath. In his recent leaps, he had discovered numerous other superhuman teams' traces. Fortunately, he had exercised caution. Upon detecting other superhumans within the area, he had immediately distanced himself, never approaching them, a decision he had executed remarkably well. He was confident Zhang Yong would never confront another superhuman team alone. With his battered body, encountering another team would surely be suicidal. Let us try once more. If it fails again, I'll just consider it his good fortune. Suyu resolved to attempt one final leap in a chosen direction. He had spent a full minute bouncing back and forth, nearly dizzy from the spatial leaps. It still had not located Zhang Yong. If he failed this time, he would have to concede defeat. He rapidly traversed the space at a speed of 500 meters per second toward his chosen direction. Oh, you're quite elusive. Suyu finally spotted a familiar figure within his scouting range. Is he meditating? Goodness, his flesh is actually healing. It was fortunate he had arrived quickly, otherwise, Zhang Yong might have fully recovered. The moment he identified Zhang Yong, he appeared right before him. At that instant, Zhang Yong was deep in meditation when he suddenly heard the crunching sound of footsteps on the snow. He sensed someone approaching. The noise was unmistakable. His keen ears quickly pinpointed the intruder's location. In an instant, the spectral eyes of the wolf behind him turned crimson, and its claws extended menacingly. Zhang Yong suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing an unprecedented speed as he lunged forward with his razor-sharp claws aimed at Suyu. What the hell so fast? Suyu thought about how to respond, but was taken aback as Zhang Yong launched the first attack. Spatial leap. As Zhang Yong charged to rend him apart, Suyu, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed his spatial ability. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Where is he? Zhang Yong exclaimed in alarm, having stabbed only at empty air. The person who had been standing there just moments ago had mysteriously disappeared. It was utterly astonishing. Cough, cough. Upon hearing Su Yu's voice, Zhang Yong whipped around to find him standing precisely where he had been moments before. It's you. He recognized Su Yu as the very member of the team that had annihilated his comrades. He would never forget the faces of those who had wronged him. However, he never anticipated that only one of them would come. Chapter 60. End. What's the matter? Are you surprised to see me? Su Yu said nonchalantly. Surprised? Very much so. But if it's just you alone, it seems you can't do much to me, can you? Zhang Yong chuckled. He felt emboldened. How could Su Yu dare confront him alone? Let us see if that is true. Su Yu returned the smile, as lightning energy gradually coalesced in his palm. Zhang Yong's expression shifted sharply. Lightning? Could it be mid-level lightning abilities? He recalled his teammates mentioning that Su Yu's lightning powers were not at that level. But now he was uncertain. Goodbye. Su Yu had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He aimed for a swift resolution, as his teammates were still waiting for him. A spear, emanating an aura of thunderous power, gradually coalesced into existence, before suddenly erupting forth with a velocity akin to that of a thunderbolt, aimed directly at Zhang Yong. Desperation surged within him. With gritted teeth, he resolved to intercept this thunderous spear with his bare hands. He chose to place his faith in his comrades. For if they deemed this lightning-based attack to be of the initial tier, then he had no reason to fear. Boom! Upon witnessing his opponent's audacious decision to catch the spear with his bare hands, Su Yu couldn't help but laugh. Did Zhang Yong not realize that his spear could explode? Suddenly, an unexpected explosion caught Zhang Yong off guard. He realized that the prior detonation was indeed the consequence of this very spear. Without hesitation, he summoned the phantom of a wild wolf behind him, achieving a peak state of readiness, using his wolf claws to shield himself from the formidable shockwave. Crash! The shockwave from the explosion forcefully propelled him backward several meters. Emerging from the debris of the explosion, Zhang Yong burst into laughter. Was that all? It truly was just an initial tier lightning attack. The explosion had merely knocked him back. While it inflicted some damage, it was hardly significant. As a mid-tier beast type, he found the damage from this lightning explosion to be weaker than a single blow from a mid-tier snow wolf king. With such meager strength, did this fool dare to come alone to slay him? Truly a death wish. He cast a scornful glance at Su Yu. Su Yu shook his head. Indeed, lightning-based attacks could not vanquish him. It appeared he would have to resort to spatial abilities. After all, space manipulation was mid-tier, and dealing with Zhang Yong should be a straightforward affair. Just as Su Yu prepared to tap into the void, Zhang Yong unexpectedly charged at him with great speed. Realizing the urgency, Su Yu executed a spatial leap. What? Zhang Yong was astonished to find himself lunging at thin air once more. Initially, he had thought the previous evasion was merely luck, but it seemed his opponent possessed genuine skill. How could this be? He was at the pinnacle of his condition, and his speed should not be inferior to that of a lightning user. After all, he was a beast type, while his opponent was merely a natural type. How could his speed possibly be outmatched? In an instant, Su Yu traversed to another location. It was over. He lightly pointed at Zhang Yong's position. Space shattered. Immediately, a powerful force of fragmentation surged through Zhang Yong's body. It's you. Zhang Yong's eyes widened in shock as excruciating pain coursed through him, revealing the source of the earlier unseen attack. Why had this assault come without warning, leaving him no chance to evade? The overwhelming sensation of tearing agony engulfed him completely. The wounds from before had yet to heal, and now they were compounded by this new onslaught. In his next life, he would remember to keep his mouth shut. Su Yu regarded him coolly, as though contemplating the fate of a mere mortal. Then, with a swift gesture, he pointed at the void twice more, and for good measure, he conjured several thunder spears to launch at him. No, I possess a superpower stone. Spare me. Zhang Yong croaked in a raspy voice of desperation. He felt that this time, he was truly facing death. As a superhuman, he had never known such a visceral fear of mortality. Su Yu simply watched him, offering no response. In an instant, Zhang Yong's body erupted with crimson blood, and the thunder spears pierced through his limbs, pinning him against the snow-covered pine tree behind him. The shattering of space did not cease. In the next moment, his body was obliterated into fragments. Initial tier? What if I told you I'm not of the initial tier? Softly. With a wave of his hand, a superpower stone the size of an egg emerged from a pool of blood, spinning rapidly in midair as it shed the remnants of blood before floating before Suyu. He waved his hand once more, conjuring a blizzard that enveloped the corpse entirely. Time to return. Suyu placed the superpower stone into his backpack, then swiftly executed another spatial leap. The remaining energy from his spatial abilities was sufficient for several consecutive leaps, and he had no concern about running low on power. However, should he attempt another one or two uses of spatial fragmentation, he might find himself unable to return to his team's location. He raised his superpower watch, quickly determining the position of his squad, then proceeded to close the distance with leaps of 500 meters at a time. At that moment, Zhao Kai and his companions were resting in a grove of snow pines. Why has Suyu taken so long? Zhao Kai glanced at the time displayed on his superpower watch and inquired. Who knows? Perhaps he is taking longer than expected to address his physiological needs, Wang Daba pondered, thinking it not unusual for such matters to require extra time. Su Lin, overhearing their conversation, remarked, So you mentioned he might need a bit more time, so we must endure a little longer. Zhao Kai nodded. There was no way to rush him under such circumstances. After a while, feeling something was amiss, Zhao Kai thought that perhaps addressing his physiological needs was taking far too long. He signaled to Wang Daba beside him. Daba, call out to him. Why is he taking so long? Wang Daba, frowning, also felt it was strange that Suyu had been gone for too long. He called out loudly towards Suyu's location. Suyu. After calling twice with no response, he realized something was wrong. Zhao Kai and the others shared a solemn look. Daba, Bai Xiao, let us go check on him, Zhao Kai instructed immediately. The two nodded and followed Zhao Kai towards the tree where Suyu had previously chosen to wait. Su Lin, feeling anxious, wondered what was happening. Why wasn't Suyu responding? She couldn't go over there herself. Then she remembered her superpower watch. It could accurately determine her teammates' locations. If Suyu was nearby, the red dot on the watch would be close to theirs. She quickly activated the positioning function of her watch and was startled to see a red rapidly approaching their group of four. What is happening? Su Lin was taken aback, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. When she looked again at the watch face, she saw 5 red dots converging. Oh, what a relief. Just then, Suyu let out a sound of satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai and the others halted. Is Suyu not ready yet? We should leave. Hearing his familiar voice, they all breathed a sigh of relief, fearing he might have disappeared. All right. Suyu adjusted his attire and stepped out from behind the tree. He scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Chapter 61, The Heist. Indeed, it took a bit longer, Zhao Kai and the others said with twitching lips. They hadn't expected the lad to possess even a modicum of self-awareness. Had he taken any longer, they would have stormed in after him. Ling Ye, what are you looking at? Suyu approached Su Lin, noticing she was staring at her superpower watch, and curiously asked. Nothing much, Su Lin replied hastily, lowering her wrist. Just then, Zhao Kai suddenly said, Since everyone has rested sufficiently, let us set off. Let us go. The captain has spoken, they echoed. Su Lin brushed her hair behind her ear, leaving a parting remark before hastily turning to pack her gear. Observing her unusual demeanor, Suyu felt something was off but refrained from probing further, choosing instead to follow the group's pace back on their journey. After traversing the snowy expanse for a while, Su Lin remained restless, her mind troubled by the peculiar positioning of Suyu on the superpowered watch. She had distinctly observed the red dot representing Suyu bouncing towards their own red dot in the distance. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the two dots converged, an utterly baffling occurrence. What's on your mind? Suyu inquired, gently tapping Su Lin on the shoulder, having noticed her distraction ever since his return. Oh dear. Su Lin shivered slightly, quickly snapping back to reality. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Suyu scratched his head. Is that my fault? Seeing him approach, Su Lin seized the opportunity to quietly ask. Suyu, tell me honestly, what were you doing behind that tree? She suspected that he might not have been there at all. The superpowered watch's positioning feature was infallible, just addressing a physiological need. Suyu replied nonchalantly, though a sense of unease gripped him. Did she sense something amiss? That was impossible. He had traversed through space, leaving no trace. How could she possibly have detected anything? Really? Su Lin regarded him with skepticism. Indeed, if you don't believe me, check it out for yourself. It's still warm, Suyu maintained eye contact without a hint of embarrassment, showcasing his acting prowess worthy of an acclaimed actor. Who would want to check? Su Lin's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him an exasperated glance, incredulous that he would utter such words. "Hey, wait for me," Suyu called out, hastening after her as she stormed ahead in a huff. According to the superpowered watch, they should simply walk straight ahead to reach the Arctic fortress. Zhao Kai glanced at his wristwatch and remarked, "The blizzard isn't too severe now. The gates of the Arctic fortress should still be open. Let us make haste while the storm is mild." The group nodded in agreement, quickening their pace. Wait a minute. Suyu suddenly realized the reason for Su Lin's earlier unease. She had been fixated on the watch, undoubtedly noticing his location through its functionality. That was why she had inquired about his recent actions. How could he have forgotten such a crucial detail? He should have set the watch aside before leaping through space. Yet, something felt amiss. Without the watch, he might not find his way back. He had traversed multiple times, feeling dizzy, and without the watch's guidance, locating his teammates would have been impossible. He cast a wary glance at Su Lin, hoping she hadn't discerned anything. "Why are you staring at me? With the storm lightning, shouldn't we be moving?" Su Lin blushed slightly under his gaze and playfully tugged at him. "All right, let us go." Suyu snapped back to reality, reassured that she hadn't caught on, and fell in line with the rest of the group. Before long, they spotted a colossal fortress in the distance, its upper expanse enveloped by a yellow energy shield. They had finally laid eyes upon the Arctic fortress. Zhao Kai noted several teams of superpowered individuals meandering around the fortress and cautioned, "That's the Arctic fortress ahead. Let us proceed with caution." The group's expressions grew serious, aware that some of those superpowered beings might set their sights on them. As they drew closer to the Arctic fortress, Zhao Kai released his fire-based abilities, enveloping himself in a blazing aura to intimidate the surrounding superpowered individuals. After all, even the most insignificant of threats could potentially intercept them. Suyu and the others remained vigilant, watching the approaching figures warily, fearing an unexpected attack. At that moment, on the periphery of the Arctic fortress, some squads noted that their leader was a mid-level fire type and chose to abandon their attempt to intercept this group. However, others harbored ulterior motives. "Captain, look! Another squad is returning." "Goodness, this squad has returned without a scratch? Did they not encounter any extraordinary beings?" "Captain, should we ambush them?" "Let us wait until they're closer." A group of superpowered individuals huddled together, conversing in hushed tones. "Are we going to make a move, Captain?" one of the members urgently asked as the opposing team approached. "Just a mid-level fire type? Let us strike." With only a mid-level fire type leading, who else should we rob? The captain of this squad was named Zhao Jie, known for frequently lurking around the Arctic fortress. Rather than hunting extraordinary creatures, they preferred to lie in wait, ambushing returning teams to seize their spoils. They deemed hunting too perilous, favoring the safety of ambushing. If a fight was winnable, they would engage. If not, they could retreat into the fortress, as the opposing team would be powerless against them. As Suyu and his group neared the entrance to the Arctic fortress, 4 or 5 figures suddenly blocked their path. The individuals appeared gaunt and pallid, of average height, with the leader clad in a black leather coat, a cigar dangling from his mouth, standing at the forefront. "Robbery." Zhao Jie discarded his finished cigar. Suddenly, he hovered in midair, surrounded by swirling gusts. As a mid-level wind-type, superpowered individual, he possessed significant combat capability against a mid-level fire type, which was precisely why he dared to confront Zhao Kai's squad. His subordinates, witnessing their leader's display of power, also unleashed their abilities. 2 were water types, and 2 were earth types. The onlookers quickly dispersed, familiar with the nature of such confrontations, as they were all engaged in the same sort of thievery. Wind type? Zhao Kai quickly assessed the situation, recognizing the swirling winds around his opponent. His brow furrowed slightly. The strength of wind types was comparable to that of fire types, indicating that this squad possessed some degree of power. Can you believe it? They're actually attempting a robbery right at the gates of the Arctic fortress. Suyu thought incredulously, taken aback by the audacity of their assailants. "Hand over the super energy stones, and we'll spare your lives," Zhao Jie declared arrogantly, his subordinates wearing menacing expressions as they glared at Suyu's group. Suyu and his companions swiftly unleashed their abilities, realizing that they would need to demonstrate their strength to pass through unscathed. "Water, wood, earth. Lightning, is that a lightning type?" Zhao Jie was taken aback by the purple energy emanating from Suyu. "What on earth? This squad has a lightning-type, superpowered individual? Regrettable oversight." Zhao Jie coughed awkwardly, quickly attempting to smooth over the situation. He kicked a few of his subordinates, urging them to apologize. As his subordinates' expressions shifted from menacing to conciliatory, Su Yu and the others were left bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't they just threatened to rob them? In the midst of their confusion, Zhao Jie waved his hand, and his subordinates quickly understood, parting to clear a path toward the Arctic fortress. Please, gentlemen, do come in. Zhao Jie gestured for them to enter, an invitation that left Zhao Kai and his companions in a state of bemusement. What kind of trickery was this? Surely, it cannot be a ruse. The opposing party, displaying courteousness, allowed them passage, and they, in turn, would not wish to make themselves a nuisance. Despite the others' apologies, they did not rescind their readiness for battle, their gazes fixed warily upon their adversaries. Should the latter show any signs of aggression, combat would ensue instantaneously. Zhao Jie's eyes narrowed slightly as Su Yu passed by, clearly revealing the purple energy in his grasp. This only reinforced Zhao Jie's suspicion that Su Yu was a lightning-type esper. Once Su Yu and his group had walked past, one of the younger members approached, inquiring, "Captain, is this squad particularly formidable?" Having worked alongside their captain for numerous years, they were well acquainted with the implications of his gestures. A mere wave of his hand indicated a need to yield. "Not strong, but we cannot contend with them," Zhao Jie replied with a tinge of resignation. He could potentially hold off the fire type, yet he knew his teammates stood no chance against the lightning type, especially given the presence of other members on the opposing side. "Can't contend? With a lightning type among them, it's clear we cannot hold our ground." Zhao Jie continued, "I'm not afraid, but can you all handle a lightning type?" Upon hearing about the lightning type, the younger member shook his head vigorously, as if it were a bobblehead. "Come now, with just our support type nature espers, we'd be utterly decimated by a lightning type." "Exactly. I brought you along to rob, not to lead you to your demise." Zhao Jie clapped the young man's shoulder and added, "All right, let us keep an eye on the next target." They were professionals. If they could win, they would engage. If the situation turned dire, they would promptly lower their stance and apologize, and if the adversaries remained unforgiving, they would flee. Su Yu and his companions had anticipated a fierce battle, yet they found themselves smoothly entering the extreme cold fortress instead. "Let us head back to the headquarters and take the teleportation chamber home," Zhao Kai said, feeling a sense of relief upon entering the fortress. The group arrived at the entrance of the Superpower Association's headquarters, where espers continued to come and go. Approaching the teleportation chamber, Zhao Kai spoke to the staff beside it. "To the Star City Superpower Association, please." The staff member nodded with a smile, inputting a coordinate on the console before opening the chamber. Su Yu and the others stepped inside, and the chamber closed. A mild pressure enveloped them as the teleportation chamber activated. This trip could be considered a bountiful return. Zhao Kai felt elated. Their expedition to the extreme cold region had yielded great success. The team not only enhanced their strength, but also acquired a considerable income. Indeed, this success is largely thanks to Su Yu. Without him, it would have been quite difficult, Wang Dabo remarked with a note of gratitude. "If Su Yu hadn't been here, we would have faced dire consequences against those snowfield wolves. When did you become so formidable?" Su Lin was thoroughly impressed by Su Yu's prowess this time. "Thanks to Sister Lin for letting me recharge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so powerful," Su Yu chuckled. "Recharge? What on earth does that mean?" The others were taken aback. "It means absorbing Sister Lin's stellar energy. Otherwise, my own energy wouldn't suffice for such an extended period. It can be done that way?" They turned to Su Lin, who nodded and explained how Su Yu had replenished his energy through her water domain. Suddenly, everything made sense. No wonder he had been so reckless in using his skills against the snowfield wolves. He was relying on Su Lin's energy as support. "Of course, I could never expend so much energy with just my own reserves," Su Yu humbly stated. "Then we should arrange for the two of you to team up more often. It could elevate the team's strength significantly," Zhao Kai suggested, his eyes lighting up. "I'd rather not. Teaming up with him is utterly devoid of experience." Su Lin Vito, pouting. She had no desire to be reduced to a mere power bank for Su Yu. The others erupted in laughter, well aware that while Su Lin feigned reluctance, she would willingly sacrifice for the team's sake. After all, their squad was still too weak. Heavily reliant on Sununtai Iu's lightning abilities. Perhaps, once everyone reached the intermediate stage, they would no longer need to depend so much on him. Ding! At that moment, The indicator light above the teleportation chamber turned green. The group exited the chamber, finding themselves in the familiar surroundings of the second floor of the Superpower Association. "Let us go," Zhao Kai instructed as they descended the stairs, just in time to see the stunning Li Yuehua gracefully polishing wine glasses at the counter. Noticing the group's cheerful demeanor, she curiously asked, "It seems you had a fruitful outing?" Zhao Kai nodded and retrieved 2 intermediate superpower stones from his backpack. Placing them on the counter, Li Yuehua's eyes widened slightly at the sight of the stones. She recalled that their last expedition to the extreme cold region had ended in failure. To see such a fruitful return this time, especially with Su Yu's involvement, was indeed surprising. Zhao Kai gestured to the others to display the spoils from their journey to the extreme cold region. However, Su Yu hesitated, as he had not a single superpower stone left in his backpack. At the rate his ring absorbed energy, his meager supply could not have lasted to this point. Even the intermediate superpower stone obtained from Zhang Yong had been consumed. Li Yuehua, having noticed Su Yu's expression, reassured him, "That's enough. You don't need to showcase anything further. Your return is what matters. Otherwise, I'd have to start recruiting again for the Star City Superpower Association." "Sister Yuehua, shall we take our leave then?" "Yes." As Li Yuehua watched them depart, a faint smile graced her lips before she resumed polishing the wine glasses. Chapter 63, Conspiracy. Star City, Wang's Transport Group Industrial Park. In a lavishly decorated office, Wang Yuanhui reclined comfortably in his chair. A stunningly beautiful secretary clad in a sleek black suit was attending to him closely. "Knock, knock." Guomin, a middle-aged man in a black suit, entered. Unfazed by the scene before him, he lowered his voice, addressing Wang Yuanhui, "Young master, how goes the investigation I commissioned?" Wang Yuanhui groaned in satisfaction, indulged by his secretary's attentions. "Young master, according to feedback from the Black Alliance, Su Yu has likely joined the Superpower Association." "The Superpower Association?" Wang Yuanhui's brow furrowed slightly. If Su Yu had indeed joined, it posed a significant complication. Eliminating him would be quite the challenge. Killing a member of the Superpower Association would lead to relentless scrutiny, a predicament he wished to avoid. For now, he would have to set aside the matter. He patted the secretary dismissively. "You may leave." The secretary rose, delicately wiped her rosy lips, and gracefully retreated. "Well, my father?" Wang Yuanhui inquired as he adjusted his attire. "Master is currently negotiating transportation contracts with other companies. That old man spends all his time negotiating. What else there to discuss? If they refuse, just annihilate them." Wang Yuanhui's agitation grew, his claws extending gradually from his forearms. The middle-aged man remained silent, standing by and listening. Only his young master would dare to refer to the head of the Wang family as that old man. Never mind. Since the old man prefers to negotiate rather than exert his superpower dominance, let him talk. Wang Yuanhui rubbed his temples, acknowledging his heightened excitement, and swiftly retracted his sharp claws. "Has the Black Alliance made any recent moves?" "Young master, the Black Alliance is preparing to launch an attack on the Qinghai City prison." "An assault on the prison?" He was taken aback. It seems the Black Alliance is gearing up for something significant. Most of the inmates in the superpowered prison are members of the Black Alliance. It appears they are planning a grand liberation. How intriguing indeed. If the Black Alliance intends to attack the superpowered prison, it must be quite a lively affair. Is the information accurate? Wang Yuanhui sought confirmation. "Absolutely." The middle-aged man replied with conviction. "Such news would not be released internally if it were false." "Excellent." Wang Yuanhui slammed his palm on the table. "Fetch all the equipment I recently acquired. This time, I shall join in the fray. I have been utterly stifled here by my family's constraints, relegated to either seducing women or absorbing super energy stones, and I can hardly endure the monotony any longer. My abilities have reached the peak of 6 stars. It is high time I showcase my formidable claws and seek a different thrill. Perhaps this will even provide an opportunity to break through to 7 stars. He recalled the exhilarating sensation of slaying Wang Xueqing, her shameless pleas for mercy lingering in his memory with delightful clarity. "Young master, will the master be displeased?" The middle-aged man hesitated, aware that the elder did not wish for his son to delve too deeply into the Black Alliance's affairs. It is far too perilous. If the Superpowered Association takes notice, it could lead to trouble. If you don't speak of it, how will my father ever know? Wang Yuanhui fixed him with a piercing gaze. "What do you intend to inform him?" The middle-aged man shivered under his intense scrutiny, murmuring, "Young master, I shall prepare your equipment at once. He retreated hastily. Wang Yuanhui glanced at his glimmering claws and muttered softly, "You've had your fill of milk. It's time for you to taste blood." Meanwhile, in the upscale villa district of Star City. Knock, knock, knock. Su-yu, something's wrong. Startled awake by Su Lin's frantic shout, Su-yu sprang from his bed. What happened? What is going on? He hurriedly opened his bedroom door. Su Lin stood before him. Clad in a pink dress, her hair styled in twin ponytails, hands clasped behind her back. Her long, fair legs were visible, and her porcelain-like feet rested on the floor. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at him. At the sight of such beauty, Su-yu's drowsiness evaporated instantly. What is the matter? What has happened? Su Lin, her delicate feet nervously tapping on the floor, replied bashfully, "It's nothing." Nothing? Then why did you call for me? Su-yu was bewildered. Didn't we agree that once you returned from the frigid lands, you could sleep as long as you desired? Don't think that just because you look stunning today, you could get away with anything. He ruffled his tousled hair. If there is nothing wrong, I'll just go back to sleep. Wait. Su Lin called out as he attempted to close the door. Here, what is this? Is that porridge? Su-yu noticed that she had brought her hands forward, presenting him with a bowl of porridge. With a slight blush, Su Lin nodded, I made this porridge especially for you. I was worried it might cool down since you haven't come out in a while. Touched, Su-yu thought to himself, what have I done to deserve such kindness? Su Lin made porridge just for me. He accepted it, feeling the warmth radiating from a bowl, clearly freshly prepared. You're so thoughtful, he said, glancing at the bowl, only to notice something amiss. Wait, what kind of porridge is this? This is my special, nourishing porridge, made with red dates, lotus seeds, and red beans. Su Lin explained shyly, detailing each ingredient. As he listened, Su-yu winced. Can I choose not to drink it? What? This is something I worked hard to make for you, and you dare refuse? Su Lin's demeanor shifted from shy to fiery. All right, I'll drink it. Su-yu quickly downed the bowl of nourishing porridge. To his surprise, it tasted quite good. Su Lin was indeed a talented cook. That's more like it, Su Lin said, her shyness returning upon seeing him finish. You promised to replenish your strength after returning from the frigid lands. Have you forgotten? Suddenly, Sujurikov. Damn it, this is all Wang Daba's fault. If he had discovered that it was a pack of snow wolves sooner, how would he have had to rest so long and be labeled as weak by Su Lin? Noticing him lost in thought, Su Lin snatched the bowl from his hands, leaving him with the remark, there's more tonight, before gracefully returning to the kitchen. More tonight? Suju chakelrufeli. Wang Daba, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. At that moment, Wang Daba, seated at his computer desk, immersed in a game while sipping cola, suddenly sneezed. Who is speaking ill of me? Chapter 64, Rise in Power. In the evening, Su-yu sat meditating on the sofa in the living room. Su Lin approached him, holding another bowl of nourishing porridge. Su-yu, come drink this. It possesses magical properties. Su-yu exited his meditative state, gazing at the bowl with a resigned shake of his head. Is this the last bowl? The very last, Su Lin affirmed with a smile. Burb. Su-yu let out a hearty belch, staring at the bowl before him, feeling utterly defeated as he had already consumed several bowls. Last bowl. Su Lin had claimed multiple times before. Lin Jia, I truly cannot drink anymore. I understand, but this is genuinely the last bowl, Su Lin said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice upon hearing his belch. Come on, Su-yu, just endure it for our team. Push through and drink it. Sighing, Su-yu lifted the bowl of nourishing porridge and gulped it down. Burb, burb. Ah, Su-yu, why are you bleeding from your nose? Su Lin exclaimed as he finished the bowl, crimson trickling from his nostrils. Su-yu thought, why is my nose bleeding? It's all because of your nourishing porridge. Su Lin quickly offered him a tissue. I'll manage. You stay back, Su-yu insisted, alarmed by her proximity. If you get any closer, it won't just be blood. Very well, you handle it, Su Lin replied, observing him as he tended to his nosebleed. The 2 intermediate super energy stones we exchanged for star currency have been credited to our account. Has it arrived? Su-yu stuffed the tissue in his nostrils and hurriedly checked his super energy watch. Account balance, 400,000. Indeed, it's here. Excellent, excellent. Tomorrow we shall indulge. Su Lin watched him with a bemused expression. I didn't see you this happy when I was slaving away making porridge for you. At that moment, Su-yu felt a slight burn on his index finger. He realized that the energy feedback from the long-anticipated ring had finally arrived. He had feared the ring was malfunctioning, having received no feedback for so long. Lin Jia, I'm heading to the basement to cultivate. You should rest early, he declared, sprinting toward the basement with newfound enthusiasm. Su Lin remained frozen in place, shaking her head helplessly before letting out a yawn. After a long day of making porridge, she felt quite fatigued and decided to retire upstairs for some rest. Meanwhile, Suyu descended to the basement and firmly shut the door behind him. He then settled into a cross-legged position, his mind filled with a vast and pure energy suspended between two celestial bodies. Goodness, this is immense. The feedback energy was significantly greater than that of previous energy clusters. Could it be due to the absorption of a medium-grade energy stone? This time, he had absorbed 1 medium-grade energy stone and 40 ordinary energy stones, all acquired from Zhang Yang's team. 20 were his own, while Su Lin had given him another 20. And the last medium-grade stone had been obtained by defeating Zhang Yang. It was his first time using the ancestral ring to absorb a medium-grade energy stone. Gazing at the colossal energy before him, a question suddenly arose in his mind. This energy was a mixture of medium and ordinary energy stones. Could the intermediate space-type star absorb it? To his knowledge, once a star reached 7 stars, it could no longer absorb ordinary energy stones, only medium-grade ones. A single medium-grade energy stone was worth a staggering 1 million star coins, a considerable sum, while an ordinary energy stone was valued at just 4,000 star coins. Typically, novice superhumans could fulfill their cultivation needs through missions, but for intermediates, tasks often fell short of meeting their requirements. This was why most superhumans ventured to the frigid realms upon reaching the intermediate stage. Never mind, let's give it a try. He extracted a small portion of energy and sent it into the space-type star, which trembled slightly as the energy was instantly absorbed. The space-type could absorb it. He then divided another small portion of energy and directed it towards the lightning-type star, which also quivered slightly and consumed the energy entirely. Both could absorb it. This meant he could purchase ordinary energy stones to upgrade his intermediate stars. Who knows, when his stars reach a higher tier, perhaps ordinary energy stones could also facilitate their advancement? Goodness, how absurdly powerful that would be. Suyu gazed at his ancestral ring, swallowing hard at the thought. If the ring's capabilities were to become known, the ensuing chaos was unimaginable. It might spark a bloodbath among superhumans across the entirety of Huagua. However, for now, this ring was in his possession, and as long as he kept it to himself, no one else would be the wiser. He then dismissed his thoughts and sent another portion of energy into the lightning-type star. Currently, his lightning-type star was at the peak of 4 stars, still a bit shy of 5, while the space-type was at 7 stars. Now that his space-type had reached the intermediate stage, it was time to elevate the lightning-type S-star level. Yet, he had to be cautious not to upgrade too quickly to avoid arousing suspicion. With a hum, the lightning-type star trembled, and a 5th star materialized beside it. 5 stars were insufficient. Everyone had returned from the frigid realm with ample rewards, and he would also receive 100 ordinary energy stones tomorrow, so upgrading it to 6 stars wouldn't raise any eyebrows. He then transferred another portion of energy to the lightning-type star. With another hum, a 6th star appeared, now surrounded by 6 stars. 6 stars would suffice. Suyu knew that 6 stars were enough. He could not continue upgrading. The next time he encountered the team leader, he would claim that he had barely managed to elevate his lightning type to 6 stars using 140 ordinary energy stones. He still had a long way to go before reaching the peak of 6 stars, thus avoiding any suspicion. If that weren't sufficient, he could always shamelessly ask Su Lin for another 20 energy stones, using the pretext of upgrading to 6 stars with 160 ordinary energy stones. They would undoubtedly believe him. Suyu was confident that Su Lin would gladly provide him with those 20 energy stones. Finally, surveying the remaining energy, he directed it all into the space-type star. With a hum, a brand new star appeared, encircling the space-type star. Space-type at 8 stars. Incredible, it actually upgraded. Suyu had thought the remaining energy would be insufficient for an upgrade, yet it had indeed succeeded. It seemed the ring's purifying ability was remarkably potent. Of course, it might also be easier to upgrade from 7 to 8 stars within the intermediate range. He glanced at the violent lightning crackling in his palm, then surveyed the surrounding walls. He sighed, concerned that experimenting with its power here might cause the basement to collapse. Although 6 stars had not yet reached the intermediate stage, and thus lacked a qualitative enhancement in power, it still possessed a notable increase compared to 4 stars, with the most critical factor being the significant boost in stellar energy. Suyu stretched, washed away his perspiration, changed into a clean outfit, and exited the basement. Noticing the dimly lit living room, he deduced that Su Lin had likely retired early and returned to his bedroom. Chapter 65. Enchantment. Knock, knock, knock. Suyu. Suyu opened the door. In the early morning, as Suyu lay soundly asleep in bed, he was jolted awake by Su Lin's voice from outside the door, causing his entire body to shudder. No way, not again. Yesterday, he had consumed too much nourishing porridge, which left him overly excited throughout the night. Fortunately, a cold shower had helped him temper his desires. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to other means. To his surprise, she was back again today. Hearing the intense knocking at the door, Suyu hurriedly threw on a pair of shorts and swiftly opened his bedroom door, bracing himself to accept the unavoidable outcome. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the breathtaking sight before him. This morning, Su Lin stood at his bedroom door, wearing a delicate white lace camisole nightgown. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. The white lace nightgown perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, obscuring and revealing her curves in all the right places, creating an enticing allure. What does it mean for Sister Lin to dress so alluringly? Without waiting for him to respond, Su Lin leaped into his arms, exclaiming, "Suyu, I've reached 7 stars." Her heart raced with exhilaration. Just this morning, she had discovered that her water type had inexplicably ascended to 7 stars. Thrilled, she rushed downstairs to share the news with Suyu. Stunned by her sudden embrace, Suyu was momentarily at a loss. Was this for real? He and T prepared himself for this. Only after hearing her words did he realize she was there to share her joy about her water type upgrade. He had thought Su Lin was about to devour him. 7 stars? Su Lin pauset, nodding exceedingly. As they embraced, their bodies pressed closely together. Suyu felt his desires ignite within him. Goodness, she isn't wearing anything? He thought. Hee, Suyu, you're excited too, aren't you? Otherwise, why is your face so red? Su Lin looked up and noticed his face was nearly crimson. Surely, he must have sensed her elevation to 7 stars, causing his face to flush with excitement. At that moment, Suyu swallowed hard and replied, "Why is my face red? It's all your fault." Su Lin Bolin get. And as she realized how close they were, her cheeks turned a deep shade of crimson, and she gasped, "Ah!" With a sudden push, she sent Suyu tumbling to the floor. Bang! The bedroom door swung shut. Only Suyu remained, sitting in a daze. He rose from the ground, rubbing his backside. Was it really necessary to be so forceful? In her room, Su Lin leaned against the back of her bedroom door, her breath coming in quick gasps, her bosom rising and falling tumultuously. She tousled her somewhat disheveled hair and bit her lip. How could she have been so exuberant? Rushing downstairs in her nightgown to share her joy with Suyu, completely forgetting to change her clothes? The most embarrassing part was that she had a habit of sleeping without a bra, which made this incident all the more mortifying. She recalled Suyu's earlier gaze, a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she clenched her teeth. That cheeky boy had the audacity to hum. In a swift motion, she discarded her nightgown, revealing her body, pure and white as jade beneath. She approached her wardrobe, selecting a modest undergarment and a conservative long dress, then tidied herself up, bracing her emotions before heading downstairs. By this time, Su had already made his way from the bedroom to the living room. Hearing noises from the second floor, he looked up to see Su Lin, adorned with exquisite makeup and clad in a black long dress, descending gracefully. "Good morning." Suyu greeted her, his heart steady, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, thinking she had adjusted rather quickly. Was she no longer the shy girl from earlier? After Su Lin reached the living room, she placed a cup of coffee on the sofa and announced, "Suyu, I've reached 7 stars in the water system." "What? 7 stars? That's incredible," Suyu exclaimed, leaping from the sofa in excitement. "Indeed," Su Lin replied calmly, sipping her coffee. This left Suyu feeling rather awkward. Was she really so composed? He felt like a clown and realized he needed to find something to do. Sleeping without a bra must be comfortable, he teased. Su Lin nearly spat out her coffee, caught off guard by his comment, her face instantly turning crimson. He had actually learned about her sleeping habits. Haha, enough of that. Enough. Suyu laughed heartily at her reaction. Oomph. Su Lin huffed playfully, setting her coffee down. Seriously, how did you achieve 7 stars? Seeing him become serious, Su Lin explained, "I took a nap, and when I woke up, I was at 7 stars. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride in her accomplishment. Is that really possible? Suyu asked, slightly surprised. Although he had never experienced a level cap himself, He had heard of some superpowers getting stuck at the peak of 6 stars for ages, sometimes for a lifetime. He never expected Su Lin to glide past it so effortlessly. Did you not meditate yesterday? No. I spent the whole day making porridge for you, she replied, shaking her head. She had indeed prepared a nourishing porridge for him all day. Besides, she was already at the peak of 6 stars. Meditating would have only been a matter of luck, so she preferred to engage in other activities. Could it be that making porridge helped you level up? Don't be ridiculous. How could making porridge lead to an upgrade? Su Lin retorted, heading towards the kitchen, but Su Yu quickly interjected, not wanting to have porridge again. Just the smell was making him queasy. Could it be that the absence of focused thoughts on cultivation allowed you to level up? Su Lin paused, considering his words. She had indeed not been thinking about cultivation yesterday. Instead, her mind had been occupied with the recipe and preparation methods for the nourishing porridge. Noticing her expression, Su Yu realized there might be some truth to this. It seemed he needed to share this insight with Wang Daba and Bai Xiao. Both were currently at 6 stars and could potentially use this opportunity to break through to 7 stars. Perhaps they could even succeed. As for himself, he was unconcerned. He had a ring that allowed him to upgrade directly. As long as he had enough energy, the level cap was a non-issue. Cough, cough. Since Sister Lin is now at 7 stars, could you possibly lend me those 400,000 star coins so I can upgrade as well? Su Yu said eagerly, rubbing his hands together. Get to you? Su Lin replied with a teasing smile. Yes, yes. Well, my shoulders have been feeling a bit sore, Su Yu added, his eyes lighting up as he swiftly approached Su Lin from behind, extending his hands to massage her shoulders. Sister Lin, is this comfortable? Not bad. Your technique is becoming quite adept, she responded. Then what's the rush? Come on, give my feet a rub too. Su Lin, recalling his earlier actions towards her, seized this opportunity for some playful revenge. Feet? Su Lin slightly lifted the hem of her long dress, revealing a pair of delicate, fair feet. Why so reluctant? Of course not, Su Yu exclaimed, his mouth watering at the sight of her exquisite little feet. For the sake of 400,000 star coins, he was all in. That's more like it. Su Lin, initially worried her request might be too demanding, smiled at Su Yu's obedient compliance as he began to massage her feet. As he reached out, Su Yu's hands brushed against her delicate feet, and to his surprise, Su Lin shivered and instinctively recoiled. Observing this, he swiftly pulled her feet closer. Hey, be gentle. Su Lin's face flushed, having initially planned to punish him, but now she found his eagerness rather amusing. Rest assured, Sister Lin, my technique will bring you immense comfort. With that, Su Yu began to knead her feet with a rough yet tender touch. After a while, Su Lin's face turned a deep shade of red, and she could no longer endure it. All right, you can stop now. She quickly withdrew her feet beneath her dress. What Su Yu was doing was not merely massaging. He was groping her feet with excitement. Watching her delicate feet retreat, his heart raced with longing. He wanted more. Wait, you haven't finished yet. What about the 400,000 star coins? Forget it. Since you're not allowing me to continue, I'll have to wait for the next opportunity. I believe there will be many chances ahead. First, he needed to settle the service fee. I can give you 300,000, but the remaining 100,000 is necessary for purchasing household supplies, Su Lin said, somewhat exasperated by his antics. After all, she had already reached 7 stars, and ordinary super energy stones were no longer effective for her. Intermediate ones were too expensive. Allowing Su Yu to use these star coins to level up was also a good idea. Moreover, Su Yu had played a significant role in their recent expedition to the Frigid Land, so even if he didn't ask, she would convert those star coins into super energy stones for him. 300,000 is enough. You're simply the best, Sister Lin, Su Yu exclaimed excitedly upon hearing her agreement. With 700,000 star coins, he could purchase super energy stones, which would amount to 175 stones. If he informed Captain Zhao Kai that he had upgraded his lightning ability from the peak of 4 stars to 6 stars using 175 super energy stones, it would certainly not raise any suspicions. Chapter 67, The Secret. Su Yu, should I inform the team about my upgrade to intermediate level now? Hold your horses. Let us wait until I finish my upgrade before telling them together. I'm afraid they might be shocked twice in one day. Su Yu quickly stopped Su Lin, who was about to send a message via her super energy watch. Hearing this, Su Lin put her watch down and smiled. All right. Let us wait until you finish your upgrade to tell them together. Let us go. Our destination is the energy building. With that, The two of them drove off towards the energy building. Suyu chose not to spend these star coins on super energy weapons. Typically, one would purchase weapons only when unable to enhance their strength. He urgently needed super energy stones to elevate his abilities, so weapons could wait. Sister Lin, could you possibly help me grab one? Suyu gazed longingly at the 4 safes filled with super energy stones. Each safe was exceedingly heavy, seemingly impossible for one person to carry alone. Fortunately, beside him stood the exquisite beauty, Su Lin. Allow me, dear sister, to assist you with 2, she offered. Su Lin lifted one of the safes, discerning its weight, and acknowledged that Suyu could only manage 2 at most. Can you truly lift 2? Suyu Ingwayev. His curiosity piqued, as he was somewhat apprehensive about her petite frame. Enough chatter. I shall manage on my own, she retorted playfully. No, im jesting. Soon, the 2 of them emerged from the energy tower, each bearing 2 safes brimming with super energy stones. They placed the safes in the vehicle and set off toward home. Do you require my assistance in transporting these to the basement? Su Lin asked as they returned home, and she noticed Suyu heading toward the basement to absorb the energy. No need. I can handle this short distance by myself, he replied. Thus, Suyu made 2 trips, transferring all 4 safes filled with energy stones into the basement. Once the basement door was securely closed, he opened one of the safes and ran his ring-clad fingers over the super energy stones, causing the entire contents of the box to vanish in an instant. In less than 10 seconds, all 4 boxes of energy stones were absorbed. If only I could use the ring in front of others, this wouldn't be so troublesome. Suyu Saif. After completing the absorption, he began to meditate. After all, he couldn't rush outside. He had over 170 energy stones at his disposal. Su Lin believed that absorbing such a quantity would take him several hours. To avoid raising her suspicions, Suyu decided to linger in the basement for a few hours. The longer, the better. Thus, Suyu meditated for several hours, progressively solidifying his newly upgraded 6-star lightning abilities and 8-star spatial abilities. Ding! The timer on his super energy watch chimed, indicating it was time to leave. He washed away the sweat and changed into clean clothes before exiting the basement. By this time, darkness had enveloped the outside world. Finished absorbing? Su Lin, comfortably settled on the sofa and engrossed in a show, inquired curiously as Suyu emerged from the basement. 6 stars, he replied casually. What? You've reached 6 stars in your lightning abilities? Su Lin etkim astoins. This news would undoubtedly astonish their team leaders. Well, I was at the peak of 4 stars before, and after absorbing so many energy stones, reaching 6 stars seems reasonable. Suyu explained. Su Lin contemplated this, finding it plausible. After all, being at the peak of 4 stars could be considered somewhat akin to 5 stars. The leap from 6 stars to 7 stars was significantly more challenging. Thus, Suyu's upgrade to 6 stars with 170 energy stones seemed justifiable. Should we inform the team leaders now? Su Lin asked, excitement bubbling within her at the thought of sharing their upgrade news. Yes. Consequently, Su Lin sent a message to their team group through her super energy watch. Su Lin, Suyu is now 6 stars in lightning. I am 7 stars in water. Moments after the message was dispatched, her watch buzzed incessantly with notifications. Zhao, Gui, Wang Debao, Bai Xiao, Zhao Kai. Damn, Suyu, how did you upgrade to 6 stars so quickly? And Su Lin, how did you suddenly reach 7 stars? Wang Debao, are you guys joking with us? Bai Xiao, 11. Su Lin, I gave him all the star coins I earned from the extreme cold land. He absorbed over 170 energy stones to upgrade from peak 4 stars to 6 stars. Suyu, yes, I owe it all to Sister Lin's help for my swift upgrade. Su Lin, I woke up from a nap and was suddenly at 7 stars. Zhao Kai, Suyu's reason for upgrading is reasonable, but Su Lin, yours is utterly absurd. Zhao Kai, as a super energy user for so many years, I've never heard of someone upgrading just by taking a nap. Veng Dobo, Onop. Damn, do you two have a shady relationship? Money and sleeping together? I seriously suspect you two are involved in something improper. Bai Xiao, 11. Zhao Kai, Wang Debao, how can you slander Su Lin's reputation like that? Bai Xiao, Mo Zhao Kai, Ahem, Su Lin. Why don't you elaborate on the details of your upgrade to 7 stars so they can learn from you? My upgrade from fire to mid-tier was a painstaking process that took a long time. My experience is of little use. Bai Xiao, Uno Suyu, Wan Davao. If you keep babbling nonsense, I won't let Sister Lin share her secret to reaching 7 stars with you. Wang Debao, message retracted. Bai Xiao, message retracted. Su Lin watched Su Yu, who was laughing heartily at his super energy watch, and cast him a disdainful glance. She had simply upgraded after a nap. How could she possibly have a secret? Wasn't that deceiving everyone? Su Yu met her gaze, and, seeing her expression, explained, "Don't worry, I've already crafted a secret for you." Su Lin looked at him, skeptically, as he continued typing away. Su Yu, the reason Sister Lin upgraded to 7 stars is that she achieved a state of mental tranquility. Wang Debao, mental tranquility? Bai Xiao. Su Yu, indeed, yesterday Su Lin spent the entire day making porridge for me. Completely immersed in cooking without a single thought of upgrading or training. It was this very state that led her to naturally upgrade after her nap. Wang Debao, porridge? What porridge? Bai Xiao, uno, suju, complete nourishment porridge. Wang Debao, you have an uncanny knack for nitpicking. You focus on the most trivial details. Su Lin, belusing emodi. Zhao, kai. Wang Debao, what the hell? You even arranged for complete nourishment porridge. Tell me there's no shady dealings between you two? Bai Xiao, Zhao Kai. Ahem, what so you mentioned about Su Lin's upgrade secret? You both should take note and try it out over the next few days to see if it works. Wang Debao, it definitely won't work. I played games all day yesterday to achieve a state of mental tranquility, but I didn't upgrade after my nap. Bai Xiao, 1. I tried that yesterday too. Wang Debao, they're giving money, sleeping together, and making complete nourishment porridge. The two of them must have a shady relationship to achieve their upgrades. Bai Xiao 1. Zhao Kai. Su Lin. Wang Debao, do you want to die? I'm now mid-tier. Do you believe that the next time we meet? Wang Debao. Message retracted. Bai Xiao. Message retracted. Su Yu gazed at Su Lin, her face flushed with embarrassment, and thought to himself, this explanation is futile. The combination of money, sleep, and complete nourishment porridge seemed impossible to clarify. Su Lin, her face crimson, looked up at Su Yu and gritted her teeth. It's all your fault. Su Yu shrugged helplessly. Why don't you explain it again? Explain what? Sleep. All right then. Chapter 68. The Prison Under Siege. Nightfall descended upon Qingyang City. Atop the prison's rear mountain, a group of individuals clad in black robes surveyed the Qingyang City prison below. One of the leaders among them suddenly spoke. Wang De, go disable the searchlight atop the prison's watchtower. Don't call me by my name. Refer to me as my alias, Fire Emperor, Wang exclaimed, startled by the mention of his name, and immediately unleashed a stream of curses. Damn it. If the prison guards at Qingyang City remember my name when I'm thrown into jail, it'll be disastrous. Fire Emperor, how dare you call yourself that when you're merely a novice in fire abilities? The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter upon hearing him referred to as the Fire Emperor despite his initial level. Such audacity. Hey Luo Hua, don't think that just because you're in charge of this mission, you can call others by their names at will. What is wrong with me calling myself the Fire Emperor? Do you believe I'll yell your name during a fight and have the ability association put a bounty on you? Are you seeking death? Luo Hua seethed, infuriated that a novice was schooling him, a mid-level ability user. Keep grinning at me, and I swear I'll shout your name. Wanda showed no fear, thinking that if things turned sour, he could always self-destruct. Fire Emperor, go destroy the searchlight on the prison's watchtower. Luo Hua eventually relented, knowing that his dark and poison abilities lacked the explosive power of fire. Had there been more nature abilities around, he wouldn't have let Wang to take the lead. That's more like it. Wang nodded in satisfaction. Damn it. Luo Hua nearly led him to ruin. If it weren't for the generous rewards from the Black Alliance for this mission, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. This task was perilous. One misstep could lead to disaster, and worst case scenario, he could end up in prison for a year. As a superpower user, he relished his freedom and had no desire to languish in a superpower prison. With that thought, 2 fireballs appeared in his hands, which he hurled at the prison's watchtower. Boom! The fireballs obliterated the watchtower in an instant. The rumble echoed as the observation deck was destroyed. Now is the time. Move. Seeing the searchlight on the watchtower annihilated, Luo Hua immediately issued commands. At that moment, Su Changwei, the warden of Qingyang City Prison, was deep in slumber when a deafening explosion jolted him awake. What on earth is happening? Su Changwei sprang from his bed and, peering through the window, was horrified to see the watchtower in the center of the prison in ruins. He immediately pressed the alarm in his room. Ringing, the alarm blared throughout the prison, awakening all inmates. Upon witnessing the destruction of the watchtower, reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others were filled with dread. Brothers, the Black Alliance has come to rescue us. Hooray! We are about to be liberated. Shut the hell up. Su Chongwei roared furiously as he emerged from his room, hearing the inmates shouting. Damn it, I'll remember you. Once I deal with those scum outside, I'll come back and beat you to a pulp. The inmate, Su Chongwei, had fixed his gaze on Turned Pale, silently praying for a chance to escape. Otherwise, his fate would be dire. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Su Chongwei radiated authority. Upon seeing a few colleagues appear, he shouted to a lean, middle-aged man. Fan Xian, secure the prison. Upon hearing the warden's command, Fan Xian, a mid-level wood ability user, swiftly unleashed his skill. He placed his hands on the ground, and instantly, a multitude of vines erupted, entangling the entire prison. Once Fan Xian completed his skill, Su Chongwei barked again, Wang Shuiyan, hurry up and call for help from Star City. The diminutive Wang Shuiyan, bewildered by the warden's order, repeated, call for help from Star City? But we're right next to Qingyang City. Why not call for help from there? Nonsense. Those pathetic superpower users from Qingyang City wouldn't even be worth feeding to the wolves. Su Chongwei, exasperated, questioned Wang Shuiyan's intelligence. Anyone capable of attacking Qingyang City prison was no ordinary threat. The superpower users in Qingyang City were nowhere near the level of those guarding the prison. Sending them would be akin to inviting death. Hastily, Wang Shuiyan dashed to the control room to send a distress signal to Star City. On the back mountain of Qingyang City prison, as Luo Hua charged forward, he was dismayed to see the prison enveloped in vines. That reaction was rather swift. These vines, so thick, must be a mid-level skill, truly troublesome. Indeed, one must not underestimate the guards of Qingyang City prison. Wang Heishi, Luo Hua recalled being berated for calling Wang De's name and quickly directed his command to him. Black Rhino, go smash through these vines. Wang Jia, a mid-level animal ability user, nodded in agreement to Luo Hua's directive. After all, Luo Hua was the mission leader. And since he hadn't recklessly called out Wang Jia's name, there was no need for conflict. Instantly, Wang Jia unleashed his power, feeling an immense surge of strength as a black rhinoceros materialized behind him. The rhino's eyes turned crimson, and an energy horn formed atop Wang Jia's head. He charged towards the vine-enshrouded wall. Bang! The entire prison trembled as the walls and vines shook violently. What the hell? The observing black-robed figures were taken aback. Truly, the superpower users attacking Qingyang City prison were formidable. Luo Hua swallowed hard. If that rhino charged him, it would surely cause devastating damage. Boom! The prison continued to quake. Inside the prison, Su Chongwei glared at the raucous inmates confined in their cells, bellowing, "Shut the hell up!" The inmates quieted down considerably at the sound of the warden's furious shout. His reputation within the prison was well known. Until they were certain they could escape, it was wise not to engage in a head-on confrontation. Just as Su Chongwei finished his statement, bang! A section of the wall suddenly collapsed, creating a massive opening. The previously subdued inmates erupted in cheers once more. I'm finally getting the hell out of here. I'm finally being liberated. I want women. I want to indulge with women. Su Chongwei's gaze turned stern as he focused on the gaping hole. He anticipated the prison's defenses to be breached so swiftly. At the opening stood a figure adorned with horns, cloaked in black and masked, obscuring their identity. Impressive. Black Rhino, Luo Hua exclaimed with excitement as Wang Jia broke through the prison wall. Charge! Several black-robed figures rushed towards the prison, spotting the figure engulfed in flames. Luo Hua smirked slightly. They had thoroughly assessed the superpower users stationed at the prison before launching their assault. Recognizing the fiery figure, he deduced the warden's identity, Su Chongwei. Toxic mist. Luo Hua unleashed his poison abilities, unleashing a torrent of black-purple mist from his palms. The toxic gas rapidly enveloped the entire prison. Chapter 69, Mobilization. Midnight. Dingling. The superpower watch on the bedside emitted a loud alert. The slumbering Su Yu was abruptly awakened. What is happening? Who the hell is sounding the alarm in the middle of the night? Groggily, he picked up the device to check. Zhao Kai. All members, assemble at the Superpower Association immediately. By heavens, it's the captain. We have a mission. Su Yu was jolted awake upon seeing that the message on his superpowered watch was from Zhao Kai. He sprang out of bed, instantly alert. The words speed assembly were enough to inform him that a mission was at hand. Hadn't they agreed that he would rest for a few days after returning from the frigid wasteland? It had barely been 2 days, and now he was being summoned again. He hastily donned his attire, secured the watch upon his wrist, and swiftly exited his bedroom. At that moment, Su Lin, dressed in casual attire, hurriedly descended the stairs. "You saw the message from the captain, right? Let's go," she urged. Suyu nodded in agreement, and together they quickly set off in their vehicle towards the Supernatural Association. "Linjia, why is it that every mission is scheduled for the dead of night?" Suyu inquired, yawning as he gazed at the pitch-black surroundings from the passenger's seat. The last mission involving the textile factory fire had also taken place at night. Now, yet another urgent task was unfolding in the wee hours. "How would I know? There is no fixed time for our missions as members of the Supernatural Association. We must act immediately whenever there is a need," Su Lin replied, accustomed to such unpredictability. Since joining the association, most of their missions had been spontaneous, with only Zhao Kai providing prior notice for specific tasks. Before long, they arrived at the Supernatural Association. "What is going on? Why are there so many vehicles?" Suyu exclaimed, taken aback by the sight before him. It was his first time witnessing the entrance of the Supernatural Association building filled with armored vehicles and luxury cars. Su Lin furrowed her brow. It seems this mission is quite significant. Having been with the association longer than Suyu, she had seen such grand displays a few times before. Each mission of this magnitude was fraught with peril. Significant indeed. "Let us find a parking spot and discuss further," Su Lin suggested, promptly locating a parking space at the entrance of the association. The two alighted from the vehicle and briskly made their way toward the building, weaving through the array of parked armored cars until they reached the entrance. There, a considerable number of members from the Supernatural Association had gathered, engaged in hushed conversations. "Suyu, over here," shouted Wang Daba, who stood at the periphery and waved eagerly upon spotting them. Suyu's gaze followed the sound to find Wang Daba beckoning them from a distance. "Linjia, Daba, and the others are over there. Let us go." However, just as they were about to approach Wang Daba, the crowd's attention abruptly shifted to the duo. "Isn't Suyu the one who awakened the lightning ability at the energy building?" One person remarked. "Who else could it be? There's no other Suyu." Another added, "I thought he had been recruited to Modu after awakening. If it weren't for this mission assembly, I wouldn't have known he joined the Star City Supernatural Association. He has been with us for a while now. We even ran into him after returning from the frigid wasteland." "Is that the Suyu standing next to the stunning Su Lin? This is my first time seeing him in the association. I've only seen his portrait before. I must say, he is quite handsome in person." "Handsome? But what good is that without strength?" a male supernatural user interjected, feeling a pang of jealousy as he observed his female teammates swooning. "The lightning ability lacks strength, not nearly as formidable as my water ability." The female supernatural user continued to admire Suyu, her infatuation growing upon realizing he possessed the lightning ability. The other male supernatural users exchanged exasperated glances, thinking, "You're beyond saving." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the attention, Suyu turned to Su Lin, who remarked, "Who would have thought you'd become so famous?" He replied with a wry smile, "Linjia, please don't tease me about this notoriety." Su Lin simply smiled in response. They quickly made their way over to Wang Daba and Bai Xiao. "Daba, you've really put me in a tough spot," Suyu said with a resigned glance. Wang Daba scratched his head sheepishly, not anticipating such a strong reaction from the crowd upon hearing Suyu's name. "Daba, we have some unfinished business to settle." Su Lin glared at him, recalling the earlier message he had sent in the group chat, which now irked her. Seeing Su Lin's water energy gradually coalesce in her palm, Wang Daba hurriedly retreated. "Linjia, I was wrong. I'll definitely keep my mouth shut from now on." Just then, Zhao Kai emerged from the association building, accompanied by several other team leaders. Wang Daba, spotting Zhao Kai, exclaimed in relief, "Captain, over here." "Umph." Su Lin retracted her energy, relieved to see the captain. Zhao Kai approached, addressing the gathering. "Now that everyone is here, we need to depart immediately for the Qingyang City Prison." "The Qingyang City Prison?" Su Yu and the others were taken aback. "What mission requires us to rush to a prison at such an hour?" "There is no time for explanations. We'll discuss it on the way." Realizing the gravity of the situation, they ceased their questions and quickly selected a large armored vehicle to embark towards the Qingyang City Prison. As they journeyed towards Qingyang City, Zhao Kai, with a grave expression at the wheel, explained, "The Black Alliance is assaulting the Qingyang city prison, and we must provide immediate support." The group was left speechless. How audacious of the Black Alliance to attack the supernatural prison in Qingyang City. This was a blatant disregard for the Supernatural Association. The prison housed hundreds of supernatural offenders. If they were released, it would spell disaster for the stability of Star City. Will many supernatural users come to attack the prison? Curiously. The prison was home to formidable supernatural users. Sending only a few would likely lead to their demise. The Black Alliance will need to deploy several supernatural users to seize control, Zhao Kai confirmed. Hence, the Star City Supernatural Association has dispatched several teams to assist. After the team leaders reported their strengths, Li Weihua conducted an assessment, and we are fortunate to have been selected. Fortunate? Suyu thought to himself, feeling anything but lucky. This could very well be a life-threatening situation. The group fell silent, understanding that this mission was significantly more perilous than usual. Don't worry too much. We're not the only team heading to support the Qingyang City prison. There are others as well, Zhao Kai reassured them, noticing their solemn expressions. Let us hope the Qingyang City prison is still holding strong. If they falter, hundreds of supernatural offenders will be unleashed, and that would be catastrophic. Chapter 70. Re-entering the Blackwater Valley. Suyu and his companions quickly reached the Blackwater Valley, the critical passage leading to Qingyang City. We are approaching the Blackwater Valley. Everyone, stay alert, Zhao Kai warned from the driver's seat, recalling that they had been ambushed there during their last mission. This time, as they were heading to support the Qingyang City prison, the Black Alliance would undoubtedly lay in wait at this crucial juncture. The team heightened their vigilance. Suyu immediately activated his spatial skills, projecting the surrounding landscape within a 500-meter radius into his mind. Sure enough, they were ambushed. Within his mind's eye, he spotted a group of individuals gathered atop the valley's crags, conspiring quietly. These were the same assailants from their previous encounter, Li Biao and his cohorts. As they neared the Blackwater Valley, Suyu suddenly spoke up, "Captain, you've been driving for quite a while. Perhaps I should take over?" Zhao Kai, momentarily taken aback, responded, "You want to drive?" The others cast him incredulous looks. "You could drive?" "Of course," Suyu replied confidently. "Inyist. Although I do not possess a driver's license in this life, I was indeed licensed in my previous existence. Furthermore, I have been observing for quite some time, and the operation of this armored vehicle bears no distinction from the automobiles of my former life. As I happen to feel somewhat fatigued, since you wish to drive, go ahead." Zhao Kai, seeing Suyu's insistence, acquiesced, as he too desired a moment of respite. The two promptly switched positions, with Suyu taking the driver's seat, effortlessly starting the armored vehicle. "Impressive, you truly know how to drive," commended Su Lin, witnessing the vehicle's smooth ignition. "Ah, Sister Lin, I possess many talents. When time permits, I shall showcase them for you," Suyu replied with a knowing smile directed at Su Lin. Su Lin's cheeks flushed. "Enough of your banter. Focus on driving." At that moment, there was no room for distractions. Wang Daba observed the flirtation between the two with an internal sigh, convinced there was something amiss between them. Both Zhao Kai and Bai Xiao, witnessing the scene, further cemented their belief in Wang Daba's earlier assertions about an improper relationship between Suyu and Su Lin. Thus, Suyu navigated the armored vehicle into the depths of the Heishui Valley. During this time, his spatial abilities remained activated, allowing him to monitor every move of Li Biao and his entourage. "Boss, the Superpower Association members have entered the valley," one of Li Biao's subordinates alerted him. Peering over the crumbling edge, Li Biao responded, "I see them. Send someone to drop boulders to intercept." "Boss, are we not going down to intercept as well?" his subordinate inquired. "Otherwise, won't we risk repeating the last incident? We merely promised to assist the Black Alliance with a token gesture. Isn't that a bit too perfunctory?" The subordinate felt his boss's strategy was rather dismissive. Just tossing down a few boulders? What if the Black Alliance sought accountability later? Perfunctory? What do you know, you fool? We only need to offer a semblance of assistance to the Black Alliance. Are you suggesting we risk our lives? The subordinate vigorously shook his head at the notion of sacrificing himself. "Get moving, do as I say, or I'll kick you." Li Biao shot an intimidating glare at his subordinate. The Superpower Association wasn't to be trifled with. They had lost two brothers last time due to overconfidence, and this time they could not afford to be careless. "Understood." The subordinate nodded and retreated, while Li Biao resumed his observation through the binoculars. With his spatial reconnaissance abilities, Suyu discerned the mountain bandits' plot. They intended to repeat their previous tactic of hurling boulders at him. Dream on. His spatial range had expanded from 10 meters to an impressive 500, allowing him to perceive their every action clearly. Everyone, brace yourselves. I'm about to demonstrate skill. Sujua The group paused, puzzled at what the skill could be. Su Lin, seated in the passenger seat, shared the same curiosity. What kind of skill did this fellow possess that she was unaware of? A slight smirk graced Su Yu's lips as he promptly floored the accelerator, causing the vehicle to surge forward. Everyone, hold on tight. Su Yu, your skill isn't just reckless driving, is it? Correct. You've lost your mind. Stop. Are you unaware of the treacherous terrain of the Heishui Valley? Su Lin urged anxiously. The others joined in, cautioning Su Yu against such foolishness. Trust my driving skills. With no option but to comply, they gripped the vehicle's handrails tightly. After all, Su Yu was the one behind the wheel. They had to place their faith in him. Despite their apprehension about the situation, just take it easy. Rest assured, Su Yu accelerated because, within his spatial detection range, he had spotted a boulder hurtling towards them. He had already calculated the boulder's landing point, which prompted his sudden increase in speed. In an instant, he deftly evaded the descending boulder. Boom! The boulder crashed down, landing a short distance behind the vehicle. What was that noise? The occupants of the armored vehicle inquired, startled by the resounding impact from outside. Not good. We might be in danger. Everyone, stay alert. Zhao Kai warned, sensing the shift. Expressions turned grave. An ambush was imminent. Suyu, stop the vehicle. Don't worry. It was just the tire displacing some debris from the road. The sound of it hitting the wall. Suyu fabricated an explanation. Within his spatial range, he confirmed that Li Biao and his men had not descended from the cliff, but were indeed launching boulders from above. If they stopped, they would become sitting ducks. So halting was not an option. Debris? Can the sound of debris be that loud? The skepticism among them was palpable, just as they were momentarily dazed. Suyu called out, hold on tight. Hold on? What do you mean? Slow down, Suyu. Without hesitation, Suyu slammed on the accelerator once more, executing a sharp drift to the right, then quickly correcting the steering and accelerating again. Boom! Boom! Two more resounding crashes echoed from outside the vehicle. Once the speed diminished, Zhao Kai and the others regained their composure. That certainly doesn't sound like debris. Before they could finish their sentence, Su Yu accelerated again and drifted. Li Biao, still perched with binoculars, was taken aback. What the hell, did he just dodge that? This kid's driving skills were astonishing. Not a single boulder had struck them. Send the order down. We need to throw down all the boulders we have prepared. Li Biao commanded his subordinate, determined not to be outdone. Yes. The subordinate hurried off to the stone-throwing zone. Chapter 71. Exceptional Driving Skills. Suyu maneuvered the armored vehicle through the Heishui Valley, skillfully evading the falling boulders. The occupants were filled with trepidation, peering through the rear windows to witness the boulders plummeting behind them. They quickly realized they were under attack. The continuous thundering sounds were clearly not the result of the vehicle crushing roadside debris. Yet they wondered why Suyu was so confident, avoiding confrontation by refusing to stop the vehicle. Instead, he relied on his extraordinary skills to evade the descending boulders. They refrained from disrupting Su Yu's focus, trusting his judgment. Everyone, hang on tight. Here they come. Su Yu suddenly detected a barrage of boulders being hurled from above within his reconnaissance range. More coming. The group exchanged weary smiles, acknowledging Su Yu's wild and audacious driving style. Although they were secured by seat belts, the jarring motions were rather uncomfortable. Under the guidance of his spatial abilities, Suyu effortlessly identified a safe route. A smile crept onto his face as he mused. They think these mere stones can hit us? They must be dreaming. With deft control, the armored vehicle swerved and drifted, effortlessly avoiding the barrage of boulders. Several boulders plummeted. Boom! 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 All the boulders struck the ground. Not a single one landing on the armored vehicle occupied by Su Yu and his companions. Is this driving even humanly possible? Not a single one hit us. On the crumbling precipice, Li Biao stood in stunned silence, gazing down at the black armored vehicle below. The vehicle accelerated and drifted with remarkable agility, navigating effortlessly among the massive boulders like a carp gliding into a river. Useless, all of them, he spat, hurling his binoculars in frustration before storming over to the stone-throwing area, determined to take matters into his own hands. He refused to believe that the vehicle was so elusive. Surely, it could be struck with a well-aimed throw. Was it truly his subordinates who were incompetent, or was the armored vehicle's maneuverability genuinely that extraordinary? Upon reaching the stone-throwing area, he berated the panting men struggling to lift the colossal boulders. "Have you all forgotten to eat? Can't you manage to move these rocks?" His subordinates muttered under their breath, having already moved dozens of massive stones, their strength now depleted. "Get out of my way," Li Biao barked, approaching a particularly large boulder. Activating his animalistic abilities, the spectral form of a raging lion materialized behind him. With its eyes glowing crimson, a surge of immense power coursed through Li Biao's body. His muscles swelled in an instant, and he grasped the boulder with both hands, lifting it with ease. "Clear out." His subordinates quickly retreated in response. With a scornful smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Li Biao watched the armored vehicle below, moving with the grace of a fish in water. "Dodge? I'll make you pay." He calculated the vehicle's speed, predicting its position in the next few seconds. With a tremendous burst of strength, he hurled the boulder toward the estimated spot. The boulder flew with several times the speed of the previous ones. Within the armored vehicle, Suyu furrowed his brow as he spotted the rapidly approaching boulder within his spatial realm. Predictive abilities? Impressive, he thought, as a smirk crossed his face. He slammed on the brakes. The vehicle screeched to a halt, sliding forward a short distance due to momentum before coming to a complete stop. "What's going on? Why did we suddenly stop?" His companions were equally startled. Thankfully, everyone had fastened their seat belts. Otherwise, the force of inertia would have thrown them from the vehicle. "Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the show." Enjoy the show? They echoed, bewildered. Just then, with a resounding crash, a boulder landed ahead, embedding itself several meters into the ground, showcasing its tremendous power. The crew stared in disbelief at the fallen rock. "Is this the show?" One murmured. "Wasn't it spectacular?" "Now, let us move," Suyu replied, starting the vehicle and executing a drift past the edge of the boulder. As they absorbed the spectacle, he lightly tapped the air, unleashing his spatial attack, spatial fragmentation. He then drove the armored vehicle swiftly toward the canyon's exit. Li Biao, witnessing Suyu's maneuver, was utterly astonished. Why did it stop? The vehicle, which had been racing, had suddenly braked, thwarting his anticipated celebration of success. Did this mean the vehicle had predicted his prediction? Just as he thought victory was within reach, the opposing vehicle had come to a halt, mocking him in the process. "Boss, should we throw again?" One subordinate cautiously inquired, eyeing the armored vehicle that was almost out of the canyon. "Throw? What's the point? After all this, I haven't hit a single target," Li Biao replied, exasperated. Glancing at his subordinates, after all that fuss, it seemed pointless. However, it was of no matter. He hadn't intended to intercept them with lethal force anyway. At that moment, another subordinate approached, saying, "Boss, more armored vehicles are coming from behind." "More? Let us intercept them." Li Biao's eyes lit up with determination. He refused to believe that these incoming vehicles would prove equally adept at evasion. Just as he prepared to ambush the new arrivals, a sudden, searing pain tore through his body. He screamed in agony as the spectral lion behind him flared to life. His body was suddenly riddled with thousands of shallow cracks, blood seeping from beneath them. His subordinates, witnessing their leader's sudden injury, turned pale, trembling as they asked, "Boss, are you all right?" Li Biao glanced at his blood-soaked body and weakly instructed his subordinates, "Retreat. We must withdraw quickly." This inexplicable attack filled him with a sense of dread. He could not remain here. It was imperative to leave immediately. Without a visible enemy in sight, he had suffered an unprovoked injury. If such attacks persisted, he feared he might not even know how he would meet his end. His subordinates rushed to support him as they hastily exited the area. Meanwhile, several armored vehicles from the Superpower Association, en route to the Qingyang City prison, were taken aback by the multitude of massive boulders in the Blackwater Canyon. What on earth happened here? Why are there so many boulders? They wondered, recalling that the canyon hadn't appeared this way before. "Everyone, be cautious. There may be an ambush," they warned as they carefully navigated into the canyon. However, to their surprise, they encountered no ambush as they made their way through Blackwater Canyon without incident. Chapter 71. Toxic gas. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Qingyang City prison, a noxious black-purple gas permeated the air. "Damn it, you're poisoning your own people," Guande exclaimed. donning a black robe as he observed Luo Hua releasing the toxic mist. He quickly covered his mouth and nose, glancing at his companions in confusion. Luo Hua's toxic abilities were renowned within the Black Alliance for their ferocity. Inhaling too much of this gas could induce hallucinations, ultimately leading to unconsciousness and death. This was precisely why everyone instinctively covered their mouths and noses upon witnessing him unleash the toxic fog. Casting a glance at them, Luo Hua callously tossed several purple pills into the air. "Take these." The group reached out to catch the pills. Wangda hesitated, eyeing the purple pill in his hand. After all, he had previously crossed Luo Hua, and he couldn't shake the suspicion that the pill might be tampered with. Who would dare consume a pill given by someone who played with poison? Just as Wangda was deliberating, the other black-robed individuals swallowed the pills without hesitation. Toxic? Nonsense. We're on the same team. Seeing this, he decided not to linger in doubt and swallowed the pill as well. He refused to believe that Luo Hua would risk poisoning them. If it came to that, they would all explode together. Once he swallowed the pill, inhaling the toxic mist felt no different than breathing in fresh air. Observing his companions ingest the pills, Luo Hua swiftly tossed out dozens more, instructing, "You all go rescue the prisoners. Leave the rest to me." The group nodded in agreement, understanding that they had to comply with the orders of the mission leader for the prison assault. They hurriedly made their way to the various cells to rescue the inmates. Inside the cells, prisoners, witnessing the breach in their prison defenses, frantically pounded on the iron bars, crying out, "Save me! I am a member of the Black Alliance. Save me first!" "Nonsense! I am the true member of the Black Alliance. Rescue me!" "Good grief! There's poison!" Suddenly, a prisoner realized that the air around him was not right and shouted, "Damn it! Someone has released poison!" The other inmates, startled by his exclamation, quickly covered their mouths and noses. "What the hell? Are you here to save us or to kill us?" Now, they were all prisoners wearing superpower handcuffs, equivalent to ordinary people devoid of any abilities. How could they possibly combat the toxic gas? "Save me. I don't want to die. Help me." Bang, bang, bang. The prisoners in the cell began to pound on the iron doors with increasing fervor, desperate to escape this cursed confinement. Otherwise, once the poisonous gas permeated, death would be their only fate. The warden, Su Changwei, swiftly covered his mouth and nose as the toxic gas enveloped the surroundings and bellowed, "Fan Xian, quickly remove the vines." The prison was still ensnared by the vines, and if they did not promptly clear them away, the density of the toxic gas would escalate, leading to hallucinations or even unconsciousness with just a single inhalation. As a superpowered individual, he could withstand a little, but these inmates could not. As the warden, he could not allow them all to perish. Upon receiving the order, Fan Xian immediately withdrew the vines that enveloped the entire prison. With a rustling sound, the massive vines rapidly retracted underground. In a short while, the entire prison was revealed. The previously dense, toxic gas began to disperse into the air, becoming thinner. "You all go and stop them. Do not let them release the prisoners." Su Changhui commanded those beside him upon noticing the enemy preparing to free the inmates. These prisoners were all superpowered individuals. If released, their situation would become exceedingly perilous. The group nodded and quickly moved to intercept the cloaked figures. In the distance, Luo Hua furrowed his brow. There was no choice. His poison-based skill, Heavenly Poison Mist, operated in this manner. Once used outdoors, the concentration of the gas would diminish, and the farther away it was from him, the less potent it would become. Thus, he had to take action himself. Surrounded by a swirling aura of poison, his form transformed into a dark purple hue, with various purple patterns adorning his skin. The poison gathered in his palm. Poison blade, a blade made of condensed poison, surged toward the opponent. Su Changhui, undeterred, ignited in a blaze of flames. His fists enveloped in fire, he immediately unleashed a fire-based attack, Flame Fist, aimed at the incoming poison blade. Boom! The fire fist obliterated the approaching poison blade. Just as Su Changhui thought this was the extent of the enemy's power, a massive explosion unleashed a torrent of poison gas toward him. Oh no! Su Changhui hadn't anticipated that the shattered poison blade would disperse a significant amount of toxic gas. Realizing the impending onslaught, he spewed forth a torrent of flames from his palms, attempting to incinerate it. Sizzle! The raging flames consumed the drifting poison gas, burning it almost entirely away. Su Chongwei exhaled a sigh of relief. Those who toy with poison are truly insidious. Fortunately, his fire abilities could incinerate the remaining gas. Otherwise, he would be in grave danger. A mere trace of poison could become troublesome, affecting his subsequent combat. In the distance, Luo Hua, seeing his poison blade shattered, shook his head in resignation. The power of fire-based skills was indeed formidable. His poison was no match for it. Torrential poison rain. He promptly unleashed another poison-based skill. Thick, dark purple gas appeared behind him, coalescing into numerous poison orbs the size of raindrops. Go! Luo Hua gestured forward, and the densely packed poison orbs shot towards Su Chongwei. Seeing the multitude of poison orbs approaching, Su Chonghui's expression hardened. If even a single drop hit him, he would be poisoned. Without hesitation, he unleashed his fire-based skill, Meteoric Fire Rain, to counter. Instantly, he propelled his fire energy skyward, and a torrential downpour of flames descended. Boom! The fire rain collided with the dense poison orbs. Su Chongwei realized that his fire rain could not halt the barrage of poison orbs. Suddenly, several tiny poison orbs broke through the dense fire rain. How could this be? The minute poison orbs struck his skin in an instant. Hiss! Upon contact, the orbs transformed into toxic liquid, seeping into his body. Su Chongwei inhaled sharply, feeling a sudden, rotting pain in his skin. He did not expect the enemy's poison orbs to be smaller than his fire rain, rendering his meteor shower ineffective against the relentless poison orbs. In the distance, Luo Hua revealed a disdainful smile upon seeing his poison orbs land. Although the fire-based skills were powerful, his poison was not so easily dealt with. Now, he merely had to wait for the toxin to take effect, and Su Chongwei would be defeated without a fight. Chapter 72. The Liberation of the Prisoners. Su Yu and his companions had successfully traversed the Blackwater Valley. Su Yu, how did you manage that? How did you know someone was lying in wait for us? Su Lin, seated in the passenger seat, gazed intently at Su Yu, eager to extract an answer from him. Everything they had just experienced was astonishing. She witnessed every acceleration and drift, with massive boulders crashing behind them, as if they were always a step behind and could never strike them. The others in the back seat, including Zhao Kai, also turned to Su Yu, equally curious for an explanation. Given Su Yu's refusal to stop and confront the threat, Zhao Kai felt a twinge of doubt. Logically, upon discovering an ambush, one would immediately halt to confront it. There had never been a case like Su Yu's audacious advance. Want to know? I won't tell you. Not saying it is fine. Su Lin's face flushed with indignation. This brat dared not to share with her. Didn't I say I'd show you a special skill? Su Yu casually explained. Is that a special skill? Clearly, it's a divine technique. Su Lin scoffed, feeling that this boy was not being entirely truthful. The others in the back seat noticed Su Yu's intention to withhold information, and they refrained from pressing further. After all, they were teammates, and everyone had their own secrets. Since Su Yu was unwilling to share, they would not pry. A divine technique? Indeed, it could be considered one. Su Yu used the wordly. His spatial reconnaissance ability was indeed a divine technique, a skill that required no energy expenditure. What else could it be called? After passing through the Blackwater Valley, the remainder of the journey was remarkably smooth. They soon spotted the Qinyang City prison in the distance, shrouded in dark purple mist. Curious, Su Yu inquired, Captain, what is that mist surrounding the Qinyang City prison? Zhao Kai's expression darkened as he gazed at the prison ahead. Poison gas. Poison gas. Su Yu was startled. The pervasive black-purple mist was indeed toxic. It appears that a fierce battle has erupted within the confines of the Qinyang City prison, and there is a poison-based superhuman among them. Zhao Kai's expression grew grave. What shall we do? The air is thick with toxic gas. How can we possibly enter? They were still some distance away from the prison, and the toxic fumes had yet to reach them. However, they would eventually need to breach the prison's defenses, and thus they had to devise a strategy to confront the poison. Su Lin, your water abilities have reached the intermediate level, haven't they? Use the purifying water droplet. Indeed, with the purifying water droplet at our disposal, what is there to fear from the toxic gas? Wang Debo and Bai Xiao, seated in the back, exchanged glances of realization. Moments ago, the pervasive toxic fumes had instilled a sense of trepidation within them. While minor exposure might pose no immediate danger, their imminent engagement in battle would prolong their exposure, thus amplifying the threat posed by the poison. Thankfully, Su Lin's water abilities had progressed to the intermediate level. Otherwise, This toxic gas would have been a considerable headache for them all. Purifying water droplet? Celine, noticing Suyu's confusion. Elucidated. It is an intermediate-level water skill that can negate all negative effects of the same tier. A mere trace of toxic gas is trivial in comparison. Astonishing. The ability to eliminate all negative effects of the same tier? Suyu was taken aback, marveling at the prowess of the intermediate water skills. It seems that reaching intermediate level in the water element yields remarkable capabilities. Indeed, Su Lin, proud of Su Yu's astonishment, lifted her chin. The supportive capabilities of intermediate water skills are formidable. While they may not rival the healing powers of light abilities, they are by no means inferior. With Sister Lin here, there is nothing to worry about. Everyone, brace yourselves. Upon learning of Su Lin's method to counter the toxic gas, Su Yu slammed his foot on the accelerator and sped toward the prison ahead. Meanwhile, within Qingyang's city prison, Su Changhui's condition was far from favorable. His complexion was ashen, his lips tinged with purple, deeply affected by the poison. Fortunately, there was a novice light element superhuman within the prison to assist him in enduring until now. Quick, throw me another radiance. Su Changhui gritted his teeth as he spoke to a teammate beside him. Wang Chong, witnessing this, promptly tossed him a radiance. Warden, my radiance cannot counteract the toxic gas. It can only alleviate the severity of the poisoning. Wang Chong, due to his light abilities, had taken on the role of physician within the prison. The novice light skill radiance lacked the capability to eliminate negative effects, possessing only the ability to heal wounds and suppress animal-based side effects. Thus, he felt somewhat powerless against the toxic gas. I know, but there is nothing we can do now. Reinforcements are delayed, and we must hold our ground for as long as possible. How long we can endure is uncertain. Su Changhui and his team had fought valiantly to last this long. During his recent confrontation with Luo Hua, each time he employed a skill, droplets of venom would splatter onto his body. The accumulation of this poison had rendered him gravely ill. Without Wang Chong's assistance, he would surely have succumbed to the poison by now. Stop struggling. Luo Hua, witnessing Su Changhui rise once more, felt a headache coming on. His toxic gas was nearly potent enough to incapacitate Su Changhui, but the unexpected intervention of a light element user had allowed him to persist. At that moment, a chorus of ecstatic shouts erupted from the prisoners who had been released. We're free. Aw, I'm finally liberated. We're out, haha. We're finally out. Roar. Su Changhui, I'm coming for you. Yes, let us go find Su Changhui for revenge. He bullied me when I was powerless. Let's take him down. Brothers, it's time for vengeance. Luo Hua, upon hearing the prisoners' fervent cries, couldn't he help but smirk. He realized his allies had successfully freed the inmates. If they could hold on just a little longer, the entire prison would soon be filled with their Black Alliance members. Su Changhui, upon hearing the prisoners' roars, let out a resigned sigh. He understood that his teammates had failed to restrain the adversaries, and the prisoners had indeed been released. They would now face not only the cloaked figures, but also the newly freed inmates. A fierce roar resonated from his cell block. A group of individuals clad in black and white striped prison garb emerged, transforming from their previously emaciated and sallow forms into robust figures with rosy complexions. Their animal abilities surged forth once more. The Black Alliance had come well prepared for their assault on the prison, armed with axes capable of shattering superhuman handcuffs, thereby enabling the release of these formidable inmates. They stormed from the cell block into the plaza, glaring menacingly at the weakened Su Changhui. Su Changhui could hardly believe the turn of events. Haha, Su Changhui, you never anticipated our escape from prison, did you? I've been waiting for this day for far too long. The Black Alliance has certainly not abandoned us. Poison Brother, we owe you our freedom. Luo Hua, upon hearing his title, chuckled in response. Rescuing them was indeed his responsibility, as they all belonged to the same faction, the Black Alliance. Su Changhui, supported by Wang Chong, looked on in despair at the group of inmates emerging from the cells. His eyes dimmed with resignation. He knew that there was no hope left for him. The brutal measures he had resorted to in order to discipline these notoriously unruly inmates had now come back to haunt him. They would not spare him now that they were free. Only death awaited him, for the few prison guards stood no chance against this assembly of superhumans. Just as Su Changhui closed his eyes, preparing to accept the inevitable, a sudden car horn echoed from afar. Beep, beep. Chapter 73, Purifying Water Droplet. Beep, beep. A black armored vehicle sped through the prison gates. With a screech, it executed a stylish drift, coming to a halt beside Su Chonghui and Wang Chong. "Old Su, need a hand?" Zhao Kai rolled down the window, intending to jest with Su Chonghui. However, upon seeing the group of inmates glaring ferociously at them from a distance, his lips twitched nervously. It seemed they had arrived at an inopportune moment. Su Yu, seated in the driver's seat, swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. There were too many. Within his spatial reconnaissance range, he noted that half of the prison's inmates had been released. "So you should be back up?" Wang Debo, in the back seat, trembled as he spoke. "Damn it, there are so many inmates released. Aren't we signing our own death warrant?" Bai Xiao adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, convinced he must have been mistaken. Su Lin, seated in the passenger seat, turned pale upon seeing the group of inmates in prison garb ahead. "Captain, what do we do? These are superhumans. Each one of them is an independent entity, far more challenging to handle than a horde of extraordinary beings. What to do? We fight. Aren't we here to support the Qingyang City prison? Now that the inmates have been released, we must apprehend them again." Fortunately, the inmates held within Qingyang City prison possess relatively low power, mostly at the novice level. So there is no need for excessive fear. We merely need to hold them off until reinforcements arrive, and then we can easily subdue them. Gritting their teeth, the group reluctantly exited the vehicle. In the distance, Luo Hua and the multitude of inmates stood stunned at the sudden appearance of the armored vehicle. Upon witnessing several superpowered individuals disembark from an armored vehicle, the situation became clear. It was indeed a support team from the Superpowered Association of Star City. The warden, Su Chonghui, felt a surge of hope as he beheld the black armored vehicle parked beside him. Finally, reinforcements had arrived. Salvation was at hand. His spirits lifted further upon recognizing Zhao Kai among those who stepped out. "Cough, cough, old Zhao." Zhao Kai, upon alighting from the vehicle, noticed Su Chonghui's weakened state and haggard demeanor, his brow furrowing in concern. "Old Su, how could you have been injured so severely?" Su Chonghui's prowess was well known to him. As fellow mid-tier fire elementals, it was evident that the adversary responsible for this affliction was formidable. "Wait, why is it just you and your team?" Su Chonghui found himself momentarily stunned at the sight of only one armored vehicle arriving, realizing that the rest of the team had yet to arrive. Zhao Kai explained that their rapid arrival was facilitated by Su Yu's extraordinary skills, allowing them to race to the Qingyang City prison in the quickest possible time. Su Chonghui exhaled in relief, understanding that other teams were en route. He had feared that Star City had dispatched only Zhao Kai's team for support, which would have been tantamount to sending them to their deaths. "I've been poisoned. The enemy has a particularly cunning individual skilled in toxins," Su Chonghui elucidated, detailing the circumstances behind his dismal condition. "Old Su, who would have thought you'd find yourself in such a predicament?" Zhao Kai chuckled, shaking his head. Rumors had circulated about how leisurely Su Chonghui and his team were while guarding the Qingyang City prison, and Zhao Kai had always envied their ease, never imagining that Su would now be so beleaguered. "I can't believe they dared to assault a superpowered prison." Su Chonghui sighed in resignation. "It's just poison." Zhao Kai gestured to Su Lin, signaling her to assist in detoxifying Su Chonghui. Nodding, Su Lin began to concentrate, gathering water elemental energy in her palms, purifying water droplets. Several crystalline azure droplets coalesced in her hands. With a swift motion, she sent one of the droplets hurtling toward Su Chonghui's forehead, where it instantly transformed into a surge of energy, dissipating throughout his body. Su Chonghui was momentarily taken aback, but upon witnessing the miraculous water droplet, his astonishment turned to elation. "Incredible! Old Zhao, I didn't realize your team had a mid-tier water elemental." Recognizing the droplet's nature as the mid-tier skill purifying water droplet, which could negate all negative effects of the same tier, he understood that this drop could remedy his poison, allowing him to recover. As he absorbed the droplet, his previously pallid lips regained their color, and his lethargy transformed into invigorated vitality. I'm back. Su Jianghe Bao Lao. Flames erupting around him as his physical condition reverted to its pre-poisoned state, even exceeding his former vigor. The onlookers, including Su Yu and his companions, were rendered speechless by the miraculous transformation. The current Su Chonghui was a stark contrast to the one they had just witnessed. Next, Su Lin distributed the remaining droplets to the others, each droplet swiftly merging with their foreheads. The group, witnessing the extraordinary effects of the droplets, readily accepted them. Once absorbed, they too became revitalized, their spirits soaring. The purifying water droplets' effects were long-lasting, alleviating concerns about future toxic gas exposure. After everyone had absorbed the droplets, Su Lin retracted the remaining energy. In the distance, Luo Hua's expression darkened upon realizing that the opposing side possessed a mid-tier water elemental, as he cursed Li Biao of the Black Water Valley for his incompetence. What a useless fool. He allowed the support team to arrive so quickly. If we could just wait a little longer, we could have freed all the prisoners and completed our mission. Now, with the opposing support team here, uncertainty looms. Seeing that the poison had been neutralized, he could no longer remain idle. Brothers, let us strike decisively, or we'll face even more reinforcements. The prisoners, upon hearing his call, erupted in a chorus of shouts. Brothers, charge! We cannot delay any longer. Their reinforcements will soon arrive. Kill Su Changwei. Kill him. Zhao Kai, hearing the prisoners' fervent cries, offered a wry smile. Su Changwei, what have you done to earn their ire? Su Changwei, feeling somewhat innocent, replied. Was I too harsh in my methods while educating them? It was essential to employ firm measures with such incorrigible prisoners. Su Yiwu, Zabao, Bai Xiao, you three go prevent the Black Alliance from releasing the prisoners. The rest of us will remain here to confront them. With that, Zhao Kai unleashed his fire elemental abilities, flames engulfing his form. Su Changwei mirrored him, his body igniting in flames as well. Holy Water Guardian. Su Lin was soon enveloped in a protective azure water membrane. Once an elemental reaches the mid-tier, their elemental abilities can be embodied, transcending the simplistic deployment of initial tier skills. This embodiment significantly enhances a superpowered individual's strength, speed, reflexes, agility, defense, and attack capabilities. Naturally, mid-tier skills far surpass their initial tier counterparts, marking a distinct difference between the two levels. Upon hearing Zhao Kai's orders, Su Yu and his companions nodded and swiftly made their way to the cell block to thwart the Black Alliance's efforts to release the remaining prisoners. With Zhao Kai and his team present, they were adequately equipped to handle the situation. The initial tier members remaining behind would have limited impact. Their mission was to prevent the Black Alliance from liberating any more inmates. Chapter 74, Arrest. Upon arriving at the cell block, Su Yu and his companions discovered that some cells had already been breached. Dabao, let's split up. No problem. If you encounter an insurmountable issue, remember to call for help. Wang Dabao and Bai Xiao concurred with Su Yu's suggestion, recognizing that the expansive cell block would be more efficiently navigated separately. Su Yu nodded, confident in his abilities, now on par with Captain Zhao Kai, and felt more than capable of dealing with any opposition. After the two departed, he swiftly utilized his spatial abilities to lock onto a figure in a black robe, attempting to break into a cell. With a space jump, he appeared beside the black-robed individual. To avoid detection of his spatial abilities, he chose a cell that had already been breached as his destination. Stepping out of the cell, Su Yu surveyed his surroundings and was dismayed to find that the prisoners in this area had been released, likely already converging on the square to assault the captain. Remarkable. They managed to release so many prisoners. Wang De, who was in the midst of breaking down a cell door, froze at Su Yu's remark. Someone's here? No. I chose a relatively secluded area. How could anyone come? Turning, he was startled to see a mere child before him, expecting a formidable prison guard instead. Hey, don't stop. Hurry up and continue breaking the door, urged the anxious prisoners within the cell. He was just a step away from freedom. So why did he suddenly halt? What's the rush? Can't you see someone is coming? Wait until I finish dealing with this little brat before I rescue you. Wang De tossed the tool he had used to break the door onto the ground and turned to face Su Yu. The inmate, witnessing the elder brother's temper, dared not speak loudly. After all, his future lay in the hands of this man. Thus, he encouraged elder brother, you can do it. Rest assured, once I take care of this little brat, I will definitely let you out. Wang De noted that the inmate was quite astute. Inside the cell, the other inmates were equally stirred. His words had provided them with a sense of reassurance. I say, little brat, if you know what's good for you, scram quickly and don't disturb your grandpa while he works. Wang De glanced at the unfamiliar child before him. In the intelligence provided by the Black Alliance regarding the Qingyang City prison, there seemed to be no prison guard this young. Su Yu smiled, his tone surprisingly audacious. Do you know that wearing a mask is quite disrespectful? Upon hearing this, Wang De realized the boy had some spirit. What are you? Why should I respect you? Removing the mask was out of the question. This group of Black Alliance members attacking the prison all wore masks to conceal their identities. They could not afford to reveal their appearances, as their actions were rather unsavory. Releasing dangerous criminals was not something one could do openly. In that case, I shall take matters into my own hands. Suyu chuckled lightly, unleashing his lightning abilities. Violent, thunderous energy began to coalesce in his palms, crackling with sound. What the hell, lightning powers? Wanda was taken aback by the purple energy in the boy's hands. Did the Qingyang City prison guards have lightning ability users? He couldn't recall any. No way. Could he be from the Superpower Association? He quickly deduced Suyu's identity. Only members of the Superpower Association would intervene to prevent him from releasing the inmates. Suyu decided to test the opponent's capabilities, probing for their depth. He hurled 2 lightning spheres formed in his palms towards the figure clad in black. Seeing the incoming spheres, Wangda immediately unleashed his fireballs to counter them. Boom! Boom! So, he was a fire ability user. Suyu discerned the opponent's abilities from the fireballs thrown. Ha! So you're merely a beginner in fire abilities. A smile spread across Suyu's face as his lightning spheres pierced through Wangda's fireballs effortlessly. A beginner in fire abilities dares to be so arrogant? My lightning power is at 6 stars. Unless your fire ability is intermediate, you stand no chance against my lightning spheres. What? Wangda's face turned to one of shock as he witnessed his fireballs being overpowered. Although he was at the pinnacle of 6 stars in his beginner fire abilities, only a step away from intermediate, he had never anticipated that his fireballs would falter against Suyu's lightning spheres. This indicated that the boy's lightning prowess was at least on par with his own. Oh no! After the lightning sphere pierced through the fireball, it came rushing towards him. Wangda attempted to dodge, but just as he turned, the 2 lightning spheres exploded before his eyes. Boom! The tremendous explosion hurled him against the wall. Cough, cough, this kid plays dirty. The lightning spheres can explode too. Wanda staggered to his feet, spitting blood. Elder brother, are you all right? The inmates within the cell were alarmed. They hadn't expected the elder brother who was supposed to free them to be injured. He couldn't die. Otherwise, the latter half of his life would be doomed, with only death awaiting him. Little brother, it's not that I don't want to save you. I truly am powerless. With that, Wanda turned to flee. He knew he couldn't best this lightning user. Staying would only lead to his demise. Elder brother, don't go. You promised to let me out. The inmate cried out in desperation as he saw Wang trying to escape. Thinking of running away? Suyu, noticing the retreat, immediately unleashed 2 more lightning spheres. Although he could have swiftly eliminated him using spatial abilities, Suyu deemed it wasteful to use spatial rupture on him and opted against it. Wangda, witnessing the 2 lightning spheres being released, panicked. Little brother, spare me. I will remove my mask right now. I have plenty of money. His fire abilities were no match for the boy's lightning, and he was at a clear disadvantage. Sorry, too late. I want both the money and you. It was rather late to think of removing the mask now, wasn't it? Upon hearing that the other had money, Suyu felt a surge of excitement. Boom! The lightning spheres detonated as they neared him, unleashing a powerful explosion that sent Wang crashing into the wall. Overcome by panic, he even had time to unleash his skills before being struck by Suyu's attack. As a natural ability user, his physical resilience was insufficient to withstand such a forceful explosion, and he promptly lost consciousness. Suyu literally approached Wangde, confirming his unconscious state before placing the superpower handcuffs on him. A quick search yielded nothing but empty pockets. He found no trace of money. He then dragged Wangda back to the cell door. Little brother, could you let me out? Release you? Dream on. Suyu found the inmate's naivety amusing. There was no way he would set him free. Instead, he contemplated how to confine Wangda alongside him for company. Inspecting the cell door lock, he realized he seemed to lack a key, which posed a dilemma. Shaking his head in resignation, Suyu then conjured a lightning needle, launching it swiftly. The pleading inmate only saw darkness before collapsing to the ground, unable to withstand Suyu's electric assault. Noticing that the area was clear, he effortlessly performed a spatial leap with the unconscious Wangda in tow, and in the next moment, they were inside the cell. He unceremoniously tossed Wangda onto the floor before executing another spatial leap to exit the cell. Mission accomplished. Chapter 75, Encountering the Light Element Again. Even with the superpower handcuffs, Wangda, no matter his prowess, could not escape the confines of the cell. As for why he didn't kill him, Suyu saw no necessity for such action, And besides, the Superpower Association's manual contained a stipulation. When encountering members of the Black Alliance or extremely dangerous superpowered individuals, one should refrain from killing unless one's own life is threatened, in which case, direct elimination was permitted. Otherwise, it was best to confine them within a superpower prison. As for the reasoning behind sparing the lives of these superpowered individuals, the manual did not elaborate. After dealing with Wangda, Suyu brushed the dust from his hands and continued to scout the surroundings using his spatial abilities. Oh my, there are quite a few people in the square. Through his spatial reconnaissance, he discovered that Zhao Kai and the others had already engaged in fierce battle with the inmates. What the hell? When did Lin Jie become so fierce? During his observation, he noted that Su Lin's attack style had transformed from small water spears to a swirling water dragon formed from water energy. The water dragon swiftly sent a beginner beast ability inmate flying several meters, rendering him unconscious. Its power was several times greater than that of the previous water spears. TSK. How insidious. Suyu observed the poison-wielding Esper's attacks, which were dense and diminutive, with small poison orbs dispersing into toxic liquid. It was quite devious, fortunately, with Sister Lin's purification droplets present. Otherwise, they would be forced to inhale poisonous gas and ingest venomous liquid. Ah, there you are. After a moment of reconnaissance, Suyu finally identified a target. A figure cloaked in black was stealthily tapping on a prison door, prompting Suyu to approach him. In an instant, he utilized spatial leap to arrive within the confines of the cell where this black-clad individual resided. Stepping out of the ruined cell, he remarked, "Quite nimble, I see. I never expected you to release all the prisoners in this block." This furtive figure, known as Wang Yunbin, was taken aback by Suyu's words, causing the tool he held to clatter to the ground. "Am I that frightening?" Suyu mused, noticing Wang Yunbin's trembling hands, appearing somewhat puzzled. Upon seeing Suyu, Wang Yunbin immediately turned to flee, leaving the other prisoners in the cell momentarily stunned. "Wait a minute, buddy. You're one of the Black Alliance. Can't you muster some bravado? You haven't even fought yet, and you're already running away. What a disgrace to the Black Alliance." This scene left Suyu equally bewildered. Was he truly fleeing? At least the previous black-clad individual had the decency to exchange some harsh words before retreating. How dull. So you could not simply allow him to escape. He swiftly gathered lightning in his palm, preparing to apprehend Wang Yunbin. Just as he was about to unleash his skill, a sudden, blinding beam of light shot toward him. Instinctively, Suyu raised his arm to shield himself. Damn, so he is a light type. No wonder he was so sneaky and fled upon seeing me. Light types have no combat prowess whatsoever. If I were in his shoes, I'd flee too. Trying to escape? Not on my watch. Spatial leap. Wang Yunbin hurled a holy light orb at Suyu and promptly dashed away. However, as he fled around a corner, he found Suyu standing not far ahead, awaiting him. Wang Yunbin stared at Suyu in shock. How did you do that? Before he fled, he had thrown a holy light orb. Could it have malfunctioned, or was there another reason so you could track him down? Suyu chuck it lightly. How did I do it? Why? Through spatial leap, of course. When you cast that holy light orb, the surrounding prisoners, being mere mortals, could barely open their eyes, allowing me the perfect opportunity to utilize my spatial leap. Although your light was indeed brilliant, momentarily blinding me, I possess spatial reconnaissance skills, and I can still ascertain your direction of flight without the need for sight. Now, cease your flight and obediently return to the cell with me, or I assure you, I can be quite intimidating, Suyu added, his expression conveying a sense of understanding. Wang Yunbin's face paled slightly. As a light type, he was no match for any other type in a one-on-one situation. Help! Someone please! Wang Yunbin cried out desperately. Suyu was taken aback by his theatrics. What on earth? Why did I suddenly feel like the villain here? The surroundings were filled with prisoners. I should be the one shouting for help. Just as Suyu was about to take action to silence him, to his surprise, after a couple of shouts, two burly men in prison garb approached. Hey, Black Alliance kid, are you in trouble? They inquired, having just been freed from their cells by members of the Black Alliance. They were en route to seek revenge on Su Chonghui when they heard the cries for help and decided to investigate. If it was one of their own calling for assistance, they would lend a hand. Otherwise, they would not intervene. Upon realizing it was a fellow Black Alliance member in distress, they resolved to assist him, given their gratitude for being rescued. Wang Yunbin, seeing the prisoners approach, excitedly explained, "Brothers, that person ahead is the prison warden. Kill him. The mention of the prison warden ignited immediate fury in the two prisoners, who had been severely tormented by Su Chonghui and his fellow wardens. Naturally, they were eager for vengeance. "Wait, this kid, doesn't he look like a prison warden?" One of the prisoners remarked, scratching his head as he found Su Yu's visage somewhat unfamiliar. Having been imprisoned for an extended period, they had memorized the appearances of all the wardens, preparing for the day when they could take revenge after being liberated by the Black Alliance. "He is really not a warden, but it doesn't matter. Anyone who opposes the Black Alliance deserves to die." Su Yu smiled at the unexpected arrival of the two men. A 2-for-1 deal? Splendid. He had no qualms about returning all three of them to their cells. The lightning in his palm began to surge with ferocity. "Holy crap, this kid is a lightning type." The two prisoners gasped, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent right after emerging from their cells. "Don't be afraid, I'm a light type," Wang Yinbin stated, attempting to bolster the two men's confidence upon seeing their trepidation toward the lightning type. "You're a light type? Excellent," they exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. The combination of animal type and light type was indeed a formidable alliance. They were not entirely against facing a lightning type either. In an instant, their animal abilities surged forth, amplifying their strength and rendering them even more imposing. Observing their transformation, Wang Yinbin quickly unleashed 2 radiant blasts toward the duo, declaring, "Brothers, you've got this." His role was merely supportive. The real battle would be theirs. "Rest assured, with you by our side, we will surely subdue this little brat." The two men, infused with radiant energy, glared menacingly at Su Yu. Su Yu smiled lightly. Was it merely radiant energy coupled with animal abilities? He had faced similar challenges before. Let's test the waters with 2 lightning spears. This time, he opted against using lightning balls, as the opponents had the advantage of radiant enhancement, and he intended to show them some respect. Chapter 76, The Trio's Coordination. In an instant, 2 long spears forged from the power of thunder materialized in Su Yu's hands. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 lightning spears were swiftly launched toward the burly men. The duo remained calm, emboldened by the continuous enhancement of radiant energy. As the lightning spears approached, they channeled their strength into their fists, preparing to strike against the incoming projectiles. From a distance, Su Yu noted their intent to confront his lightning spears head-on, a slight smile forming on his lips. This time, he did not intend for the lightning spears to explode. Rather, he aimed to deliver a thorough electric shock to the duo using the inherent power of the spears. Bang! Bang! Their fists met the lightning spears with a velocity akin to a piercing wind. Zzz! Zzz! The lightning spears collided with their fists. "Huh! This lightning type is nothing special," one of them boasted. "Indeed, we successfully blocked it," the other echoed triumphantly. "Oh really?" Su Yu chuckled. "If that is the case, prepare for a thorough electric bath." In an instant, the lightning spears transformed into a torrent of electricity, coursing through their fists and spreading throughout their bodies. "What? Damn it, this kid's lightning spear." The two prisoners suddenly felt a tingling sensation radiate through them, their lips quivering as they spoke. "How does it feel, the electric bath?" Su Yu laughed heartily as he watched the two men twitch and dance. "Comfortable, my foot." Both of them were on the verge of losing feeling in their arms. The electricity was merciless. Fortunately, the blessing of radiance allowed them to still converse, or else they would have long been on their knees, singing their defeat. "Are you both fools? You could have simply batted the lightning spear away with your bare hands." Wang Yunbin, standing behind the 2 burly men, gazed at them with disbelief. Even with the holy radiance's enhancement, one should not endure such a blow head-on. The persistent effects of holy radiance, aside from restoring vitality, merely serve to suppress negative effects. Truly foolish. It seems confinement in prison has dulled your wits. The two men forced a smile, never anticipating that the lightning spear would be so formidable, capable of transmitting electricity throughout their bodies. Radiance. Seeing the two men still twitching, Wang Yunbin knew this could not continue and promptly unleashed 2 bursts of radiance towards them. As the radiance coursed through them, the rampant electrical energy that had been tormenting their bodies diminished somewhat. "Brother, this kid's lightning is something else. What should we do?" After receiving the radiance, the two men ceased their spasms, yet their bodies still occasionally tingled with discomfort. "What now?" One of the inmates glanced around, realizing there was no suitable weapon in sight. Suddenly, he noticed the door of a nearby cell that had been broken open. Don't think you're the only one who can throw a spear. He approached the shattered cell door, and with a surge of power, wrenched the iron door from the wall. The other inmate, upon witnessing his brother's action, quickly followed suit. The two men hoisted the iron door above their heads. Catch this. Their arms surged with strength as the door hurtled towards Suyu with a velocity that rivaled the lightning spear, even exceeding its speed. So fast, Suyu, seeing this, prepared to evade. However, just as he was about to move, a flashbang soared towards him. In the next moment, a blinding light enveloped him. They can coordinate? Suyu was taken aback by their combination of dazzling light and projectile weaponry. Just when the three thought their flawless teamwork would ensnare Suyu, he miraculously twisted between the two doors, effortlessly dodging them, the doors merely grazing his clothing. What the hell? He managed to evade that? Li, astunisha, exclaimat. This is truly bizarre. The three stood agape at Suyu's graceful maneuver. Their collaboration had been impeccable. No one expected Suyu to slip past so effortlessly. Two doors converging from both sides, a flashbang to obscure vision, yet he evaded it all. Phew! Suyu, relieved after dodging the dual onslaught, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Moments ago, blinded by the flash, he had instinctively harnessed his spatial abilities to discern the trajectory of the doors, coupled with his manipulation of space, allowing him to evade. Otherwise, he would have surely been struck and gravely injured. The power of the animal system is formidable. When Suyu had utilized his spatial ability to shift objects, he discovered that his strength had merely nudged the incoming door a few millimeters. Compared to the animal system, his own power felt lacking. Otherwise, the door would not have merely torn his clothing. He had considered using spatial teleportation to evade entirely, but doing so would have revealed his position to the trio. Thus, opting for a more discreet approach nearly cost him dearly. Oomph. A cold snort escaped Suyu as he rapidly conjured 3 lightning spears. Go! The 3 spears shot forth towards the dazed trio. Not good. Wang Yunbin reacted first, shouting, "Protect me." The 2 inmates quickly tackled him to the ground, shielding him with their bodies. Boom! The 3 lightning spears erupted with tremendous electrical force. With a deafening roar, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area. The 2 men emerged with charred, torn skin on their backs, yet they clung tightly to Wang Yunbin beneath them. Incredible! Suyu was taken aback by their selfless act. The 2 burly inmates had shielded Wang Yunbin like a fortress, preventing any harm from befalling him. Hiss! After the explosion subsided, the 2 stood, wincing at the pain radiating from their backs. Wang Yunbin, rising to his feet, immediately unleashed 2 bursts of radiance, which gradually healed the wounds on their backs. Damn, this kid's lightning spears can explode. Not only can they transform into electricity, but they also detonate. The unexpected explosion caught everyone off guard. In the distance, Suyu furrowed his brow, facing an opponent with light abilities and 2 animal system users. His rudimentary lightning abilities seemed insufficient. If the explosion from the lightning spear had not inflicted significant damage, he would have to resort to spatial manipulation. With intermediate spatial abilities, pinpoint destruction within the shattered space might directly eliminate the light user. Once the light user is dealt with, his lightning should easily dispatch the remaining 2. With this in mind, Suyu's expression hardened. In an instant, he conjured a lightning spear once more. The 3, noticing Suyu preparing to launch another spear, quickly assumed defensive positions. Go! Suyu hurled the lightning spear towards Wang Yunbin. The 2 hulking figures instantly unleashed their animal powers, acting as a bulwark before Wang Yunbin. Boom! Suyu shouted, and the lightning spear detonated upon impact. The overwhelming explosion obscured their vision. In that fleeting moment, Suyu subtly gestured towards Wang Yunbin. Space shattered.